Tianyan City. On the market street by the North River, where few passers-by wander, and many stalls line the road selling various wares. Su Yuan sits before one stall holding a low-grade spirit stone in his hand with closed eyes as he absorbs qi for his cultivation. Before long his eyes opened and he looked at the shattered spirit stone in his hand, now completely devoid of qi. A bitter smile played on his lips as he murmured still no breakthrough. Su Yuan took a deep breath, his face marked by helplessness. Having traversed decades, he had fortuitously acquired a cultivation method that brought him to the third level of refining qi. Yet no matter how he absorbed qi, he could not break through to the fourth level of refining qi. His inner agitation grew and the light in his eyes faded. If by the age of 51 cannot break through to the peak of refining qi, then foundation establishment is truly hopeless and all opportunities are lost. Su Yuan shook his head slightly, recalling his once vibrant ambition upon traversing when he believed he could carve out a remarkable future. To command the winds and summon the rains, to tread upon mountains and rivers with overwhelming power. Yet reality had dealt him a harsh blow. With no background strength or resources, advancement in this cultivation world was nearly impossible. This is a world where strength reigns supreme. Cultivators defying fate and countless sinister beings abound. If fortune permits, one might even resort to slaying for treasures. With misfortune, one might even be flayed or have one's soul extracted. Su Yuan could only survive safely by running a stall in the marketplace. He earned a modest sum of spirit stones to maintain his steady cultivation. Yet this was purely to survive. He had never truly experienced a life of comfort or affluence. Living in the city demanded spirit stones, as did cultivation, running a stall, and even shopping. There was simply no extra money for indulgence. Brother Su, whatever became of what I mentioned last time? Just as Su Yuan was lost in thought, a middle-aged itinerant cultivator at a nearby stall, with a sallow face, stroked a black mole at the corner of his mouth, and while caressing his beard and raising his eyebrows, said, "Brother Su, we itinerant cultivators must accept our fate. Do you truly believe that by running a stall every day and diligently absorbing spirit stones, you can easily break through? Isn't that just a waste of spirit stones? TSK. The middle-aged cultivator shook his head, slightly tugged at his beard, and smirked as he said, "Brother Su, you have a handsome face and have reached the third level of refining qi. If you were to casually take a mistress, you would truly enjoy life. Indeed, that is the proper path of cultivation for us. Behold, how was the mistress I married last time? She was exquisitely tender." Su Yuan furrowed his brows, glanced towards the middle-aged man, and nodded slightly. He had seen Zhao Yu's mistress, a slender figure with fair skin and smooth, youthful cheeks. Truly a rare beauty, seemingly no more than 18. Such a woman, even if not wed to a cultivator, could lead a splendid life. Alas, she was but an ordinary mortal lacking a cultivation root. "Brother Zhao, you speak the truth." Su Yuan opened his mouth, shook his head with a bitter smile, for he had indeed thought of finding a female refining qi cultivator to carry on his line and build a happy life. However, female cultivators at the refining qi level are exceedingly rare and notoriously haughty. Even when seeking a companion, one must look for those at the later stages of refining qi, usually from prosperous families. Otherwise, one must possess a special skill, be it talisman crafting, alchemy, puppetry, or other such arts. Su Yuan had little to offer, and at 35 finding a suitable partner was indeed challenging. Thus he had not dwelled on such matters, believing that unwavering dedication to the Tao would lead him to break through to the peak of refining qi, only to realize he had been overly optimistic. Some things must be accepted as reality. One must settle for second best and marry an ordinary woman. "Brother Su, we have known each other for 5 years, haven't we? I know you well." Cautious, unhurried, composed. "Coincidentally, I know a fellow cultivator who perished while exploring ruins, leaving behind a pitiable little daughter. Though she lacks a cultivation root, she is exceptionally obedient and clever, a fine prospect as a concubine. What say you? I can arrange a marriage connection for you." Su Yuan's eyes flickered as he thought of the cultivator's daughter. Even though she lacked a cultivation root and was merely an ordinary mortal, her form and beauty were undeniably alluring, leaving him momentarily intrigued. "I wonder about the cost of marrying her." Before Su Yuan could finish, Zhao Yu waved his hand, emphatically, a smile playing on his face as he said, "That won't be necessary. They have only one person in their family with both parents long gone. To have your support, Brother Su, is already a great blessing." At dusk, Su Yuan closed his stall early, tidied himself up, donned a blue robe, and arranged his hair. Gazing into a bronze mirror at his handsome visage, resembling that of a sprightly youth in his 20s, he allowed a smile to grace his lips. He took great satisfaction in his own looks. Though he was already 35, he still appeared youthful, showing no marks of age. After straightening his attire, Su Yuan stepped out of his dilapidated courtyard and made his way along the distant street to Zhao Yu's residence. "Brother Zhao." Su Yuan knocked on the door with a smile, handing over a spirit stone. You. Looking at the offered spirit stone, Zhao Yu's eyes widened in surprise. He extended his hand to push it back, his face showing displeasure. Brother Zhao, this is only right. With a serious expression, Su Yuan stepped into the courtyard and placed the stone into Zhao Yu's hand. Although the two had only met at the northern market stall, Zhao Yu's referral fee had to be paid so as not to incur a debt of favor. This principle was well understood. Acquaintances honor referral fees. Moreover, having already saved on dowry expenses, he had now made an extra profit. Sigh. Brother Su, well then I. Zhao Yue, clutching the spirit stone and sensing the qi within, ceased his evasions and broke into a hearty smile. Accompanied by Su Yuan, he stepped out onto the street, traversing several quiet alleys until they reached the residential district in the south of the city. Here most inhabitants were ordinary citizens. The environment was harsh, with damp streets, crowded throngs, and numerous hooligans lurking at the roadside to prey on others. Most of them were self-cultivated martial artists. Yet thanks to Su Yuan and his companion's status as cultivators, they moved about unimpeded, with no one daring to extract money from them, all choosing to steer clear. Soon the two arrived outside Zhou Yi's residence. Looking up in the dilapidated courtyard stood a graceful figure in simple attire. Tall, with eyes brimming with tenderness, her appearance and figure flawless. Truly a beauty capable of toppling nations, she possessed a unique aura. Even clad in humble cloth, her imposing figure and captivating features shone through. Her presence transformed the dilapidated courtyard into a picturesque scene. Su Daoyu, how is it? Zhao Yu pushed open the door and strode into the courtyard. He patted Su Yuan's shoulder forcefully, a subtle smile curving his lips as he stroked his beard, and inquired with a look of genuine camaraderie. Not bad, Su Yuan declared as he surveyed the woman before him from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction. In both her bearing and figure she was impeccable. There was not a single flaw to be found. Uncle Zhao? Cried Zhou Yi as she spotted Zhao Yu and the handsome Su Yuan deep in conversation in the courtyard, as if fate had already ordained their meeting, approaching with a nervous, bitten lip. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate rouge, while she kept her gaze lowered in shyness. Zhao Yu nodded slightly and turned to Su Yuan, his eyes reflecting a tinge of emotion as he remarked, his father was a dear friend of mine. Alas, he departed too soon, leaving little Zhou without any support, making the challenges of city life all the more burdensome. You know well that the city is chaotic and riddled with clashing factions and rogue cultivators. I cannot leave her unprotected, so I have entrusted her to Su Daoyu. If Su Daoyu fancies her, then perhaps tonight he should take matters into his own hands. Living here alone is simply too dangerous. That very evening, Su Yuan finalized the matrimonial arrangement. He led Zhou Yi back to his home and hosted a modest banquet, inviting a few familiar rogue cultivators. After a lively meal, once the guests had dispersed, Su Yuan turned to more pressing matters as he retired into his private room. Over the years, he had expended countless spirit stones on his cultivation, so his wedding was kept simple, adorned only with festive paper cuttings and a table set with red candles. Illuminated by the candlelight, a stunning lady in a red robe sat quietly by the bedside. Su Yuan approached, lifting her red bridal veil to gaze tenderly upon the demure beauty as he softly spoke her name. Husband, my husband. The next morning, as warm sunlight streamed in, Su Yuan, already dressed, sat at the tea table in a daze, his face marked by incredulity. His eyes fell upon a virtual screen that had materialized before him. Upon awakening, he discovered that he had inexplicably acquired a system, leaving him momentarily stunned. So this is the proper way to activate it. Su Yuan mused with resigned disbelief, recalling decades of arduous cultivation, peddling for spirit stones, and enduring countless hardships, never having imagined that his system would awaken only after starting a family. A brief review revealed the purpose of the system: a family reputation system. By marrying, fathering children, and fostering a clan, one could earn rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for uniting with his consorts, a small step in clan development. He received 10 Tiger Soul Essence pills and 10 Gathering Chi pills, with his current family reputation standing at 10. Gazing at the virtual panel before him, Su Yuan narrowed his eyes in contemplation. He had indeed received Gathering Chi pills along with Tiger Soul Essence pills, a reward that was indeed generous considering that a single Gathering Chi pill could fetch 10 spirit stones. Truly, these were the finest alchemical pills for a foundation cultivator. Family reputation. Clan fortune. Su Yuan mused quietly, stroking the corner of his mouth. He knew well that fortune was a deeply metaphysical concept, much like the elusive way of heaven itself, intangible, unseen, and beyond mere words. And yet such a force indeed existed, a grand destiny silently woven into the fabric of existence, much like an imperial fortune that could flourish through the ages. It was as if fate could transform calamity into blessing, a subtle play of destiny. Husband, I'm off to cook. As Su Yuan pondered these thoughts, Zhou Yi hurried from the room, her demeanor tinged with shyness. Someone's cooking. Watching Zhou Yi depart, Su Yuan smiled and pulled out a gathering qi pill, swallowing it deliberately. In an instant, he felt a comforting warmth surge through his body as a stream of pure spiritual energy flowed, coursing through his meridians and ultimately converging in his dantian. Alas, the power was still insufficient before an energy vortex could fully form. It dissipated. Unperturbed, Su Yuan swallowed another pill. He delved deeply into cultivation. For a long time, he had been trapped at the third layer of foundation establishment, and if he could not break through, soon despair might just engulf him. Fortunately, after taking 3 gathering qi pills, he managed to form an energy vortex, causing his internal spiritual energy to surge dramatically. A sudden tremor ran through him as a powerful aura emerged, propelling him into the 4th layer of foundation establishment. The process unfolded with remarkable ease. It's done. 4th layer of foundation establishment. Feeling the renewed vigor coursing through him, Su Yuan's face lit up with excitement. Countless rogue cultivators remained stuck at the 4th layer, many having roamed far and wide, yet failing to break through, attesting to the formidable challenges of mid-stage foundation establishment. Unexpectedly, he had broken through with such ease. Ascending to the 4th layer granted him a surge in overall strength, empowering him to hunt demonic beasts beyond the city, join adventuring parties, and even undertake urban assignments. Of course, now that Su Yuan had acquired the system, perilous adventures were no longer his path. Instead, he would focus on marriage, children, and clan development, the righteous way forward. Husband, enough, let's eat. As Su Yuan solidified his breakthrough, Zhou Yi entered the room and called out from the doorway. Later I'll buy you a few new outfits. Su Yuan stepped forward, taking Zhou Yi's hand and drawing her into a tender embrace, his expression radiating gentle warmth. In that moment, affectionate gratitude filled the air. Overwhelmed by Su Yuan's tender affection, Zhou Yi lowered her head and bit her lips softly, her eyes shimmering with touched emotion. Since her father's demise, she had lived in constant fear, haunted by the thought of being taken away, confined to her room rather than venturing out for a casual stroll. Had it not been for Zhao Yu's formidable presence, she might have long fallen prey to the city's miscreants. That she could now marry a cultivator and bask in gentle care filled her with profound gratitude. A surge of warm happiness welled up in her heart. Husband, Zhou Yi called out as she gazed at Su Yuan, her eyes brimming with emotion and her lips parting softly as if to speak. No need for further words. Su Yuan gently patted her shoulder, placing his hand softly on her lips as he shook his head with affection while drawing near to the table. His eyes conveyed deep tenderness as he remarked, between husband and wife, why have we to offer thanks? If gratitude must be shown, then see to it that you bear me a chubby son. Zhou Yi replied in a soft, flushed tone, her head bowed in shy acceptance. Time flies. A month later at dawn, Su Yuan broke through to the 4th level of qi refinement and continued to sell goods at his stall, maintaining his daily life. To others, there was no noticeable difference. However, his mood was much more relaxed now. There was no more pressure. No longer worrying about cultivation or spirit stones, he was completely at ease. Su Daoyu, you look radiant. Do you have some secret technique? By the riverbank selling goods. Zhao Yu sat at the stall, stroking the black mole at the corner of his mouth, observing Su Yuan's expression with a playful look. He seemed quite curious. It had been a month, the novelty of marrying should have worn off. Yet Su Yuan appeared to be in excellent spirits every day. No trace of past worries remained. He had become much brighter. Su Yuan grinned, nodding towards Zhao Yu. Of course there is. Zhao Yu stroked his beard, shaking his head with a strange expression, chuckling awkwardly before saying, Su Daoyu, I see that after marrying, not only have you broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement, but you also appear to be more nourished. Would you like to consider taking another wife? Su Yuan looked astonished, staring at Zhao Yu and asking, have you become a matchmaker? What? Zhao Yu seemed puzzled, turning to look at the passers-by and the scattered cultivators by the riverbank, whispering, I have resources. The daughter of the shopkeeper from Huaman Lu, her family has fallen, and she has offended a gang in the city. Would you consider her? Su Yuan raised his eyebrows, a hint of amusement on his face. Brother Zhao, are you trying to set me up for failure? Offending a gang, and I should take her in. Isn't that courting death? Su Yuan felt somewhat speechless. Although he had been thinking about taking another wife, branching out and working hard would yield more rewards. However, marrying is something that requires caution. One cannot just bring anyone home. Su Yuan was well aware of the dangers in the cultivation world. Sometimes the most dangerous person could be your closest companion. You are overthinking it, Brother Su. Wu Yu moved closer, a peculiar smile on his face, adding a hint of lewdness. Although the Black Wind Gang is powerful with its leader at the 7th level of qi refinement, she is just a woman. Even if there are grievances, she wouldn't take it out on her family. 7th level of Qi refinement. Hearing this, Su Yuan waved his hand, signaling for him to stop, showing no interest on his face. Even if she wouldn't trouble her family, he would avoid any risky situations. Having just obtained the system, he needed to steadily accumulate more prestige to gather great fortune. Only after his strength increased would he feel secure. Moreover, Su Yuan wanted to marry someone who was also a cultivator. Additionally, even if he were to marry an ordinary woman, he would avoid those from wealthy families with complicated backgrounds who had offended powerful figures to avoid unnecessary troubles. Zhou Yi, whose father died exploring ruins, leaving her alone at home. With no relatives, she could only rely on herself. Such a choice would be ideal. The feelings would be easier to cultivate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for nurturing a life. Zhou Yi is pregnant, gaining 10 Qi nourishing pills, and the diamond finger technique current prestige value is 20. In the evening after finishing dinner, Su Yuan was startled by the system's notification. He saw Zhou Yi cleaning the dishes, a hint of fatigue showing on her face, unable to suppress a wave of nausea, as if she were sick. What's wrong with you? Su Yuan hurried over, supporting Zhou Yi, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Could it be? Husband, I'm pregnant. Su Yuan embraced Zhou Yi, wiping the sweat from her cheek, adjusting her clothing, his face filled with excitement, as he couldn't help but kiss her. It was his first time receiving a technique reward. Although the name of the technique didn't sound very appealing, Su Yuan didn't care about such details, holding Zhou Yi tenderly, a smile on his lips. He knew that as long as it was a technique, its selling price would not be low, especially for scattered cultivators like them who rarely had access to techniques and could only practice incomplete methods. Richer cultivators might possess one technique, but that would be their limit. Scattered cultivators, after all, are still scattered with too little backing. Of course, if it were about bandits from outside the city, ruthless cultivators who kill for treasure, then it would be different. Wealth gained through risking one's life is incomparable to that of ordinary cultivators. These bandits are not only ruthless and responsible for countless deaths, but also possess many cultivation methods. Even the city's gangs cannot compare. Rest assured and nurture the baby. I'll buy you some beast meat to eat these days. Let's nourish your body. Su Yuan stroked Zhou Yi's hair, caressing her flat belly, joy evident on his face. Then he stood up, walked outside, directly opened the virtual panel, took out the diamond finger technique, and began to read it carefully. It turned out to be a metal attribute cultivation method. Practicing the diamond finger gathers Qi at the fingertips, allowing for Qi to be released outward, capable of injuring from a distance. Once mastered, even in the face of magical tools, one would have combat power. Practical. Looking at the introduction of the diamond finger, Su Yuan uttered 2 words. Let's try to cultivate it first. Without further thought, Su Yuan closed the virtual panel and moved to the nearby quiet room to sit in meditation. Although he possessed the system to gain resources and many Qi nourishing pills for cultivation, this wouldn't quickly enhance his strength. He still needed to cultivate a technique. Only then could he possess the ability to protect himself. Even if he broke through to the late stage of Qi refinement, having pure true essence might not be better than a mid-level cultivator. A person's strength is not only about cultivation level, but also weapons, hidden cards, and experience. All must be integrated to truly manifest. Of course, cultivation level is still fundamental, accounting for the largest part. Next comes practicing techniques, comparing magical tools, combat experience, and seasoned temperament. Su Yuan believed that the most important thing is a person's foundation. If the foundation is strong enough, even when facing someone at the late stage of Qi refinement, one can safely escape. As for foundation establishment cultivators, that would be impossible. The difference between Qi refinement and foundation establishment is akin to heaven and earth. Even with all hidden cards and numerous magical tools, they would not pose a threat to foundation establishment. The gap is simply too great. This is not something Su Yuan can consider. In this Tianyan city, one cannot even see foundation establishment cultivators, and there is no need to consider them. Only when towns are attacked by evil cultivators, demons, or beasts will the Jin Kingdom dispatch foundation establishment experts to suppress the evil and showcase the might of a great nation. However, if it really came to that, Tianyan City would have long been destroyed before foundation establishment experts could settle in. Half a day later, Su Yuan retracted his cultivation method. He exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his sharp eyes. After half a day's practice, he had initially grasped the Vajra finger, but it still required gradual cultivation for him to wield it with ease. Next, he needed to cultivate to the entry level to freely unleash this divine ability, the capacity to gather and release Qi. I should visit the market first. Su Yuan clenched his fist, narrowing his eyes in thought. Currently, he lacked cultivation methods and spiritual herbs, but he was short on spirit stones. He still planned to head to the market to sell some pills in exchange for spirit stones and to purchase some living supplies. Even cultivators could not escape the troubles of finances. However, just as he stepped out of the courtyard, he noticed that the cultivators next door were quarreling again with various shouts and curses echoing in his ears. There were even sounds of furniture being smashed, creating a series of crackling noises. Su Yuan remembered the neighboring cultivators, a pair of mid-stage loose cultivators who often went out on missions. They exchanged resources for various tasks released in the city center. They were also quite skilled at hunting demon beasts and pursuing evildoers. However, their relationship seemed poor as they frequently quarreled and even came to blows. This made Su Yuan feel a bit sentimental. His own Zhou was much better. Not only was she gentle and soft-bodied, but she also cooked various delicious dishes, truly a treasure. Moreover, most importantly, she was obedient and never dared to contradict him in the slightest. She was also very good at learning. Aside from being unable to cultivate, she was practically the ideal wife. Su Yuan shook his head slightly, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He had no time to meddle in his neighbor's affairs and directly walked out of the courtyard. Soon he arrived at a bustling street along a long path where the number of pedestrians began to increase. Su Yuan lived on the outskirts of the market, an area considered safe, where neither gangs nor loose cultivators could cause trouble in the residential district, unlike the commoners' residences on South City Street. It was much quieter here, and the streets were relatively clean. Yo, Su Dao friend, it's been a while since you last came. I heard recently that you got married. Old Wei congratulates you here. As Su Yuan walked onto the bustling street, he passed by an ancient-looking shop where a white-haired old man stood greeting him with cupped hands and congratulations. Seeing this, Su Yuan could not be rude. He cupped his hands in return and looked up at the shop, where 4 large characters read Treasure Pavilion. At a glance, it was a pirated shop. He had collaborated with them a few times in the past, purchasing some ordinary pills, and they were relatively familiar with each other. Although it was a bit of a scam with somewhat high prices, the shop had been open for over a decade and had some reputation in the city, making it worthwhile to inquire about market trends. He then entered the shop, took out a bottle of chi-nourishing pills, and smiled, saying, "Old Wei, do you buy pills?" "My." Old Wei took the pills, sniffed them at his nose, and his old face wrinkled up with excitement as his eyes sparkled. "These are indeed chi-nourishing pills. Truly worthy of Su Dao friend. You can obtain any pills." "Stop kidding, I just have good luck." Old Wei chuckled, not saying much more, and gestured, "For the chi-nourishing pills, I can offer you 30 low-grade spirit stones." "So many?" Hearing Old Wei's words, Su Yuan was stunned, staring at him in disbelief. He remembered that previously chi-nourishing pills were only worth 20 low-grade spirit stones. Sometimes they didn't even sell for that price. Yet now the purchasing price had surprisingly risen to 30 stones, which was indeed unlike Old Wei. Could it be that the price of pills has risen recently? This increase was quite substantial. Why would I deceive you? I'm not afraid of you going elsewhere to inquire about prices. The purchase price here is the highest. Old Wei stroked his beard, a smile appearing on his face, exuding confidence. Is that true? Su Yuan was somewhat skeptical, unsure about the old man's words, and raised an eyebrow to inquire, "Did you receive some news?" Old Wei grinned, revealing his yellowed, decayed teeth, and smiled mysteriously. "Little old man doesn't have such great abilities." "You rascal," Su Yuan thought to himself. After pondering for a moment, he handed over the pills with a serious expression. "All right, I'll sell this bottle of pills to you." "Great." Old Wei beamed, squinting his eyes as he took out the spirit stones, handing them over while placing the pills heavily in Su Yuan's hands. "Su Dao friend, let me give you a heads up. Recently, it's not safe to procure goods outside the city." "What happened?" Old Wei smiled without answering. Seeing this, Su Yuan did not ask further and left the shop with the spirit stones. Although he did not know why the price of pills had increased, he thought it should be due to the recent turmoil outside the city, where spirit stones were needed for cultivation and healing, hence the rise. There had been similar situations in the past. It wasn't a big deal. Su Yuan did not think much of it and walked to a nearby grocery store to purchase some living supplies. Afterward, he arrived at a lavishly decorated storefront. Above it were 2 big characters, Yuan Pavilion. This was the largest marriage introduction agency in the city. Su Yuan wanted to find a partner with cultivation, and coming here to seek a fated match was just perfect. Many female cultivators came here to post their courting standards. Previously, he was only at the 3rd level of chi refinement and had no money, no influence, and no background, so he didn't dare to set foot here. But now he was already at the mid-stage of chi refinement. Having obtained many pills and possessing a cultivation method, his wealth was relatively sufficient. He felt a bit more confident about entering Yuan Pavilion. Oh, what a handsome Dao friend. Just as Su Yuan stepped in, a woman in the hall approached, twisting her plump hips, dressed in flamboyant clothing and heavily made up. Sizing up Su Yuan, her eyes sparkled with surprise as she began to introduce herself. "Dao friend, this is your first time at Yuan Pavilion, right? My name is Wu Nyang, and I will introduce you to female cultivators." The woman took out a catalog and invited Su Yuan to sit down to the side, starting to talk incessantly. This red-haired fairy has a cultivation level of 5, and chi refinement, looks graceful and delicate, from a wealthy family in the city, and has no specific requirements. She only needs someone who can move in with her. Next. I'm in a hurry. Su Yuan looked at the female cultivator in the album, who was indeed beautiful. However, this did not match his own conditions, coming from a wealthy family, and having to approach her was out of the question, making it unnecessary to waste time on such a thick album. It would take a long time to look through it. Friend, are you not considering this? This Hongxiu fairy is indeed very beautiful. Moreover, she also understands puppet crafting and is somewhat well known. If I introduce you with your looks, it is very likely to succeed. I prefer to rely on my own strength for a living. Su Yuan grinned, revealing a playful smile, stroking his chin without saying much. His expression turned somewhat displeased. Having strength is certainly good. The fifth Miss face turned awkward and she continued to flip through the album, revealing her stunning beauty as she began to introduce this wandering girl has a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of chi refinement. She hopes to find a latest-stage cultivator as a partner, preferably one who understands talisman crafting, residing in the Beha Fengshi. As fifth Miss continued her introduction, her voice grew faint and her mouth twitched involuntarily as she rested her forehead in exasperation. She also found this wandering girl to be a rather peculiar individual. With just a 3rd layer cultivation, she was still looking for a latest-stage partner who also understood talisman crafting. The most absurd part was her request to live in the marketplace. Even she could only reside on the outskirts. However, relying on the expertise of Yuan Pavilion, she calmly finished the introduction. Flipping through the album quickly, she continued her introduction. Su Dao friend, this by Yuan Fairy has a cultivation level of the 5th layer of chi refinement. She resides on the outskirts of the Fengshi and runs a tavern known far and wide as the famous landlady. Wait. Su Yuan interrupted her words, a playful smile appearing on his face as he raised an eyebrow and asked, isn't this the landlady of the tavern at No. 30 Beiqing Street? I have heard that she is a widow who has married 3 times and all her husbands have died. Moreover, her lifestyle is quite extravagant. This fifth Miss smiled awkwardly, a bit embarrassed as she flipped to the next page, her eyes revealing a hint of excitement as she said, friend, this female cultivator will definitely satisfy you. Really? Su Yuan showed no expression as he looked at the beautiful woman in the album, who was indeed sweet and charming, but there was a faint sorrow hidden in his gaze. There was an indescribable melancholic quality about her. The Shi Yun female cultivator is a practitioner of the 4th layer of chi refinement. She resides in the southern part of the city, having fled here a few years ago with no family ties, living alone in the town, hunting demon beasts and selling materials to make a living. She has no requirements, just a promise from her partner. What promise? Su Yuan touched the corner of his mouth, his gaze on the person in the album, showing some curiosity. Moreover, this perfectly matched his own conditions for seeking a partner. With no family ties, living alone, a chi refinement cultivator who could hunt demon beasts, she was simply the perfect partner, one that couldn't be found even with a lantern. He never expected to encounter her at Yuan Pavilion. Is this fate? Is this a lucky find? The promises. Fifth Miss hesitated a bit, smiled, and then calmly said to break through to Foundation establishment. What? Su Yuan looked bewildered. He widened his eyes in disbelief, dug at his ears, and continued to ask, break through to Foundation establishment. Are you sure that is the promise? Hee. Fifth Miss felt a bit embarrassed, her cheeks showing a professional smile as she began to analyze carefully. Although breaking through to Foundation establishment is difficult, who can predict the future? If you really break through, wouldn't you have gained a partner for free? Su Yuan said calmly with a hint of indifference. If I can't break through, I'll have to live under the shadow of that promise, which is quite uncomfortable, isn't it? What you say is very true. Fifth Miss smiled awkwardly and chose not to elaborate further. She knew the weight of this promise was not something to be taken lightly. It required a Dao heart pledge and enough talent to dare to accept it. That is also why, with such good conditions, Shi Yun has never found a suitable partner. No one is willing to casually make a vow. Wei Shi Yun. It's quite a nice name. Su Yuan touched the corner of his mouth, looking at the album. His gaze fell upon her melancholic eyes and exquisite, beautiful face, and he squinted. Though after acquiring the system, he was confident he could break through to Foundation establishment, it was merely a matter of time. However, he wouldn't rush to show it, holding the album in hand, pondering for a while, and feigning an affectionate demeanor as he observed carefully. After contemplating for a long time, he finally said, all right. It's her. Hearing this, Fifth Miss was somewhat surprised as she looked up at Su Yuan, seemingly not expecting that he would be interested in Shi Yun Fairy. But she did not say much. Yuan Pavilion had its own rules. A professional smile appeared on her face. Then I will set a time. Friend, come back in 3 days for the meeting. You need to pay 20 low-grade spirit stones in advance. To clarify, if the matchmaking fails, the spirit stones will not be refunded. Su Yuan slightly clicked his tongue, his mouth twitching a bit, lamenting how profitable this business was. It required no cost at all, just connecting people to earn spirit stones. All right. Su Yuan sighed and paid the spirit stones. Friend, you are straightforward. Remember to come back in 3 days. Su Yuan answered and left, walking directly out of Yuan Pavilion towards his residence. Oh, isn't that the female cultivator next door? As soon as Su Yuan returned to his residence, he saw the neighboring cultivator dressed in a long purple dress leaning against the wooden door, casting flirtatious glances at him and making suggestive gestures. She looked quite charming. Unable to resist taking a few more glances, he couldn't help but think that she was indeed quite enchanting. The North City street where Su Yuan lived was part of the outer area of the Fengshe, a place where many scattered cultivators rented. On the left, a couple of scattered cultivators often quarreled. On the right lived Zhou Manyun, a female cultivator, a solitary woman, beautiful, full of charm, with alluring eyes and a graceful figure. Especially her attire, which revealed a sense of wildness, varied every day. She was truly stunning. Moreover, it was common to see strangers entering her courtyard. It was hard not to wonder if she was a woman of the world. So, my friend, where are you going? Shouldn't you spend more time with your wife during your honeymoon? Huh? Su Yuan smiled broadly, shaking his head slightly, as he replied, just going out for a stroll. Is that so? Zhou Manyun scrutinized Su Yuan, a playful glint in her eyes, as she slightly adjusted her posture. Would you like to accompany your sister for some shopping? I'm always at your service. Su Yuan gazed intently at her, his eyes burning with eagerness. Humph. Zhou Manyun adjusted her skirt, her face showing hints of annoyance. You really have some guts. Your wife is still in the house, being so unruly. Haha. Su Yuan forced a smile, quickly averting his gaze, saying nothing further as he prepared to enter the courtyard. He didn't want to continue teasing her, finding it hard to gauge her temperament. Just earlier she had acted all coy, and now she seemed irritated, as if she had been taken advantage of. It was quite perplexing. The thoughts of a female cultivator were truly difficult to decipher. Could it be that all female cultivators have such personalities? Hey, don't go out to stock up recently. It's unsafe outside the city. There are rogue cultivators about, and the entire village has perished. Watching Su Yuan leave with a forlorn expression, Zhou Manyun couldn't help but smile and called out a reminder. However, before Su Yuan could ask for more details, he saw her close the door with a crisp sound, and her beautiful figure vanished. Rogue cultivators. It seems it's unsafe again. If it were before, I'd have immediately cut off all business, unable to procure any supplies. But now I really don't mind. Su Yuan pursed his lips, contemplating as he directly stepped into the courtyard. Having lived here for quite a while, he had encountered rogue cultivator incidents before, causing chaos among the nearby common folk, harvesting the blood of cultivators to practice their cruel, evil arts. However, such disturbances wouldn't last long. Rogue cultivators would soon flee. Tianyuan City, being under the territory of the Jin Kingdom, would surely not allow rogue cultivators to wreak havoc, sending strong fighters to suppress them. These rogue cultivators were somewhat clever, never daring to stay in one place for too long. They caused chaos like guerrilla fighters. He wasn't particularly concerned about such matters. As long as he stayed within the town, there was hardly any danger. He could cultivate peacefully, marry, and strive to expand his family without needing to worry too much. Instead, it would disrupt his Tao heart. Hubby, you bought so much meat. Was it expensive? In the kitchen, Zhou Yi began to organize the supplies, preserving the meat. When her father was still alive, they rarely had the chance to eat the flesh of spirit beasts, perhaps only once a month, mainly because the meat of spirit beasts was too costly. It contained a great deal of vital energy. Martial artists consumed it to enhance their physical strength, while cultivators ate it to fill their stomachs. It was an extremely precious food. Here, you need to eat more meat to nourish yourself. Do not worry about finances. Su Yuan approached Zhou Yi from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist, his face filled with tenderness. Hubby, you're so wonderful. Zhou Yi's face flushed, turning to look at Su Yuan with a smile creeping onto her lips. After spending a month together, she could feel her husband's sincerity and affection for her, unlike those crude cultivators who merely viewed their wives as tools for procreation, objects for fulfilling desires. This made her heart warm, her eyes glistening with mist. Ding. Congratulations to the host for caring for his wife. Zhou Yi's feelings run deep, unyielding and unbreaking, earning 10 superior quality cleansing pills. Current prestige value is 50. Evening time. After several hours of cultivation, Su Yuan exhaled deeply, a smile appearing on his face. With the rise in family prestige, the rewards he received grew increasingly better. He prepared to consume the cleansing pills for cultivation. Such pills he was reluctant to sell, it was better to keep them for himself. Cleansing pills. They are of superior quality. If taken to the auction house, they could fetch several hundred spirit stones. That would make me rich overnight. Su Yuan took out the cleansing pills, savoring the pill fragrance, a smile appearing in his eyes and a hint of excitement on his face. This was his first time consuming such a precious pill. Even the essence pills couldn't compare to the cleansing pills, especially the superior quality ones. It was important to note that the difference between inferior and superior quality was not trivial. It represented a qualitative enhancement. Typically, ordinary cleansing pills only cost a few spirit stones. Su Yuan felt a bit reluctant to consume them, contemplating selling them for spirit stones. But thinking it over, having just exchanged for spirit stones, such a precious superior quality pill should be consumed for his own cultivation to enhance his physique and cleanse impurities. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan dispelled the distractions from his mind and directly poured the pill into his mouth. Instantly, he felt a surge of energy rushing through his limbs, beginning to cleanse his meridians, accompanied by a sharp pain. It felt like an unbearable itch, as if ants were gnawing on his bones. However, this sensation did not last long before being replaced by a feeling of comfort. It was an unprecedented comfort. His entire body felt relaxed, as if he had undergone a thorough massage. Su Yuan opened his eyes, seeing the impurities around him emitting a foul odor. His skin darkened all over. He hurried outside to wash himself clean before taking a closer look. Looking at his handsome visage in the bronze mirror, his face had turned even more pale and refined, resembling a true scholarly youth, exuding a unique charm. Clenching his fists, he could feel the strength within him had increased significantly. 3 days later at dawn, Su Yuan rose early, stretching his meridians and bones in preparation for his arranged meeting at the Yuan Pavilion. Since taking the marrow washing pill, his complexion had grown even more refined, his meridians and bones denser and stronger. Merely clenching a fist sent ripples of sharp wind through the air. The pill had not only purified his constitution, but also greatly enhanced his physical strength, comparable to that of a latest-stage chi condensation cultivator, elevating him an entire cultivation level. Excellent. A superior grade pill truly lives up to its reputation. Standing in the courtyard, Su Yuan breathed deeply of the crisp morning air, his eyes gleaming with quiet satisfaction. He then raised a finger, gathered his chi at its tip, and shot a concentrated beam toward the stone wall ahead. Whoosh! A golden streak pierced the air with a shrill cry, striking the wall and leaving only a faint white scar, utterly lacking in destructive power. Su Yuan shook his head, unimpressed. He still needed rigorous cultivation to reach the realm of true divine arts, where chi could coalesce effortlessly into razor-sharp blades. Only then would he have attained the foundational mastery required to strike down enemies. Husband, wear this robe today. As Su Yuan stretched his limbs, Zhou Yi emerged from the house, cradling an azure robe, her lips curving into a gentle smile. She had long known of his visit to the Yuan Pavilion, to meet a radiant female cultivator whom he intended to bring home as his companion. Far from feeling slighted, she was exhilarated, meticulously selecting his attire. She wished only to dress her husband impeccably, to captivate the admiration of celestial maidens. She understood well her own mortal limits. She could never walk beside him to life's final horizon, never share silver-haired twilight with him. Zhou Yi had long made peace with this truth, though a quiet humility lingered within her, whispering that she was unworthy of such a husband, a mid-stage cultivator, yet unfailingly tender and kind to all. Yet she concealed it entirely, fulfilling her wifely duties with quiet devotion. Guarding their home was fulfillment enough. She asked for nothing more. Very well. Su Yuan gazed at Zhou Yi, withdrew his circulating chi, stepped slowly before her, gently pinched her cheek, and led her hand in hand into the house. His affection for Yi deepened daily, not only for her docility and wisdom, but for her unconditional devotion. Even more earnest about this match than he himself. Su Yuan pondered how best to nurture Zhou Yi's health, then acquire a martial cultivation manual to guide her toward the realm of innate martial artists, strengthening her body, making movement effortless and graceful. Husband, you look absolutely splendid. You will surely enchant legions of immortal maidens. Inside the chamber, Zhou Yi stood attentively beside him, smoothing the azure silk robes, fastening the white jade belt at his waist, and carefully arranging his hair, her gaze soft, tender, brimming with quiet adoration. Yi, even if I bewitch legions of immortal maidens, you shall always be my first and foremost wife. With eyes half closed in blissful delight, she smiled sweetly and nodded vigorously. Su Yuan said nothing more, only clasped her arm tightly, drew her into a profound, heartfelt embrace, and brushed his fingers gently across her smooth cheek before stepping out of the courtyard. He strode down the street and soon arrived at the bustling thoroughfare entering the Yuan Pavilion. Their fifth Annie had been waiting some time. Spotting Su Yuan at the entrance, she greeted him with a beguiling smile, fanning herself as she glided forward to escort him upstairs. Senior Brother Su. Immortal maiden, sure Yun awaits you in the private chamber. If this union bears fruit, you must invite me to your wedding feast. Of course. Su Yuan smiled warmly and followed Fifth Annie up the stairs, pausing outside the chamber door. Their eyes met briefly before he took a slow, steadying breath and entered. Before him stood a vision in white, a slender, elegant silhouette draped in flowing white robes, her lustrous hair cascading like a waterfall, breathtaking even from behind. A true backview enchantress. Without seeing her face, one could already imagine her peerless beauty, a celestial maiden whose grace and figure were nothing short of legendary. Matching that image to the portrait in the album, Su Yuan already envisioned just how stunning immortal maiden Yuan truly was. Senior brother Su. Immortal maiden Yuan. I shall not intrude further. Observing Su Yuan's wide-eyed awe as he drank in her captivating silhouette, Fifth Auntie's eyes crinkled with amusement. With a subtle wink, she slipped silently from the room and closed the door softly behind her. Silence fell instantly, so profound that even the fall of a needle would echo clearly. Do you possess confidence in breaking through to the foundation establishment realm? Just as Su Yuan paused, composing how best to greet her, with elegance, wit, and charm, she turned, her voice clear and melodious. Gazing upon her radiant countenance, her statuesque form, and her ethereal, unadorned grace, he nodded earnestly. Naturally, I am confident. Otherwise, I would never dare invite an immortal maiden such as yourself. Is that so? Wei Shiyun's gaze remained cool and distant, her eyes devoid of warmth as she studied Su Yuan, pausing slightly at his sincere expression. She had not expected him to be so young and handsome, imagining instead a middle-aged cultivator nearing foundation establishment after decades of latest-stage qi condensation practice. Yet she felt no disappointment, only quiet relief. Who, after all, would willingly wed an aging man? Moreover, she sensed something extraordinary in him, solid physique, unwavering foundation, and gave a slight approving nod. I accept your proposal. Moi. Su Yuan blinked in astonishment, hardly daring to believe it. Her acceptance had been immediate without even demanding an oath of Dao heart. He had prepared an elaborate vow, the solemn pledges of a devoted consort, yet she had agreed outright. Dazed, he struggled to process the sudden rush of joy. I trust you. Wei Shiyun merely nodded, offering no further explanation for his stunned silence. Then she moved to the window, pushed open the shutters, and let in a chill, cleansing breeze that stirred the hem of her white gown and lifted strands of her silken hair. Senior brother Su, if you attain foundation establishment, I ask a single favor: journey to the state of Wei and slay a demonic cultivator. He stands at the peak of qi condensation. Should you agree, I will return with you now, willingly becoming your consort. Should this burden prove too great, you may decline. I shall utter no reproach. That is all. Su Yuan arched a brow, a faint knowing smile playing upon his lips. He had not anticipated her condition would be so straightforward, merely the elimination of a demonic cultivator. Though formidable, a peak qi condensation foe would remain beyond reach without foundation establishment, let alone vengeance. He considered it briefly and accepted without hesitation. Were this matter within the state of Jin, he might hesitate, preferring instead to settle quietly and expand his lineage within the city. But the state of Wei lay 10,000 li away, beyond any local entanglements, and he could wait until attaining foundation establishment before confronting the foe. Every angle revealed it to be a most advantageous bargain. That evening, Su Yuan led Wei Shiyun back home. Familiar with the living environment and his wife, Zhou, they began to engage in conversation. In truth, he felt a bit embarrassed. Their family residence was not impressive, merely a courtyard on the outskirts of the city with only 2 rooms. One of the rooms was a quiet chamber for cultivation. If he brought Wei Shiyun here, she would have no room to herself, which was somewhat awkward. The family conditions were indeed quite poor, worse than many cultivators. However, to Su Yuan's surprise, Wei Shiyun did not express any dissatisfaction, merely surveying the house and chatting a bit with Zhou before saying nothing more. It seemed that there was nothing she found unsatisfactory. What she valued was Su Yuan's potential, not this temporary residence. After a polite exchange, she left. Husband, does Shiyun not think highly of our home? After Wei Shiyun departed, Zhou appeared worried, fiddling with her clothing and showing signs of unease. Pursing her lips, she looked rather adorable. She shouldn't, right? We've already set a date for the proposal. Su Yuan remained calm, wrapping an arm around Zhou and gently patting her shoulder. He was already contemplating purchasing an additional bed to place in the quiet chamber for Wei Shiyun's separate accommodation. Otherwise, it would be quite inappropriate to be cramped together right after she arrived. Especially since Wei Shiyun was a mid-stage qi refinement fairy, and given that they were not well acquainted, she would surely prefer not to stay with Zhou to avoid unnecessary complications. Although Wei Shiyun did not show it, Su Yuan still felt the need to act, considering the long-term perspective and taking care of her feelings. Su Yuan looked at the house, this shabby courtyard, and thought it was time to move to a new place. After all, if he married again, there wouldn't be enough room. Now that he had a family, he couldn't be as indifferent to living conditions as he had been when he was alone. Su Daoyu, truly remarkable. Just a month after marrying, and you've already attracted a fairy. As Su Yuan pondered, a graceful figure emerged from the adjacent courtyard. It was the female cultivator, Zhou Manyun. Huh. Such charm, it can't be resisted. Su Yuan gently patted Zhou, signaling her to return to the house, then showed a smile and waved at the female cultivator, displaying a sense of pride. Oomph. Zhou Manyun leaned against the stone wall, her brows slightly raised, showing disdain on her face. Yet she still regarded Su Yuan, nodding slightly at his tall figure, saying, "You have indeed changed. Your skin is fair, your physique robust, and your complexion radiant." Su Yuan maintained a calm expression, looking up at the sky, exuding a melancholic aura. "I am a man you cannot have. Get lost." Zhou Manyun's brows furrowed slightly, biting her white gums and letting out a furious shout before saying nothing more and entering the house. Seeing this, Su Yuan withdrew his gaze, pondering for a moment before stepping out of the courtyard and walking towards the distant street, preparing to buy some supplies. There was no choice with a bare home, and in dire straits he still needed to purchase some decorations. Additionally, he would send invitations to familiar wandering cultivators, all to create a lively atmosphere. 5 days later, Su Yuan arrived with the wedding procession at an independent courtyard to receive Wei Shiyun. The festive bridal palanquin was carried, and the wedding musicians played, starting their return to the residence. The streets were filled with onlookers. Various envious glances and congratulations echoed through the street. Nearby, familiar wandering cultivators all came to congratulate him, giving Su Yuan quite a bit of face. After all, having broken through to mid-stage qi refinement and living in Tianyan City for so long, he had some connections, and everyone had prepared a small gift sitting in the courtyard to feast. Moreover, this was a wedding involving 2 mid-stage qi refinement cultivators, so more wandering cultivators participated, making it even livelier than the first time he married Joey. With songs and dances filling the air, the atmosphere was joyous. "Su Daoyo, I must say I admire you. Just a month has passed, and you've already married a fairy. TSK, TSK. At the banquet, Zhao Yu held up a wine cup, his face already flushed from drinking, and began to talk incessantly, unable to hold back his words. "Su Daoyo, you are truly fortunate. Yuan is indeed a great beauty. As for me, having taken so many wives and concubines, I have yet to find a fairy. Seeing you marry a fairy genuinely makes me feel bad. No. I misspoke. I truly admire you. Indeed, indeed." Everyone raised their wine cups, starting to toast Su Yuan, erupting into cheers. Even the couple next door expressed their agreement with a strange smile on their faces and a hint of jealousy in their eyes, beginning to tease him and asking how they had met. In response, Su Yuan could only shake his head and said nothing more. His gaze lingered on the couple next door, particularly on the wife dressed in a beautiful blue dress. He could see the scars visible on her knees. She must have been beaten quite badly, yet she still smiled, displaying a sweet expression, her eyes gentle like water, exuding tenderness. Su Yuan could tell that she was a gentle woman. However, he couldn't understand how someone so gentle could resort to such actions. After the banquet, night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings. Su Yuan no longer thought about the gentle woman next door. He knew that everyone has their own life, and there are too many injustices in the world. There was no way to intervene, he just needed to live his own life well. He had drunk plenty of wine today, dressed in a red ceremonial robe, gently pushed open the door to the quiet chamber, and looked at the woman meditating and cultivating, unable to help but smile. He thought to himself, she truly works hard. Even in such times, she does not forget to meditate and cultivate, showing good character. Yuan, it's time to rest. Su Yuan approached, gazing at her delicate face adorned with light makeup, making her look even more stunning and beautiful, as if she were a celestial maiden from heaven, captivating and hard to look away from. The effects of the wine had worn off a bit, and his eyes sparkled as a smile crept onto his lips. He still found it hard to believe that after a lifetime of hardship, he could marry such a beautiful fairy. This was something he never dared to imagine before. Wei Shiyun looked at Su Yuan, her eyes flustered under his intense gaze, and she lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Ding. Congratulations to the host on marrying. Receiving the Marshal will Divine Ability reward 10 Water Rhythm Pills, 10 Moonlight Pills, with a current family prestige value of 180. Morning breaks. The morning sun rose, shining into the house. Su Yuan shielded his eyes from the sunlight, reaching out to embrace the beauty beside him, only to find that he was holding nothing but air. She was already gone. Only the lingering warmth of the blanket remained, carrying a faint fragrance. Seeing this, Su Yuan paid it no mind, yawning as he checked his rewards, his eyes lighting up with joyous smile, curling on his lips, appearing somewhat excited. He knew that the rewards for marrying a female cultivator were much better than those for ordinary people. Not only were there numerous pills rewarded, but also this Marshal will Divine Ability, which was certainly one of the best rewards he had received in recent times. The most important aspect was the family prestige value. It had already reached 180 points. Open the system panel. Su Yuan felt a surge of delight in his heart as he opened the virtual panel, gazing at the data displayed. Host Su Yuan, spiritual roots gold fire, and wood realm fourth layer of Qi refining, items tiger roar essence pill, gathering Qi pill water rhythm pill, nourishing Qi, pill moonlight pill, cleansing marrow pill diamond finger technique, prestige value 180. Open the marketplace. Su Chun focused his thoughts and opened the marketplace for inspection. Various resources appeared in the marketplace along with their corresponding prestige values. Everything was available from cheap to expensive. For instance, the Tranquil Heart pill and Celestial Star Grass, among various pills and spiritual herbs, were very inexpensive, requiring only 10 prestige points. The following items were somewhat more expensive. Techniques, secret arts, magical tools and treasures, as well as talisman, crafting, alchemy, puppet techniques, and various other techniques and secret arts. Some of these were shockingly priced, with the cheapest starting at over 1,000 prestige points. This was a price Su Yuan could not afford. Of course, besides various cultivation resources, there were also special items for sale. For example, washing spiritual roots required 300 prestige points, allowing one to refine their own spiritual roots and possibly change their attributes to become a single spiritual root. There were also potions to enhance the grade of spiritual roots. The marketplace was filled with an array of items dazzling to the eye. As long as one had enough prestige points, they could purchase various resources. There were many pills to enhance lifespan. Prestige points. If I could wash out a single spiritual root, then even during the golden core stage, I would have confidence in making a breakthrough. Su Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he clenched his hands tightly. He understood the importance of spiritual roots. If he had a single spiritual root, even at an older age, he would have a chance to join a sect. Why bother being a loose cultivator? Life, cultivation, and safety were all uncertain. It was truly a miserable existence. No rush. First, let's claim the rewards. Su Yuan suppressed his joy, adjusting his state of mind, and claimed the martial will divine ability. In an instant, he felt the profound meaning as the cultivation of the diamond finger technique surged within him, flooding his mind with deep memories. The obscure and difficult incantations, along with various methods of application, all fused into his consciousness, becoming part of his body. He could sense the true essence of the sword finger divine ability. In just a moment, he had gone from a novice in the technique to mastering it completely, thoroughly comprehending this art, even incorporating martial will into it. It directly transformed into the sword finger divine ability. This was not just the diamond finger, it was the outward manifestation of gathered Qi. Understanding martial will was a qualitative leap, having transformed into a true divine ability. The power was even more formidable, the sword finger sharp, gathering Qi into a blade as he wielded the sword energy, soaring like a rainbow, comparable to sword intent. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed his finger at an ancient tree outside. In an instant, a golden flash zipped by. The branches of the ancient tree broke off, falling into the courtyard. Not bad at all. Martial will now, this is a divine ability. Su Yuan felt a bit emotional, taking a deep breath. Without the enhancement of martial will, he knew that it would take him at least 3 more months to reach the threshold of cultivation. If he wanted to reach a realm where he could wield it freely, an immensely powerful level, it would surely take him several more years. However, now with the fusion of martial will and his understanding of the diamond finger, everything blended into his mind, even enhancing its power, granting him the ability of the sword finger divine ability. This was the true power of martial will. Su Yuan knew that many loose cultivators were unable to comprehend martial will, let alone sword intent, spear intent, or knife intent. Such destructive arts required real combat experience to grasp. It was not easy. Husband, the ancient tree has fallen. As Su Yuan broke a branch, Zhou Yi, who was tidying up the house, quickly walked out into the courtyard, looking at the large pit created on the ground, unable to suppress her exclamation. She looked at the window in front of the forbidden room and asked, "Wait, come cut it down. Leave it for firewood." Su Yuan stood by the window watching the diligent Zhou Yi, who had already tidied up the house and the outdoor banquet, unable to help but smile, becoming increasingly satisfied. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also extremely virtuous. The house was tidy, clean, and hygienic, quite comfortable. Had he known, he would have married her home much earlier. With a thought, he took out a bottle of water rhythm pills, calling Zhou Yi over to enter the house, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. "Here, take this bottle of pills. It can strengthen the body, stabilize the fetus, and replenish nutrition." "Really, is it true?" Zhou Yi, somewhat disbelieving, lightly bit her lip as she took the pills, smelling the pills' fragrance, instantly shaking her head and refusing. "Husband, I cannot accept such precious pills." She was not foolish, naturally aware of the preciousness of pills. Even ordinary fasting pills were not easily refined and required several spirit stones to purchase. The fragrant spirit pill in her hand was definitely not inexpensive. She felt that as an ordinary mortal, she was not worthy of such pills. "I told you to take it, so take it." You are pregnant now, it's the perfect time to replenish nutrition. Oh, Zhou Yi softly responded, lowering her head and pouting, accepting the pills. Seeing this, Su Yuan gently patted her head, casting a look of affection, shaking his head with a smile. In truth, this bottle of water rhythm pills was not a precious pill at all, but had no effect of strengthening the body, only capable of replenishing moisture for cultivators. By the way, where has Yuan gone? Su Yuan thought of Wei Yuan not seeing her figure and could not help but ask. Sister Yuan went to Misty Mountain to slay beasts and earn spirit stones. Su Yuan's face froze, his expression somewhat awkward. On their first day of marriage, without having breakfast, she went to Misty Mountain to slay beasts for materials and earn spirit stones. Thinking about it, he felt quite ashamed. It was indeed tough marrying into the Su family. The Mist Vale Mountains. Su Yuan knew of them well, a mist-shrouded range 10 li beyond the city walls, teeming with low-tier demonic beasts concealed deep within its dense forests. Many unaffiliated cultivators in the vicinity survived solely by hunting these beasts for spirit stones. Yet such endeavors carried grave peril from marauding cultivators. Misfortune could summon entire beast swarms from which escape was near impossible. Countless cultivators had perished there, earning the mountains a fearsome reputation. Thus, many formed adventuring bands to hunt together. In unity, they need no longer dread marauders nor fear sudden beast assaults. Only vigilance against heretical cultivators and twisted sects whose treachery posed mortal danger. Other concerns were comparatively minor. Yet for Su Yuan, this way of life remained far too perilous. It was exhausting and cumbersome. Traversing jungles to hunt beasts paled beside becoming an itinerant merchant traveling between villages and towns to acquire rare curiosities. To set up a stall as a cultivator merchant offered stable livelihood while avoiding most hazards. And should fortune favor him, he might even acquire damaged artifacts from villagers, yielding substantial profit. Reselling such items in Tianyuan City would easily sustain him for a month, far more comfortable than slaying beasts in the wild. Having dwelled in Tianyuan City for some time, Su Yuan had witnessed numerous cultivators, some at Qi refinement level 5, others at level 7, fall outside the city walls slain by marauders. Others perished beneath the merciless fangs of beast swarms. He had long grasped one immutable truth: wealth must never be displayed, lest it draw unwanted attention. Hence Su Yuan cultivated steadily and lived discreetly, marrying quietly, raising children in obscurity. He hoarded pills instead of selling them, and maintained his daily stall routine solely to deflect suspicion. After all, a destitute cultivator suddenly amassing great wealth would inevitably raise questions. Wait, what did you say your name was? Wei Yuan. Sister. Su Yuan paused thoughtfully, his gaze shifting to Zhou Yi, his expression turning solemn. You are my first wife. Then why call her sister? Zhou Yi pressed her lips together, her cheeks flushing faintly as her eyes darted away. Yuan's sister is a Qi refinement cultivator, and older than I am. Oomph. Su Yuan raised a hand to his lips. What does that matter? You are my first wife. You are her elder sister by right and decree. There is no cause for hesitation. Oh. Zhou Yi's eyes crinkled with delight as a soft smile curved her lips. She leaned forward, hooking her arms around his neck. My dearest husband, you're truly wonderful. You little fool. Su Yuan gently pinched her nose. Enough of that. Let's eat breakfast. Yes. Zhou Yi wiped her hands and stepped into the adjacent kitchen, returning moments later with 2 steaming bowls of meat noodles, her face radiant with quiet joy. After breakfast, Su Yuan left the courtyard to set up his stall outside the market district. He had originally intended to take the day off, his first day as a newlywed, simply to rest. Yet seeing Wei Yuan's unwavering diligence, he chose not to idle. Moreover, he wished to speak with Zhao Yu, seeking leads on quality prospects for another marriage. Naturally, his next spouse must possess spiritual roots. Marrying an ordinary woman granted only 10 renown points, wedding a cultivator yielded over 100, tenfold greater. To purchase a spirit root purification pill, an elixir capable of altering his own root affinity, he required far greater renown. Only marriages to spiritually endowed women could provide it. Senior Su, you're already setting up your stall on your very first day as a groom. Truly, how indefatigable you are, not even lingering to cherish your new bride. Watching Su Yuan unfurl canvas, arrange stools, and lay out assorted wares, damaged artifacts, raw jade, antique bronze pieces, and a vial of Qi nourishing pills, Zhao Yu stroked his beard, astonishment deepening in his eyes. At last he understood how Su Yuan had broken through to Qi refinement level 4 relentless effort. Even after wedding a celestial maiden, he took no respite. Idle hands are idle minds. Su Yuan sighed inwardly, laying out his inventory with practiced ease. Tattered artifacts, polished stones, weathered bronzes, and the small vial of Qi nourishing pills placed neatly upon the table. He certainly hadn't declined intimacy. He'd spent the dawn hours hunting beasts, leaving no opportunity for tender embraces. So he'd come straight here to trade. Senior Su, I truly envy you. Marrying a mid-stage cultivator. Zhao Yu's voice carried wistful admiration. He sighed deeply and slapped his thigh. If only I too could wed a celestial maiden. Alas, I'm too old now. Su Yuan shook his head. Brother Zhao, why speak so? You're still in your prime. With sufficient karmic fortune you may yet achieve foundation establishment. Your auspicious words are gratefully received. Zhao Yu smoothed his beard, a warm, genuine smile spreading across his face. Su Yuan returned the smile and asked, Brother Zhao, have any prospects surfaced lately? Widows, refugees, mothers with children, elders. Even seasoned cultivators would do. So long as they cultivate. Zhao Yu turned toward him, his expression growing increasingly perplexed. You still seek to wed another celestial maiden? Heh. A sly grin flickered across Su Yuan's face. Youth blinds one to the virtues of celestial maidens. Only after marriage does one truly comprehend their worth. Zhao Yu stared speechless. Something about Su Yuan felt profoundly off, yet he couldn't quite articulate what. Since his marriage, Su Yuan seemed to have unblocked every meridian. His vitality renewed, his enthusiasm boundless. In short, he was utterly addicted to matrimony, drawn irresistibly to women of varied temperaments and backgrounds. Now even mothers bearing children, or those advanced in years, had become acceptable candidates. Zhao Yu hesitated, biting back his impulse to suggest a visit to the 100 Blossoms Pavilion for proper release. None remain. The city is unsettled now. Everyone proceeds with caution. Who dares marry amid such unrest? Su Yuan's mouth parted, slightly taken aback. Zhao Yu's expression sobered. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. I've heard. Madame Wei possesses both virtue and formidable cultivation. Treasure her well. Su Yuan blinked wordless and gave a silent, resigned nod. Moreover, Madame Wei often travels alone hunting beasts to earn spirit stones. A commendable practice, yet the lands beyond the city walls grow increasingly unsafe. Heretical sects have raised villages, marauding cultivators gather in force, preying exclusively upon isolated practitioners, especially lone female cultivators who are especially vulnerable. She ought to venture outside sparingly. Understood. Su Yuan inclined his head respectfully, clasping his fists in formal salute. Many thanks, brother, for the warning. No need for thanks. Zhao Yu waved dismissively. Between us, such formality feels unnatural. Don't create distance where none should exist. Indeed. Su Yuan chuckled faintly, then asked, puzzled, what has transpired? Why have so many heretical and marauding cultivators converged here? Do they intend to besiege Tianyuan City? Or has a hidden realm of destiny emerged nearby, drawing them like moths to flame? That I cannot say, Zhao Yu replied, shaking his head. Rumors speak of turmoil erupting in the Jin Kingdom, a disturbance grave enough to attract the notice of towering figures. Even Tianyuan City suffers collateral misfortune. Alas, the Jin Kingdom remains weak. Were we sheltered within a sect-governed city, safety would be assured. Alas, we lack the means to reside there. The rents are simply prohibitive. In the evening, as the sky darkened, a cold wind swept in. The streets were sparsely populated, people tightened their collars and hurried away. The howling cold wind rustled through the air. Su Yuan couldn't help but shiver, packing up early to head home, taking out an axe to chop up an old locust tree, cutting it into suitable sizes and stacking it by the kitchen door. Only then did he lie back in the rocking chair to rest. His gaze occasionally lingered at the door, at other times gazing at the overcast sky. There were signs of an impending downpour. He felt some concern for Wei Shiyun. After all, it wasn't safe outside the city, especially with the impending heavy rain increasing the danger. Sometimes a downpour could cover up many traces. And there was a lurking danger. This was a good opportunity for evil cultivators to kill and seize treasures. Should I go out and look for her? With my current cultivation, having mastered the diamond finger, I've developed the sword finger technique. Even if I encounter someone at the late stage of chi refinement, I would still have the strength to fight. I'm not afraid of bandits. However, Su Yuan thought to himself, his brow furrowing deeper. If I encounter a group, then it would be rather dangerous. He'll just wait a little longer. Su Yuan suppressed his feelings, lying back in the rocking chair, gazing at the door. Before long, Wei Shiyun appeared at the courtyard door. Holding a long sword in her hand, her steps were steady, her aura graceful. Her gaze was cold, like that of a frosty fairy, devoid of any emotion. Especially with the bloodstains on her clothing. It added an extra chill. However, upon seeing Su Yuan waiting in the courtyard, her eyes momentarily softened, revealing a hint of warmth. Are you hurt? Seeing Wei Shiyun return, Su Yuan stood up and walked towards her, a hint of worry in his gaze. No, just a small injury. Wei Shiyun shook her head and lowered her head as she walked into the courtyard. Sister Shiyun, why did you come back so late? Hearing the commotion, Zhou Yi came out of the kitchen, a smile on her face as she quickly approached. Wei Shiyun looked at Zhou, her eyes a bit awkward. I'm used to getting up early, going out to hunt demonic beasts to earn spirit stones for cultivation. Shiyun. Su Yuan stood beside her holding Wei Shiyun's hand, examining the injury on her arm. It's not safe outside the city. You shouldn't go hunting demonic beasts. Wei Shiyun pursed her lips, gazing at Su Yuan, silently refraining from speaking. Seeing this, Zhou stepped forward, pulling Wei Shiyun with concern. Sister Shiyun, your husband has a point. You should rest for a few days. All right, fine. Wei Shiyun did not say much and nodded slightly. She understood that it was inappropriate to go out so soon after their marriage, especially given the pain from below, which made it difficult to circulate her true energy, and she had nearly been injured by a demonic beast. If she hadn't reacted in time, she would have almost had her arm bitten off by a demonic beast. Now she only had a scratch, nothing serious. Wife, let me show you something good. Su Yuan held Wei Shiyun's hand, leading her into the room, taking out a moonlight pill. What is this? Seeing the moonlight pill, Wei Shiyun's eyes lit up, filled with disbelief. She knew that this type of cultivation pill was quite valuable, and even in the city's merchant guild there were very few for sale. Mainly because this pill was somewhat special, more suitable for female cultivators, absorbing the power of moonlight to regulate the meridians and stabilize true energy, enhancing strength. It was several times more expensive than a qi-nourishing pill. Wife, you can cultivate at home with peace of mind. Leave the resources for cultivation to your husband. Su Yuan held Wei Shiyun's hand, placing the moonlight pill in her palm, his expression serious. If others find out, on the first day of our marriage my wife runs out to earn money, won't that be a joke? Upon hearing this, Wei Shiyun pursed her lips, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth as she nodded slightly. Thank you, husband. I understand now. Wei Shiyun took the pill, her eyes shifting. After contemplating for a moment, she took out a dozen spirit stones and some cultivation materials. Husband, this is the spirit stones I earned today. As she spoke, Wei Shiyun's cheeks flushed even more, her voice barely audible. She hadn't yet fully settled into the role of a wife, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have run off so early to hunt demonic beasts to earn spirit stones for cultivation. The following morning, the sun shone brightly, and the rain had cleared. The air was infused with the fragrance of damp earth mingled with the vibrant colors of spring. Su Yuan had consumed the marrow-cleansing pill, a high-quality one, which made his bones and sinews far stronger than those of Wei Shiyun. Even among cultivators in the mid-stage of qi refinement, who frequently hunted beasts, few could match him. Su Yuan was already contemplating whether to give Wei Shiyun a dose. Cleansing the marrow and expelling impurities from the body was beneficial for cultivation. However, he thought it might be too soon after their marriage, and that he should observe more. After all, the human heart is inscrutable. If this pill were to be exposed, it could bring trouble. Su Yuan was thinking long-term. The two of them had no emotional foundation. They had only formed a new family due to a vow. Their relationship was still rather tenuous. There were no ties yet. If they could conceive and have offspring, then there would be a bond. Family bloodlines and kinship would bind them together. Only then would he consider cleansing Wei Shiyun's marrow. Su Yuan thought as he stepped out of the room, stretching his body. Before long, a knock came at the courtyard door, revealing a figure in blue clothing, which was none other than the couple from next door, Zhou Wu and Yin Yao, who greeted him with smiles. Su Daoyu. Good morning. Am I disturbing you? Not at all. Su Yuan cupped his hands in greeting. Come in and have a seat. Enjoy a cup of hot tea. All right. Zhou Wu nodded in response, bringing his wife into the courtyard, sitting on the stone bench. Su Daoyu, do you know what has happened in the city? Oh. Su Yuan sat up straight, his gaze fixed on Zhou Wu. What is it? He knew that cultivators had their own intelligence networks and were well informed about major events in the city. Especially Zhou Wu, who had joined an adventurer group and often went out to hunt beasts. He knew many cultivators, making his intelligence even more comprehensive. It's a big deal. Zhou Wu did not beat around the bush, his face serious as he said, last night there was a heavy rain. It not only destroyed the city moat, but also looted the Bayou Chamber of Commerce. What? Su Yuan was startled, unable to believe his ears. The Bayou Chamber of Commerce. Are the evil cultivators so bold? How dare they enter the city to loot a commerce chamber? Zhou Wu raised his chin slightly. Su Daoyu, you need to be careful. The place where you set up your stall is right by the Tianyuan River, and there are many evil cultivators lurking around, swimming in from the riverbank. Su Yuan twitched his mouth and slowly shook his head. It's fine. Worst case, I'll take a break for a few days. Indeed. Zhou Wu laughed back. It's not safe outside the city right now. The evil cultivators dare to loot the commerce chamber. It's safer to stay home. We have several mid-stage cultivators living nearby. We can watch over each other. Even if there are evil cultivators, I doubt they would dare to come looking for trouble. Su Yuan nodded slightly in agreement. The area where they lived had many scattered cultivators. If evil cultivators really stirred up trouble, they could still unite to resist, possessing some self-defense capability. They wouldn't fall into danger. even if they were flustered. However, Su Yuan felt that even if the evil cultivators looted the commerce chamber, they likely wouldn't come to the residential area to rob these scattered cultivators with no background, no future, and no property. It would be a thankless task, wasting effort for no reason. Su Daoyu, where is Wei Xinzi? Why isn't she coming out to chat with her husband? As Su Yuan pondered, Zhou Wu's gaze swept over the kitchen where Zhou Yi was and the tightly shut door of the quiet room in the main hall, prompting him to instinctively inquire. Zhou Daoyu, is there something else? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, looking at Zhou Wu. His gaze fell on Yuan Yao, who was wearing a light blue dress, sitting elegantly, but she showed no intention of chatting. Moreover, why should a woman interrupt when a man is speaking? Zhou Wu withdrew his gaze, a smile on his face. It seems I can't hide anything from Su Daoyu. Both my wife and I are mid-stage qi refinement cultivators, and we live next door. We could actually form an alliance. Helping each other, growing together, what do you think? Su Yuan fell silent, contemplating the two for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Sorry, Zhou Daoyu. This matter is too sudden. Let me think it over. That's fine. That's fine. Zhou Wu raised his chin slightly. Su Daoyu, you need to decide quickly. It's not safe in the city lately. As scattered cultivators, we should form alliances and help each other. Only then can we go further. Su Yuan replied softly, his expression quite calm. Seeing this, Zhou Wu said no more, just standing up, patting Yuan Yao on the shoulder and gesturing with his eyes. Yaoer, you chat with Su Daoyu for a bit. I will go into the city for a while. Yuan Yao looked puzzled, wanting to say something, but saw Zhou Wu striding away, unable to find the words, and could only stand there. Her pretty face showed signs of awkwardness. Yuan Yao Xinzi. Zhou Daoyu, what does this mean? Seeing Zhou Wu leave, Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, looking at the graceful beauty Yuan Yao. He felt that something was off with Zhou Wu. There were some words left unspoken. However, he was also unsure what it was, and could only look at Yuan Yao and inquire. Su Daoyu. It's nothing. Yuan Yao looked a bit panicked, her words unclear as she instinctively waved her hand and ran toward the courtyard exit. In a flash, she disappeared from sight. Seeing this, Su Yuan crossed his arms, pondering for a moment, feeling somewhat puzzled. At that moment, the female cultivator from the next courtyard, Zhou Manyun, had unknowingly leaned over the courtyard wall, teasingly saying, It seems this Yuan Yao Xinzi has an interest in you. Su Yuan's face showed a strange expression as he turned to look at Zhou Manyun. What are you talking about? Just because her companion just left, you start spreading rumors. Zhou Manyun was unconcerned. I have a keen eye for people. Yuan Yao's Yanz's eyes have you in them. The way she looks at you carries a hint of brightness. Su Yuan felt speechless, involuntarily twitching the corners of his mouth. He certainly did not believe he possessed such great charm. As a bottom-tier scattered cultivator, a mere vendor, how could he possibly win the favor of Yuan Yao Xinzi? Moreover, the other party had a companion, making it even less likely. If you don't believe it, then forget it. I can't be bothered to waste my breath with you. Zhou Manyun did not dwell on the topic, directly tossing over a bag of spirit stones. Next time you go into the city, help me buy some cultivation supplies and some beast meat. Su Yuan took the money bag, his eyes slightly furrowed. Aren't you going yourself? Isn't business busy? Can't get away. Get lost. Zhou Manyun glared at Su Yuan, directly entering the room, showing no intention of engaging further. Seeing this, Su Yuan weighed the money bag, feeling its weight. It should contain dozens of spirit stones. He was somewhat surprised that this woman was indeed wealthy. Yuan Yao Xinzi, a married woman, interested in me. Am I really that charming? Su Yuan thought to himself, stroking his chin. If that were truly the case, wouldn't Zhou Wu's head be all green? Time passed. 3 months had flown by in the blink of an eye. With the destruction of the city moat, the evil cultivators entered along the riverbank, causing the people of Tianyun City to be filled with anxiety and concern for their safety. After all, there were still many mortals, warriors, and low-level rogue cultivators living in the city. They valued the safety of the town and paid a substantial amount of spirit stones, allowing them to live within the city or open grocery stores to earn a meager income. Unexpectedly, the chaos caused by the evil cultivators was hard for anyone to accept. Of course, Tianyun City took measures to respond. They repaired the river embankment and dispatched patrol teams, gradually calming the situation. Tianyun City, as one of the major towns governed by the Jin Kingdom, was not a place where evil cultivators dared to wreak havoc. At least not openly. However, in the shadows, many evil cultivators had gathered, hiding in the corners of the town. The danger within the city was increasing. Husband, the child is kicking me. In the room, Zhou Yi lay on her back with a bulging belly resting. Su Yuan sat beside her, gently caressing her belly, casting a soft light upon her. As time went on, Zhou Yi's belly grew larger, and her pregnancy symptoms became more severe, sometimes causing nausea and pain, which made Su Yuan feel a pang of heartache. It must be an illusion. It's only been over 4 months. How could a child kick? Really? Zhou Yi pursed her lips, revealing a hint of a smile. I heard from the midwife that at 4 months the child will start kicking. Really? Su Yuan leaned down onto her belly, feeling the movements of the fetus. His heart stirred as he laughed joyfully. It really is. Such an active little one. It must be a boy. Zhou Yi's eyes were gentle, radiating maternal warmth. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Wei Shiyun is pregnant, gaining sword Qi Talisman X10, Qing Steel, Sword X1, Fire Spirit Crystal X1, current prestige value, 220. Just as Su Yuan felt the movements of the fetus, the system's voice sounded, bringing good news. He felt a surge of excitement. It had been 3 months. Su Yuan had thought it was his fault. He worked diligently every day researching the dual cultivation path together, and after such a long time, without pregnancy, he fell into self-doubt. He did not know if it was due to the physique of a cultivator or because of Wei Shiyun. After so long without success, he planned to buy pills to regulate his body, not expecting the surprise to come so quickly. You should rest first. Su Yuan, suppressing his excitement, quickly left the room and went to the quiet room nearby. His gaze fell upon Wei Shiyun, who was meditating within. With gentle eyes, he slowly approached, wrapping her in a warm embrace. Husband, what is this? Feeling the warmth of his embrace, Wei Shiyun was puzzled, wondering why he was so affectionate today. Her eyes filled with love, which was quite unusual. She was somewhat unaccustomed to it. Wife, have you not felt unwell lately? Su Yuan held Wei Shiyun's hand, checking her pulse with a serious expression. Unwell? I think I might be a little. I've been feeling somewhat fatigued. It could be due to cultivation. Wrong. Su Yuan helped her to stand. Wife, you are pregnant. Oh. Wei Shiyun was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly for a while before saying, I'm pregnant. Yes. You are going to be a mother. Mother. Wei Shiyun was stunned for a moment, her hand unconsciously touching her belly, her eyes revealing a gentle glow. Am I really going to be a mother? Su Yuan embraced her waist. Wife, take good care of yourself, and don't cultivate anymore. Okay. Wei Shiyun leaned against Su Yuan's shoulder. Husband, the city isn't safe lately. You shouldn't go out to set up a stall either. Don't worry. Su Yuan patted Wei Shiyun's shoulder, his eyes devoid of fear. Husband is very capable. Wei Shiyun's cheeks flushed, as if recalling something. She responded softly, indeed capable. Seeing her bashful demeanor, Su Yuan felt a stir in his heart, wanting to embrace the path of dual cultivation. However, thinking that Wei Shiyun had just become pregnant, he suppressed the urge. He gently squeezed her cheek and said softly, rest well. I will go buy some nutritional supplements. Whoever suffers, the child and wife must not suffer. Be careful, Wei Shiyun reminded. Got it. Su Yuan helped Wei Shiyun sit down, repeatedly reminding her to rest well, before quickly leaving the room to check on the system's rewards. This time there were no reward pills. However, he received a sword Qi Talisman, a Qing Steel sword, and a Fire Spirit Crystal. Su Yuan had never heard of the effects of this crystal. He took it out and examined it in his palm. Instantly a wave of hot energy emanated from it, as if a flame of spiritual nature was trapped within the crystal. Fire Spirit Crystal. So this is a cultivation resource. It contains fire spiritual energy. Hiss. Su Yuan inhaled sharply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, feeling a bit hot all over. Just holding it in his palm with true energy enveloping the crystal, it radiated this heat. If absorbed into the body, it would be terrifying. Su Yuan could sense the spirituality emanating from the flame. It was extraordinary. If cultivated, it would definitely give birth to a fire spirit. Of course, once the fire spirit developed intelligence, it would be difficult to absorb. Su Yuan grinned. Without any hesitation, he directly activated his cultivation method to absorb it. In an instant, the fire spirit crystal in his hand transformed into a flame and surged into his body. Like a fire dragon, it coursed through his limbs and veins, bringing a scorching sensation that burned his bones and body. Fortunately, Su Yuan had consumed high-grade marrow-cleansing pills before, which allowed him to endure the power of the fire spirit crystal, bringing a tingling sensation. Yet he remained cautious, slowly absorbing it. He circulated his true energy into his dantian, integrating it into his body. After a moment, Su Yuan opened his eyes, a flicker of firelight flashing through them. His palm opened, revealing a ball of flame burning fiercely. Without cultivating any technique, he could transform true energy into fire, surpassing the late stage of Qi refinement, and his strength advanced another step. Especially with his true essence being abundant, accompanied by a fierce flame aura, he became even more powerful in combat. Not bad. I've reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with joy as he clenched his fist. Not only had he consumed the marrow-cleansing pills, but he also absorbed the fire spirit crystal, mastering the ability to transform true energy into fire. Even as just a 5th layer Qi refiner, his aura rivaled that of latest-stage cultivators. He had reached a completely new height. Su Yuan knew this was a level that rogue cultivators could not attain. Even disciples from sects would find it difficult to obtain high-grade marrow-cleansing pills or fire spirit crystals. It shouldn't take long. I will be able to break through to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Su Yuan exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the aura within him. The fiery, true energy in his dantian seemed ready to overflow, surging endlessly. This was a sign of an impending breakthrough. With a solid foundation and powerful aura, it only required the right opportunities to naturally break through. There is also a sword qi talisman, such a deadly means of attack. Su Yuan suppressed his excitement, took out the sword qi talisman, and examined it in his hand. The yellow talisman was engraved with silver patterns resembling blades of swords exuding a sharp aura. Su Yuan could feel the powerful sword qi contained within. It can be unleashed simply by channeling true qi. A single sword qi talisman equates to the power of a latest-stage qi refinement practitioner wielding a full-force sword strike. One can only imagine how terrifying it truly is. Such a trump card is likely unattainable even for disciples of sects or trial participants from major clans. Having mingled in Tianyuan City for so long, Su Yuan had encountered many powerful talismans, but he had never heard of a sword qi talisman, such a formidable means of attack. This shows how precious the talisman is. This type of talisman must be very expensive. Su Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes brightening with excitement, and a smile crept across his face. Ordinary talismans like the messaging talisman, fire talisman, or rain talisman can sell for 10 spirit stones each, which is considered quite cheap. However, life-saving talismans such as the protective talisman, earth escape talisman, and swift talisman are sold at very high prices. These talismans are highly sought after by wandering cultivators and have consistently good sales. There is simply no worry about selling them. A single talisman can fetch hundreds of spirit stones. Of course, the prices for deadly talismans are even higher. However, I won't sell it, I'll keep it as a trump card. This is indeed a trump card. Su Yuan grinned, suppressing his excitement, and carefully put away the sword qi talisman before retrieving his Qing steel sword. This is a high-quality magical weapon. The sword body is a brownish-blue color intricately engraved with complex patterns exuding a fierce aura. Su Yuan understood that this was a formation crafted by a weapon refiner capable of channeling true qi to activate the weapon's powers. Only by inscribing the formation could it reach the level of a magical weapon. Otherwise, it would merely be a piece of ordinary iron. This is truly impressive. Just what I need is a magical weapon. Su Yuan tightly gripped the Qing steel sword, running his fingers along the blade to the hilt. The entire sword felt perfectly balanced in his hand, providing a very comfortable grip. He found it hard to part with. He knew the price of a magical weapon. Even a low-quality one would cost several hundred spirit stones, let alone a high-quality one, which would definitely be several times or even tens of times more. Generally, the price of a high-quality magical weapon can reach over 1,000 spirit stones. Yuan has made a great contribution. Just being pregnant has yielded such a good reward. It seems I need to find another wife who is a cultivator. However, Su Yuan pondered, secretly getting married now is difficult. The city is so chaotic that everyone is cautious and no one is thinking about marriage, especially since there are fewer female cultivators. There are none with children. Sigh. Su Yuan sighed, lightly considering whether he should leave Tianyuan City for a larger town, buy a mansion, and marry. After all, his identity in Tianyuan City is merely that of an ordinary wandering cultivator not suitable for exposing his wealth. Only by moving to a new area can he change his identity. At that time, it would also be easier to find a wife and establish a cultivation family. Of course, this matter cannot be rushed. Now that Zhou Yi is pregnant and unable to move around easily, and Wei Shiyun is also expecting with evil cultivators gathering outside the city, it is indeed not a suitable time to travel. Only after the child is born can the situation be reassessed. I wouldn't mind a widow with children. I just fear a promiscuous fairy. Su Yuan shook his head, a smile flashing in his eyes as he lamented how low his standards had become. He could accept a widow, a fairy with children, and even those fleeing. However, he could not accept a shared fairy. For example, there is a promiscuous female cultivator in the city who often spends the night with different male cultivators, claiming it is to discuss the ways of cultivation. Su Yuan knew that it was merely a way to earn some spirit stones. In the end, it was nothing but a transaction. The price, however, was much higher than that of the women from the 100 Flowers Pavilion. I won't think about it anymore. Now I'll just wait for the child to be born. At worst, I can have a few more children and still receive rewards. It's just a bit hard on my wife. Su Yuan dispelled the distracting thoughts, stood up, and walked out the door, heading towards the center of the city. He planned to purchase some daily necessities in exchange for some spirit stones. After all, with 2 wives pregnant, the consumption is quite significant, so he needed to prepare in advance. He could appropriately sell some refining pills. There's no choice. Relying on the meager income from his stall, it's a bit stressful to support 2 wives. If he were to raise them in poverty, it wouldn't matter. However, Su Yuan could not bear to see his wife suffer. He still needed to provide nutritious foods specifically for pregnant women and nourishing pills. For instance, qi blood pills and vitality pills, which are used to replenish nutrition. The economy in the city is quite bleak. Many shops have closed down and the foot traffic has decreased significantly. Su Yuan walked down the street glancing at the rows of shops and shook his head secretly. Many robbery incidents have occurred over the past 3 months. The shops have all closed down. Even with patrol guards, it has little effect. Every late-night hour is when the evil cultivators run rampant. Murder and robbery have become the norm. Occasionally, those who leave early in the morning can see corpses lying on the streets. Even the patrol guards are helpless. All one can do is pray not to run into trouble at midnight to protect one's own safety. Hey, have I been targeted? Su Yuan passed through a small alley and entered a darkened passage feeling something was off. In front stood 2 middle-aged men in black, their faces dark and their bodies robust, leaning against the wall, blocking most of the way, making safe passage impossible. Especially their gazes, which held a hint of coldness. The killing aura emanating from their bodies could be imagined. This was definitely the aura formed from frequent killings. Looking back, a tall, thin man stood blocking the path, wielding a cleaver and approaching. His eyes were fierce, the killing intent palpable and unmasked. Seeing this, Su Yuan did not waste any words, gathering a strand of true essence in his fingers, unleashing the sword finger technique, and turning to shoot it at the man. In an instant, a fiery sword chi shot out, piercing directly through his chest. The tall, thin man let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground, convulsing, his eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Su Yuan, still unable to react. He could not comprehend why he encountered such a powerful wandering cultivator. With just one strike, his chest was pierced, and he had no power to resist. This level of strength was comparable to that of a sect disciple. Retreat. Upon seeing Su Yuan instantly kill his companion, the 2 middle-aged evil cultivators, after a brief moment of shock and disbelief, immediately chose to flee. There was no hesitation whatsoever. It was clear that these were evil cultivators who frequently engaged in murder and robbery. They cared nothing for the lives of their companions, only focusing on their own escape. This is how evil cultivators interact. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Now you want to run? Too late. Su Yuan lifted his gaze, watching the 2 escape with no emotion. He took out the Qing steel sword and quickly pursued them, slashing at the 2 with his sword. With a whoosh, a sharp sword energy burst forth like a howling gale, echoing through the silent alley. The fierce sword energy struck the 2, leaving deep cuts on their bodies, causing them to wail continuously, a high-grade magic weapon. Could it be that he is a disciple of a sect? Why? The 2 were filled with terror, unable to withstand the might of the magic weapon, blood oozing from the corners of their mouths, their clothes torn, collapsing onto the ground. Their bodies were covered in numerous sharp gashes. They looked utterly miserable. Gradually, blood seeped through their skin, staining their entire bodies, rendering them speechless. The 2 were completely motionless. Their eyes remained open in death. They never understood why the target they had set their sights on was so powerful. Not only could he instantly kill their companion with his supernatural abilities, but he also wielded such a high-grade magic weapon, which was simply unbelievable. Unknowingly, I have become this strong. Seeing that he had effortlessly killed 3 people, Su Yuan was very satisfied. It was his first battle against an evil cultivator, and he achieved such a result. At the same time, he gained a new understanding of his own strength. With the sword's divine ability and the enlightenment of the diamond finger, he was able to slay 3 individuals. Moreover, with the high-grade magic weapon, the Qing steel sword, he was simply overwhelming. He had finally experienced the sensation of crushing his opponents. So refreshing. Su Yuan exhaled, sheathing the Qing steel sword and rummaging through the corpses for valuables. Only then did he unleash a flame. The flames consumed everything. I didn't expect. These 3 were so rich. 3,000 spirit stones. Su Yuan walked out of the alley and into the city center, inspecting the storage bags and the treasures he had plundered. His eyes gleamed with excitement. The combined storage bags of these 3 held over 1,000 spirit stones, along with many cultivation materials, pills, talismans, and a damaged low-grade magic weapon. It was evident that these individuals frequently robbed others, as they had prepared an ample supply of pills and talismans. They had also damaged several magic weapons. As for cultivation manuals, there were hardly any, and those were all incomplete. This reflected the plight of rogue cultivators. Even as evil cultivators killing and plundering treasures, they couldn't acquire good manuals, which was truly tragic. If only they had a complete cultivation manual by their side, perhaps they wouldn't have fallen so easily. Killing and plundering. Indeed, only through killing and plundering can one quickly grow stronger. It's like taking a shortcut. One heist is worth a whole year of my market stall. Am I too timid? With chaos in the city and evil cultivators gathering, can I take advantage of the situation and engage in killing and plundering? Su Yuan gathered his supplies, quietly contemplating. He finally understood why there were so many evil cultivators robbing others and walking down this irreversible path. This sensation was like taking a shortcut, incredibly captivating. As long as he killed rogue cultivators, he could obtain their storage bags and their entire wealth, akin to opening a blind box. No one could resist such temptation. However, high rewards usually come with high risks. Those who often stand by the river are bound to get their shoes wet. No one knows if they will survive until tomorrow. Is the fat sheep in my eyes also seen as a fat sheep in others' eyes? Su Yuan suppressed his inner turmoil, dispelling the thoughts of killing and plundering, and entered the market to shop. Su Dao, friend. It's been a while since we last met. Near the market's periphery in the treasure pavilion, Old Wei sat on the steps, appearing somewhat dejected as he watched Su Yuan approach, greeting him first. Things have been unstable lately. I rarely go out. Unlike you, living in the market where safety is guaranteed. Su Yuan looked at Old Wei, glancing toward the shop, which seemed quite empty, with not a single customer. He understood in his heart. With no business and high rent, it was no wonder Old Wei appeared even older as he sat on the steps. One must know that the stalls in the market are not cheap, with monthly rents exceeding 1,000 spirit stones. This is still the price at the market's outer edge. Alas, don't poke fun at the old man. I rent this stall from the Bai family of Baiyun Mountain, and the price is indeed steep. Not long ago the rent went up again. Alas. Old Wei could not find the words, his face expressing despair with the corners of his mouth twitching. I might as well close down. Rent increase. Su Yuan looked puzzled, pondering why. How can they raise the rent in this situation? The Bai family, even if they are a newly established cultivation family, can't be foolish. With evil cultivators gathering outside the city, many cultivators have left, and Tianyan City has no foot traffic. Why raise the rent? Who knows? I've rented for over 10 years. Alas, enough of this. Every property of the Bai family has seen some increase. I might as well pack up and return to my hometown to retire. Wasting a lifetime earning nothing, and my cultivation has stagnated. I have no hope of establishing a foundation. I'm leaving. Old Wei glanced at Su Yuan, his eyes filled with loneliness and deep sadness, a feeling that lingered in his heart, leaving him unsettled. He opened a shop, pursued business opportunities, earned spirit stones, and wasted a great deal of time. Yet he forgot the importance of cultivation. Now old and weak, he was stuck at the 6th layer of qi refinement, unable to move forward. He had lost all hope of breaking through the late stage of qi refinement. Retirement isn't bad. At least I can enjoy my old age. Seeing Old Wei's desolate figure as he entered the shop to tidy the shelves, Su Yuan silently thought. He had seen many rogue cultivators whose hopes of cultivation were dashed, living in gloom and dying without a trace. Many had even perished in the wild with no one to collect their bodies. Su Yuan did not dwell on it further, continuing down the street, purchasing some supplies, and returning directly to his residence. The return trip was very smooth, without encountering any crises. It was uncertain whether it was due to the death of 3 evil cultivators. The evil cultivators hiding in Tianyan City dared not show their faces and had hidden themselves. This surprised many cultivators. Of course, they also knew that this tranquility would not last long. There was an impending sense of storm. It was merely the calm before the storm. However, soon a shocking piece of news spread. A secret realm had appeared in the misty mountains outside the city, and Tianyan City became lively once again. Many cultivators hurried there. In this secret realm, there were many opportunities and treasures. This was a fatal attraction for rogue cultivators. If one was lucky enough to obtain a spirit herb, they might break through their cultivation and achieve foundation establishment. As for inheritances and secret treasures, these were not things rogue cultivators dared to covet. The appearance of the secret realm typically attracted many sect disciples and members of cultivation families. Have you heard? Mist Mountain is shrouded in twilight, spiritual light, flickering spiritual energy surging, and a secret realm seems to have emerged. Is it true or not? Is there really a secret realm in Mist Mountain? How is that possible? We have explored for so long and found nothing. In a bustling tavern, Su Yuan sat in a corner drinking and listening intently. He had developed a habit of coming to the outskirts of the town whenever he had the chance to drink at an old tavern, rest, and catch up on the latest news. The tavern was indeed the best place to gather information. With many people and a variety of eyes, those who had drunk too much tended to talk nonsense. Naturally, these pieces of news were half true and half false, requiring discernment. Originally, Su Yuan wanted to listen for news about the evil cultivators. After all, he had slain 3 of them and was curious if there were any remaining groups wanting to gather intelligence. Unexpectedly, he heard such shocking news. It was somewhat unbelievable. Mist Mountain had a secret realm emerging. This was indeed a big deal. No wonder the rent has increased. A secret realm has appeared in Mist Mountain. Then the status of Tianyan City will also rise. This is no longer a suitable place for loose cultivators to reside. At that time, many disciples from sects and immortal families will come to explore the secret realm. I wonder if this is good or bad. Su Yuan thought, silently feeling somewhat conflicted. He had not expected that the turmoil of the evil cultivators would pass, so quickly replaced by the emergence of the secret realm, making Tianyun City lively again as many cultivators went to explore. Su Yuan could already foresee that Tianyun City would attract Foundation establishment cultivators and even Golden Core cultivators. Just thinking about it was somewhat terrifying. One must know that such cultivators could easily annihilate a city with a mere wave of their hand. The aftermath of their battles could wipe out Qi refining cultivators. Let's leave as soon as the child is born. Su Yuan took a deep breath as if he could already see the scene of powerful figures gathering in Tianyun City, fighting fiercely for treasures and destroying the town. His mid-stage Qi refining cultivation could only be considered as cannon fodder. He wasn't even strong enough to be cannon fodder. If it really came to that moment, when Golden Core cultivators came to take over the secret realm, even Foundation establishment cultivators would have to lay low. Su Yuan felt somewhat depressed walking back to his residence with heavy steps. Su Daoyu, have you heard the news in the city? At that moment, Zhou Wu from next door opened the yard inquiring about the news of the secret realm in Mist Mountain, his eyes shining with curiosity. Su Yuan slightly raised his head in acknowledgement. Su Daoyu, are you interested in exploring? All the cultivators in the city have gone to Mist Mountain. Even the evil cultivators and highwaymen have gone to explore opportunities and seize treasures. We could also go and fish in troubled waters. Zhou Daoyu. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression serious. Are you sure? With our level of cultivation, can we really explore opportunities? Isn't it too dangerous? Don't worry. Zhou Wu waved his hand. I joined an adventure team. We can explore together and safety is somewhat guaranteed. Seeing Su Yuan's lack of reaction, Zhou Wu continued. Even if Su Daoyu doesn't go, I still plan to. Sigh. I've been stuck at mid-stage Qi refining for so long, unable to break through to latest stage Qi refining, I simply can't hold it any longer. I want to take a gamble. If I encounter danger this time, it'll have to trouble Su Daoyu to take care of my wife. Su Yuan was speechless, pulling at his lips, without replying, falling silent. He thought of Zhou Manyun's words and the figure of Fairy Yunyao. He was somewhat suspicious that Zhou Wu was testing him. If he showed excitement, it might lead to misunderstandings regarding taking care of his wife. After all, he felt something was off about Zhou Wu, who asked someone to take care of their wife. Zhou Daoyu, you shouldn't say such things casually. With your 6th layer of Qi refining, your strength is quite formidable. You should be able to explore opportunities safely. It's best if your wife is left for you to take care of. Su Yuan pondered for a moment before looking at Zhou Wu, responding seriously. Zhou Wu shook his head with a smile, looking at Su Yuan with a bitter smile, as if somewhat helpless. Su Daoyu, it seems you still don't understand my meaning. Forget it. Just pretend I never said anything. Zhou Wu shook his head, glanced around the yard for a moment, and turned to leave. Su Yuan wore a strange expression as he watched Zhou wisp back, feeling that something was off. After pondering for a moment, he directly walked into the room. He took out 5 sword energy talismans and handed them to Wei Shiyun. Take this talisman. Husband. Wei Shiyun accepted the talismans, her eyes filled with surprise. What are these talismans? Why so many? Aren't they expensive? Su Yuan did not elaborate, leaning forward and wrapping his arms around her waist. Don't think too much. Rest well and take good care of the baby. With opportunities emerging in Mist Mountain, many cultivators will definitely enter Tianyun City. One must have some means of self-protection. Wei Shiyun did not say much, putting away the sword energy talismans. I didn't expect that. Mist Mountain actually has a secret realm emerging. It's a pity that I have often gone to explore, but found nothing. It seems that the opportunities are destined to have nothing to do with me. Shiyun. Su Yuan grinned, but it can't be said like that. If you find opportunities, what about your husband? Wouldn't we miss each other in the vast sea of people, eh? It seems so. Wei Shiyun nodded. Meeting you is truly wonderful. Even a secret realm cannot compare to my husband. I don't care. The next morning, as the news of the secret realm spread, even Zhao Yu came to find Su Yuan visiting early. His expression was somewhat anxious, his fists clenched tightly as he gently knocked on the yard door. Hearing the sound, Zhou Yi quickly walked out of the room, smiling to greet him. Uncle Zhao. Quick, come in. Zhao Yu entered the yard looking quite helpless. You girl, I've told you long ago, no need to call me uncle. It will mess up the hierarchy. You call me uncle and Su Daoyu calls me brother. What am I supposed to do? Zhou Yi wore a smile, unfazed. Husband said. We each have our own titles. You are indeed my uncle Zhao. Ugh. Zhao Yu shook his head, looking somewhat awkward. Such words could only come from Su Daoyu. Zhao Yu did not dwell on it, showing a hearty smile as he entered the room. just in time to see Su Yuan yawning as he came in looking drowsy. Su Daoyu, I truly envy that you can still sleep. I couldn't sleep a wink all night, tossing and turning, thinking all night. I've decided that I still want to go to Mist Mountain to explore opportunities. Su Yuan instantly snapped awake. Brother, surely you're not serious. You're going after this opportunity too. Have you truly thought it through? What are the dangers involved? Zhao Yu exhaled sharply, his gaze hardening with resolve. Brother Su, you may not yet know. I've heard this secret realm is the former abode of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Its spirit herb garden bears fruit trees imbued with a century's worth of efficacy, and even spirit-nurturing fruits. I've weighed my options carefully. I only intend to venture into the outer periphery to gather spirit herbs and medicinal plants. Surely no great peril lies there. After a moment's thoughtful pause, Zhao Yu continued, Truth be told, rather you didn't accompany me at all. I know full well you won't go exploring with me. Yet there is one matter I must entrust to you. What matter? Su Yuan asked, his expression faintly puzzled. Should I fail to return? Please look after my wife and daughter. Su Yuan froze, his face growing increasingly incredulous. Why does everyone always entrust their wives and daughters to others? Senior fellow cultivator Su, I am well aware of your integrity. If you would consent to care for them and raise my daughter to adulthood, please keep her close. Enough. Su Yuan raised a hand before Zhao Yu could finish, his expression grave. Hold your tongue. Rest assured, if I remain in Tianyan City, your wife and daughter shall be safeguarded without fail. As for everything else, wait until you return yourself. Excellent. A surge of exhilaration lit Zhao Yu's face. Glancing once at Su Yuan and Zhou Yi, he hesitated not a moment longer, turned, strode out the door, and left the courtyard without looking back. Watching Zhao Yu depart, Zhou Yi voiced quiet concern. Is Uncle Zhao all right? Is gathering spirit herbs truly safe? Who can say? Su Yuan shook his head. Strange. Zhao Yu has always been cautious. He's married, father to child, and settled into peaceful retirement. Why would he risk venturing into the Mistvale Mountains? Yet upon reflection, Su Yuan understood. As a rogue cultivator, Zhao Yu had long seen no path forward, no hope of advancement. So he'd accepted fate, taken a wife, and raised a family. Now, however, a secret realm had suddenly appeared, right before his eyes. No one could suppress the tremor of longing that stirred deep within the heart. All yearned to seize fortune, to gamble everything on a single chance. Whether the realm proved genuine or illusory, every soul wished to be the first to break the shell, to taste the unknown. At least now such an opportunity existed. While major sects, immortal clans, and powerful cultivation families had yet to converge, he intended to explore it ahead of them. Perhaps Zhao Yu holds some secret, some hidden advantage, Su Yuan murmured, narrowing his eyes in quiet contemplation, then dismissed the thought. He knew well that every cultivator guarded private truths. Prying was neither necessary nor wise. Perhaps Zhao Yu had received confidential intelligence, or possessed a concealed trump card granting him confidence to pursue this opportunity. Or perhaps, however far-fetched, the notion held truth, he might even possess a map to the realm itself. Zhao Yu, the fated one, might receive its legacy in his twilight years, and soar beyond all expectation. Such a turn was not impossible. 3 days later, at dawn, a fine drizzle fell. Word of the secret realm had drawn countless cultivators to the Mistvale Mountains in search of fortune. Tianyan City buzzed with newfound energy. Along its streets strolled sect disciples clad in sumptuous silks and immaculate robes alongside scions of wealthy immortal families, starkly contrasting the city's native residents. Clearly these were disciples sent for trial and training. Elders from their lineages had yet to arrive. Su Yuan surmised that once the realm's existence was confirmed, every major force would descend without delay. No opportunity would remain for rogue cultivators. Even if discovered, such realms inevitably fell under the control of sects and immortal clans. Rogue cultivators like Zhao Yu could only linger at the fringes, gathering herbs. But none of this concerned Su Yuan. He prepared instead to set up his stall and earn his daily sustenance. Over the past 2 days his stall had flourished, so much so that even rain wouldn't deter him. These sect disciples carried abundant spirit stones and delighted in acquiring antiques or broken artifacts, hoping to uncover overlooked treasures they might restore. A wry smile flickered across Su Yuan's lips. If true bargains existed, they'd long since have been auctioned off, not left for casual discovery. Senior fellow cultivator Su, are you at home? Just then a crisp knock sounded at the courtyard gate. The gate swung open, revealing a poised figure clad in pristine white robes. She stepped swiftly into the courtyard. Yunyao Xinzi, the wife of the neighboring rogue cultivator. Yunyao Xinzi. Yes, I'm here. Su Yuan hurried out, a gentle smile gracing his features as he extended a courteous invitation. Xinzi, please come inside at once. It's raining. Don't let yourself get drenched. Su Yuan observed her refined grace and spotless white gown, unable to resist offering a gentle reminder. He could tell she'd been traveling for hours. Otherwise, such light rain could never have dampened her robes enough to reveal her slender, elegant silhouette. Yunyao Xianzi flushed with embarrassment, glancing down at her soaked garments. Only then realizing her state, her composure momentarily faltering. Still, she fixed her gaze upon Su Yuan, urgency shimmering in her eyes as she tugged at her damp sleeve. Senior fellow cultivator Su, do you have time now? My husband entered the Mist Vale Mountains days ago and has not returned. I wish to ask you to accompany me. Yunyao Xianzi bit her lip, her voice faltering, as though the request pained her to utter. Though I know conditions beyond the city walls grow complex, with so many sect disciples now present. Senior fellow cultivator Su, might you help investigate? Su Yuan's brows furrowed faintly. He remained silent, gazing upward at the falling rain, and then downward at the woman before him, fragile and desperate. Let us speak indoors first. You'll catch a chill otherwise, far from ideal. Yes, Yunyao Xianzi nodded gently and followed Su Yuan inside the dwelling. Zhou Yi had already prepared hot tea, her warm smile welcoming as she bowed respectfully to Yunyao Xianzi and poured a cup. Xianzi, please take this warm tea. Thank you. Yunyao accepted the cup, seated herself gracefully beside the tea table, and sipped delicately, her crimson lips parting just slightly as she lifted her urgent gaze towards Su Yuan. Ahem. Su Yuan cleared his throat softly, interrupting her words. Xianzi, there's no need to rush. First, please change into dry robes. Of course. Gazing at her damp attire, Yunyao's cheeks bloomed with a soft rose hue. She followed Zhou Yi into the chamber, emerging moments later clad once more in a fresh snow-white robe. She began recounting the tale calmly. It turned out that 3 evenings prior, Zhou Wu had departed their residence without warning, entering the Mist Vale mountain range directly. Since then, he'd sent no word, not even a single pulse through their private transmission art. Alarmed by his silence, Yunyao had come urgently seeking Su Yuan's aid in locating him. She feared he'd encountered grave danger. Else why would he vanish without trace? Fairy Yunyao. Don't be anxious. Dao friend Zhou possesses a cultivation of the 6th layer of qi refinement, which is considered top tier even among loose cultivators. And he is also part of an adventurous team heading out to explore. Perhaps he has already entered the secret realm. Not receiving any messages is normal. Su Yuan held a cup of tea and placed it before Yun Yao, casting her a gentle smile. Yun Yao took the cup with both hands, her eyes showing a hint of worry. Dao friend Su, could you help me gather some news? Su Yuan was silent for a moment, unsure of how to respond, before slowly shaking his head. Fairy Yun Yao. I currently have no plans to explore the secret realm. I just want to accompany my 2 wives, waiting for the child to be born. Oh. Yun Yao looked at Zhou Yi, gazing at her round belly, her eyes reflecting a trace of envy. Dao friend Su, I'm sorry for the disturbance. I will leave now. Wait. Seeing Yun Yao stand up to leave, Su Yuan hurriedly called out to stop her. Fairy, where are you going? It's still raining. Won't you take a break? No. Fairy Yun Yao bit her lip lightly, her eyes turning serious. I must go find my husband. Su Yuan looked helpless. There is some chaos outside the city now, with evil cultivators causing trouble, major forces gathering, and a mix of dragons and snakes. Especially loose cultivators who are alone are more likely to be targeted. Are you sure you want to leave the city? Fairy Yun Yao replied firmly. Seeing this, Su Yuan let out a breath, stepping in front of Yun Yao to block her path. Dao friend Zhou asked me for a favor when he went to Misty Mountain. What favor? Yun Yao asked, somewhat excited. Well, it's... Su Yuan looked at the woman before him, unsure of how to begin, and after a moment's thought he said, it's about waiting. Wait for Dao friend Zhou to return. Do not go to Misty Mountain. Really? Yun Yao seemed half convinced. Of course. Su Yuan smiled, his lips curving upward. Fairy, I would not lie about what Dao friend Zhou said. He also asked me to help watch over the fairy. It's just to prevent you from going out to search. In case of danger. Yun Yao's cheeks flushed slightly, lowering her head, and daring not to meet Su Yuan's gaze, her voice barely audible. Thank you, Dao friend. No, it's no trouble for Dao friend Su. I can take care of myself. Seeing this, Su Yuan found it somewhat amusing, observing Yun Yao for a moment before looking out at the drizzle. Once the rain stops, I will accompany you to gather some news. Really? Fairy Yun Yao's face lit up with excitement, her eyes sparkling with gratitude, as if she could hardly believe it. Of course. Su Yuan nodded slightly, a smile playing on his lips. He wasn't just helping Yun Yao, he wanted to investigate the news about the secret realm to see if it was real or not. He also needed to find out if the major sects had gathered, and if any Golden Core cultivators had arrived. This had to be investigated thoroughly. He was quite skeptical about Zhao Yu's news regarding the place where Foundation establishment cultivators had perished. If that were true, the value of this secret realm would be immense, certainly attracting many Foundation establishment cultivators. By noon the rain had stopped. The air became increasingly clear. After a simple lunch, Su Yuan took Yun Yao out of the courtyard heading towards the western street of the town. On the street the voices of people rose and fell. The crowd was bustling, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Tianyun City had become more prosperous than ever. From time to time one could see passing loose cultivators and disciples of prestigious families riding spiritual beasts in the sky, completely disregarding the rules of the city. It was evident that these were disciples from cultivation families who held Tianyun City in contempt. After all, it was merely an ordinary town still in a remote area. Without any foundation establishment experts stationed here, they felt utterly fearless. Dao friend Su, where shall we go to gather information? Of course to the tavern. Yin Yao, standing aside, gazed at the changes happening in Tianyun City. Seeing so many powerful figures gathered, her eyes reflecting a sense of daze. The tavern. Yin Yao was slightly taken aback, blinking her eyes in confusion. Seeing this, Su Yuan said no more, stepping into a tavern, ordering a jug of fine wine, and sitting down quietly. Soon many guests entered the tavern, including groups of loose cultivators who began to complain. It's truly infuriating. The Tai Su sect actually won't let us enter the mountains. How tyrannical. A small-statured individual lamented, it's all our fault for arriving late. The cultivation sects came and directly blocked the mountains. What can we do? Oomph. At this moment several loose cultivators at the neighboring table snorted coldly. The Tai Su sect being tyrannical is one thing. The Bai family and the Chiu family, these cultivation families, are actually robbing us of our treasures. It's simply too much. No way. Have the cultivation families started robbing? Could they be disguised evil cultivators? Using a tiger's skin to make a flag. Exactly. Someone quickly countered, Bai family cultivators, even in Jin country, are a prominent family. How could they rob? Hep. A burly man at the neighboring table glared angrily. You are still too young. Cultivation noble families always have some wayward sons who can be more troublesome than evil cultivators. You'll understand once you encounter them. As the tavern's crowd gathered, a heated discussion commenced, and Su Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, his eyes carrying a hint of intrigue. He hadn't expected the Tai Su sect to be so overbearing. They had blocked Misty Mountain, not allowing loose cultivators to enter for training and exploration. He knew that with the emergence of the secret realm, sects would definitely come to take charge, but he hadn't anticipated such tyranny. They had directly cut off the hopes of the loose cultivators. No opportunities were provided. Tai Su sect. The top sect of Jin country. The sect master seems to possess golden core cultivation. No wonder they are so overbearing. I wonder if Xiao Yu has been driven out. He should have already entered the secret realm. Su Yuan mused, inwardly pouring a cup of wine for Yun Yao, and smiling to reassure her. Did you hear that? The Tai Su sect has come to block the mountains. I believe Dao friend Zhou should be safe. Don't worry. Yun Yao nodded slightly, taking a sip from her cup, her cheeks slightly flushed. I hope my husband can return soon. The Tai Su sect and the cultivation families make Misty Mountain far too dangerous. Indeed. Su Yuan felt deeply, gazing at Yun Yao for a moment before curiously asking, your relationship seems good. But why do you often argue and even resort to violence? Yun Yao paused for a moment, tugging at her collar to cover her fair skin, revealing a bruise. Dao friend Su. My husband has a bad temper. Sometimes when his cultivation is obstructed and he struggles to break through, he becomes irritable. Moreover, a few years ago my husband was injured, affecting his health. Yun Yao paused, raising her cup to drink it all down before taking a heavy breath. So I haven't been able to get pregnant all these years. Dao friend Su, seeing you with Sister Zhou, I truly feel envious. Oh. Su Yuan nodded slightly, not saying much more. However, a strange thought emerged in his mind. Was Zhou Wu in such poor condition that he hinted at himself? Did he want him to help? No wonder he hadn't spoken out. How could one bring this up? As evening approached, the sky grew darker and the air turned slightly cooler. The bustling tavern became even livelier as wandering cultivators gathered to drink. Su Yuan and Yun Yao had been sitting there for the entire afternoon. They overheard many interesting tales. Some people, even before entering the Misty Mountain, were robbed by bandits. Others were purchasing maps to secret realms. They wandered aimlessly, falling into the lairs of demonic beasts. Various amusing stories flowed like a captivating narrative, leaving people yearning for more. Su Yuan and Yun Yao listened intently while drinking. They chatted and laughed, drawing closer in their relationship, no longer as distant as before, raising their cups to toast each other. Especially as the alcohol took effect, a hint of flirtation sparkled in their eyes. Yun Yao was naturally graceful, her skin fair, and her charm still intact, truly a beauty. Even in her 30s, she showed no signs of age, possessing a stunningly perfect figure. Particularly after drinking, her cheeks flushed with color, making her irresistible. As their eyes met, it felt as if an electric current passed between them. Su Yuan finally understood the words of Zhou Man Yun. There was a light in Yun Yao's eyes. Su Dao friend. I should head back first. Facing Su Yuan's gaze, Yun Yao trembled slightly, as if an electric shock coursed through her, lowering her head to avoid his eyes. All right. Su Yuan took a deep breath. If you need help, feel free to come find me. Yun Yao shyly stood up and left the tavern, disappearing into the street. Seeing this, Su Yuan contemplated for a moment before settling the bill and returning to his residence. He waited until she entered the courtyard and safely made it to her room before he felt relieved. He really feared she might encounter some danger. After all, if such a beautiful woman were targeted, it would be troublesome. This woman, she can really drink. Su Yuan chuckled to himself as he stepped into the courtyard and entered the room, finding Wei Shiyun and embracing her tightly. Inhaling her enticing fragrance, he asked what's wrong. Feeling his warm body, Wei Shiyun looked puzzled, wrapping her arms around Su Yuan. Nothing. I just missed my dear wife. It was not until evening that Su Yuan reluctantly released her. He stood up, walked to the wardrobe, and took out a thin blanket covering Wei Shiyun to shield her graceful figure. After more than 3 months together, their relationship had grown much closer. They had reached a level of intimacy that was meticulous. Wei Shiyun was also very considerate, being exceptionally gentle. Shiyun, this is the spirit stones needed for cultivation. Su Yuan sat at the edge of the bed, gently stroking her soft hair and caressing her warm cheek. He took out a small pouch of spirit stones and placed it in her embrace. I still have spirit stones. Wei Shiyun smiled lightly, pulling the spirit stones away as she covered herself with the blanket, tilting her head to say slowly, what's the need to be polite with my husband? Su Yuan smiled, reaching his hand under the blanket to explore and holding tightly. Then he released a powerful aura, directly breaking through his cultivation level. Everything flowed smoothly without any obstacles as he directly advanced to the 6th layer of qi refinement. The ease of the process even surprised Su Yuan. It was the first time it had gone so smoothly. In the past, he would have definitely been stuck at a bottleneck, needing to rely on pills to accumulate. But now, taking high-grade cleansing pills and absorbing fire spiritual crystals improved his bones and filled his true essence, making the breakthrough very effortless. It was almost comparable to mid-grade spiritual roots. Husband, you broke through. Feeling this aura, Wei Shiyun's eyes widened in disbelief. It was known that he had only been 3 months, yet he had advanced to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Such speed was astonishing. Even knowing Su Yuan's potential and strong physique, no one expected it would happen so quickly. Thanks to my wife's contributions. Su Yuan smiled broadly, playfully rubbing her nose as he casually explained. Hearing this, Wei Shiyun said nothing further, but wrapped her arms around his solid arm, her eyes expressing tenderness. It's so good to have met my husband. As long as my husband doesn't leave, I won't abandon you. Naturally. Su Yuan patted his hands, soothing Wei Shiyun. After a tiring sleep, he left the room to cultivate his true essence. He stabilized his cultivation level. Moments later, Su Yuan stood up and stretched his muscles, producing a series of cracking sounds as his bones and meridians thundered. He could clearly feel his true qi becoming more abundant. The operation of his dantian became increasingly smooth, with continuous true essence flowing into his limbs, strengthening his bones. Is there a fire? Suddenly at that moment, he looked out the window to see a red light surging in the dark night sky, shooting straight into the heavens. That direction was precisely the market in the city. Accompanied by the noise, there were wails and sounds of smashing. Then he heard many footsteps quickly rushing down the street, a group of masked bandits storming into the residential area to steal valuables. Many bandits even rushed into the courtyard. The gleaming blades emitted a fierce, killing intent as they charged forward. Seeing this, Su Yuan wasted no time. A blazing sword finger shot out, instantly piercing through the body of a bandit. They didn't even have a chance to react before collapsing in front of the courtyard door, completely losing their breath. Such a painful blow. Seeing this scene, the bandits dared not continue advancing, hastily fleeing into the distance. However, many unaware bandits scaled the courtyard walls and entered the yard. But for them, only death awaited. A tragic end. Before long, several corpses lay scattered on the ground, all neatly arranged. Husband, what happened? Hearing the commotion outside, Zhou groggily walked out, revealing her drowsy eyes. But soon her eyes widened in shock as she stared at the corpses on the ground, the bloody stench hitting her face, causing her entire body to tremble in fear. Don't be afraid. Su Yuan approached to comfort her, covering her eyes with his hand. It's okay. My husband is here. Zhou trembled, gazing at the commotion on the street, burying her head and not daring to speak further. It was her first time encountering such a situation. Evil cultivators stormed into the city, looting valuables, engaging in fierce battles with various blades and spells, emanating a terrifying pressure that filled people's hearts with dread. Particularly with the corpses right in front of the courtyard door, it was even more terrifying. This is too much. These bandits actually dared to invade the city and attack the residential area. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Wei Shiryun emerged from the room, standing beside Zhou Yi with a frown. She couldn't understand why they had the audacity to enter the city and rob, especially entering the residential area. After all, there were quite a few wandering cultivators inside, which could be considered a powerful force. Perhaps it is because of the Taisu sect. The Misty Mountain has been sealed off, and these robbers have no opportunity to explore for chances. Moreover, many of the loose cultivators in the city have gone to the Misty Mountain. Their strength has weakened, making this the best time to act. Su Yuan looked at the flames in the city, his eyes calm as he analyzed the situation. He knew that the evil cultivators who entered the residential area to rob were not very strong, only at the mid-key refining stage, posing no real threat. The truly powerful evil cultivators must have already plundered the city's market and fled outside the city. They would never rob the residential area. That shouldn't be the case. With the secret realm emerging, attracting many powerful beings, as well as sect disciples and cultivation families, how could these evil cultivators cause chaos? Has no one come out to stop them? Hee. Su Yuan sneered. Cultivation families. Shiryun, do not forget that this is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Cultivation families would not care about the chaos caused by evil cultivators. Can you guess why this situation has occurred? Why did they suddenly attack the city market? Wei Shiryun was stunned for a moment, pursed her lips, and fell silent. Seeing this, Su Yuan did not say much more and opened the door to the quiet room. You all stay in the room. Do not go outside. Zhou Yi nodded slightly, obediently walking into the room. Husband, are you going? Wei Shiyan's eyes moved slightly, asking curiously. Su Yuan smiled, but did not respond directly, instead quietly reminding her, do you remember the talisman your husband gave you? If you encounter danger, directly activate the Sword Qi talisman. It possesses the full power of a late Qi refining stage attack. It should be enough to scare the robbers away. Wei Shiryun was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting the talisman to be so powerful, but she did not ask further and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Holding Zhou Yi's hand, he entered the room and tightly closed the door. Seeing this, Su Yuan stepped out of the door and into the yard outside, looking at the bodies lying on the ground. He squatted down and began to search, unable to help but exclaim, it's a perfect opportunity. Killing and robbing. What a great opportunity. Su Yuan took a deep breath, looking at the flames in the night sky, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Now with the market in flames, the town in chaos, and robbers rampant, it was indeed a perfect time to take advantage of the situation and loot. Particularly, one could rob the robbers' storage bags. He would not let such a good opportunity slip away. However, just as Su Yuan was pondering, a commotion broke out in the neighboring courtyard, accompanied by Yun Yao's cries. Su Yuan did not hesitate, his footsteps strong as he soared into the sky, landing in the courtyard. He saw two robbers engaged in combat with Yun Yao. The fight was quite intense. Even though Yun Yao possessed mid-stage cultivation, she was unable to withstand the two robbers and was gradually pushed back, almost unable to hold her ground. At that moment, Su Yuan shot out his finger, directly forcing the two back. They fell to the ground. Who is this person? Such strong power. The two quickly got back on their feet, their eyes fixed on Su Yuan, filled with malice. Kid, don't meddle in other people's business. Get lost. As the words fell, a burly man wielding a large cleaver swung it violently in the air. I will count to 3. Oh, if you don't leave, I will kill you. Su Yuan coldly watched, showing no response, only gazing at the two with some surprise. He did not expect these two to be able to withstand the sword finger technique. They possessed power at the late Qi refining stage. It was somewhat unexpected. Of course, that was all there was to it. Su Yuan only used 30% of his power when deploying the sword finger technique, not even exerting himself fully. He had thought they were merely ordinary robbers who had crawled into the courtyard earlier. Now it seemed they were clearly much stronger. Su Yuan did not think much further, moving his hands to stretch his muscles and bones, his true essence gathering, his body roaring and surging forward like an explosive blast. You have some guts to dare to act. Seeing Su Yuan rushing over, the burly man's eyes turned fierce, wielding his broad-bladed knife and slashing down with force. However, this strike did not land on Su Yuan at all. He dodged with a swift movement and soared into the air, delivering a kick. Boom. The kick exploded with a loud bang, landing directly on the burly man's waist, catching him completely off guard. He was sent flying and crashed into the courtyard wall. Su Yuan showed no hesitation, charging forward again, his Vajra finger activated true essence, swirling around him like flames, the golden fingertips glowing red. He thrust directly into the man's chest. You. Seeing the wound on his chest, the burly man widened his eyes, blood pouring from his mouth, unable to utter a single word as he stared at Su Yuan. He did not expect the opponent to be so decisive and fierce, completely unable to compete with him. Moreover, the density of true essence was overwhelmingly powerful. Damn it, why? The burly man spat out blood, trembling all over as he gradually lost his vitality, completely cutting off his life force. With the burly man's death, the nearby watching robber was already dumbfounded, standing there in a daze. He did not expect Su Yuan's combat power to be so formidable. In just an instant, he had killed his companion without any resistance. Thinking of this, he turned and fled in fear. Can you escape? Just as the robber was about to flee, Su Yuan was already behind him, kicking him away. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. His entire body's bones were broken. Before the robber could beg for mercy, Su Yuan shot out a finger, piercing through his chest, blood and flesh exploding everywhere, leaving him dead beyond recovery. Su Dao, friend, is that you? Seeing this scene, having cut down 2 latest-stage cultivators in the blink of an eye, even robbers in the late chi refining stage. Yuan Yao was somewhat incredulous, her eyes wide as she gazed at this scene, trembling all over, finding it hard to stand, leaning against the wall behind her, filled with shock. She could even see the fear reflected in her eyes. This was beyond her understanding, a scene she had never witnessed before. It generated a wave of unfamiliar terror. In her eyes, Su Yuan appeared like a god of death, his actions clean and efficient, instantly overpowering the evil cultivators. It was hard for her to imagine the Su Yuan who was setting up stalls in the city had such combat prowess. It is I. Su Yuan shook off the blood from his hand, rummaged through the corpse's storage bag, and then approached Yuan Yao, taking a deep breath. Are you all right? I'm fine. Yuan Yao slowly shook her head. She struggled to overcome her fear, adjusting her breathing and gasping for air. Yet she still could not hide her fear, timidly backing away, tripping over unintentionally. Fortunately, Su Yuan was quick to react and caught her by the waist. Steadying herself. Su Dao, friend. Thank you today. Feeling the firm and powerful hand, Yuan Yao shivered, quickly breaking free and retreating to a distance. If someone saw this, it would be hard to explain. A married woman embracing another man. But soon, with a series of explosions echoing the distant town, erupted in chaos, a thick smoke billowing towards them, carrying a fierce wind. Yuan Yao finally reacted. At this time, even if she was being held by Su Yuan, it should not attract attention. The evil cultivators were causing chaos, attacking the town, posing an immense danger. She no longer cared for much. Urgently, she said, Su Dao, friend. Quick, let's hide in the house. Okay. Su Yuan replied, emphatically, nodding vigorously. Although he was not afraid of this gust of wind, the billowing smoke was still somewhat choking. It was best to avoid this thick smoke before leaving. You, my friend. Su Yuan entered the room, directly closing the door to block out the thick smoke from outside. His gaze fell upon the crimson stain on Yuan Yao's arm, and he couldn't help but inquire. Yuan Yao took a deep breath, her brows slightly furrowed. I accidentally scraped it during the battle just now. A small injury, it's nothing serious. Is that so? Su Yuan pulled out a bottle of healing pills, his eyes filled with concern. Be careful. Let's stop the bleeding first. Yuan Yao opened the pill bottle, sniffed it lightly, and without any hesitation swallowed it down. Seeing this, a smile crossed Su Yuan's face as he teasingly said, Fairy, aren't you afraid I might have poisoned it? Oh. Yuan Yao was momentarily stunned, looking at Su Yuan's playful demeanor. Finally, she reacted, pursing her lips and softly exclaiming, even if it were poisoned, I would accept it. If it weren't for Su, I would have met my end tonight. There would have been no chance to stand here and talk. Su Yuan slightly raised his head, saying nothing more. He simply extended a finger, shooting out a sword finger that shattered the glowing crystal, plunging the room into darkness. This left Yuan Yao feeling bewildered, her eyes filled with fear. She thought Su Yuan was about to do something. Her heart raced. Breathing became increasingly heavy. With the evil cultivators causing chaos, it's better to be cautious. Turn off the lights and don't make any noise. Just then, Su Yuan's voice rang out, and Yuan Yao realized she had been overthinking. A blush crept onto her face as she clutched her dress, wishing she could sink into the ground. So, my friend, do you know what has happened in the city? Why so sudden? In the dead of night, at midnight, the evil cultivators have taken over the town. Yuan Yao's eyes were frantic as she searched for a topic to break the awkwardness. I don't know. Su Yuan didn't think much, gazing through the crack in the door at the movements outside, his face growing graver. If I am not mistaken, it must be related to the cultivation families. Otherwise, would the evil cultivators dare to create chaos at such a time? Perhaps it's those young rascals playing the role of the evil cultivators, looting the merchant guilds in the city. Yuan Yao listened quietly, not rebutting. She knew that the members of cultivation families, along with many sect disciples, could collaborate with the evil cultivators to cause chaos, and that was not impossible merely for amusement. The cultivation families have a powerful background, and no one dares to offend them. For instance, the Bai family nearby has an ancestor who is a foundation establishment master. Even Tianyan City and several nearby towns have properties belonging to the Bai family. They are truly formidable. It seems the emergence of the secret realm is not a good thing. At least not for us. It brings no benefits. Oh, Su Yuan was somewhat surprised that Yun Yao had such awareness, and he couldn't help but shake his head in admiration. Fairy, you are right. With the major powers gathering together, it is not beneficial for us loose cultivators. In fact, it's extremely dangerous. So my friend, Yun Yao took a deep breath. You don't need to call me fairy anymore. As a married woman with low aptitude and a cultivation level of the 4th layer of qi refining, I am not a fairy at all. Just call me Yun Yao. That won't do. Su Yuan slowly shook his head. In my eyes, Yun, my friend, you are youthful and charming no less than a fairy. Even the beauties of the sect cannot compare to you. The title of fairy suits you perfectly. Yun Yao was stunned, gazing blankly at Su Yuan, her eyes somewhat lost. In the next moment, her cheeks flushed, her neck and earlobes turned rosy, her skin glowing, and her body tensed slightly, trembling lightly. This was the first time she had been praised, so stirring her heart. Especially with Su Yuan addressing her as fairy, it made her feel even more bashful. Secretly pleased, Su, my friend. Don't tease me. Yun Yao lowered her head, her shyness evident as she walked to the tea table and poured herself a cup of tea. Su Yuan took the cup of tea without caring about its temperature, drinking it all in one go before placing it back on the table. Their gazes met, lingering for a long time. Especially since the two were alone in the room, and in the pitch-black house the atmosphere grew increasingly ambiguous. So my friend, I need to rest now. All right. Su Yuan slightly nodded, looking at Yun Yao's bashful demeanor, taking out a sword energy talisman. Keep this for self-defense. If you encounter danger and activate the talisman, I will come. I won't let you fall into danger. Yun Yao took the talisman, her eyes complex as she stared at Su Yuan, nodding vigorously. Thank you. You're welcome. Su Yuan said no more, quietly opening the door to the room and stepping into the courtyard. His gaze turned towards the next door, where Zhou Manyun, the female cultivator, lived. It was silent, as if no one resided there, and he leaped up. Upon entering the courtyard, 2 sharp arrows suddenly shot towards him, catching him off guard. He hadn't expected that Zhou Manyun would still be in the courtyard setting up mechanisms with such formidable power. Su Yuan scanned his surroundings and saw 2 bodies of the evil cultivators lying on the ground, their bodies riddled with arrows having been turned into sieves. Su Yuan was speechless, twitching the corner of his mouth. He found Zhou Manyun increasingly mysterious. A woman engaged in waterway trade shouldn't be involved in such mechanisms to harm customers, right? After pondering for a moment, Su Yuan began to scout the surroundings, standing outside the house for a while. Not seeing any trace of her, he felt somewhat disappointed and left. He was still worried about Zhou Manyun encountering evil cultivators and not receiving payment. He had come to help collect debts, but ended up finding nothing, feeling quite disheartened. I wonder if Zhao Yu's wife and daughter are in danger. I promised to take care of Zhao Yu's wife. If only. Su Yuan did not linger, exerting power in his legs to leap into the air, leaving the courtyard, his figure flashing quickly as he arrived at Zhao Yu's residence. Standing outside the room, he gently knocked on the door. Sister-in-law, are you all right? As the voice came out after a long wait, a delicate figure finally appeared, timidly opening the door to reveal a pale face. Su Xiaogu. I turned off the lights early and didn't encounter any danger. It's fine. Su Yuan looked at the woman before him, dressed in a nightgown, her eyes filled with panic, and offered her a reassuring gaze. This is Zhao Yu's concubine, with a dignified appearance and a fair complexion, though she is indeed a beauty, surpassing many female cultivators in the qi refinement stage. Most importantly, she is only 18 years old, in the prime of her youth. Su Xiaogu. What happened? It's nothing. Su Yuan waved his hand, and looking at the woman said sternly, Stay inside, do not go out, go to sleep quickly. Okay. The woman dared not say more, directly closing the door and entering the room. Seeing this, Su Yuan jumped onto the roof, observing his surroundings. Zhao Yu's residence is located in the north of the city, near the outskirts, in a region where ordinary mortals live, rarely visited by rogue cultivators, making it a relatively safe area. For now, there is no need to worry about the safety of Zhao Yu's wife and daughter. After pondering for a moment, he donned a black robe and strolled through the town, reaping the lives of rogue cultivators. As the saying goes, take advantage of the chaos, now is the best time. He is also quite confident in his own strength. With the diamond finger sword pointing technique, sword chi talismans, and high-grade magical artifacts at his side, he has no opponents except for Foundation establishment cultivators. Even if he encounters peak qi refinement cultivators, he dares to fight. Even if he cannot win, he can still escape safely. Of course, he is not so arrogant as to roam around plundering and robbing merchant guilds. He simply circled around, plundered several rogue cultivators, and returned home. Su Yuan knows when to stop while he's ahead. He does not want to get caught up in becoming a rogue cultivator who kills and robs treasures. Moreover, there are many disciples from sects and members of immortal families in the city. Encountering them would be troublesome. It is better to be cautious and not draw too much attention, just to make a little profit and leave. That is the best outcome. Husband, you are back. Hearing the noise, Wei Shiyun came out to check, her eyes filled with curiosity, especially when she saw Su Yuan dressed in black with dozens of storage bags hanging from his waist. Her curiosity deepened, revealing a strange expression. One need not guess to know what he has been doing. I worried my wife. Su Yuan took off his black robe, walked over, and embraced Wei Shiyun, entering the room to check his gains. The next morning, the morning sun rose, casting warm sunlight over the town. After a night of plundering, the evil cultivators had long since fled, leaving behind a scene of devastation, a broken and charred town shrouded in thick smoke. On this day, no residents of Tianyuan City ventured outside. They all hid in their homes, watching from a distance. Only the city guards were clearing the streets, remaining vigilant. As for the family cultivators and disciples from various sects, they stood at a distance, watching the commotion with a look of indifference. To them, this was merely a trivial matter. They did not care at all. Look, has the Jin Kingdom sent troops? As the crowd observed, a family disciple pointed at the spiritual boat in the sky, his eyes filled with surprise. The Jin Kingdom's fortunes are nearly exhausted. Do they still want to come and seize opportunities? On the street, a slender youth dressed in luxurious golden garments, holding a folding fan, glanced with a hint of disdain in his eyes, seemingly unimpressed. Young Master Lin Xiao, you are right. The Jin Kingdom is preoccupied with battles and wants to send troops to support Tianyuan City. They probably lack the capability. This secret realm is controlled by the Taishu sect. Thus, Tianyuan City should naturally be handed over. Exactly. The crowd standing beside Lin Xiao all expressed their agreement. Does the Jin Kingdom still want to control Tianyuan City? They are probably powerless. As the crowd discussed, a spiritual boat approached from the distance, moving extremely fast, stopping in midair. In front of the spiritual boat stood a burly, middle-aged man clad in silver armor. His gaze swept over Tianyuan City, looking at the devastation, the destruction, and the thick smoke rising, his expression growing increasingly grim as he issued a stern voice. What exactly is happening here? City Lord Fei, I am here to report. As his words fell, the city lord of Tianyuan flew into the air and knelt down. Commander Sun. Tianyuan City has been ravaged by evil cultivators. The merchant guilds and residents within the city have suffered some damage. Ravaged? Commander Sun's eyes were sharp, emanating the aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator, intimidating the disciples of various sects and members of immortal families as he scanned them. Did you all participate in this? The crowd was stunned, falling silent. They did not expect this Commander Sun to be so bold as to say such words. They must know that the forces behind them do not fear the Jin Kingdom and might even be stronger. Just as the crowd remained silent, a Taishu sect disciple in the distance revealed a cold smile. Commander Sun. What you said is not correct. We encountered evil cultivators while residing in Tianyuan City. Doesn't this mean that the Jin Kingdom's fortunes are exhausted to the point where even evil cultivators dare to provoke? You cannot even ensure the most basic safety. Then the Jin Kingdom has no need to control Tianyuan City. Just hand it over. As the Taishu sect spoke, many immortal families watching from the outside began to voice their opinions. Exactly. Tianyuan City has been occupied by evil cultivators. The Jin Kingdom is inactive. The Jin Kingdom is unworthy of managing the town, so just hand it over. Commander Sun stared coldly at the crowd below, his eyes narrowed, exuding a powerful aura that intimidated everyone. Nonsense. You think you immortal families can seize control of Tianyuan City? You are simply seeking death. As his words fell, Commander Sun struck down with his palm. A powerful aura surged, sweeping over like a fierce wind, suppressing the crowd to the point where they could not move. Feeling this aura, the crowd's faces turned pale with fear, not daring to say more, revealing expressions of horror. A Foundation establishment cultivator has already established a Dao foundation, their strength surpassing that of Qi refinement cultivators. Even disciples from sects find it difficult to withstand. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in the distance, standing before a Daoist in a blue robe. With a wave of his sleeve, the pressure in the air dissipated. Commander Sun. Long time no see, you are still so impulsive. Fringing. Commander Sun's eyes narrowed, retracting his aura. Did the Taishu sect send you this time? The blue-robed Daoist chuckled lightly, saying little more, only inviting. The Misty Mountain has revealed a secret realm. And since it is on the Jin Kingdom's territory, we naturally must wait for the Jin Kingdom to step in. We dare not monopolize the secret realm, only to help protect it. Commander Sun, would you like to join us to explore? Commander Sun pondered for a moment, looking at the blue-robed Daoist, and nodded. All right, then let us go take a look. As the two left, the pressure of the Foundation establishment dissipated, and the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Li Jinqing from the Taishu sect, a mid-Foundation establishment elder, whose cultivation was even more terrifying. Just standing in the air made others feel a sense of dread. It seems The Jin Kingdom is unwilling to let go of Tianyuan City. They still want to share a piece of the pie and explore the secret realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent Commander Sun to oversee. The crowd watched as the spiritual boat descended into the town, and orderly troops exuding a fierce aura appeared on the streets. They began to patrol. It was evident that these were soldiers who had experienced the battlefield, not ordinary guards. The power of Tianyuan City had been strengthened. The state of Jin has sent people here. Reinforce the defense. This makes us much safer. In the courtyard, Su Yuan lay on a rocking chair gazing at the spiritual ships in the sky and the various factions converging for a contest over the control of Tianyuan City. He had thought he could witness Foundation establishment cultivators in action. To his surprise, it was resolved so quickly, which was truly unexpected. The calamity of robbers. This must be a test. If the state of Jin does not intervene, Tianyuan City will change hands. The secret realm will also be occupied by the Taishu sect. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and pondered quietly. After all, Misty Mountain was the territory of the state of Jin. Even if they encountered trouble, it would be difficult for them to mobilize personnel. The state of Jin would not give up this secret realm easily. At the very least, they would send people to invite the major factions to explore together. How boring. I thought there would be a fight. Su Yuan chuckled, continuing to recline in the rocking chair, shifting to a more comfortable position. He didn't want to concern himself too much. As long as the town remained stable, he could quietly cultivate, marry, have children, and gradually become stronger to establish a cultivation family. This situation was very favorable for Su Yuan. No one hoped for peace more than him. Marrying a wife. That's still a bit difficult. Even if the town stabilizes, it will be hard to find a wife. Su Yuan sighed. As a 6th-layer chi refining cultivator, he was just an ordinary stall owner, and wanting to marry an immortal girl was truly not easy. After all, there were relatively few female cultivators in the city. Otherwise, the female cultivators in the Fate Pavilion wouldn't propose such outrageous conditions. A chi refining cultivator daring to seek a foundation establishment cultivator. They even wanted a wealthy family background and a partner with a skill. The demands were simply too high. Moreover, in this Tianyuan City, most cultivators were monogamous. No one had married 2 immortal girls in succession, which did not align with the identity of a chi refining cultivator. If it were a foundation establishment cultivator, there would be no problem. Strength was respected, and they had the right to choose. Of course, even for foundation establishment cultivators, wanting to marry 2 female cultivators of the same level wouldn't be so easy. Female cultivators in the foundation establishment stage were even prouder than those in the chi refining stage. They would not share a husband. Not to mention, Su Yuan had already married 2 wives, making it even harder to find another. Fairy Yun Yao. If her husband has fallen. Zhou Dao, if you don't come back soon, I'll have to take care of your wife. Su Yuan's mind conjured the image of Fairy Yun Yao dressed in black with a graceful figure, especially in the intimate scene they shared in the dark room. He knew that Yun Yao had some feelings for him. The ambiguity reflected in her eyes could no longer be concealed. If Zhou Wu had not been reported as fallen, they might have already been entwined. They must have shared affections. In truth, Su Yuan didn't want Zhou Wu to return to the town. That way he could marry Yun Yao. After all, she was a mid-stage cultivator, beautiful and alluring, making her hard to refuse. Moreover, they were neighbors who already understood each other, just short of knowing each other's backgrounds. She was quite an ideal wife. Thinking this, Su Yuan opened the virtual panel to check the data. Host Su Yuan Spiritual Roots Gold Fire, and with 3 Spiritual Roots Realm 6th layer of Chi refinement items: Tiger, Howl Essence, Pill Chi, Gathering Pill Water Rhythm, Pill Nourishing, Chi Pill Moonlight, Pill Bone, Cleansing Pill Diamond Finger, Sword, Chi Talismans, Blue Steel Sword. Reputation points, 220 Strength. I still need to continue marrying wives. Improve my cultivation and break through to the later stage of Chi refinement as soon as possible. Su Yuan pondered for a moment and used 10 reputation points to purchase a bottle of spirit nourishing pills, which could enhance his cultivation, gather spiritual energy, and assist in training. By consuming the spirit nourishing pills, he could nurture spiritual energy and elevate his cultivation. This was considered a relatively rare pill. A bottle was worth 100 spirit stones. From this, one could see that the comparison between reputation points and spirit stones was roughly 10 to 1. 10 reputation points equated to 100 spirit stones. Of course, reputation points could not be calculated this way, as they could also enhance the family's fortunes, making them even more valuable. Su Yuan would not use them lightly. 3 days later. Time passed quickly. The town gradually stabilized. With foundation establishment, strong cultivators stationed, and the iron-blooded troops of Jin in control, the situation was soon under control. It was common to see soldiers patrolling the streets, exuding an aura of iron-blooded ferocity, intimidating the people of the town. Scenes of robbers creating chaos and rogue cultivators causing trouble were no longer visible. Even the cultivation families settled down significantly. Su Yuan also began his daily stall selling some miscellaneous items in exchange for spirit stones. After all, he had obtained dozens of storage bags from the robbers, among which were quite a few crystal stones and materials that could be sold without fear of being discovered. These were very common cultivation supplies. Have you heard? That old Zhao Yu actually returned. It seems he gained quite a fortune. No way. Soon a stall-setting rogue cultivator inquired, does Zhao Yu have such good luck? Who knows? Someone sighed, alas. I didn't have such good fortune, I got lost in Misty Mountain and fell into a beast's nest, nearly being devoured. Fortunately, I was clever and hid in the feces, which allowed me to escape this disaster. As the crowd discussed the stall-setting rogue cultivators hastily packed up, angrily cursing, I said, why is there such a foul smell? You're disgusting. You truly deserve to die. I was so close to you, and you only now tell me. No. A stall-setting rogue cultivator in the distance was getting anxious. You hiding in feces, are you serious? Of course not. The person involved laughed heartily. Business is so good today. How can I not spin a few stories to attract customers? Listening to the discussion, Su Yuan found it quite strange and was dazed for a long time. He put down his hand covering his nose and couldn't help but mutter, so competitive. It's really too competitive. Setting up a stall and even spinning stories drove away a large crowd. Meanwhile, he felt a bit envious. Zhao Yu was truly lucky to have returned safely and gained quite a fortune. He might really be the child of destiny. That night, Su Yuan went to Zhao Yu's house bringing 2 jars of wine. He enjoyed 2 cups. Zhao Yu was beaming with joy, excited, and having drunk a lot of wine, unable to hide his happiness. It was evident that he had indeed gained quite a fortune. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this excited. Of course, as for what kind of fortune it was, Su Yuan didn't ask much. Zhao Yu claimed he only obtained a few spirit grass and herbs, which Su Yuan did not believe. Seeing the other party's excited appearance, it was more thrilling than marrying a wife. How could it be just spirit grass? One by one, roaming cultivators who had ventured out to seek fortuitous opportunities began returning. Some elated, others stricken with grief. Some had acquired rare spirit herbs, some had lost their lives, some had seized extraordinary chances, others had perished in the mist-shrouded mountains. None would ever emerge again. This was the grim fate of those who dared explore such opportunities. Peril and fortune walked hand in hand. Those lacking luck met only annihilation. Few possessed Zhao Yu's extraordinary fortune to harvest spirit herbs and return unscathed. Such celestial favor far surpassed ordinary destiny. Most roaming cultivators never even reached the mist-shrouded mountains, felled instead by marauding tribulation cultivators before they could begin their quest. These days, Yun Yao had grown increasingly pensive and subdued. There had been no word from Zhou Wu. Most likely he was gone forever, never to return. Naturally, Su Yuan often visited to offer comfort, and their conversations flowed warmly. They shared many light-hearted tales, and affection between them quietly deepened. Each sensed the other's quiet yearning. Only the final psychological barrier remained unbroken. After all, Zhou Wu's demise had yet to be confirmed. Su Yuan dared not act too boldly, lest he invite scandal. Brother Su, it is confirmed. Fellow Qin has perished. And Brother Bai as well. So many have fallen at once. Tianyan City has emptied significantly. 1 month later, numerous funerals were held across the city. Wails and sobs pierced the heavens. Su Yuan accompanied Zhao Yu to pay respects at the homes of fellow cultivators they knew, offering condolences, honoring the departed one last time. After all, having shared a fellowship, it was only fitting to present modest gifts to widows and orphans, a gesture of human warmth. At the same time, Su Yuan discreetly inquired whether any deceased cultivators had left behind accomplished female cultivators, widows with cultivation foundations, showing particular interest in such cases. Alas, for an ordinary roaming cultivator to wed a female cultivator was nothing short of a fairy tale. I never expected it. Fellow Wu has also perished. This man was exceedingly timid. He never ventured out to seek opportunities, yet died right within the city walls. Slain of all things by a marauding tribulation cultivator. Truly the most wretched misfortune. Indeed, Su Yuan murmured, nodding faintly as his gaze lingered upon Wu's widow, graceful still in her sorrow, and murmured with quiet regret, alas, she lacks a spirit root. Zhao Yu's expression turned oddly amused. He glanced sideways and said, Brother Su, do you truly intend to wed a female cultivator? Su Yuan neither denied nor affirmed, only smiled faintly embarrassed. Then you've come to the wrong place. These ordinary roaming cultivators merely run street stalls alongside us. Not a single one among them has ever married a female cultivator. Except you, of course. And, your neighbor Yin Yao, who appears to be a widow as well. You truly stand closest to the moonlit waters, and thus first to gather its light. As Zhao Yu spoke, his eyes flickered meaningfully toward Yin Yao ahead. Surprised, Su Yuan realized she had arrived, and stepped forward at once. Immortal lady. There is no need to grieve. Fellow Zhou may yet have encountered another fortuitous path. Su Yuan stood beside her speaking softly in consolation. He longed to add that, even should Zhou Wu be gone, he himself would protect her, completely shielding her from all harm. Yet he withheld those words. Such solemnity was hardly the hour for tender declarations. Yun Yao looked at Su Yuan, her eyes crinkling into a gentle smile as she pressed her lips together. Fellow Su, there is no need to console me. I have already accepted it. Life and death are decreed by fate. Wealth and honor lie in heaven's hands. I only ask that fellow Su assist in arranging the funeral rites. Su Yuan's expression faltered slightly. He turned to meet her gaze, then silently nodded. He had not imagined she had already resolved the matter so fully. Clearly all hope had faded, her heart now utterly unmoored. For Su Yuan, however, this was a welcome turn and opening at last to marriage. Fellow Su, this evening I shall prepare a fine feast, to properly express my gratitude for your life-saving grace. As Su Yuan pondered, Yun Yao drew near, her cheeks flushed with shyness, whispering softly beside him, before vanishing into the dusk, swift and silent before he could even decline. Watching her recede into the twilight, Su Yuan's eyes gleamed with quiet anticipation. A meal? Then I shall not hold back. By evening a fine drizzle fell, dense silken raindrops dampening the streets. Su Yuan arrived as invited, stepping into the courtyard, his foot sinking slightly into the soft muddy earth. Through the open doorway he saw Yun Yao bustling about the kitchen, already laying out a full banquet. The dishes shimmered with color, exuded fragrance, and released rich aromas that instantly stirred his appetite, tempting him to eat 2 full bowls. Especially with such a radiant woman beside him, it was truly a feast for the eyes. Tonight Yun Yao wore a pristine white inner robe, reminiscent of the day she'd rushed through the rain to search for her husband. She looked like a living scroll painting, ethereal, breathtaking. Her charm deepened further. Fellow Su, quickly come inside. You'll catch cold. She stood at the threshold, holding a steaming bowl of meat broth, calling out with gentle urgency. Very well. Su Yuan quickened his pace into the room and shook off the rain. This year's rain seemed unusually heavy. Indeed. Yun Yao smiled faintly. They've fallen steadily for days now. Fellow Su, please sit and eat, else the dishes will grow cold. Yes. Su Yuan seated himself without hesitation, picked up his chopsticks, and began eating. Immortal lady, your cooking is exquisite. Truly. Yun Yao lifted the wine jug and poured gracefully beside him. Then fellow Su must eat more. Certainly. Su Yuan accepted the cup and drained it in one smooth motion, then closed his eyes, savoring the taste. To his surprise, it was a rare spirit wine, uncommon indeed. This is the 100-flower brew left behind by my husband. I've kept it treasured, rarely daring to drink it. This? Su Yuan licked his lips, suddenly flustered. Is this quite proper? It matters not, Yun Yao replied calmly, pouring again. My husband has almost certainly perished. Even if I preserved the wine, there would be none to share it with. Better to drink it now in fellowship with you. She filled her cup, raised the jug, and drank directly from its spout, bold and unrestrained. A rivulet of wine traced down her chin, soaking the collar of her robe. I am utterly alone. No child remains to carry on our line. In Tianyan City, I know not how I shall survive, unless I rely upon you, fellow Su. Let us drink together. With a soft gulp, Yun Yao handed him the jug, her gaze tender, her movements graceful as she tilted it to her lips. Gulp. Su Yuan took a large swallow, then gently pushed the jug aside, feeling warmth rise to his head and a fiery burn in his throat. His breath grew heavier. This wine seems remarkably potent. He exhaled slowly, then turned his gaze toward Yun Yao beside him. Her face glowed crimson, her eyes hazy and unfocused, her posture swaying, deeply intoxicated. Even spirit wine could not intoxicate so swiftly. Something else had surely been added. Indeed, she leaned closer, her warm breath brushing his ear, her voice trembling with shy fervor. Fellow Su, truth be told, my husband first sought your aid because he wished to conceive a child with me. Su Yuan's eyes widened in shock, the wine's haze momentarily clearing. He had never imagined such a revelation. Fellow Su, I know full well I am unworthy of you. Yet, if you would grant me but a single child, I would die content. The next morning, Su Yuan slowly awoke, still finding it hard to believe that the wild scenes of the previous night had actually occurred. This woman, how much did she add? This is... Su Yuan slapped his forehead, gazing at the chaos around him, then got up to pick up his clothes, dressing neatly in preparation to leave. At that moment, he noticed that Yun Yao had woken up, and he felt a bit awkward. He had no choice but to explain, I'll make you breakfast. Yun Yao quickly sat up, revealing an enchanting view, instinctively covering herself. How could you do something like this? Yun Yao's cheeks flushed as she fumbled for her clothes, preparing to get up. However, Su Yuan stopped her, helping her remain lying in bed. You should rest well. Who said that men can't make breakfast? Yin Yao fell silent, her eyes misty, biting her lip, remaining quiet for a long time. After a moment, she said, Su Daoyo, actually you don't have to take responsibility. This was Yun Yao's voluntary. No. Before Yun Yao could finish, Su Yuan interrupted. I will marry you. Yun Yao's eyes widened as she bit her lip, finding it hard to speak. But I haven't even arranged the funeral for my husband yet. Isn't this a bit too fast? Then let's do it. Su Yuan squatted beside her, stroking her smooth hair. You deserve a better husband. Yun Yao slightly raised her head, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth, revealing a hint of sweetness. Originally, she was afraid Su Yuan wouldn't fancy her, wanting only a fleeting romance before leaving Tianyan City. Unexpectedly, he was willing to marry her, filling her heart with emotion. You silly girl. Rest well. Su Yuan said no more and walked out of the room to breathe in the fresh air. He gazed at the courtyard before him and the dilapidated house, deep in thought. From now on, he would have to pay 2 rents, which made him somewhat reluctant. It would be better to rent a new house. But thinking about it, renting a new house seemed even more expensive, and it felt too ostentatious, not quite fitting for a loose cultivator. Su Yuan could imagine that if he rented a luxury house, he would definitely attract attention. This was not the outcome he wished to see. How about just break through this wall? Merge the 2 houses, the courtyard would be more spacious, and if there are children, they can run freely. It just needs a little renovation. Su Yuan stroked his chin, his gaze fixed on the yard and the 1-meter-high courtyard wall, contemplating whether he should break through it. In fact, the 2 houses were not far apart, separated only by an alley. There was just a 10-foot distance, and usually no one walked through. If he broke down the wall and found someone to rebuild it, enclosing the 2 houses would indeed create a much larger space. This way there would be no need to rent a house anymore. Feasible. After pondering for a moment, Su Yuan left the courtyard and returned to his room. After discussing with his wife, he found someone to start working on breaking down the courtyard wall and rebuilding it. The bustling activity attracted the attention of many wandering cultivators. Even the long unseen Zhou Manyun couldn't help but pop her head out, her eyes filled with confusion as she asked, What is this about? Merging. Su Yuan replied simply. Zhou Manyun looked puzzled, not understanding. Are you really just looking for trouble? How do you know I'm not busy? Su Yuan lay back in a rocking chair, looking at Zhou Manyun across from him, revealing a playful expression. When did you return? The city is in chaos and bandits are rampant. I thought they had taken you away. Then that would really be a bargain for those scoundrels. Zhou Manyun frowned slightly. Can't you say something nice? Are you trying to take advantage of me amidst the chaos? I advise you to behave well and not resort to despicable means. Su Yuan was speechless. Enough? You have the nerve to lecture me. You're the one who's been disappearing without a trace, doing who knows what, and now you come to educate me. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Zhou Manyun pouted, glanced at the workers demolishing the wall, and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Su Yuan also lost interest, not thinking too much, and began to arrange the funeral. He wasn't sure how many friends Zhou Wu had. He just casually notified a few. Whether they came or not was up to them. He couldn't go door to door. Soon, 3 days later at noon, the courtyard wall was successfully broken through, and the 2 courtyards were enclosed, making it much more spacious. Su Yuan began to oversee the funeral, inviting about a dozen wandering cultivators considered friends of Zhou Wu, setting up 2 tables for a feast. However, soon a burly man with a dark face stood up, looking at the courtyard before him, filled with rage, saying, Su Daoyu. What do you mean by this? Zhou Daoyu just passed away, and you occupy his courtyard. Is there a neighbor who acts like this? As the burly man spoke out in accusation, the other cultivators at the feast could no longer stay seated, and they began to discuss among themselves. This is truly excessive. Zhou Daoyu's bones are still warm. It has only been a month. You're already occupying the courtyard. Do you want to take over Yun Daoyu as well? Exactly. Soon someone echoed. Zhou Daoyu was on the same adventure team as us. I don't want to see my companion bullied after passing. Faced with the overwhelming accusations, Su Yuan remained calm and unruffled, his expression unchanged, merely smiling at the crowd. This made Yin Yao a bit worried, and she quickly stepped forward to stop them. Everyone hold on. Su Daoyu discussed this with me. The merging of the 2 families creates more space, so you mustn't speak recklessly. Without Su Daoyu, my husband's funeral might not even be held. Seeing Yin Yao step forward, the crowd fell silent, saying no more. However, they still regarded Su Yuan with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. They were not fools. This obvious action and attitude were clearly aimed at taking over Yin Yao. How could they stand by and watch? Such a beautiful fairy, they did not want to let Su Yuan take advantage of her. After all, he had already married Wei Shiyun, yet he still wanted to covet Yin Yao. Anyone would feel somewhat displeased. Senior fellow cultivator Su, we bear no personal grudge against you. Yet Zhou Wu just perished. How could you act so brazenly? It is only natural to suspect you of bullying senior fellow cultivator Yuan. A brief silence fell, then a voice rose stern and accusatory. Senior fellow cultivator Zhou's body has not yet grown cold. Exactly. Others quickly joined in. Restore the courtyard at once. Do not think we are unaware of your true intentions. Hep. At that moment Su Yuan let out a soft laugh, gazing calmly upon the crowd. Senior fellow cultivator Zhou departed to seek an auspicious opportunity, and entrusted me with caring for senior fellow cultivator Yuan. Opening the courtyard is merely to foster goodwill, to encourage mutual visits and fellowship. Oomph. The dark-skinned, burly cultivator sneered, his expression dripping with disdain. Spare us your hollow rhetoric. You know full well what schemes stir in your own heart. You, a mere stall seller, a chi condensation stage 4th layer cultivator, dare claim you can protect senior fellow cultivator Yuan. Do not jest. Are you even worthy? Coward. Wastrel. All you possess is a handsome face. What else do you have? Su Yuan drew a slow, deep breath, his eyes turned glacial. You are right. Aside from my looks, I have nothing at all. Oomph. The burly man's gaze sharpened with growing hostility as he fixed it coldly upon Su Yuan. Were I you, I would choose wisdom over folly. You may peddle safely within the city walls only because we venture forth to slay monstrous beasts. Otherwise this city would long since have descended into chaos and ruin. Indeed. Su Yuan lifted his chin slightly, a faint knowing smile curling at the corner of his lips as he nodded along. He understood the city's unspoken hierarchy. Even among rogue cultivators, rigid tiers existed: the timid, the stall sellers, the opportunists, those who clung to safe, steady spirit stone earnings. Those who dared not hunt beasts were held in deepest contempt. Cultivators like Zhou Wu, Chi Condensation 6th layer, a member of the city's adventurer guild frequently undertaking trials beyond the walls, were regarded as formidable, possessing genuine strength. Such status earned them widespread admiration, and indeed enabled Zhou Wu to wed Yun Yao, a fellow cultivator of cultivation. As for Su Yuan, he occupied the lowest rung of Tianyan City, weak, cautious, despised. Senior fellow cultivator with the darkened countenance. Might I ask your name? Su Yuan's face brightened with practiced warmth as he held out the guest register, inquiring earnestly. Gu Chu. What? You do not know me. Deputy Captain of the Black Tiger Adventurer Guild. Chi Condensation 7th layer. Now do you comprehend? Ah. Su Yuan gave a slight courteous nod, smiling in acknowledgement. Oomph. At last, you show some sense. The dark-skinned man snorted coldly, saying no more, and turned instead toward Yun Yao, his gaze turning grave. Senior fellow cultivator Yuan. As Zhou Wu's closest friend, and a proud member of an adventurer guild, I cannot stand by while you suffer injustice. Come with us to the guild. I shall shield you. Yun Yao's expression remained serene as she gently shook her head. There is no need. I am quite comfortable here. Very well. The man's brow furrowed in consternation. He exhaled heavily through flared nostrils. Senior fellow cultivator Yuan. The city teeters on chaos, factions converging from all corners. Even Jean State's reinforcements may prove insufficient to restore order. Only within the guild can your safety be assured. I will not allow Zhou's wife to be humiliated. Having spoken, Gu Chuhu pivoted sharply towards Su Yuan, his gaze laced with silent warning. I advise you to restore the courtyard without delay. Otherwise, do not blame me for what follows. Very well, Su Yuan replied, calm and unruffled, offering no further words, only quiet assent. Gu Chuhu's contempt deepened. He straightened his broad frame and raised his chin, surveying the assembled cultivators with arrogant authority, as if declaring sovereignty. Tomorrow, I shall escort senior fellow cultivator Yuan back to the guild. Zhou Wu's affairs are mine to uphold. Surely none of you object. None. They exchanged glances, then slowly shook their heads. Brother Gu, we trust you implicitly. Precisely. Brother Gu, you've reached the late chi condensation stage, your spiritual energy profound, and your divine artifact peerless. Even disciples of orthodox sects might pale beside you. Huh. Hearing such praise, Gu Chuhu clasped his fists in modest laughter. Your faith honors me deeply. Then we shall not intrude further. Enjoy your feast, and we bid you farewell. And with that, Gu Chuhu and his entourage departed. The remaining cultivators sat stiffly, faces darkening. One slammed his palm onto the table, erupting. This is utterly intolerable. Daring to covet senior fellow cultivator Yuan, merely because he wields Chi Condensation 7th layer power. Is this truly the conduct of a brother? Reprehensible, shameless, despicable. Adventurer Guild. Bah. Were Zhou Wu aware beyond the veil, he would surely die with eyes wide open in anguish. Enough. Say no more. Gu Chuhu is not one we dare cross. A cultivator who braves the Mist Veil Mountains, dancing daily on the blade's edge. He has even survived raids amid the marauder chaos, proof enough of his formidable prowess. The others sighed, shaking their heads, resigned yet simmering with suppressed fury. Such brazen appropriation during morning rites had long ceased to shock them. They had grown numb to such spectacles. Yet Gu Chuha's audacity surpassed all expectation. He offered no diplomacy, sought no consent, only seized intent, dragging Yuan Yao away as if claiming rightful spoils. It was infuriating, and though they called themselves Zhou Wu's friends, they recoiled at Gu Chuha's arrogance. Yet each harbored private designs. Each coveted Yuan Yao in secret. Given half a chance, they too would have vied to shelter her to wed a mid-stage cultivator. But lacking strength, they dared not contend. As senior fellow cultivator Su. I. Watching Gu Chuhu depart, his tone ironclad, his bearing unassailable, Yuan Yao's expression clouded with anxiety. Her gaze flickered towards Su Yuan, edged with unmistakable unease. She had never imagined such a violation could befall her. This brazen seizure of a widow's autonomy left her disoriented adrift. In that instant, she knew not what to do. Fear not. All is well. Su Yuan met her eyes, calm, steady, anchoring, and only then turned to the banquet, offering warm, unhurried hospitality. Please, eat heartily. Savor every morsel, drink deeply. For this is our final tribute to senior fellow cultivator Zhou. Silence fell. They glanced at Su Yuan, then slowly shook their heads. What a spineless wretch. He contributes neither courage nor voice. Facing Gu Chuhu, he dares not utter a single challenge. And now the prize slips from his grasp. Indeed. A coward, dreaming of protecting senior fellow cultivator Yuan. How absurd. Better return to your stall. I heard this fellow, cowardly as he is, somehow won the hand of a celestial maiden. Yes, Wei Shi Yuan. Fierce and beast-slaying, her sword stroke razor-sharp, incisive beyond measure. A goddess carved from frost and steel. Once a rogue cultivator dared approach her, and nearly lost his head to her blade. How on earth did she ever set her gaze upon Su Yuan? Truly, beyond comprehension. As dusk fell, the banquet concluded and the guests gradually departed. Su Yuan sat in the room holding the gift list, contemplating the day's gains. Unfortunately, these scattered cultivators were rather stingy, most only offering 1 or 2 spirit stones, which was utterly frustrating. But upon reflection, 1 or 2 spirit stones for a meal was about right. No profit was to be made, only break even. Su Lang, thank you for today. Just then Yuan Yao entered the room, dressed in white mourning attire, shyly bowing in greeting, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Is there any need for thanks between us? Wouldn't that seem distant? Su Yuan reached out, pulling Yuan Yao into his embrace. He inhaled deeply, leaning against her neck, breathing in the fragrance of the beautiful woman. Yuan Yao's body tensed, softly responding as she wrapped her arms around him. I just feel sorry for Su Lang. This Gu Chuhu was a bit improper when we first met. Truly disgusting. Su Yuan's grip gradually tightened. Not wronged at all. If Gu Chuhu knew that the fairy he yearned for was already in my arms, I wonder how he would feel. He'd probably be furious. How annoying. Yuan Yao trembled slightly, her eyes closed, her breath becoming heavier. It was as they say. After a long drought, one finally encounters sweet rain. Yuan Yao truly experienced this feeling. Gradually, she became infatuated, unable to part, with Su Yuan longing for eternal intimacy. The night deepened, silence enveloped the surroundings. A warm-up had concluded. Su Yuan tucked in the sheets, secured the door, and stepped out of the courtyard. His gaze pierced the dark night sky, sharp and filled with murderous intent. He would not let Gu Chuhu escape. He aimed to snatch away his wife. This was akin to severing someone's cultivation, robbing a family of their fortune, which was absolutely intolerable. He would not allow anyone to take away a wife. Absolutely not. Moments later, his figure leaped into the air, vanishing into the darkness. Donning a black cloak, he made his way towards the city center, eluding many guards. He arrived at Gu Chuhu's adventure group. Observing quietly, he noticed many cultivators in the hall, drinking and reveling together, enjoying themselves immensely. This was much more comfortable than the scattered cultivators. Within the adventure group, there were mostly mid-stage cultivators along with some later-stage chi refining experts, forming a significant force in the city. They had considerable experience in hunting beasts, completing tasks, training, and gathering materials. Especially their teamwork and combat experience, which surpassed many rogue cultivators. Of course, Su Yuan was unaware of whether these adventure groups engaged in rogue cultivation activities. It seemed plausible merely under a different name. A formal team. Tiger Brother. Congratulations, you'll be taking Yuan Yao tomorrow. That woman is truly beautiful, making us all envious. Indeed. A drinking companion added. When Zhou was still around, he never stopped boasting about Yuan Yao, showing off to us that he was marrying a fairy. Now it falls to Tiger Brother, a married woman, is even more thrilling. Huh. Amidst laughter, Gu Chuhu drank heartily, clearly in a good mood. Brothers. We are all part of the adventure group. If there are benefits, naturally I will think of my brothers. When I get tired of playing, I'll let everyone join in for a good time. All right. The crowd raised their cups and drank deeply. I've never played with a fairy before. I won't hold back. Huh. Gu Chuhu laughed heartily. We are all brothers, don't be polite with me. Also, I've already connected with the Lin family. Our Black Tiger Adventure group is on the rise. Really? The crowd perked up instantly. The Lin family is no simple matter. They are a cultivation family on Qingqing Mountain with a heritage of over 100 years, possessing 3 foundation establishment cultivators, a force not to be underestimated. Huh. Gu Chuhu wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth. Wait for my good news. Tying the line. But at that moment, Gu Chuhu's eyes narrowed and his words abruptly halted. His gaze fell upon the entrance where stood a man in black robes, his face instantly turning alert. Who goes there? How dare you intrude into the Black Tiger Adventure Group? Su Yuan stepped forward without uttering a word, directly drawing out the Qing steel sword. He intended to kill. He aimed for a swift resolution, not allowing anyone to escape. Tonight he would raid the adventure group, erasing them from Tianyan City. Bang! In the next moment his figure surged forward with incredible speed, the Qing steel sword sweeping down, carrying a fierce sword aura slicing directly into the hall. In an instant it knocked back several cultivators who looked on in terror. Especially the mid-stage cultivators who could not withstand it were sent flying, their bodies and skin all cut by the sword aura, sustaining severe injuries. However, for the latest stage Qi refining cultivators, the sword did not possess such overwhelming might. They were merely knocked back without sustaining harm. After all, this sword had to contend with 6 Qi refining cultivators, dispersing most of its power. Otherwise, Gu Chuhu would have surely been unable to withstand it. Seeking death. How dare you provoke the adventure group? No matter who you are, you will die. Gu Chuhu reacted, drawing a large blade, channeling powerful might, and swiftly swung it. Boom. In an instant, the blade, carrying a sharp aura, unleashed a phantom that charged forward. This was the might of a low-grade magical weapon. It contained a formation enhancing its power. This strike directly broke through the hall, creating a deep gash and raising clouds of dust. So strong. Tiger brother, you haven't wielded the Black Dragon Blade in a long time. Still so terrifying. This guy should be dead. Even a latest stage Qi refining cultivator would find it hard to withstand this blade's aura. It's no joke. As the blade aura surged forth amidst the swirling dust, the heavily wounded cultivators in the hall quickly rose, searching for Su Yuan's location, revealing a cold smile. They could already envision the scene of Su Yuan's demise, sliced in half. But soon their smiles faded, disbelief creeping in. Through the dust, the figure in black robes emerged unscathed. In his hand was a green sword exuding terrifying power, a high-grade magical weapon. Who exactly are you? How is this possible? This is a high-grade magical weapon. The crowd was filled with terror, their bodies trembling involuntarily, unable to believe. Even a latest stage Qi refining cultivator, even disciples of sects, would find it extremely difficult to obtain a high-grade magical weapon. Only those in the foundation establishment stage possess such wealth. Yet now to encounter a Qi refining cultivator wielding a high-grade magical weapon left them in disbelief. At the same time, they had no idea when they had offended this person. What kind of hatred or grudge, they were completely unaware. Damn it. How is this possible? This is actually a supreme-grade artifact. Su Yuan strode forward, gripping the Qinggang sword, its terrifying aura radiating outward. Gu Chuhu gritted his teeth, eyes wide with shock, breathing heavily. Barely able to withstand the pressure, his entire body trembling violently. Yet he clutched his great saber tightly and slashed forward with desperate speed. He unleashed formidable strength. Die. So what if it's a supreme-grade artifact? Boom. The strike descended. The shockwave rippled outward, whipping up howling gales that roared with deafening force. Even such overwhelming power proved utterly ineffective against Su Yuan. He effortlessly parried the blow with a single lift of his sword, a cold, indifferent smile flickering across his lips. Die. It is your honor to perish beneath the Qinggang sword. You. Gu Chuhu's voice faltered as the words struck him like lightning, his expression contorted in utter disbelief. It's you? Impossible. How could you possibly be this strong? You wretched failure. But before Gu Chuhu could finish, Su Yuan activated the full might of the supreme-grade artifact and brought the blade down upon him. He granted his foe no respite. Instantly, vast torrents of true energy surged into the blade, its light blazing ever brighter, brimming with countless sword energies. They filled the entire hall. With a single slash, sword energy erupted like a surging river, ceaseless, unstoppable, accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. Before Gu Chuhu could even react, he was engulfed by the torrential sword energy, his body shattered, instantly collapsing lifelessly into a pool of blood. Silence. Utter absolute silence. The entire adventuring guild stood frozen in place, staring dumbfounded at the corpse lying motionless in its own blood, beyond any hope of revival. They could scarcely believe it. Their deputy captain, a Qi condensation 7th-layer cultivator, had failed to block even a single strike. Who are you? Voices trembled, faces pale with terror. They recalled Gu Chuha's final expression, ghastly as though he'd glimpsed a specter. Inwardly, they surmised this must be a cultivator he once knew. A corpse. No need to know. Su Yuan gazed coldly upon the surviving cultivators and delivered another lethal slash. In an instant, they were hurled backward, utterly incapable of resistance, screaming in agony, spitting blood, convulsing violently across the floor. Moments later, all sound ceased. Only 2 late-stage cultivators remained, still breathing faintly, writhing weakly on the ground, clinging desperately to life, struggling to hold on, still defiant. Who are you? Why target the adventuring guild? Su Yuan ignored them. His gaze swept the chamber once more. Then he stepped forward and delivered the final decisive stroke. Not a single soul remained alive. After thoroughly searching their storage bags, he departed swiftly, setting the guild ablaze and vanishing into the night's impenetrable darkness. Fire! Quick, over here. Is this the Black Tiger Adventuring Guild? Could raiders have breached Tianyan City again? Unbelievable. These raiders are utterly insane, daring to strike even while Jin State dispatches reinforcements. Do they hold Jin State in such contempt? Clearly Tianyan City is no longer safe. We must leave immediately. As the guild burned, news of Gu Chuha's death spread like wildfire, shocking the entire city. No one could fathom how such a massacre occurred despite Jin State's military reinforcement and Iron Blood Guards patrols. Raising deep suspicion, were these truly raiders? Was it sheer audacity, or a deliberate provocation, a brazen challenge to Jin State's sovereign authority? After all, numerous sect disciples and immortal cultivation families resided within the city, making the incident all the more suspicious. Yet the greatest fury fell upon Tianyan City's magistrate. That very night, he dispatched investigators and doubled patrol forces, plunging the entire city into full alert status. None of this concerned Su Yuan. He had long since returned home, 6 storage bags laid out before him on the table, which he now examined meticulously. Truly lucrative. Especially Gu Chuhu. He carried over 1,000 spirit stones and even a low-grade artifact. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, sifting through the bags until he drew forth a letter, addressed to a member of the Lin family. Lin Xiao? A Lin family scion sent to Tianyan City to seize opportunities. The letter's contents were brief and direct. It instructed Gu Chuhu to fabricate crises, contact evil cultivators, pillage towns, and orchestrate further chaos, exploiting the ensuing turmoil for profit. Fascinating. The Lin family is involved in this. Su Yuan paused in thought, then slipped the letter away, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips. He did not yet grasp the Lin family's intent, or their deeper scheme, but he understood this letter held immense leverage, far too valuable to destroy. Used wisely, it might even coerce Lin Xiao himself, and yield substantial advantage. The next day at dawn, rumors flooded the city. Some claimed Gu Chuhu had offended a powerhouse and been wiped out entirely. Others whispered that evil cultivators defying Jin State had annihilated the guild as a warning, leaving Gu Chuhu merely an unfortunate pawn. Opinions diverged wildly. Tianyan City buzzed with speculation. Even Zhao Yu rushed over, dragging Su Yuan into his quarters, urgency sharpening his voice. Have you heard what happened in the city? What happened? Su Yuan asked calmly. Gu Chuhu is dead. I heard you two had history. I thought I'd warn you first. Oh. Su Yuan's face lit with genuine delight. That's splendid. Truly cause for celebration. Now no one stands between me and Yun Yao. Huh. Zhao Yu glanced at the newly built courtyard wall. 2 adjacent compounds now seamlessly joined, the grounds noticeably expanded, and nodded approvingly. Indeed, no one else dares compete for immortal maiden Yun Yao now. Perhaps you'll truly win her hand. Haha. Su Yuan clasped his hands in mock salute. If I do, old brother, you'll be the first I invite to drink. Naturally, Zhao Yu replied, his expression turning solemn as he clapped Su Yuan's shoulder. There are things. I needn't say them. You already understand. Without strength, even 100 wives would slip from your grasp. Without strength, you cannot take a single step forward. Su Yuan gave a slight nod, returning a knowing smile. Zhao Yu sighed deeply, his gaze distant and profound. This time I witnessed firsthand the power of a foundation establishment cultivator. They soar heavenward, delve into earth itself, truly omnipotent, not reliant on talismans alone, but wielding innate self-cultivated divine arts. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. So, you entered the secret realm? Ah. Zhao Yu waved dismissively, exasperated. Don't mention it. The realm is sealed behind a formation barrier. I tried to enter, but the barrier is too potent. Even the Tai Su sect has failed to unravel it. I suspect its master was a formation master. I wonder, could Jin State's aid finally breach it? But that's none of our concern. I'm off. Zhao Yu patted Su Yuan's shoulder once more, then strode out the gate without another word as though bound by unspoken caution. Watching Zhao Yu depart, Su Yuan fell into quiet contemplation. He hadn't imagined the secret realm would prove so impregnable, sealed by a formation barrier no less. Not even multiple Foundation establishment cultivators could gain entry. Array Master. This is indeed a rare profession. Compared to alchemy and talisman crafting, it is even scarcer. Even if one joins a sect, they would be treated as a distinguished guest. Su Yuan pondered for a moment before directly opening the virtual shop to check the array techniques. Seeing that it required 300 reputation points, he immediately dismissed the thought of learning it. Su Lang. Thank you. Just then Yun Yao, dressed in white mourning attire, stepped forward. Her gaze fell upon Su Yuan, filled with gratitude and deep affection, almost overflowing. For what do I owe thanks? Yaoer, don't say such things. Su Yuan stepped forward, his eyes gentle, revealing a hint of a smile. Yun Yao softly replied, appearing very obedient and saying no more. She had heard the news of Gu Chuhi's demise early that morning. Even the entire adventurer team had been burned to ashes. No bones remained. The first thought that came to her mind was Su Yuan. Only he could possess such strength to annihilate an entire adventurer team. In her mind, she recalled the scene of his rescue one night. That powerful cultivation level, swiftly slaying 2 robbers, was still vivid in her memory. This made her feel even more grateful. The life-saving grace, the act of assistance, the annihilation of the adventurer team. Everything was hard to repay, and she could only use her life to express her gratitude. Sister Yun Yao, when will you and your husband get married? At that moment, Wei Shiyun stepped forward, looking at Yun Yao, with teasing glances exchanged between them. This? Yun Yao's cheeks flushed, and she turned her head to look at Wei Daoyou. Wei Daoyou, what nonsense are you talking about? I am still in mourning. However, before Yun Yao could finish, Wei Shiyun stepped forward, taking Yun Yao's hand. What are you afraid of? We don't care about that. As long as you and your husband are in love, just get married quickly. Don't drag it out. Yun Yao was stunned, looking at Wei Shiyun with gentle eyes. No way. At least wait a month. Otherwise it will definitely cause rumors. I can overlook it, but Su Lang and you will definitely be affected. Wei Shiyun blinked, looking at Su Yuan for his opinion. Then let's get married a month later. Su Yuan slightly raised his head, respecting Yun Yao's wishes. After all, it would be a bit inappropriate to hold a wedding right after Zhou Daoyou's funeral. Getting married so soon would likely invite gossip. He might not care, but Yun Yao and his wife would definitely be discussed, leading to negative effects. This was something Su Yuan did not wish to see. A month is neither long nor short, it is actually just right. The city was gradually stabilizing, and with the storm of Gu Chuhu passing, it was just the right time for a wedding. After all, they had long since performed the rites of a couple. It was merely a matter of reputation. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Su Yuan sat cross-legged in the quiet room. This used to be Zhou Wu's quiet room, but now it belonged to him. The 2 families' courtyards had merged with 4 rooms, leaving one available as a quiet room for cultivation. In fact, the house was not large. The main feature was the spacious courtyard, which could be used to grow vegetables, fruits, and even plant some trees. This was evident from here. The residents of Tianyuan City did not care about the size of the house, but rather the spacious courtyard. Of course, even such a courtyard would not come at a low price. Only cultivators had the ability to rent such places. With a breath of turbid air expelled, Su Yuan opened his eyes, retracting his own aura. In the past month, he had purchased chi-nourishing pills and spirit-gathering pills, not neglecting his cultivation, and his aura had slowly grown, nearly breaking through to the 7th level of chi refinement. Especially the spirit-gathering pills. They generated a cyclone within him, rapidly absorbing spiritual energy, saving a lot of time. This was considered a very perfect auxiliary pill. It solved the flaws of low-grade spiritual roots. However, the price was too high for an average person to afford. Especially for such spirit-gathering pills, many merchant associations had no stock, and even those with money could not buy them. Even if one managed to buy them, there was only one in a bottle worth 100 spirit stones, and no one was willing to purchase it. In a few months, I will be able to break through to the 7th level of chi refinement. Su Yuan's lips revealed a smile, and his eyes grew even deeper. In fact, he knew that being able to cultivate so quickly was certainly due to the effect of the fire spirit crystal, which strengthened his physique and nourished his meridians, always hidden within his body. Otherwise, relying solely on spirit-gathering pills, breaking through to the 7th level of chi refinement would likely take a year and a half. Su Lang, the guards have arrived. Just as Su Yuan was pondering, Yun Yao's voice rang out, gently knocking on the door. Guards, eh? Su Yuan thought for a moment and directly walked out of the room, arriving at the courtyard. Ahead, a row of guards patrolled, looking very serious. Particularly the leader at the front, who was a chi refinement cultivator with a cultivation level of the 6th level. Su Yuan had seen him once before, and he approached with cupped fists. Guard Qin. The guard leader looked towards Su Yuan, seemingly surprised to see him coming out of Yun Yao's room. However, he did not say much, merely gazing at the constructed courtyard wall. What's going on? Damaging the building does not comply with the rental rules. Huh. Su Yuan stepped forward, already having thought of a response, taking out a bag of spirit stones. Rest assured, I did not damage the building. I just added a courtyard wall the two families are renting together. Guard Qin weighed the spirit stones discreetly, keeping them before revealing a smile. Just a small matter. Just restore it when you terminate the lease. Naturally, Su Yuan revealed a brilliant smile. Guard Qin said no more, looking very satisfied, and directly led his men away. However, just a few steps away, he turned his head to ask, Friend Su, have you noticed any suspicious individuals recently? We are also ordered to investigate. No. Su Yuan shook his head, his expression nonchalant. Sorry to disturb. Guard Qin did not linger, heading towards the street ahead. However, at that moment, a bald rogue cultivator approached, directly cupping his hands at Guard Qin and whispering his report. Guard Qin, I suspect Su Yuan is very suspicious. Yesterday, he had a dispute with Gu Chuhu, and then the adventurer team caught fire. Don't you think that's a coincidence? I suggest we directly arrest Su Yuan. Torture him severely. Guard Qin looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. Friend Wang Tsong, you need to provide evidence when you speak. According to our investigation, Gu Chuhu offended many people, and we are not lacking one Su Daoyu. Do you really think you are exceptionally clever? Wang Tsong scratched his bald head, feeling a bit embarrassed on his face. Qin Protector, please don't tease me. I'm serious. Get lost. Qin Protector's face showed impatience. I don't know what grievances you have. But think about it, can a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator like Su Dao friend kill an entire adventure group? This? Wang Tsong's mouth twitched, unsure how to respond. After pondering for a moment, he said, Qin Protector, I will keep an eye on Su Yuan. I will definitely find evidence. Suit yourself. Qin Protector said no more and walked ahead, continuing his investigation. Seeing Qin Protector leave, Wang Tsong walked over with his hands behind his back, casting a disdainful glance at Su Yuan. His gaze lingered on Yun Yao, revealing a hint of greed. Sister Yao, come back home with your brother. Su Yuan cannot take care of you at all. As long as brother applies a little pressure, he can send him to jail. A flicker of disgust flashed in Yun Yao's eyes. I never expected this. You are actually this kind of person. You are even more disgusting than Gu Chu. Oomph. Wang Tsong snorted coldly. This is called restraint. I wouldn't dare compete with Gu Chu. But now that he is dead, I have my chance. Su Yuan stood to the side, silently observing with a strange expression on his face. He didn't expect to have killed a Gu Chu. Now another bald man has emerged. Wang Tsong. He was known to be a loose cultivator living in the city, a friend of Zhou Wu. He has been in Tianyuan City for over 10 years. He was indifferent and unambitious. Unexpectedly, he came out to pursue Yun Yao. This made one sigh. Yun Yao's charm is truly great, attracting so many loose cultivators wanting to take her as a wife. Perhaps this is because there are too few female cultivators. Just having one more could attract competition. It's truly a case of many wolves, but little meat, making it hard to find a woman. Don't you know brother's intentions? From the first time I saw you. Wang Tsong ignored Su Yuan and quickly approached, expressing his feelings. However, at that moment, Yun Yao directly closed the courtyard, turning back into the room. This made Wang Tsong somewhat displeased. Anger flashed in his eyes as he attempted to force his way into the courtyard. I advise you not to do this. This is my private territory. Seeing Wang Tsong prepare to intrude, Su Yuan coldly spoke from the side. I will break in, and what can you do about it? Then, Su Yuan took out a talisman, unleashing a powerful force. Then don't blame me for being impolite. This fireball talisman has the strength of a mid-stage Qi refinement attack. It should be able to repel you. Seeing that Su Yuan was not joking, Wang Tsong's face turned angry, glaring fiercely at Su Yuan. You good. You are quite good. You better watch out. Oomph. After finishing his words, Wang Tsong turned and left, disappearing down the street. After Wang Tsong left, Yun Yao finally came out, her eyes filled with worry as she took Su Yuan's hand. Su Lang. Did I cause you trouble again? It's fine. Su Yuan waved his hand. Just a clown. In the current Tianyuan City, with a Foundation establishment cultivator stationed here, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Oh, Yun Yao chuckled lightly. You still have the nerve to talk about others. You are the one causing chaos, making people worried. What chaos have I caused? Su Yuan asked, holding her soft hand. Su Lang, you are just pretending to be ignorant. Yun Yao pursed her lips, her eyes showing irritation. She was not foolish. She knew Su Yuan was hiding his strength, definitely not wanting to attract trouble, and was cultivating low-key to reach Foundation establishment. But now he attracted a lot of attention. He even exterminated an adventure group. This caused her some worry, fearing it would bring trouble to Su Yuan and make the other party unhappy. If you don't tell me, then I will cause chaos now and ask you if you are afraid. Su Yuan said no more, pulling Yun Yao's figure directly into his embrace. Don't. It's still daytime. Seeing Su Yuan being so bold, Yun Yao let out a startled cry and quickly ran back into the house, not daring to show her face again. As night fell, the streets were silent. In the residential area, the lights were already out and everyone had fallen asleep. Only the patrolling guards could be heard guarding the safety of the town. At this moment, a shadowy figure flashed by, cautiously sneaking out of the courtyard, looking at the room that was already dark and silent. A cold smile appeared on Wang Tsung's face. He had not forgotten Su Yuan's threatening words. A mere mid-stage chi refinement cultivator, a loose cultivator selling goods, actually dared to threaten him. Simply courting death. Originally, I just wanted to send you to jail. I didn't expect that you would insist on courting death, then don't blame me. Wang Tsung's eyes flashed with a cold light. Originally, he just wanted to frame Su Yuan for the incident of burning the adventure group. This way he could eliminate this trouble and gain Yun Yao's favor. But unexpectedly, Su Yuan was so strong-headed, not knowing what was good for him, and even dared to threaten him. This made him unable to hold back. In the evening, he sneaked over, planning to quietly eliminate him. A waste. Still dare to threaten me. Do you really think hiding in the town is safe? Wang Tsung shook his head, moving his stiff neck, and quietly sneaked into the outer courtyard. He had long been displeased with Su Yuan, taking advantage of their neighboring courtyards merging, claiming it was to help each other. Anyone with eyes could see what this really meant. It was just to occupy Yun Yao. If it were Gu Chuhu, he wouldn't dare to compete and could only suppress his anger. But now the entire adventure group had perished in the sea of flames. He could also compete. Wang Tsung climbed into the courtyard, quietly approaching the window, holding a concealed weapon and observing carefully. As long as he spotted Su Yuan's figure in the room, he would shoot the concealed weapon directly. One strike to kill. He had this confidence, being a 7th-layer chi refinement cultivator and mastering a concealed weapon technique. Even against cultivators of the same level, he could successfully ambush them. But just at that moment, a shy voice rang out, surprising him. He walked to the window, quietly listening. Su Lang, I'm afraid. Hearing the voice, Wang Tsung was instantly filled with rage, a surge of fury rising to the heavens. How could he not know what had happened in the room? How could they engage in such acts? It was utterly infuriating. You must understand, Zhou Wu had just held a funeral, and Yun Yao was still in mourning. How could this be allowed? Hateful. Wang Tsung roared, inwardly trembling like a beast. At this moment, the Yun Yao in his mind seemed to transform into a debauched fairy, completely fallen from grace. Reduced to garbage, the likes of 100 Flowers Pavilion. Compared to his perfect wife, the gentle and beautiful wife was simply worlds apart. He wanted to burst into the room right now and slay this dog couple. However, with each deep breath, he suppressed his anger, hiding outside the room while waiting. He knew that only when the two entered a relaxed state would it be the perfect opportunity. Thus he waited quietly. Su Lang, you're so good. Wang Tsung, hiding outside the house, heard Yun Yao's voice drifting from the room, his grip tightening around the hidden weapon, his eyes reddening. His breathing grew heavy, his teeth clenched, struggling to hold on. Cursing inwardly, harlot, I'll kill you soon enough. However, before he could finish his curse, a sharp blue long sword was already pressed against his neck, emanating a dangerous aura. Wang Tsung trembled all over, unable to believe it. Slowly turning his head, he saw Su Yuan holding the long sword. His eyes widened. Weren't you in the room? Yes. Su Yuan smiled slightly, not denying. Can I come out? Wang Tsung gulped, fear evident in his eyes. Do you really enjoy eavesdropping? Wang Tsung stared at the sharp long sword, not daring to move. Let me go. I mean no harm. Huh? Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the hidden weapon in Wang Tsung's hand, which resembled a flying knife. Do you think I'm foolish? Wang Tsung tugged at the corner of his mouth, falling silent. He realized an unbearable truth. The two in the room had long discovered his presence. Then they deliberately acted, making noise to confuse him, thus letting their guard down. What a terrifying scheme. In this moment, Wang Tsung truly recognized Su Yuan's exceptional nature. Especially with such skills, he had silently approached from behind. It was utterly terrifying. He was definitely not an ordinary practitioner in the midstage of chi refinement. He must be hiding his true strength. You discovered me long ago, didn't you? Su Yuan did not deny it. I knew it. Wang Tsung took a deep breath. You acted deliberately, making me let my guard down. How despicable. I actually believed you. Su Yuan's expression was strange as he slowly shook his head. We did not act. Wang Tsung could hardly believe it, his fists clenched tightly. Impossible. You're lying to me, aren't you? With you, how could you possibly be with Yun Yao? Suddenly, a sharp sword light flashed. Su Yuan's expression turned cold. Without any hesitation, he slid the blade. He did not give Wang Tsung a chance to speak further. Talking to Wang Tsong was merely out of pity. He did not want to die confused. Dying in confusion. It was a form of compassion. You despicable. How could it come to this? His words abruptly halted as hot blood spewed forth. Wang Tsong fell to the ground, mouth slightly agape, unable to utter another word, gradually losing all signs of life. He coldly stared at Su Yuan, refusing to close his eyes. After a moment, Su Yuan stepped forward, thrusting the sword into his heart. Seeing that the other had completely lost vitality, he squatted down to search through the storage bag, picking up the fallen flying knife. Then he took out a bottle of liquid and gently poured it over the corpse. Instantly, Wang Tsong's body began to corrode, turning into a puddle of blood, leaving no trace of bones. This sulfuric acid is really effective. Truly a great tool for murder, treasure hunting, and erasing traces. Just a drop is enough to dissolve an entire corpse. Su Yuan held the liquid, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth, his face filled with satisfaction. This was something he had taken from the ancient storage tiger. It was evident that these adventurers often killed for treasure and erased traces, otherwise they wouldn't possess such items that could leave no remains. Wang Tsong, be smarter in your next life. Su Yuan took out a shovel to cover the traces on the ground, then returned to the room. Inside the room, the atmosphere was filled with springtime allure. Yun Yao, wearing an inner garment, showed signs of fatigue as she quickly approached. Have you dealt with it? Su Yuan embraced the beauty, gazing at her graceful figure, unable to resist leaning forward and tightly holding her. Thanks to Yao for being so cooperative. Yun Yao's face turned shy, a blush appearing. Don't tease me. If it weren't for you saying there was someone outside. All right. Su Yuan smiled. Let's continue. No. Yun Yao, with a mischievous look, broke free from his embrace and quickly entered the room. The next morning, Su Yuan got up, began to check his gains, his face filled with surprise. He hadn't expected that this Wang Tsong would possess so many spirit stones and various rare treasures. The cultivation materials were simply countless. Su Yuan speculated that this must be the harvest from the chaos caused by robbers taking advantage of the fire. Otherwise, ordinary loose cultivators wouldn't have such financial power, easily over 1,000 spirit stones. There was even a cultivation technique. Dark force technique. Su Yuan held the technique, carefully examining it. Soon he discovered that it was a technique for using hidden weapons designed for surprise attacks. In fact, it couldn't even be considered a proper cultivation technique. It could only be categorized as a warrior's secret skill for cultivating the strength of hidden weapons. This might still hold some value for assassins. But Su Yuan had already comprehended the diamond finger, cultivating the sword finger divine ability. Further practicing the dark force technique would be somewhat useless. White spirit flower ink, fishbone, and clear heart pill. Really good. My assets are almost comparable to the ancient storage tiger. Inspecting the cultivation supplies in the storage bag, Su Yuan's satisfaction grew. Wang Tsong. Looks like I still need to thank you for delivering such excellent cultivation resources to me. Su Yuan organized the supplies and walked to the window, looking outside where there were already no traces left. Even if the guards came to investigate, they probably wouldn't find anything. What a pity, so foolish. Coming to deliver death so hastily saved me a lot of trouble. Su Yuan slowly shook his head, revealing a hint of coldness. Originally, he had planned to wait until midnight to quietly sneak in and slay Wang Tsong. He had not forgotten the words the other party had spoken. A blatant threat. He even wanted to steal his wife. This was absolutely intolerable, especially since the other party had targeted him and reported to the Qin guards, framing him. If he kept the other alive, who knew what kind of underhanded tricks he might play behind the scenes? Threats must be nipped in the bud, only then can one sleep soundly. But he hadn't expected Wang Tsong to rush to his own demise directly, saving him a lot of trouble. Time flowed onward. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The incident involving Gu Chuhu gradually subsided. Despite extensive patrols by numerous guards, no meaningful leads emerged, and the matter ultimately faded into silence. Officially, it was declared that a vengeful enemy had committed the murder and fled Tianyun City long ago, thereby quelling public panic among the city's residents. As for Wang Tsong, no one paid him any heed. So long as no major disturbance occurred, the guards would not intervene. Such was the bitter reality for unaffiliated cultivators. Devoid of lineage, influence, kinship, or patronage, their demise would pass unnoticed like dust vanishing into wind. On this day, Su Yuan sent out wedding invitations, widely summoning many familiar fellow unaffiliated cultivators to celebrate his nuptials with Yun Yao. The guests were somewhat taken aback, so soon to remarry and with Yun Yao herself. Yet they gave it little further thought, arriving en masse to offer congratulations. The banquet overflowed with jubilance and festive warmth, especially upon seeing Yun Yao, clad in a flowing crimson gown, radiant as a celestial maiden. Many could not help but feel a pang of envy and began teasing playfully, "Brother Su, did you two secretly conspire long before this? How swiftly you've wed." "Indeed," chorused the crowd, nodding in unison. Truly it is rather hasty. Su Yuan remained calm, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he gazed upon the assembly. As the saying goes, those nearest the water gain the moonlight first. Swiftness, then, is only natural. Precisely. Zhao Yu stepped forward to mediate. Brother Su and sister Yun share profound mutual affection. Their talents and virtues harmonize perfectly. They are truly destined soulmates. Congratulations. May your union bear noble offspring. My pleasure. Su Yuan raised his wine cup toward the gathering. Please drink heartily. Yet at that very moment a group barged uninvited into the courtyard, their eyes dark with ill will as they surveyed the joyous celebration. Particularly upon spotting Su Yuan, beaming with unguarded delight, their fury flared. Who granted you permission to marry? Su Yuan regarded them coldly, his expression utterly impassive. He recognized them, friends of Zhou Wu, all of whom had attended the morning feast held just a month prior. At their forefront stood Lu Hao, a middle-aged man with a thick beard and cultivation at the 7th layer of qi refinement. 2 others followed closely behind, both mid-stage qi refiners, though Su Yuan held no memory of them. What now? Do you intend to seize the bride by force? Humph. Lu Hao's bushy brows nodded as he let out a contemptuous snort. Zhou Wu perished barely a month ago, and yet you usurp his residence and forcibly claim his betrothed. Where lies your sense of righteousness? Su Yuan paused in silence. Then a faint wry smile touched his lips. Righteousness? What righteousness do you possess? Did you simply stand by and watch as Yun Yao fell into Gu Chua's clutches? Or are you envious that I have won her hand? Is it mere resentment gnawing at your heart? Exactly. Zhao Yu rose abruptly, raising his wine cup toward the crowd. They are a match made in heaven. Talented, virtuous, perfectly aligned. Who asked for your approval? And who, pray tell, are you? Lu Hao's gaze sharpened with hostility, fixed venomously upon Zhao Yu. Undaunted, Zhao Yu gestured to his companions and stood tall with them. I advise you to leave now. Do not disrupt this sacred occasion. Else do not blame us for our severity. Seeing the guests rise as one, Lu Hao dared not escalate further, but glared fiercely at Su Yuan. You will answer for this. Let me speak plainly. No one even knows whether Zhou Wu truly perished, and yet you dare what is intended. Such conduct is despicable beyond measure. Moreover, who can say Zhou Wu still lives, and that you two have already entangled yourselves behind his back? Shameless, wretched pair. At these vicious slurs, Yun Yao trembled violently, her eyes blazing with incandescent wrath. Speak again, and suffer the consequences. Dare you silence truth-tellers? Retorted one of Lu Hao's companions, stepping forward. Die. In that instant, Yun Yao drew her longsword, her suppressed fury erupting as a razor-edged aura of killing intent swept across the courtyard. At the sight, Lu Hao and his entourage fled in disarray, vanishing in a blur of haste. My lady, calm yourself. Su Yuan remained serene as the intruders departed. Gently clasping Yun Yao's hand, he offered her a look of quiet reassurance. There is no need for anger. We harbor no guilt, and our hearts remain unburdened. Yun Yao nodded faintly, still trembling with indignation, her fingers clenched tightly. It is simply unbearable. That vile wretch dares slander my husband. A trifling matter. Su Yuan smiled, effortless and unfazed, turning to his guests. Enjoy yourselves. Eat, drink, and savor every moment. Pay no mind to those words. Agreed. The guests fell silent no longer, resuming their feasting and laughter with unrestrained mirth. After several rounds of wine, they bade farewell and departed. Su Yuan led Yun Yao into their bridal chamber, ready to consummate their union. My lord. She spoke the title anew, cheeks flushed with exquisite shyness. Su Yuan nodded softly, drawing her gently into his arms, cradling her within the tender embrace of love. A chime resonated silently within his consciousness. A second chime followed. Congratulations, cultivator Su Yuan. Yun Yao has conceived. Reward granted, soul-stabilizing bell 1, a frost-cold crystal 1, sacred spirit pill 10. Current fame value 460. Startled, Su Yuan paused, disbelief flickering across his features. He had not anticipated such abundance of rewards, nor this miraculous news. Realization dawning, he gazed down at the woman nestled in his arms, overcome with tenderness, and kissed her deeper, more reverently than before. My lord, what is it? Yun Yao opened her eyes, curious and rosy-cheeked. My lady, do you feel unwell in any way? Oh, she blinked, puzzled, then pondered briefly and nodded. Perhaps. Yes, my lord, you are truly extraordinary. Su Yuan smiled warmly, stroking her cheek. Is that truly the cause? Well, I have grown unusually drowsy. Yes, even now I feel sleepy. Then it is confirmed. Su Yuan took a slow, steadying breath. You are with child. You carry the heir of the Su family. Truly, really. Yun Yao stared incredulous. Then radiant joy bloomed across her face. I am carrying a child. I shall become a mother. My lord, Thank you. Thank you for blessing me with this precious gift. Foolish girl. Su Yuan shook his head gently. It is I who must thank you. That night's sleep eluded him. After tossing and turning countless times, he finally fell into a deep slumber. It was not until the sun rose high that Wei Shiryun came knocking on the door, rousing him just in time for lunch. Looking at the two, Wei Shiryun said nothing more, merely giving Su Yuan a glare. I see you've had your fill. Su Yuan rubbed his eyes and approached Wei Shiryun, gently touching her slightly protruding belly, and softly said, You've worked hard, my dear. Pregnant and still having to cook. Oomph. Wei Shiryun turned her head away. This was made by Sister Zhou. Su Yuan was a bit surprised and quickly walked out of the room. His gaze fell upon Zhou Yi, who was busy in the kitchen feeling a pang of heartache. Zhou Yi was already 6 months pregnant and had been told not to cook for a long time. He never expected her to prepare a full lunch. Ear, why aren't you listening? Husband. Zhou Yi approached, her head lowered in a bit of fear. I thought on our first day of marriage we should all sit together and enjoy a nice meal. Isn't that what you said, dear? As the eldest sister, I naturally have to cook myself. All right. Su Yuan said no more and beckoned Yun Yao and Wei Shiryun to join him at the dining table. He looked at the three of them solemnly. From today on, I will take charge of cooking. Aunt. Zhou Yi blinked, her eyes filled with reluctance. Husband, how can we let you cook? Yes. Wei Shiryun nodded. I'm only a little over 2 months pregnant, and I don't need to rest yet, so don't underestimate me. Su Yuan shook his head. You three are all pregnant. Just take a good rest. After saying this, Su Yuan turned to look at Yun Yao, revealing a gentle light in his eyes. Yaoer, you can help me out. You two should just focus on resting. Relax and nurture the baby. Aunt. Zhou Yi and Wei Shiryun both looked at Yun Yao, curious in their eyes. Sister Yun Yao, how come you're pregnant so soon? Yun Yao lowered her head, biting her lip, feeling a bit shy. After all, this was a case of premarital pregnancy, which was hard for anyone to speak about, so she could only say softly, It's all because my husband is too strong. Su Yuan laughed brightly. Of course my body is in its prime. 3 lovely wives. Can you guess what gift I prepared for you? A gift? Wei Shiryun turned her head. Husband, is it cultivation materials? Ugh. Su Yuan was speechless and shook his head. How did you guess cultivation? Keep guessing. I guess it's something delicious. Zhou Yi continued. You're very close. Ugh. Yun Yao thought for a moment, looking at the tightly held object in Su Yuan's hand, resembling a pill bottle. She exclaimed, Could it be a pill? Su Yuan lifted his chin slightly, looking at his 3 wives. Do you want to maintain your beautiful appearance? Yes. Do you want to stay young forever, free from aging? Yes. We definitely want. Husband, what is it really? Hearing Su Yuan's words, Zhou Yi and Wei Shiryun were both very excited and couldn't help but ask. Especially Yun Yao, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, her breath quickening. She had a vague suspicion. After all, she was the oldest, already in her 30s, nearing middle age. She was even more obsessed with youth and beauty. Su Yuan did not keep them guessing and directly took out the pill bottle. Beauty pill. 1 for each of you. Wow. Wei Shiyan's face was shocked as she took the pill bottle and examined it. Could it really be the beauty pill? Husband, how did you obtain such a precious pill? You know, even a single beauty pill is worth thousands of spirit stones and may not even be available for purchase. This pill is incredibly valuable. Aunt. Zhou Yi shook her head. So precious. I can't take it. I'm just an ordinary mortal. I won't take it. Su Yuan looked speechless and shot a glare at Wei Shiryun. Don't worry. This pill isn't expensive. It just keeps your appearance youthful. It doesn't have any special effects. It's of no use for cultivation. You don't want to become an old hag and be disliked by your husband, do you? No. Zhou Yi shook her head, took out a pill, and swallowed it directly. I won't let my husband dislike me. Very good. Su Yuan nodded slightly, taking out some cultivation pills for strengthening the body and replenishing qi and blood, along with the dark energy technique. After the child is born, you can practice the dark energy. Strengthening the body helps recover your figure faster. You can even become a female assassin. All right. Zhou Yi took the pills and the dark energy technique, smiling as she agreed. Seeing this, Su Yuan looked at Wei Shiryun and Yun Yao, revealing a mysterious smile as they exchanged glances, remaining silent for a long time. Husband, do you have more good things for us? Seeing Su Yuan's demeanor, Wei Shiryun felt a bit anxious and couldn't help but ask. Of course. Su Yuan laughed heartily, directly taking out cleansing pills and various cultivation materials, dividing them into 2 portions and placing them in front of the 2. Take a look. I hope my wives can reach the foundation establishment stage. Wei Shiryun took a deep breath, staring at the cultivation materials before her and a high-grade cleansing pill, her eyes widening, unable to recover for a long time. Finally, she quietly put it away and took a deep breath. Husband, no matter if I can reach the foundation establishment stage or not, I will always stand by you. Su Yuan said nothing, lifting his chin slightly, revealing a gentle light. Husband, thank you. Yuan Yao took the cleansing pill, her eyes a bit moved, misty with tears. She had 1,000 words to say in her heart, but didn't know what to express in the end, only saying thank you. She could not express the emotions in her heart. She knew the value of this high-grade cleansing pill. Once swallowed, it would improve her constitution, cleanse impurities, greatly enhancing both her cultivation speed and her ability to break through bottlenecks. It was like being reborn, completely changing her fate, stepping into the realm of cultivation. How many wandering cultivators could not break through to the foundation establishment stage? It was all due to their poor constitution. Too weak to establish a Tao foundation. No need to thank. We are all family. There's no need for thanks. Su Yuan looked at the two, without saying much, heading back to his room. He took out the thunder shadow technique to examine. This was a secret technique of movement, its figure like lightning, its eruption like thunder, swift as a shadow, once cultivated to a small accomplishment. The speed, while running, could produce an electric current. One could see how fast it was. If one wished to truly reach the ultimate realm of erupting like thunder and being as swift as a shadow, they would need to cultivate it to great success. At that time, operating the thunder shadow technique would produce flashes of lightning, enhancing both attack power and speed. Most importantly, it would leave after images to confuse others. This was extremely useful in combat. Huff, what an exceptionally practical body movement art. Perfect. My golden Vajra finger requires close-range combat to unleash its full might. What if I combine it with the thunder shadow art? I wonder what kind of devastating power that would yield. Surely far more than mere addition. Su Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing his surging excitement, then retrieved the earth spirit liquid and gently inhaled its aroma beneath his nostrils. Instantly, spiritual energy flooded the chamber, dense as mist, enveloping the entire room like a drifting sea of clouds, exuding a hazy, ethereal radiance. For a fleeting moment, he felt himself transported once more to the Tianxian sect's entrance trial. An overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body. Ni's expression grew distant, dreamlike. Such astonishingly dense spiritual energy. No wonder it's called Earth Spirit Liquid. Snapping back to awareness, Su Yuan swiftly secured the vial and began absorbing the ambient energy, lest this peerless treasure betray itself. After all, Tianyan City possessed neither spirit veins nor cultivation arrays. Ordinary cultivators could only rely on spirit stones or pills to draw upon the faint spiritual energy permeating the world. If such potent energy were to leak outward, it would surely be detected and attract grave danger. Huff, I'll keep it for now. Su Yuan exhaled, slowly drawing in the vast reservoir of spiritual energy and guiding it through his meridians. Then he withdrew the soul-stabilizing bronze bell and examined it closely. It was a high-grade magical artifact, golden-hued, bell-shaped, compact as a small chime. Yet Su Yuan could sense the formidable power coiled within. Once shaken and infused with true energy, its resonance could shatter one's mental fortitude, killing silently, invisibly, terrifyingly. A true instrument of death. Excellent. The bronze bell stills souls, the Qin Gang's sword claims lives. A perfect synergy. Na delighted smile spread across Su Yuan's face as he caressed the soul-stabilizing bell, reluctant to part with it. He felt certain that armed with this bell, even a peak Qi condensation cultivator, 10th tier, would be within his reach. His confidence soared. Even disciples from established sects or elite cultivation clans called be challenged. That was the unshakable assurance granted by a high-grade magical artifact. Still, I won't seek out such formidable opponents recklessly. But against a rogue cultivator like Lu Hao, not the slightest pressure. A glint of cold resolve flickered in Su Yuan's eyes. He had not forgotten how Lu Hao had disrupted his wedding and slandered Yuan Yao with vile accusations. That was utterly unforgivable. Long ago, Lu Hao had been inscribed upon his kill list, his death date etched in fate. A dead man walking. Then there's the Tianhan crystal. I wonder if it suits my constitution for absorption. Pushing aside distractions, Su Yuan retrieved the crystal for inspection. At once an icy, bone-piercing chill surged into his body, as though freezing his very marrow, making him shiver involuntarily. This frost was so intense that even after ingesting the fire spirit crystal, he struggled to withstand it. Truly terrifying. Were it not for the fire spirit crystal, I'd likely freeze solid into a statue, clearly unsuitable for my current cultivation. Su Yuan twitched his lips, sensing the crystal's frigid essence exceeded his endurance threshold, and promptly stowed it away, resolving to consider absorption only after reaching latest-stage Qi condensation. For now it was simply too perilous, too reckless. After a moment's reflection, Su Yuan opened the Su Mi interface and reviewed its data. In cultivator, Su Yuan spirit roots metal fire, and would triple root in cultivation realm, chi condensation, 6th layer in inventory, spirit, gathering, pill, spirit, nourishing, pill, marrow, cleansing, pill, golden vajra, finger, sword, chi talisman, Qingang, sword, youth, preserving, pill, earth, spirit, liquid, thunder, shadow, art, soul stabilizing, bronze bell, Tianhan, crystal, saint, spirit, pill. Renown points 460 in, 460 renown points in, enough to purchase spirit root refinement in, yet might it diminish my fortune? Gazing at the Su-Mi interface, Su Yuan hesitated. In he now possessed 460 renown points, and his fortune had grown increasingly potent. He sensed clearly how, with rising fortune, Nevin perilous undertakings, slaying the adventurer guild, beheading the bald Wang Tsong, had unfolded with uncanny smoothness, undetected even by the city guard, as if guided by some unseen grand cosmic fortune. Ni's marriage to Yunyao too had yielded extraordinary rewards. The thunder shadow art, the earth spirit liquid, flawless, surpassing all prior gains. All these blessings stemmed from fortune, yet purchasing spirit root refinement would consume 300 fortune points, risking its erosion. In such matters remained profoundly uncertain. Fortune itself was intangible, elusive, beyond precise calculation. In no rush, not yet. In I still possess spirit nourishing pills, their steady influx of spiritual energy suffices for now. Even with triple roots, my progress is hardly slow. In I can wait a little longer. In suppressing his excitement, Su Yuan retrieved the Saint Spirit Pill for closer examination, a rare elixir designed for rapid temporary realm advancement, colloquially known as Saint Spirit Manifestation. When facing an overwhelming threat, ingesting it could reverse certain defeat, a sacred remedy among battle-scarred cultivators who lived on the edge of death. Alas, it carried severe side effects, including post-consumption debilitation, and thus it held little utility for Su Yuan. Better to focus first on mastering the Thunder Shadow art. Without further hesitation, Su Yuan withdrew the Thunder Shadow art manual and immersed himself in quiet cultivation. Gradually lightning seemed to coil around his form, crackling arcs dancing across his skin, his aura swelling ever more formidable. Meanwhile, Su Yuan cultivated and outside world underwent cataclysmic change. The Mistvale mountain barrier had shattered. Numerous immortal cultivation families and sect disciples rushed to explore the newly revealed realm. Tianyun City emptied considerably. Its former bustle vanished, and leaving only scattered rogue cultivators behind. They gathered in taverns, exchanging rumors about the Mistvale mountain treasures, debating fiercely over who would claim them. But soon a shocking revelation exploded across the city, igniting chaos. Commander Sun, while investigating the secret realm, had met an unexpected end, never emerging again. Ni's demise came as a profound shock. After all, he was a Foundation establishment midstage powerhouse, yet perished before even beginning his exploration. Unbelievable. Commander Sun has fallen. So suddenly, at dusk, Su Yuan emerged from meditation. In the moment he stepped outside, he overheard Yunyao and another discussing the city's seismic event. My lord, it's true. Apparently, he was ensnared in a formation, reduced to dust, no remains left. Yunyao approached softly, whispering the grim details. Su Yuan stared speechless, silent for a long while. Nate encountered Commander Sun only once, briefly from afar. How imposing he'd looked, commanding his spirit boat, intimidating all who beheld him. Na Foundation establishment, midstage master, sovereign over a vast territory, yet felled within a secret realm. Inconceivable. After all, merely breaking the formation had taken over 2 months, yet he fell before exploration even began. How unfortunate. Commander Sun truly had wretched luck. Sigh. Su Yuan shook his head, his expression darkening. This portended the decline of Jin State's national fortune. Otherwise, how could such misfortune strike? My lord, if Commander Sun is gone, what becomes of Tianyun City? Su Yuan pondered. Wei Shiyun approached, her eyes clouded with concern, speaking softly. That remains uncertain. Perhaps greater chaos will follow. 3 days later, as the news of Commander Sun's demise spread, the dragonless Tianyun City began to stir with hidden wicked cultivators who started to create chaos. Taking advantage of the turmoil, many merchant associations were plundered. In just one night, Tianyun City fell into chaos once again, with even residential areas experiencing some impact, resulting in significant casualties. This intensified the fear among the loose cultivators in the city, who dared not venture outside. Tianyun City. It seems it is doomed. Su Yuan sat in his chair, lamenting the unpredictability of life. He originally believed that with Commander Sun in charge, order could be maintained, allowing him to quietly wait for the birth of his child and live a peaceful life. However, he did not expect such a situation to occur. Chaos arose so quickly. The Lin family. I wonder if they have anything to do with this. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, gazing at the silent streets, contemplating deeply. He recalled Lin Xiao's letter, which seemed to lure in wicked cultivators to seize control of the town. It was highly likely that they were manipulating everything from behind the scenes. After all, the Jin Kingdom was fraught with crises, and in the face of national calamity, everyone wanted a piece of the pie. One had to know that the annual revenue of this town was no small sum. Just from the rents of the markets within it was enough to cover the expenses of a cultivation family. Such a large piece of meat would certainly not be easily let go. Whatever. Who controls the town is irrelevant. As long as things can settle down, I don't want to move. Su Yuan looked at Zhou Yi, who was in the yard pregnant and tending to the house and planting flowers, secretly thinking that there were only a few months left until she would give birth. In such a situation, long-distance travel was not suitable, especially with wicked cultivators causing chaos. Major factions converging the outside world was even more dangerous. One might encounter robbers the moment they stepped outside. That would truly be unfortunate. Husband, it seems we are out of rice. At this moment, Yin Yao walked over, wrapping her arms around Su Yuan's neck, appearing very natural. Let's go buy some. No, we should stock up more. Su Yuan pulled her hand, directly pulling her into his embrace, gently rubbing her belly. Husband, won't we encounter danger? Right now, robbers are gathering, and it's easy for them to target lone, loose cultivators. Don't worry. Su Yuan smiled, showing great confidence. Husband's strength. You still don't know. Ugh. Yun Yao's eyes softened. I know that, which is why I want you to be cautious. Often the fallen loose cultivators rely on their hidden cards and possess great confidence, only to perish outside the city. Su Yuan was slightly taken aback and slowly nodded. What you said makes sense. Those who drown are often good swimmers. I understand. Su Yuan took a deep breath, casting a reassuring glance. In fact, he had always been very cautious, never wanting to expose his strength or offend any cultivators. He only wanted to develop steadily and wait for his child to be born. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Lu Hao and others to ruin the wedding, directly driving them out. Husband, I want to eat sour bamboo shoots. Can you help me buy some? Sure. Su Yuan smiled in response and directly walked out of the yard. But just then his gaze fell on his neighbor Zhou Manyun, who was walking towards him. Wearing a long purple dress, her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, swaying her waist and causing people to glance multiple times. Su Daoist, where are you going? Zhou Manyun asked with a smile in her eyes and a raised eyebrow. To buy daily necessities. Su Yuan discreetly withdrew his gaze, looking up at the sky and simply saying, Is that so? Zhou Manyun approached, hugging her arms. What a coincidence. I am going too. Would you like to join me? This? Su Yuan blinked, hesitating for a moment. He did not want to get involved with such a woman who was quite mysterious. He had no idea what she was doing at home, even setting up traps in the yard to kill a few wicked cultivators. However, thinking that they were neighbors and could watch over each other, he decided not to refuse and smiled in agreement. Su Daoist, are you afraid your wife will misunderstand? Seeing Su Yuan hesitate, Zhou Manyun moved closer, her eyes teasing. Indeed, marrying 3 lovely wives and still wanting to accompany me shopping. If this gets out. Su Yuan was somewhat speechless, turning to look at her with a blank expression. Are we going or not? Let's go. Zhou Manyun did not say much, the corner of her mouth raising in a smile, following Su Yuan as they walked towards the street, muttering to herself, Su Daoist, I am not trying to trouble you. Mainly the city has been unstable recently, with many loose cultivators appearing. Who knows if they are robbers? As a weak woman, if someone tries to rob me, just thinking about it is terrifying. Do you still care about these things, eh? Su Yuan looked at the beautiful woman with a strange expression and shook his head. Oomph. Zhou Manyun puffed out her chest, her face filled with indignation. What's wrong? Having a good figure and wearing beautiful clothes makes me a flirtatious fox. Do you really think so? Su Daoist, we are neighbors and our ages are quite similar. I didn't expect you to think of me this way. Su Yuan pressed his lips together, revealing a bitter smile. Zhou Daoist, please don't tease me. You know that's not what I meant. Oomph. Zhou Manyun said no more as they entered the city to shop, and then said lightly, wait here for me. Su Yuan was speechless. Was she treating him as her bodyguard? However, he did not refuse, knowing the dangers of the town, and directly agreed. Su Daoist, you are really great. If you weren't so fickle and had married 3 wives, I think I could have given you a chance. Hep. Su Yuan curled his lips. That won't be necessary. Goodbye. Zhou Manyun seemed somewhat disinterested, turning around and leaving. Watching Zhou Manyun's retreating figure, Su Yuan did not linger, walking to a nearby grocery store to purchase some daily necessities and some beast blood and flesh. He then walked to a nearby tavern, quietly observing while drinking and waiting. Since the chaos caused by the wicked cultivators, many shops in the market had closed down. Only a few well-connected and powerful chain merchant associations remained open for business. Such associations, even cultivation families and sect disciples, did not dare to offend, let alone robbers. They would likely be wiped out by the merchant cultivators before they even attempted to rob. Have you heard? The Tianxian sect has also come to the Misty Mountain range. At this moment in the bustling tavern, people were discussing various factions. There were many rumors about the Misty Mountain creating a lively atmosphere. This piqued Su Yuan's curiosity, prompting him to listen attentively. Not just the Tianxian sect. The Baiwa sect and the Burning Fragrance Valley have also come. It seems the secret realm in the Misty Mountain is rather extraordinary. It seems to be the cave of a master of formations. Indeed, as everyone drank and chatted, they began to make jokes. What a pity for Commander Sun. He exerted all his effort to break the formation only to perish before exploring it. Truly laughable. It has only benefited these sect powerhouses. Sigh. An old man lamented, such as fate. Fate. Someone quickly retorted, cultivators are all defying the heavens, changing one's destiny. If you truly believe in fate, then you might as well not cultivate. Just marry and enjoy a peaceful life. The crowd dared not speak further, glancing at a young man in the tavern dressed in luxurious attire, appearing quite affluent, likely from a noble family of cultivators. They did not dare to offend him. Gradually the tavern quieted down with no sounds left. Only after the young man left did they dare to continue their discussions, exclaiming, "We just received intel. The Tianxian sect's ancient-century genius Gu Yunxi has also arrived. I heard she has already broken through to Foundation establishment." What a surprise. Really? The crowd's eyes widened in shock. Gu Yunxi. She truly is a prodigy. If I am not mistaken, she has only been cultivating for 5 years. Indeed. Isn't the gap between people a bit too vast? Upon hearing Gu Yunxi's name, Su Yuan was momentarily dazed, his gaze lost in thought. He did not expect to hear this name after many years. It was quite unexpected. His memories seemed to drift back to years ago during the Tianxian sect's assessment when he encountered that young woman. She could be described as the most dazzling daughter of heaven. Possessing a mutated ice spirit root, she became the center of attention, taken as a closed-door disciple. Su Yuan too remembered this woman, especially her long white hair and the exceptionally cool demeanor that made her unforgettable. He had never seen such a woman. Simply breathtaking. I never expected. 5 years, and she has reached Foundation establishment. No wonder she is a prodigy with a mutated ice spirit root, a dazzling daughter of heaven. After cultivating for so many years and participating in 2 assessments, I still haven't passed. Sigh. Su Yuan exhaled, lifting his cup to drink, lamenting the brilliance of the genius. No matter where, they always attracted attention. Of course, he felt no disappointment, only a sense of wonder. Possessing a high-grade, mutated spirit root, standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, his future was limitless. What if one starts at a high point? Cultivating is not solely reliant on talent. There is also luck, opportunities, and strength. All are indispensable. This world is not lacking in geniuses. Su Yuan thought to himself, his mood calming. Holding his cup to savor the fine wine, he gazed in the direction of the market, feeling somewhat speechless. That woman, Zhou Manyun. What a procrastinator, making me wait so long. If I had known, I wouldn't have come out with you. Su Yuan shook his head. He had truly experienced the delays of a woman. Without lingering any longer, he stood up and walked out of the tavern, waiting outside the market. He did not know what Zhou Manyun was purchasing. Why was it taking so long? If I wait another quarter of an hour, I'll just go back. Su Yuan sighed, dispelling the distracting thoughts in his mind and quietly waiting. However, just then he saw Zhou Manyun's figure stumbling out in a flustered manner, looking somewhat panicked. Run. Su Yuan looked on in confusion. Before he could react, Zhou Manyun collapsed into his arms, looking extremely weak. Hurry and go. There's no time to explain. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth twitched as he saw her disheveled appearance and the bloodstains on her abdomen. His expression grew serious. Let's be clear first. If you get into big trouble, I'll just leave you behind. I won't even look back. You. Zhou Manyun appeared somewhat exasperated. What kind of person are you? Hurry and leave, I'll give you an opportunity. Opportunity? Su Yuan's face remained indifferent. I don't lack that. You. Zhou Manyun was so angry that her face turned even redder. At worst, I'll offer myself to you. This. Su Yuan's eyes brightened as he hugged her delicate figure, pondering, feeling somewhat tempted. Pervert. Do you really dare to think that? Seeing Zhou Manyun's furious eyes and her panicked expression, Su Yuan felt a pang of compassion and helped her toward the street. But he still did not forget to ask what exactly happened. You got into a fight in the market. Are you looking to die? This. Zhou Manyun grabbed Su Yuan's shoulder, hesitating. It's a long story. Then make it short. Zhou Manyun rolled her eyes and fell silent, preparing to play dead. Seeing this, Su Yuan felt displeased, directly letting go of her, dropping her in the alley, and she fell to the ground. If you're not going to talk, then forget it. I don't want to attract trouble. Hiss. Zhou Manyun let out a soft cry, holding her abdomen. You rogue. Why don't you understand the importance of cherishing beauty? Su Yuan's face was stern. Don't say that randomly. Where did I act lewdly? Huh. Zhou Mannion struggled to stand, leaning on Su Yuan's shoulder. Do you really think I can't feel the injury? You touched my chest. Nonsense. Su Yuan felt a bit guilty, supporting her as they walked on. I was just looking at your injury. Helping you. Don't say that randomly. Huh. Zhou Mannion looked at him with disdain. Stop pretending. You think I don't know? Old pervert flirting with the fairy Yuan Yao, even sneaking into my courtyard. Did you want to do something? Su Yuan was at a loss for words, tugging at the corners of his mouth without answering. He did not expect that he would be discovered while entering Zhou Mannion's courtyard. It was truly somewhat unbelievable. We're doomed. They've caught up to us. Just then Zhou Mannion stopped, her face looking exceptionally grim. Her gaze turned forward where two white-clad cultivators stood directly blocking their path, and her body began to tremble. Old pervert. This time I've dragged you into this. If you can escape alive, please go to the Zhou family and offer 2 sticks of incense for my parents. Su Yuan remained silent. His gaze was fixed ahead at the 2 white-clad cultivators who were definitely latest-stage powerhouses. Moreover, they were members of a cultivation family. The aura they emanated was significantly stronger than that of loose cultivators. You woman, what kind of power have you offended? Su Yuan remained silent, gripping Zhou Mannion tightly, a hint of annoyance flickering in his eyes. Hiss. Don't. You lecher. Feeling the strength around her waist, Zhou Mannion blushed and stepped hard on Su Yuan's foot. The Lin family. Su Yuan was taken aback, somewhat incredulous. That Lin family. Could it be the Lin family guarded by 3 Foundation establishment cultivators? Zhou Mannion lowered her head and replied softly. Su Yuan tugged at the corners of his mouth, feeling somewhat speechless as he looked at the 2 people approaching from the front, contemplating abandoning Zhou Mannion and turning to flee. This colossal force, a cultivation family with a legacy spanning a century, was not something he could afford to offend. However, upon reflection, even if he wanted to escape, it seemed unlikely he could. Cultivation families acted with dominance unreasonably. Now that he was involved with Zhou Mannion and so intimately held her, even if he wanted to explain to the Lin family, there would be no opportunity. Better to kill incorrectly than to let go. Su Yuan understood this principle. At this moment, he regretted coming out with Zhou Mannion. She was simply a disaster waiting to happen. Why provoke anyone else but the Lin family? Miss Zhou, what are you doing? Young Master Lin Xiao has already recognized you. Don't run away. Just as Su Yuan was deep in thought, a burly man approached, cupping his hands respectfully towards Zhou Mannion. What is happening? Seeing this scene, Su Yuan was somewhat stunned, unable to comprehend. He thought Zhou Mannion had discovered some secret. This was the beginning of the Lin family's pursuit. However, it now appeared that this was not the case at all. Zhou Mannion seemed to have another layer of identity. It seemed she even knew Lin Xiao, the young master of the Lin family, which was quite unexpected. Tell Lin Xiao. Even if I die, I won't go back. Zhou Mannion's eyes darkened, radiating a cold aura as her true energy surged, drawing a short knife. At the same time, the ring in her hand glowed, summoning a humanoid puppet. It appeared like a burly man standing before them. The puppet was a brownish-green color, clad in hard armor with black patterns etched on its limbs, looking rather mysterious, and a white Zhou character written on its chest. It was evident that this was a puppet used by the family bearing the Zhou family surname. Apologies. Upon seeing this, the 2 from the Lin family said no more, swiftly attacking, extending their large hands directly towards the puppet. It seemed they intended to smash the puppet to pieces. However, the puppet quickly reacted, swinging its fists to block the attack, especially its armor, which was exceptionally sturdy. Even when facing 2 latest-stage cultivators, it was able to withstand the force, showing no signs of defeat. Daoist friend Su, you should leave quickly. As Zhou Mannion manipulated the puppet, she glanced at Su Yuan, her eyes signaling to him. Can you do it? Nonsense. Zhou Mannion took a deep breath, her face growing paler. Do you think I can? Su Yuan remained silent and said nothing. His gaze was fixed on the puppet ahead, increasingly astonished, privately investigating. It was his first time witnessing such a puppet in battle. If he wasn't mistaken, Zhou Mannion should be a puppeteer controlling the art of puppetry. Such a peculiar profession. Aren't you leaving? Don't forget what I told you. No. Su Yuan shook his head, stretching his limbs as he walked towards the 2. Upon seeing this scene, Zhou Mannion's eyes widened in disbelief, wanting to shout. However, before she could utter a word, she saw Su Yuan surge forward, moving at an incredible speed, leaving behind an afterimage. Before they could react, he had already killed a latest-stage cultivator. The shocking scene left everyone in a state of turmoil. You? Who are you really? Faced with Su Yuan's sudden attack, the surviving Lin family cultivator was terrified, unable to articulate his thoughts. He had initially thought Su Yuan was merely an ordinary loose cultivator. He hadn't regarded him at all. Such loose cultivators were like ants, easily crushed with a slap. However, he never expected that the speed and fierce killing techniques displayed by the opponent were beyond his comprehension. A deep sense of terror welled up within him. Dead. What need is there to know? Su Yuan did not hesitate, activating the Thunder Shadow technique, rapidly charging forward. He seemed like a bolt of lightning shooting out, hardly giving them time to react. By the time they could react, he had already struck their body, leaving a bloody hole in the chest. Blood spewed from their mouth as they fell straight to the ground. They had completely lost their life force. This Thunder Shadow technique is even more powerful than I imagined. I haven't even mastered it yet. It possesses such power. Looking at the two corpses on the ground, Su Yuan stepped forward to inspect them, revealing a satisfied expression. The Thunder Shadow technique not only enhances speed, but also strengthens physical power. This was something Su Yuan realized only after practicing. He had been astonished for quite some time. Now that he thought about it, if his physical strength wasn't sufficient, it would surely be difficult to unleash his full potential. With a speed like thunder, his steps were swift as shadows. Are you still Su Yuan? After being stunned for a long time, Zhou Manyun finally couldn't help but start asking questions. What about it? What are you doubting? Zhou Manyun's expression turned serious. I suspect you've been possessed. Su Yuan turned to look at her, a strange expression on his face. Possessed? Could you really think of that? If I were possessed, I would have taken over a foundation establishment cultivator. Who would possess a qi refining stage cultivator? True. Zhou Manyun exhaled, gradually relaxing. Cultivators capable of possession all have nascent soul cultivation. They wouldn't even consider possessing a qi refining cultivator. Then how did you become so strong? Su Yuan did not explain, stepping forward to support her directly in his arms. Do I need to tell you that I've been secretly cultivating? Ugh. Zhou Manyun was stunned for a moment, letting out a cry. What are you doing? Let go of me. Su Yuan looked exasperated, glaring at her. Do you want to die here? Zhou Manyun fell silent, no longer struggling, her face growing serious. Dare you provoke the Lin family? True. Su Yuan pondered for a moment, then directly released his grip, dropping her to the ground. Farewell. Take care of yourself. You? Zhou Manyun was extremely enraged, her face growing even paler, gasping for breath. How could you do this? Su Yuan frowned and asked, what do you want me to do? Zhou Manyun was speechless, her mouth agape, stuck in place at a loss for words. Then she collapsed to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. Hey, you can't be dead, right? Seeing this, Su Yuan was somewhat suspicious and approached to check. There's still breath. If you don't get up, I'm going to loot your corpse. I'm serious. Looking at Zhou Manyun lying on the ground, Su Yuan patted her cheek. This woman, rescuing her isn't worth it. The Lin family is not someone I can afford to offend. However, I truly admire your puppetry. And I could even get a wife for free. What a dilemma. As dusk fell, the sky gradually darkened and a chill set in. Zhou Manyun lay on the warm bed, slowly awakening. Looking down, she saw that she had changed into clean clothes, the bandages around her abdomen no longer causing pain, replaced instead by a tingling sensation. You're awake. At that moment, Zhou Yi walked into the room, her eyes soft, holding a pot of hot tea. Zhou Manyun nodded, slightly struggling to sit up. Thank you. You don't need to thank me. It was your husband who brought you back. Zhou Manyun pursed her lips, her brows furrowing slightly, her expression complex. Where's Su Yuan? I have something to say to him. Zhou Manyun pondered for a moment, looking to Zhou Yi for an answer. Your husband is cultivating. If you're in a hurry, I can go call him. Zhou Manyun nodded slightly, watching Zhou Yi leave the room before standing up, changing into clean clothes and fixing her hair. She checked the treasures in her storage bag. Upon seeing them, her expression changed dramatically. Her puppet was missing. It was obvious without guessing that Su Yuan must have taken it, her fists clenched tightly. That puppet was left to me by my father. Damn it. Zhou Manyun tightened her fists and threw a punch into the air, venting her anger. Soon she saw Su Yuan approaching, his expression serious as he questioned, Return my puppet to me. Su Yuan shrugged, expressing confusion. What puppet? I didn't see anything. The puppet I fought with. Oh. Su Yuan suddenly understood. Are you talking about the puppet with the Zhou character engraved on its chest? It ran away as soon as I saved you, and I couldn't catch up. You? Zhou Manyun twitched her lips, nearly laughing in anger. She stared at Su Yuan, her eyes filled with fury, and remained silent for a long time. Taking a deep breath, she finally spoke. I am a member of the Zhou family from Qingqing Mountain. The Zhou family's puppet technique is renowned even throughout the entire Jin kingdom. I believe you should know my identity. Taking the puppet would be quite troublesome for you. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed. I want to pursue it. Unfortunately, I can't catch it. Zhou Manyun was speechless, not wanting to waste more words, and directly took out a manual. This is the secret to controlling puppets. They'll gift it to you. Consider it a repayment for saving my life. Oh. Su Yuan took the manual and looked directly at her. Aren't you the one who said you would offer yourself in return? Zhou Manyun raised an eyebrow, slightly disdainful, as she asked, Do you dare to marry me? But I am Lin Xiao's fiancé. Can you afford to offend the Zhou family and the Lin family? Su Yuan fell silent, putting away the puppet manual and shaking his head. Then what should I do? I took the risk to save you because I wanted to marry you. Zhou Manyun stood frozen in place, gazing at Su Yuan in disbelief. She never expected him to be so sincere, so straightforward in his confession. It left her utterly speechless. In that moment, she realized that the Su Yuan before her was completely different from the brave and decisive one she had encountered earlier. Slowly shaking her head, she said, "You want to marry me? You need to reach the foundation establishment stage first." This, Su Yuan frowned slightly, isn't that a bit too high a requirement? You yourself are only at the late stage of qi refinement, yet you expect your partner to be at foundation establishment stage. Isn't that somewhat unreasonable? I think both of us should be at the late stage. Is that too much to ask? Zhou Manyun looked up at him. That's my only requirement. If you can't meet it, then don't blame me. Su Yuan fell silent, looking at the beauty before him, scrutinizing her for a moment. All right. For you I can make an effort. Cough, cough. Zhou Manyun couldn't help but cough, looking at Su Yuan with a strange expression. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to reach foundation establishment stage? I know. Su Yuan nodded. Zhou Manyun gazed deeply at Su Yuan, seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, and said no more. I truly hope you can break through to foundation establishment stage. I'm leaving now. Where to? Su Yuan asked in confusion. Naturally, I'm returning to my family. Is it okay if you don't go back? Zhou Manyun's eyes flickered, and after a moment of silence she said, if the Lin family discovers my whereabouts, the Zhou family will send people here as well. I can't stay in Tianyan City. Oh. Su Yuan nodded slightly, his brows furrowing. That does pose some trouble. But is there any danger if you return to your family? Umph. Zhou Manyun said nothing more, stepping forward to look at Su Yuan, placing her hand on his shoulder. You should worry about yourself. The chaos in the city, the bandits lurking about, and the cultivation families. Outside the city, powerful individuals are gathering, including foundation establishment cultivators exploring the opportunities in Misty Mountain. The current situation is not optimistic. As a loose cultivator, Zhou Manyun's words trailed off as she shook her head and said no more. The implication was that she looked down on loose cultivators, remarking that in such circumstances it would be hard to survive. It could be described as living in the cracks. It was indeed very difficult. Do you look down on me? What's wrong with being a loose cultivator? If I hadn't saved you, you would have been dead long ago. Su Yuan grasped her arms tightly, displaying a dominant demeanor. Seeing this, Zhou Manyun's eyes went a bit frantic as she struggled vigorously, but it was of no use. A flush crept onto her face, quite vexed. Humph. I know you are concealing your strength capable of slaying latest-stage cultivators. But those two were merely the Lin family's son-in-law, not really a threat at all. Don't be too proud of yourself. Su Yuan shook his head. I've always been low-key. Moreover, I'm not arrogant, though I know my own capabilities. If it weren't for hearing that you'd offer yourself in return for a beautiful wife, I wouldn't have bothered to save you. Provoking the Lin family is very unwise. Damn it. Zhou Manyun bit Su Yuan's hand to finally break free. Old lecher, I knew you were thinking about my body. Honestly, did you do anything while I was unconscious? Do what? Su Yuan asked in confusion. What do you want me to do? Zhou Manyun was rendered speechless, falling silent as she gazed at Su Yuan, the two of them locking eyes for a long time without speaking. After a moment, she directly walked out of the room and left. Husband, did you have a quarrel, eh? I saw Zhou Xinzi leave in a huff. As Zhou Manyun departed, Zhou Yi approached with a slight bulge in her abdomen, blinking with curiosity and softly inquiring. Humph, what quarrel? This woman is untrustworthy. She promised to dedicate herself to me, yet still made demands. It's truly unplayable. Let's not talk about her. A smile appeared on Su Yuan's face as he helped Zhou Yi into a seat, crouching down to touch her belly. Has the little one kicked you today? Yes. Zhou Yi nodded slightly. He kicked quite fiercely. I suspect it might be a boy. He's so active, perhaps he even has a cultivation root. Su Yuan nodded with a chuckle, gently caressing her belly. He too was curious if their child would possess a cultivation root, and whether he could cultivate at all. If he could cultivate, it would be perfect. He would definitely provide the best education for the child, ensuring he starts ahead and doesn't have to worry about cultivation resources. But thinking further, the probability of not having a cultivation root was high. After all, Zhou Yi was merely a mortal, and the chances of having a cultivation root were very low. If the child were born from Wei Shiyun, however, the chances would increase significantly. But soon Su Yuan dismissed this thought, scattering the distractions in his mind. Whether or not the child had a cultivation root, he would ensure that the child grew up worry-free and happy, living a good life. Wife, you should rest first. Su Yuan rubbed his belly and walked straight out of the room, entering the quiet chamber. He eagerly opened the secret text to examine it. He knew that puppet technique was an even rarer profession than alchemy or talismans. It was exceedingly uncommon. Undoubtedly, a complete inheritance of puppet technique could sustain an entire family. The Zhou family was such a puppet family, mastering the secret methods of puppet technique. Moreover, these secret methods would not be easily disseminated. It was exceedingly difficult for outsiders to obtain them. Otherwise, Su Yuan would not have risked saving Zhou Manyan seeking to acquire the puppet technique and marry her, having his own little schemes. Puppet technique. The secret art passed down by the Zhou family. There's indeed something to it. It doesn't seem simple at all. Su Yuan held the secret text, carefully exploring it for a moment before beginning to learn. At the same time, he took out Zhou Manyan's puppet, which was covered in a hard shell resembling a robust and towering figure. Practicing according to the control method, he quickly mastered the art of controlling puppets, able to perform any movement with agility. He could even make this puppet engage in battle. However, he was still not proficient enough. What a pity. Only the control method of puppets. If only I could refine. Su Yuan squinted deep in thought. He speculated that Zhou Manyan fled to Tianyun City, not daring to reveal her identity as a puppet master, hence secretly refining puppets. She was sneaking around like a cultivator, engaging in illicit business, especially leading many strangers home, which led to misunderstandings. Thinking back, she must have been helping others refine puppets, attracting cultivators drawn by her reputation. Refining puppets. It seems it's not that easy. The energy core and various materials are hard to find. Quite troublesome. Su Yuan examined the puppet before him. He noticed a powerful energy core embedded in the chest area, exuding immense power. He understood that the puppet's ability to move relied entirely on this energy core, which held a significant value. After setting up shop for so long, Su Yuan had developed a keen eye. This energy core was not cheap. It should be a second-tier demon core equivalent to those refined from latest-stage chi refinement beasts. Otherwise, this puppet wouldn't be able to withstand two latest-stage powerhouses. Of course, aside from the demon core, the armor, skeletal joints, and materials on it were rare materials from demon beasts, contributing to its astonishing defensive capabilities. Not bad. This can be considered having a helper in the latest-stage chi refinement. If I want to refine puppets once I marry Zhou Manyan, I will have everything. Su Yuan let out a breath, dispelling the distractions from his mind, and continued practicing puppet technique, beginning his cultivation. The next morning, the weather was slightly chilly with dark clouds gathering, indicating the possibility of rain. After a night of practice, Su Yuan had completely mastered the control method. He could now control the puppet, while simultaneously activating his sword finger technique to assist the puppet in battle. He could even maneuver the puppet to withstand deadly attacks, using it as a defensive artifact. Husband, the Lin family has sent someone. Just as Su Yuan was cultivating, Yuan Yao knocked on the door. Oh. Su Yuan responded softly, pondering for a moment before stepping out of the room. He knew that the Lin family would bring trouble after one of their members fell. He hadn't expected them to arrive so soon. Especially as Zhou Manyan's neighbor, he certainly couldn't avoid it. However, he wasn't too fearful. As long as he didn't encounter anyone in the foundation establishment stage, even the Lin family wouldn't intimidate him. Hurry up and open the courtyard. What are you dawdling about, you blind fool? Outside the courtyard, 3 Lin family cultivators shouted as they saw Su Yuan emerge. I'm coming. Su Yuan did not say much, smiling as he approached to open the courtyard, politely inquiring, Friends, what has happened? Why the hurry? Humph. A tall, skinny figure with a malnourished appearance coldly snorted, Don't ask what you shouldn't. Understood. Su Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Su Yuan so perceptive, the Lin family cultivators did not press further and began to ask, Have you seen the female cultivator next door? The female cultivator next door? Su Yuan feigned surprise, slowly shaking his head. I haven't seen her in a long time. Really? The Lin family cultivator seemed skeptical, his eyes flashing with cold light. I heard you went out yesterday. Yes. Su Yuan maintained an expressionless face. Friend, you know that the town was plagued by chaos from rogue cultivators, so I could only go out in the morning when there are fewer people to buy supplies, preparing to stock up for half a month. I don't plan to go out during this time. Safety is the most important. The Lin family cultivators fell silent, not continuing further, scanning the courtyard and looking up at the room. Is it convenient to search? That wouldn't be appropriate. Su Yuan looked troubled, smiling apologetically. My wife is about to give birth. It's really inconvenient. Humph. At that moment, a Lin family member nearby scoffed. We are willing to enter and search. This is out of respect for you. Don't give face and lose face. Do you know who we are? Who? I truly have no idea. Su Yuan shook his head, his expression sincere and genuinely puzzled. The Lin family. Aunt. Su Yuan nodded, suddenly enlightened. So you are cultivators from the Lin family. Long have I heard of your illustrious name, resounding like thunder, known to all, feared by none. The Lin cultivator preened, visibly a smug satisfaction blooming across his face as he declared with unmistakable arrogance. Let me speak plainly. The Lin family is determined to seize Tianyun City. Once we assume control of the city, I shall grant you rent exemption. Truly. Su Yuan's smile widened into an ingratiating grin. Esteemed Lin cultivator, you may not know, but this courtyard alone commands over 100 spirit stones per year in rent. It is exorbitant, truly beyond my means. Oomph. The lanky man sneered with disdain. 100 spirit stones. Huh. Not even enough for my monthly expenses. I'll waive it for 3 full years. Many thanks. Su Yuan clasped his hands in gratitude. Shall we enter now? No. Su Yuan's smile vanished. He slowly shook his head. It is truly inconvenient. I do not welcome outsiders into my residence. A Lin clansman narrowed his eyes, fixing Su Yuan with a cold, simmering glare. Anger barely veiled beneath the surface. Are you mocking us? Su Yuan remained impassive, calm, unruffled, composed. Esteemed Lin cultivator. This remains within the jurisdiction of Tianyun City. Prudence would serve you well. Oomph. As the words fell, a burly, hot-tempered man strode forward and shoved Su Yuan aside without warning. Too much talk. Do you think I won't kill you? Su Yuan said nothing, only shrugged lightly. If you wish to enter, then by all means come in and look around. Oomph. The Lin clansman shot Su Yuan a venomous glance, icy contempt flickering in his eyes before stepping straight into the dwelling and beginning his search. Husband, these people are terrifying. At the commotion, Zhou Yi and Yun Yao approached. Su Yuan sighed, their eyes wide with apprehension. Fear not. Su Yuan gently held Zhou Yi's hand, his gaze fixed coldly upon the Lin cultivators, utterly devoid of expression. The Lin family grows far too overbearing to act so brazenly within Tianyun City, conducting unlawful searches in residential quarters. Wei Shiyun frowned deeply, her eyes clouded with displeasure as she watched the Lin cultivators ransack the premises. Indeed, Yun Yao murmured softly beside her. With martial sun fallen, Tianyun City stands leaderless, relying solely on its city lord who surely lacks the authority to reign in the Lin family. No wonder they dare act so openly. Illegal entry into private dwellings. Su Yuan remained silent, merely observing their search, his quiet presence radiating quiet reassurance. Have no fear. Tianyun City still lies within the territory of the Jin Kingdom. Even the Lin cultivators, however domineering, will not act recklessly. At least, not openly. Wei Shiyun and Yun Yao exchanged a brief silent nod before falling quiet, watching intently. Moments later, the Lin cultivators emerged from the search, faces taut with frustration, clearly having found nothing. Lin Wei, any findings? None, replied the young man named Lin Wei, shaking his head gravely. That woman Zhou Manyun has certainly fled. Continuing the search would be futile. Indeed, the lanky man concurred emphatically. The three exchanged a sharp glance before turning collectively towards Su Yuan and the others. Their gazes lingered, long and unsettling, upon Wei Shiyun and Yun Yao, a lewd predatory smirk curling at the corners of their mouths. Zhou Manyun remains unfound. Yet we have discovered 3 exquisite beauties. Indeed, the burly man laughed outright, unashamed. And precisely the kind I favor, married women. Lin Wei stroked his chin thoughtfully. Pity, she's already with child. What of it? The lanky man's eyes turned glacial as he led the 2 forward, a chilling smile playing upon his lips. You are truly blessed, cultivator, to have wed 3 ravishing wives. Haha. Su Yuan forced a genial smile, stepping subtly between them, and Yun Yao then waved dismissively. Merely a stroke of luck. Nothing extraordinary. Is that so? The Lin cultivator returned a knowing, sardonic smile. We shall visit again tonight. See that you prove yourself wise, and do not disappoint me. Fists clenched, the burly man radiated the overwhelming aura of a latest-stage chi refinement cultivator. His punch cracked the air with a sonic boom. Do not even contemplate escape, or I shall beat you to death myself. With that, the 3 turned and strode away, resuming their search elsewhere. As their retreating figures faded into the distance, Su Yuan's face remained perfectly serene, unmoved, untroubled. Only Zhou Yi trembled violently beside him, nearly collapsing from sheer terror. It is over now. Take ear back to rest. Yes. Wei Shiyun and Yun Yao exchanged a fleeting glance, too wary to utter another word. They guided Zhou Yi into the chamber. All 3 could see the glacial fury burning deep within Su Yuan's eyes. The deeper his calm, the more absolute his stillness. The colder his composure grew, the fiercer his inner wrath burned. After so long together, this was the first time they had ever witnessed such a gaze. Icy, lethal, shimmering with unrelenting frost. Like a soulless assassin, mere eye contact sent chills racing down their spines, their very spirits trembling in dread. Hep. They return tonight. Very well. Su Yuan ambled over to a nearby reclining chair and stretched out lazily. Then let us settle matters tonight. He closed his eyes, fists clenching tightly, struggling to suppress the surging tide of murderous intent, exhaling slowly, deeply. Yet the harder he suppressed it, the more violently it roared, like breath trapped, suffocating, desperate to erupt. The Lin family, truly deserving of death. His knuckles whitened, his gaze turned frigid, sharpened by betrayal. He had never imagined the Lin clansmen would dare covet him. Such arrogance spelled certain doom. Su Yuan drew a slow, steadying breath and released a plume of scorching vapor. Had he not chosen secrecy, had he not chosen to cultivate in silence, biding his time, he would have annihilated them on the spot. No mercy, no reprieve, only dust returning to the earth. Dragons possess a single inviolable scale, their Ling. So too did he. His wife, his child. Neither would ever be harmed, or even eyed, without consequence. Especially not with such vile, lecherous intent. Unbearable. Huh. It seems this moment is ripe for cultivation. I can feel it. The fury within me blazing like an inferno. It demands suppression by something utterly, profoundly cold. Su Yuan inhaled deeply, rose, and returned to his meditation chamber, retrieving a shard of Tianhan crystal, cradling its piercing chill in his palm, the tension in his brow gradually easing. Then he began drawing that frigid essence inward, slipping into deep cultivation. Frost rapidly spread across the chamber, thick ice encasing every surface in gleaming crystalline layers. Yet soon a searing heat surged forth from within. His body now a crucible where fire spirit crystal and Tianhan crystal clashed, their opposing energies locked in fierce, volatile equilibrium. From their struggle rose a dense, clinging mist, thick, opaque, and unwilling to disperse. In the evening, the sky had been overcast all day long. Finally, a torrential rain began to fall, pattering against the ground and splattering dirt everywhere. The storm washed away the rushing wastewater. On the street, 3 men clad in raincoats rushed forward, unable to conceal their joy. Even facing the fierce winds and rain, nothing could deter their desire for fun, especially since they were 3 exceptional wives. Linyu, why don't you change that dreadful name? Every time we go out to play, it rains. Can we change that? The burly man tugged at his rein, had his eyes filled with helplessness. We are joining a cultivation family. Still want to change names? We have no freedom and can only be regarded as breeding machines. Sigh. The tall, thin man shook his head. I used to be as strong as you. Now look at how skinny I've become. Fortunately, the Lin family sent us to Tianyan City, where we can finally enjoy ourselves with these 3 exceptional wives. Do you know? My hefty spouse is about to crush me. Who isn't? The 2 exchanged glances, feeling a sense of shared despair. This is the tragedy of joining a cultivation family. We can gain cultivation resources and reach the later stages of chi refinement, but our bodies are close to collapsing. To be honest with you, my little brother can barely hold on. If it weren't for meeting these 3 wives, I feel like I would have become a eunuch. Exactly. I finally feel the adrenaline rushing. Enough talking, let's hurry. I'm about to burst. Their words ceased as the 3 crossed the street and reached the yard. They gazed at the lights glowing from the room, the shadows faintly visible. Excitement sparkled in their eyes as they could hardly contain their passion, jumping into the yard, ready to enter the room. But at that moment, the tall, thin man stopped the other 2. Wait, don't you think something is off? It feels a bit cold. A chill swept over them, and they couldn't help but shudder. It must be because of the rain. It shouldn't be. Lin Weiss' gaze turned forward. I didn't feel cold earlier. What's going on? What's there to be afraid of? The burly man dismissed the concern. Can there be an ambush? Indeed. The 3 nodded and walked to the door. However, out of caution, they struck a palm imprint, directly blasting open the door, revealing Su Yuan sitting calmly on a stool, holding a long sword. Without any fear, he exuded a chilling aura, the cold intensifying. This guy is sitting at the door with a long sword. Is he planning to resist? Oomph. The burly man's eyes glinted coldly. Just a mere rogue cultivator. He's only in the midstage of cultivation. What can he do? If he dares to resist, just kill him. Have we not killed enough rogues? Yes. Lin Wei sneered beside him. I'll go kill him. Originally, I wanted to spare his life and let him watch the fight. But now it seems there's no need to leave him alive. All right. The tall, thin man said no more and quickly moved forward, drawing his long sword. But just then a massive puppet charged out, its powerful fist striking towards the 3, producing a thunderous explosion. With a loud bang, the 3 were sent flying back, their eyes filled with terror, struggling to comprehend the situation. How is this possible? This is the puppet of the Zhou family. However, before he could finish his words, a sharp sword strike shot out, piercing Lin Weiss' head, exploding into a puddle of blood washed away by the rain. The ground was stained red. Lin Wei. The other 2 cried out in horror, a chill surging from their feet to the top of their heads, their eyes filled with fear. They did not see how the sword strike was unleashed. It had pierced through the head, killing him instantly. The two looked at Su Yuan with intense fear, no longer having any thoughts of fighting, and immediately turned to flee. "You two, are you leaving in such a hurry?" Seeing them turn to escape, without hesitation, Su Yuan controlled the puppet to chase after them. At the same time, his figure moved like thunder, accompanied by lightning in the sky, directly appearing before the burly man. The diamond finger struck out in an instant. It contained an icy chill, becoming increasingly fierce. Even if one tried to block with a sword, it would have no effect. With a bang, it shattered the long sword and pierced into his chest. "You?" The burly man spat blood, disbelief etched on his face as he fell to the ground, splattering dirt all around. The rainwater washed into his mouth, and he couldn't utter a single word. After trembling for a moment, he fell silent. Lin Wu. Upon witnessing the burly man's demise, killed in an instant, the tall, thin man could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground, drenched by the rain, with terror written all over his face. He trembled all over, too scared to run, and knelt down to beg for mercy. "Senior, we didn't recognize the greatness of Mount Tai. Please, I beg you to spare my life." Su Yuan glanced down, his expression unchanged, and directly swung his sword. With a swoosh, the Qing steel sword slashed down, carrying a sharp sword aura, directly severing his head, which rolled onto the ground. "What's the use of begging for mercy? Why still retain martial power?" Su Yuan revealed a cold smile, forcefully shaking off the blood from the Qing steel sword. Only then did he squat down to rummage through the storage bag. He then poured acid to corrode the body, washed away by the rain, leaving no trace behind. It was as if he had never existed at all, disappearing without a trace. "Husband, are you all right?" At that moment, Wei Shiyun and Yun Yao came out with umbrellas, their eyes filled with concern. "Don't worry. They are only in the later stages of qi refinement. I don't even take them seriously." Su Yuan smiled, exuding confidence. Just now, he had successfully broken through to the 7th level of qi refinement, and his overall strength had advanced further, especially with the puppet in the later stages of qi refinement assisting him. Even without using magic tools, he could easily slay the three without breaking a sweat. "Husband, don't be careless." Wei Shiyun's eyes were serious as she took out a jade talisman. "This is a secret treasure of my family. A medium-grade defensive magic treasure. It should help." Su Yuan stared at the jade talisman in Wei Shiyun's hand, slowly shaking his head. Such treasures should not be easily revealed. "Husband." Wei Shiyun seemed anxious, wanting to say something, but saw Su Yuan wave his hand. "Don't worry. Go back inside." Wei Shiyun said no more, turning to enter the room and firmly closing the door. Seeing this, Su Yuan withdrew his gaze, looked up at the sky, activated Thunder Shadow technique, and vanished, traversing the night sky. Meanwhile, at the Lin family's residence in the city, within a grand mansion, a spacious hall, Lin Xiao sat at the head, dressed in luxurious attire, holding a folding fan, and inquired of the gathered crowd, "Have you not yet found that wretched Zhou Manyun?" The crowd dared not say much, and could only shake their heads. Truly strange. How could that wretched person manage to kill 2 latest-stage clansmen and escape? How could she possess such strength? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, gazing at the torrential rain outside his face, growing increasingly irritated. She must not be allowed to escape. "I must acquire the puppet technique of the Zhou family." Lin Xiao let out a cold snort, smashing the chair before him with a powerful strike emanating a formidable aura. As the young master of the Lin family, the next heir to the family head, he possessed a cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi refining, just one step away from perfection, ready to forge his Dao foundation. He was a true genius. However, unexpectedly on his wedding night, his fiancée had sneaked away, bringing him immense shame. This had become a laughingstock for many. That wretched person. Surely she has an illicit lover aiding her. Damn it. Lin Xiao stood up, his eyes filled with anger, radiating a dominant presence. The very thought of Zhou Manyun escaping from his grasp filled him with fury. Above his head, it felt as if a green hat was perched, shining brightly. Everyone knew about this. This was also why he chose to remain in Tianyun City rather than explore the Mist Mountain for opportunities. He wanted to track down Zhou Manyun. At the same time, he could also plot to gain control of the town, achieving 2 goals with one action. What news from second uncle? If we could obtain the inheritance of the Formation Master coupled with the Zhou family's puppet technique, our Lin family would rise and become the strongest family in the Jin Kingdom. Young clan leader. A middle-aged man stepped forward. According to the news from Ancestor Lin Bo, the difficulty of obtaining it is quite high. The Tianxian sect, Baihua Valley, and Taishu sect are all involved, and our ancestor is powerless. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, his slender gaze flickering. Is that so? Then there is no other way. With the sects gathering, even our Lin family would find it hard to gain an advantage. Then we should first seize control of Tianyun City. This is the goal of this endeavor. Lin Xiao declared, lifting his head to look at the crowd, then said, "Let these robbers emerge tomorrow. Chaos the town sees the merchant guilds kill and plunder create panic. At that time we will take the opportunity to stabilize Tianyan City and seize control of the town. Young clan leader is brilliant. The crowd nodded in agreement, beginning to flatter the Bai family, Zhou family, and the Shangwan family. Those foolish people have all gone to the Mist Mountain, and there is no chance for them to contest the control of the town. Little do they know our target has always been the town. As long as we control Tianyan City, our Lin family's influence will expand, allowing us to become the strongest family. There is killing intent. Suddenly, as the crowd was excited, they seemed to sense something and turned their heads in unison. Outside the hall, amidst the raging wind and rain, flashes of lightning revealed a shadow flickering in and out of visibility. Before they could react, they were struck by a sword chi and sent flying, falling to the ground severely injured and in a disheveled state. Damn it. Who is it? How dare you come to the Lin family to create havoc? No one answered. What greeted them was an even sharper sword chi slicing through. Such terrifying sword chi. Who on earth is this? Within the sword chi, there are actually the powers of flames and ice. The wounds emit a burning sensation and a chilling cold. Feeling this sword chi, the members of the Lin family were somewhat incredulous, retreating towards the back, revealing expressions of horror. It was truly too strange. They had never encountered such sword chi before. Ice and fire could actually coexist, wielding such immense power. Just one person with one sword could sweep through the entire residence, and no one could withstand it. Waste. You are truly a bunch of waste. What use does the Lin family have for you? At this moment, Lin Xiao stood up, his cold gaze fixed on the crowd. As his imposing presence swept across, the members of the Lin family bowed their heads, not daring to look directly. Useless things. Lin Xiao withdrew his gaze and looked up at Su Yuan, his eyes narrowing slightly. Who are you? Why have you intruded into the Lin family's residence? Su Yuan did not answer. His figure swiftly darted out, slashing with a sword light. Seeing this, Lin Xiao became serious as well, having unknowingly drawn a long knife, forcefully swinging it. In an instant, he blocked this sword chi. Boom! The clash of knife and sword erupted into a terrifying wave of energy, radiating outward and shattering chairs and benches. 7th layer of chi refining. How is this possible? So strong. Such pure true essence. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in shock with a hint of disbelief. He possessed the cultivation of the 9th layer of chi refining, and even among the younger generation, he was considered a top figure with true essence as solid as that of the pinnacle of chi refining. However, he did not expect that the chi refining 7th layer before him could possess such strength. How could this not astonish him? Who exactly are you? Bai family, Zhou family, or a sect disciple? We the Lin family have not provoked you, have we? Su Yuan remained silent. His figure swiftly approached, utilizing the thunder shadow technique, resembling a phantom slashing towards Lin Xiao. Damn it! Do you really think the Lin family is easy to bully? Seeing the figure approaching, without a word, Lin Xiao's eyes filled with anger as he raised his knife and began to slash. But soon he realized that Su Yuan's figure had vanished and had already appeared behind him. Such fast body techniques. Bang! A heavy thud resonated. Lin Xiao struck back, and in an instant a wave of energy surged forth, slicing through the hall's stone pillars. Not bad. Your reaction is also quite quick. Su Yuan's gaze narrowed slightly as he spoke in a low voice, quickly creating distance. He did not expect that this Lin Xiao before him was so strong. Late-stage chi refining. True essence was abundant. Whether in swordsmanship or body techniques, both were exceedingly swift. This was like two cultivators from entirely different realms compared to the Lin family members he had previously slain. Compared to your identity, I am more interested in your cultivation. 7th layer of chi refining, just stepping into the late stage, yet so monstrous. Even sect disciples are not this strong. No matter who you are, you will not escape. There is only one path for you, death. Lin Xiao shifted his shoulders, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, his eyes gradually filled with excitement. He was not foolish, having seen many prodigies and various rare treasures. He understood the strength of the cultivators. To possess such formidable strength at the 7th layer of chi refining, unless one had mastered a secret treasure, consumed some rare elixir, or had precious cultivation resources. A dead end. Su Yuan let out a cold snort, uttering no further words as his figure darted forward in a blur. In his hand appeared the soul-subduing bell. Immense true energy surged into it, activating the artifact's power and igniting a blinding golden radiance that enveloped the entire hall. In an instant, an invisible force erupted, engulfing Lin Xiao as though pressing down an immeasurable mountain upon him. His face contorted in agony, his body bent low, trembling violently, utterly unable to resist. What sorcery is this? Lin Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Yuan descending upon him with sword drawn. Even as he strained to raise a defense, he remained locked in place. helpless watching the blade carve through the air toward him, terror flooding his gaze. Guess. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed with icy calm. Seizing the opening, he lunged forward, driving his long sword deep with lethal precision. Yet at that very moment, a white necklace at Lin Zhao's throat coalesced into a shimmering white barrier, intercepting the fatal strike. Su Yuan recoiled in momentary astonishment, instinctively retreating to regroup, his expression sharpening with wary vigilance. But, damn it! Lin Zhao threw back his head and roared, a final furious shattering of restraint. His forehead and cheeks glistened with cold sweat, his pallor was ghastly. He gasped for breath, ragged and raw, but his eyes burned fiercer still with incandescent rage. Just moments ago, he had tasted death itself, motionless watching the blade descend, powerless to intervene. Thankfully, he had carried a defensive artifact when leaving home. Otherwise, he would have perished outright. I don't care who you are. You will die. Die? Die. Lin Zhao's gaze twisted with feral fury as he brandished talismans and hurled them forth. Boom. A violent explosion ripped through the air. Smoke billowed, flames leapt skyward, obscuring vision and disorienting the senses. Amidst the chaos, Lin Zhao charged forward, blade raised, channeling the artifact's might to unleash a razor-sharp gust of qi. Boom. A ferocious gale cleaved the air. The entire hall shattered instantly, reduced to rubble and ruin. Yet before the dust settled, Su Yuan reappeared, striking again with a piercing sword aura that sent Lin Zhao hurtling backward into the wreckage. Thud! Lin Zhao crashed onto the ground, carving a deep crater, his appearance utterly disheveled. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, his hair hung wild and tangled, his eyes burned with savage wrath. Damn it! I'll kill you. Blazing needle, frost talisman, 100 toxin powder. From the ruins, Lin Zhao unleashed every last trump, card, his eyes blazing with unhinged determination. At last, channeling every ounce of strength, like a demon possessed, he roared and slashed forth a crimson blade. Blood demon blade. Crack thunder. The hall exploded outward, its foundations collapsing inward as tremors shook the earth. Such overwhelming power startled distant cultivators and city guards alike, who rushed toward the compound, gazing up through the torrential downpour. Their faces paled with dread. Is this the Lin family residence? What on earth has happened? An unspeakably terrifying aura. Silent and solemn, the onlookers stood unmoved by the lashing rain, their gazes locked upon the Lin family compound, sensing that monstrous pressure unmistakably. It could only belong to a latest-stage qi refinement expert. Terrifying. This man is truly prodigious. He's suppressing Lin Zhao effortlessly. Not even a flicker of resistance. Just who is he? Could he be a sect disciple? No one knows, replied a drenched, middle-aged man, wiping rain from his face. The Lin family must have offended someone of immense stature. Serve them right. Others quickly echoed, voices sharp with vindictive glee. Who else dares act so arrogantly? Wretched curs. All they do is bully the weak. I've wanted to crush them for years. At that moment, the guard captain arrived with his squad, imposing order, dispersing the crowd. The assembly fell silent, saying nothing more. They simply watched, still and watchful, as ahead in the ruins of the Lin family compound, Lin Zhao lay battered and broken. Even after exhausting every trick and technique, he crumpled helplessly to the ground. Had he not possessed that defensive artifact, he would already be dead. Damn it! You've actually forced me to this extremity. You truly deserve to die. Lin Zhao staggered upright, his gaze sharp as shattered ice, murder pulsing in his veins. His body bore countless wounds, his breath came shallow and ragged, his limbs trembled uncontrollably. He had never imagined his opponent would be so overwhelmingly powerful, utterly beyond resistance. Neither speed, strength, nor true energy could compare, all were grotesquely superior. Even his sword was a supreme-grade artifact. Who are you? Why pursue this to the death? Do you truly believe? I fear you. Lin Zhao bellowed, gripping his greatsword tightly as he staggered backward. He had never sustained injuries this severe, not once in his life. To be struck down without any chance to retaliate, especially as Su Yuan advanced, sword in hand, wielding an artifact capable of subduing the very soul, filled him with a primal, gut-wrenching dread. A tremor ran through him. If you're unafraid, why retreat? Planning to flee. Through the storm-lashed night, Su Yuan strode forward, observing Lin Zhao with cool appraisal. He noted the white necklace, now webbed with fine cracks, teetering on the brink of total shattering. Clearly, its quality could not withstand even a single strike from the Qinggang's sword. 1 or 2 more blows would end it. To prevent escape, Su Yuan immediately summoned a puppet, sealing both front and rear exits, cutting off all avenues of flight. What a puppet? You're from the Zhou family. No, you're Zhou Manyun's lover. I knew it. I knew she had a lover aiding her. Damn you, I'll cut you down. Seeing the puppet, its chest emblazoned with the character Zhou and unmistakably a latest-stage construct. Lin Xiao erupted in blind, humiliating fury. He charged forward, swinging his greatsword in a devastating arc. Boom! The ground collapsed beneath the blow, granite slabs splintered, fissures racing along the path of the blade's radiant edge. Lover, I should have known from the start. Only you would dare move against the Lin family. Adulterous wretch, you dare steal my woman. Even if I shatter my foundation, I'll kill you today. Lin Xiao descended into full madness, his gaze glacial venomous. Without hesitation, he swallowed a pill, and his cultivation surged violently, breaking through to the peak of qi refinement. Thick, palpable, true energy radiated from his form, forming an invisible dome that repelled the torrential rain, revealing the terrifying depth of his newly ascended power. Died. Lin Xiao surged forward, sending shockwaves rippling outward, roaring like thunder. Boom! A searing crimson blade slash tore through the heavens, carrying unimaginable destructive force. It carved across the sky, demolishing buildings in its wake, so potent that even Su Yuan was forced backward. He hadn't anticipated Lin Xiao would forcibly elevate his realm to peak qi refinement. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, but swiftly vanished. He withdrew a vial of earth spirit elixir, took a mouthful, and held it there. Instantly, his spirit sword strength flooded his limbs. He raised the Qingang sword and struck. Clang! A colossal sword beam erupted, wreathed in twin torrents of scorching heat and biting frost, shattering Lin Xiao's crimson blade aura before cleaving deep into his flesh, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave. Even the defensive artifact failed, it shattered outright. How could this be possible? A wave of power surged, roaring and echoing. Lin Xiao's body was sent flying, bloodied and broken, collapsing to the ground, unable to move, trembling all over. Damn it! Lin Xiao struggled to rise, only to fall back to the ground, gripping the blade tightly, staring at the figure in black approaching like a demon. A deep fear surged within him. In that moment, he truly felt terror trembling all over, beginning to plead. I was wrong. I should not have married Zhou Manyan. I will annul the marriage right now. Let you be together. Su Yuan walked over coldly, his expression devoid of emotion, merely gazing calmly. Dao brother, it's not worth it for a woman. I am the young patriarch of the Lin family. Are you willing to bear the wrath of the entire Lin family? I have already made concessions. Do you still want to fight to the death? Seeing Su Yuan's emotionless face, fear filled Lin Xiao's eyes as he began to retreat, attempting to reason. Enough with the nonsense. Killing you can also annul the marriage. Su Yuan's eyes turned cold. Without any hesitation, he swung his sword. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiao completely lost his mind, unable to contain his anger any longer. He shouted, "Damn it! Adulterer, I will not let you go." But before Lin Xiao could finish speaking, a sharp sword light slashed through, directly cutting into his chest. A surge of hot blood spilled out, streaming into the rain. He convulsed. I refuse to accept this. Lin Xiao opened his mouth, the relentless downpour flooding and rendering him speechless. After struggling for a moment, he fell silent. Silence. The entire night sky was eerily quiet. Apart from the roaring rain, no one dared to make a sound. The distant onlookers, cultivators, quietly observed everything, their eyes filled with terror. They never expected Su Yuan would dare to kill Lin Xiao. This young patriarch of the Lin family. He's dead. The young patriarch of the Lin family is dead. Terrifying. Who on earth is this person? Revenge. A crime of passion. It seems to be over a woman. The crowd stared at the scene, their minds shaken, trembling uncontrollably. Even the city lord of Tianyan City, Fei Cheng, looked on in fear, standing far away, not daring to intervene. It was simply too monstrous. With a single sword, he killed the young patriarch of the Lin family. He must have consumed pills to enhance his cultivation to the peak of qi refinement. One could imagine he was undoubtedly a powerful disciple sent out to train, not someone he could offend. It seems the commotion caused this time is quite large. Su Yuan rummaged through his storage bag, raising his gaze to the skies and the distant cultivators. He never expected it would be so troublesome to eliminate the Lin family. This Lin Xiao, whether it was his techniques or combat treasures, there were endless surprises. There was also a defensive artifact that made it difficult to kill him in one blow, wasting a lot of time and attracting so many cultivators to watch. Fortunately, he was dressed in black, not revealing his identity. Su Yuan pondered quietly, directly taking out a letter from Gu Chuhu and shooting it towards the city lord. Afterward, he didn't linger any longer and vanished into the darkness. Disappeared without a trace. This. Fei Cheng held the letter, his eyes wide with astonishment, gazing in the direction Su Yuan left, hesitant to open it. He possessed the peak cultivation of qi refinement, just one step away from breaking through to foundation establishment. However, facing Su Yuan's imposing presence and a top-grade artifact, he did not dare to confront him. He was simply a monstrous talent, utterly terrifying. But after a moment's thought, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and opened the letter to take a look. In an instant his face darkened. His gaze turned towards the Lin family's residence. What a Lin family daring to collude with evil cultivators attempting to disrupt the town. Arrest them all. At midnight the rain intensified. The torrential downpour fell like a waterfall from the mountains washing over the eaves. The yard had already accumulated water, unable to keep up with the drainage. Yuan stood at the door gazing at the heavy rain with a heavy heart. She feared for Su Yuan's safety. The Lin family was not just some reckless adventure group like Gu Chu. They were a 100-year-old cultivation family. Even a single residence gathered many powerful cultivators. Especially Lin Xiao, the next heir, possessed sufficient talent and formidable strength. Rest assured, my husband will be fine. Wei Shiyun comforted from the side. They had been married for so long and already understood that Su Yuan was extraordinary. One might say from the moment they first met. They knew then that this man was destined to be extraordinary. With a cultivation at the 4th level of qi refinement, he possessed great confidence capable of breaking through to foundation establishment. In that moment Wei Shiyun was convinced of this man, captivated by his confidence. After their marriage, she increasingly believed in her judgment, as both his cultivation and strength soared terrifyingly. All of this was clearly visible. I also believe. Husband like a god of war, invincible in battle. Yuan Yao's lips curled into a smile, her eyes revealing a gentle light. She seemed to recall the unforgettable night when he forcefully struck down the evil cultivators. It was engraved in her heart, lingering long after. Indeed, Wei Shiyun chuckled softly, glancing at Yuan Yao teasingly. Sister Shiyun. Yuan Yao's face flushed. She pursed her lips, not daring to speak. She never expected that after so long the other party still remembered how they had fought all night and slept until noon. It left her feeling somewhat shy. All right. Wei Shiyun stopped speaking further. The two looked out the window, quietly waiting. Soon they saw a figure flying from afar, entering the courtyard. Husband. The two opened the door, calling out with excited expressions. Su Yuan appeared, tired, shedding his black attire, revealing a hint of a smile. Lin family. What Lin family? Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. From today onward, there will be no Lin family in Tianyuan City. Our happy life will not be disturbed or destroyed by anyone. We can live without worry peacefully. Wei Shiyun smiled. This is my ideal life. Yin Yao nodded and smiled. As long as I'm with my husband, it's a happy life. Haha. Su Yuan stepped forward, wrapping his arms around their waists. The happiness is yet to come. This is just our starting point. When the child is born, we can leave Tianyuan City and venture into a broader world. 3 days later, with the fall of Lin Xiao, news of turmoil within the Lin family spread, shocking the entire Tianyuan City. They have now come to realize that the Lin family orchestrated all of this, colluding with evil cultivators to disrupt the town in a bid for control, which is simply unforgivable. The reputation of the Lin family has been utterly tarnished. Everyone despises them. Even the wandering storytellers have started to spin tales, profiting handsomely. Of course, what draws the most attention is the mysterious person who killed Lin Xiao. If it weren't for this mysterious individual exposing the truth, the residents of Tianyuan City would still be in the dark, living in constant fear. Particularly the scene of Lin Xiao being slain with a single sword strike. It spread quickly, instilling terror and becoming a major topic of discussion. It is unimaginable that someone possesses such immense power. This inevitably leads to speculation. Was it a family cultivator or a sect disciple who resolved the crisis in the city? Gradually, Tianyuan City began to calm down. With such a powerful figure in the city, even the hidden evil cultivators dared not cause trouble. The guard team also started patrolling with great fanfare, displaying the prestige of the Jin Kingdom. However, everyone knows that even if things stabilize temporarily, Tianyuan City will still find it hard to achieve lasting peace. Especially after the death of the young clan leader. The Lin family will certainly not let this go. As long as the Lin family's ancestor returns from Misty Mountain in search of opportunities, a storm will surely ensue. It will be difficult to withstand the wrath of a foundation establishment cultivator. This is a seasoned cultivator in the mid-foundation establishment stage. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, Tianyuan City has returned to its former tranquility, and various cultivators have finally relaxed. The town has restored its prosperity, with people venturing out to hunt beasts, taking on missions, and earning spirit stones. Low-level wandering cultivators have begun to set up stalls. Have you heard? In the Misty Mountain secret realm, a magical artifact has appeared. This is a mid-grade magical artifact. Various factions are fighting fiercely over it, and it was ultimately obtained by Gu Yunxi of the Tianxian sect. Is that true? On the bustling streets of Tianyuan River, the wandering cultivators discussed among themselves as they set up their stalls. Of course it's true. It's news from the Tianxian sect. Could it be fake? Li Jinxing from the Taishu sect seemed to be working for someone else, breaking the array for half a day without gaining anything. That's truly laughable. He was the first cultivator to discover the secret realm. Everyone nodded slightly, some with emotion in their eyes. Who would have thought that Gu Yunxi merely at the initial foundation establishment stage could seize such a treasure? Simply incredible. A rather plump wandering cultivator said. The gap between foundation establishment stages is still quite large. Not to mention she is my goddess, a talented cultivator with even greater strength. The crowd became speechless. How did she become your goddess? Does she even know you? TCH. The plump wandering cultivator was unconcerned. What does it matter to you? The crowd ignored him, merely rolling their eyes and continuing their discussion. I've heard that the caves in Misty Mountain are filled with arrays within arrays. Even if one breaks through the barrier, the treasure sealed inside are protected by array formations, making them hard to obtain. I don't know about that. We aren't qualified to go explore. We can't even enter Misty Mountain. It has already been sealed off by the sect disciples. Sighed. Zhao Yu shook his head and sighed. Is there a possibility that the owner of this cave is still around, just away on a journey? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Zhao Yu and nodding seriously. Daoist Zhao Yu, make a very valid point. If not, there wouldn't be so many array formations in this cave. Even breaking the formations would take a year or more. Su Yuan, sitting aside, had a peculiar look in his eyes. Is this considered a burglary? The master of arrays just went on a trip and his home was stolen. The crowd shook their heads and smiled bitterly. It really is possible. But even so, there's nothing we can do. This master of arrays appears to be a low-profile cultivator diligently researching arrays, living in seclusion in the mountains without joining any factions. Such a backgroundless, factionless person, if stolen from, then so be it. Who would dare to seek revenge from the Tianxin sect? Indeed, the crowd felt a bit emotional. Why are wandering cultivators today hiding so deeply, With the master of arrays appearing in Misty Mountain and a peak cultivator hiding in Tianyin City, even able to slay Lin Xiao. So monstrous. Honestly, tell me, are you all hiding your cultivation levels too? Please just tell me. I've been setting up stalls for so long, take me along to play. Stop hiding your strength, okay? Su Yuan wore a helpless expression, observing with his eyes closed, ignoring the chatter around him, and fell silent. In the evening, Su Yuan packed up and returned to his residence. He is very interested in Misty Mountain and the cave of the Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Unfortunately, his own strength is insufficient and he lacks the qualifications to explore. Even the mid-Foundation Establishment Commander's son has fallen. One can only imagine how dangerous it is within the secret realm. Yet despite the danger, it still attracts many, indicating the cave's extraordinary nature. It is definitely not as simple as an ordinary master of arrays. There must be some secrets. Why are there so many people? What are they gathering at my doorstep for? As Su Yuan pondered, he noticed many wandering cultivators and guards gathering at his courtyard entrance. Suddenly a bad feeling arose, and he quickly walked over. What's going on? What happened? Before the crowd could answer, Su Yuan saw 3 cultivators lying in the yard. They were lying neatly together. They had already been taken care of. These are none other than Lu Hao and the others who caused trouble at the wedding. Daoist Su, we have already investigated. These 3 intruded into the courtyard with ill intentions. Madame Yun Yao activated the talismans to slay them on the spot. The leader of the guards approached, looking seriously at Su Yuan, his expression increasingly peculiar. He did not expect Yun Yao to possess such powerful talismans, instantly killing 3 mid-level wandering cultivators. This made him wonder if Su Yuan also had such hidden cards up his sleeve. Guard Qin sighed inwardly, realizing that the cultivators in Tianyin City hide their strength too deeply. He no longer dared to underestimate Su Yuan. Being able to marry 2 cultivators surely indicates exceptional qualities, and his tone became much more respectful. Daoist Su, don't worry. We'll clean up and leave. Su Yuan slightly raised his chin, a smile spreading across his face. Troublesome. Isn't this our responsibility? Guard Qin said no more, lifting the bodies and leaving the courtyard, disappearing around the street corner. Time passed. 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, the Lin family sent people to investigate. Unfortunately, they left empty-handed. The Lin family did not dare to harbor any thoughts about Tianyin City. They dispatched many strong practitioners to enter the Misty Mountain, preparing to seize an opportunity. As time went on, more and more treasures appeared in the secret realm of Misty Mountain. There was even a legacy of array techniques that sparked a stunning battle, visible even from Tianyin City, where the might of Foundation Establishment cultivators resembled that of immortals. This was terrifying in the extreme. It made Su Yuan even more eager. He wanted to cultivate to the Foundation Establishment stage to master such formidable power and establish a cultivation family. Thunder Shadow technique, minor success. Strength has advanced further. In the quiet room, Su Yuan opened his eyes. He exhaled a breath of turbid air brushed off the dust from his body, his gaze shimmering with a hint of thunder. His gaze was captivating, appearing even more imposing with an increasingly substantial aura nearing the late stage of chi refinement. At this moment, he felt his body brimming with powerful strength, embodying the might of thunder capable of shattering mountains with a single punch. Especially after absorbing the fire spirit crystal and the heavenly cold crystal. These two rare spiritual materials further enhanced his Buddha's strength. Congratulations to the host on the birth of a child. Rewards: Black Dragon Pill X10, Purple Thunder Bamboo X1, Spirit Binding Talismans X10. Current family prestige value 660. A child is born. The prestige value is increasing quite rapidly. Su Yuan exited his cultivation, his eyes filled with excitement as he opened the door. He did not expect that during his cultivation Zhou Yi had given birth. It was a few days earlier than anticipated. Husband. Sister Zhou has given birth to a boy. As Su Yuan stepped through the door, he saw Yuan Yao coming over cradling a baby in her arms. Let me see. Indeed, it's a boy. Su Yuan smiled, carefully taking the baby and examining him closely. Husband. Go see Sister Zhou. At that moment, Wei Shiyun, with a rounded belly, approached, smiling as she reminded him. All right. Su Yuan did not hesitate and quickly walked into the room, revealing a soft glow. How are you, husband? Zhou Yi lay on the bed, her face extremely pale, sweat beading on her forehead. I'm fine. I gave birth to a son. Su Yuan, with a smile on his face, sat down by the bed. You've worked hard. This little one has finally made his appearance. Not hard at all. Zhou Yi shook her head, a smile on her face. Husband, you haven't named the child yet. Su Yuan, holding the baby, pondered for a moment. How about we name him Su Changyun? Su Changyun. Zhou Yi murmured softly, nodding slightly. Husband, do you hope our son will have good fortune? Su Yuan nodded in agreement. He felt that with over 200 luck points gained at Su Changyun's birth, the name was well-deserved. At the same time, he also hoped his child would possess extraordinary luck. As the first child of the Su family, the eldest son, Changyun, the name also had a phonetic similarity. Husband, that's a good name. Yuan Yao stood by, savoring the name with a smile. Husband, what shall we name our child? Should we decide on a name now? Su Yuan slowly shook his head, glancing at Wei Shiyun, and Yuan Yao, unable to come up with anything, he could only smile wryly. Let's wait until he is born. I'll think about it carefully during this time. All right. The two women said no more and very tacitly exited. Husband, do you think our son has spiritual roots? Perhaps I should think so. Su Yuan touched Zhou Yi's cheek, understanding her worries, wiping off the sweat on her face. No matter what, he is still my son. I will not be biased. Zhou Yi's face lit up with a smile, her hand tightly grasping Su Yuan. Husband, can you stay and sleep with me? I'm a bit tired. Sleep then. Su Yuan nodded slightly. I'll stay in the room. I won't go anywhere. All right. Zhou Yi closed her eyes, falling into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Su Yuan sat by the bed with the baby, checking the rewards he had obtained. They were the Black Dragon Pill, Purple Thunder Bamboo, and Spirit Binding Talismans. The Black Dragon Pill is a somewhat unconventional cultivation pill, very suitable for body refinement practitioners, enhancing skeletal muscle and strengthening physical power. Of course, this kind of pill also has a side effect. After prolonged consumption, while the Buddha's bones become hard, the skin will also turn dark. This Black Dragon Pill, it's not very suitable for me. I can sell it for a good price. Su Yuan pondered for a moment before putting away the Black Dragon Pill and taking out the Purple Thunder Bamboo. This is an extremely rare material for refining tools. It is used to craft magical artifacts such as flying swords. However, many auxiliary materials are needed for the refinement. Finding an artifact master to refine it at a high price is quite troublesome. This counts as a prototype of a magical artifact. The power it contains is simply astonishing. Su Yuan held the Purple Thunder Bamboo, feeling the power within it. Once refined into a flying sword, it could transform into a magical artifact possessing immense power. Su Yuan understood the difference between magical tools and magical artifacts. Magical tools are set with arrays by artifact masters to unleash their power. They are suitable for chi refinement and foundation establishment practitioners. However, magical artifacts are not so simple. They are treasures formed from powerful forces and spiritual materials from heaven and earth, truly formidable items. If this Purple Thunder Bamboo could be cultivated and reach 500 years, it could even be refined into a spiritual artifact, which would be immensely valuable. And this Spirit Binding Talismans. These are the nemesis of all beasts, spirit creatures, and monsters. Su Yuan's eyes revealed a smile. These Spirit Binding Talismans are used for binding and sealing spirits. They are very effective against certain spiritual beings, ghostly entities, and demonic creatures. Of course, these talismans are also immensely useful against ghost cultivators and souls. They can capture the souls of cultivators and seal them within. However, the most practical use is still to capture spirit beasts. Su Yuan shook his head with a smile, looking at the baby in his arms, feeling increasingly excited. He was very satisfied with the rewards he had obtained, especially the purple thunder bamboo, which was quite valuable and already a prototype of a magical artifact hard to estimate with spirit stones. Magical artifacts are treasures that can only be approached in the late foundation establishment stage. 660 prestige points. I can try washing the spiritual roots. Chongyun, bestow some blessings. Su Yuan dispelled distracting thoughts, not thinking too much, pinched Su Changjian's cheek and began to look forward. Then he directly opened the system shop and purchased the spiritual root washing. Instantly, a vial of blue liquid appeared in his hand, looking somewhat strange. It had a pungent medicinal smell. If he had obtained it from outside, Su Yuan would not have believed that this liquid could wash the spiritual roots, change the attributes of one's spiritual roots, and possibly gain a single spiritual root. However, since it was produced by the system, it must be a quality product. After hesitating for only a moment, he took the vial and drank it all down. Sweet. It seems quite delicious. Su Yuan took a deep breath, extending his tongue to lick his lips, feeling no discomfort. It was like drinking a bottle of fruit juice. No changes could be felt. After pondering for a moment, he directly opened the Void Me panel to take a closer look. Host Su Yuan spiritual root, firewood dual roots, realm chi, refining 7th layer items, gathering chi pill, spirit nourishing pill, bone cleansing pill, diamond finger, sword, chi talisman, azure steel, sword, face setting pill, earth core, spiritual liquid, thunder shadow technique, soul settling copper bell, sacred spirit pill, black dragon pill, purple thunder, bamboo spirit binding talisman. Reputation points 360 hiss. It changed. It really changed. Dual spiritual roots. Su Yuan took a deep breath, nearly unable to contain his excitement, smiling broadly. It turned out to be the golden firewood triple roots, commonly known as mixed spiritual roots. It was just a bit better than the 5 elements mixed roots. But now he had directly transformed into firewood dual roots. Although this spiritual root was not as good as a single root, it was still a small improvement. However, this was already quite good for Su Yuan. It should be known that during his assessment at the Tianxian sect, his temperament and comprehension ranked among the best. It was only due to his low-grade mixed spiritual roots and his relatively older age that he was directly eliminated. If he had middle-grade dual roots, perhaps he could have been salvaged and joined the sect. Dual roots. Phew, this is real. Su Yuan exhaled. His eyes burned with a bright light. He knew that Wei Shiyun and Yun Yao both had mixed spiritual roots. If he consumed the root cleansing medicine, it should also be able to change attributes with a chance to become a single spiritual root. Now foundation establishment was hopeful. Of course, Su Yuan was not blinded by excitement. The more good things he obtained, the more cautious he needed to be, ensuring no information leaked. If such news were to spread that it could change a cultivator's spiritual root attributes, it would undoubtedly invite catastrophe. This is also why Su Yuan was unwilling to marry an ordinary woman. He feared that too many eyes would complicate matters and expose his secrets. A month later, Su Yuan began to hold a full moon banquet, inviting many friends to join him for a feast, while also collecting gifts. These friends of his had married many wives, each with 3 to 5 children, and they had not held back on the gifts. Now they all returned. Congratulations. Friend Su, congratulations on the birth of your son. As many came to celebrate, looking at Su Yuan with a beaming face, they began to tease. Friend Su, it's been a while since you married. When will you marry a fairy again? Su Yuan shook his head and laughed. Everyone, do you have any introductions? Hey. A plump cultivator stood up. Now that Tianyun City has stabilized and returned to its former prosperity, we no longer need to worry about evil cultivators disrupting it. Yuan Pavilion is holding matchmaking events. Many beautiful fairies have gone to Yuan Pavilion to select husbands. Friend Su, you are so handsome and charming. Having married 2 fairies, you should have experience. Just go and bring one back. Su Yuan looked at the chubby man with an expression of disbelief, shaking his finger. You rascal. Are you sincerely trying to see me embarrass myself? The fairies at Yuan Pavilion are proud and have high demands. How could I bring one back? Everyone burst into laughter. Friend Su, is there anyone you can't handle? Go give it a try. Who knows, you might have a chance. Exactly. Su Yuan smiled, no longer engaging in the teasing, sitting at the banquet, drinking and enjoying the conversation. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone left drunk. Only Zhao Yu remained still sitting at the banquet, drinking alone, looking somewhat gloomy, as if he had something on his mind. Brother Zhao, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? Seeing that the other party seemed off, Su Yuan walked over and patted him on the shoulder, quietly inquiring. Zhao Yu glanced at Su Yuan, his eyes showing some hesitation. Brother, it's really nice to know you. What are you saying? Su Yuan looked at him strangely. You aren't planning to go out exploring for opportunities again, are you? I won't take care of your wife and daughter. I have to look after children. It's too much to handle. Zhao Yu fell silent for a moment. Brother Su, I plan to leave Tianyan City. Why, oi? Su Yuan was taken aback and instinctively asked, how do I put this? Zhao Yu stroked his beard, pondering for a moment before saying, I feel that the town's atmosphere is off. It's too calm. There isn't even conflict among cultivators, as if someone is manipulating everything. Maybe I'm overthinking it. It's mainly that I'm not used to it. With the Misty Mountain appearing, secret realms Tianyan City has also flourished, and I don't want to stay here. I still prefer to find a small town to live in. Su Yuan fell silent, looking at Zhao Yu without speaking for a long time. He knew the character of loose cultivators who were generally more timid and cautious and did not want to stay in big cities. With various family cultivators and sect disciples coming and going, one could even see foundation establishment cultivators. It was truly too dangerous. Without a background or strength, one could only live cautiously with no sense of security. But in a small town, this problem was not a concern. Even chi refining cultivators could dominate a region and earn respect from mortals. This brought great satisfaction. Tianyan City was such a town. However, now with the emergence of the Misty Mountain secret realms, there were more and more strong cultivators in the city, along with the threat of evil cultivators, and he could no longer feel safe. Leaving was indeed the best choice. When are you leaving? This is quite sudden. Zhao Yu raised his cup and drank it down. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Tomorrow. I will leave early tomorrow. All right. Su Yuan said no more, just took out a sacred spirit pill and a sword chi talisman, heavily placing them on Zhao Yu's shoulder. Safe travels. Zhao Yu accepted the pill, staring at Su Yuan in silence for a long time, nodding firmly. He had heard about Yun Yao activating the talisman to slay Lu Hao and others. One could guess the weight of this talisman. It was definitely a life-saving trump card. Zhao Yu was not pretentious, standing up to leave the courtyard, disappearing into the night. It seems I must leave too. Tianyan City is indeed not suitable for living. Watching Zhao Yu's figure, Su Yuan thought to himself, letting out a sigh. During this time, he had obtained many treasures, especially Lin Xiao's storage bag. It contained over 10,000 spirit stones. Altogether, there were at least 30,000 spirit stones, not counting various cultivation materials. Su Yuan decided that after Yun Yao gave birth, he would take his wife and children and leave Tianyan City to head for a more stable and prosperous town. On the following morning, Su Yuan rose early, stretching his limbs and beginning his daily cultivation. Over the past month, he felt his aura becoming ever more robust. He was just one step away from reaching the 8th layer of chi refinement. The more it came to this moment, the less he could afford to rush. He needed to relax his mindset and cultivate steadily, allowing progress to come naturally. After his cultivation, he set about preparing a nutritious breakfast, taking on the role of a culinary expert. Wei Shiyun was due to give birth in just over 2 months, and her belly was growing larger. Her movements had become cumbersome. She needed to eat something good to replenish her strength. Husband, she called. Has Uncle Zhao really left? Zhou Yi had recovered and began helping with breakfast preparations. Especially after taking the medicinal pills, her body returned to normal in just half a month. She displayed a perfect curve and even began practicing a hidden strength technique, her physique becoming stronger. Indeed, she exclaimed. No feast lasts forever. We will meet again in the future. Zhou Yi replied softly, breaking into a sweet smile. Husband, your sauce is truly delicious. Little glutton. Su Yuan teased as he sprinkled the sauce evenly over the noodles. A simple yet nutritious secret fried sauce noodle was ready. The meat sauce was made from the legs of a demon beast mixed with 100 flowers, dew clear spirit grass, and a special spice, making it both delicious and nutritious. Over the years, Su Yuan had taken the opportunity to create culinary delights, seeking the flavors of his homeland. He believed that even if he did not cultivate, he would not starve in the world of cultivation by working as a chef. However, once a hobby becomes a profession, it ceases to be merely a hobby. Quick, go call Shiyun and Yao for breakfast. All right, Zhou Yi replied, carrying the noodles into the room. Soon Wei Shiyun emerged, her belly prominent, looking quite tired with bleary eyes, clearly having not slept well. Yun Yao, on the other hand, appeared much more spirited and less fatigued than Wei Shiyun. Perhaps it was due to her constitution. Shiyun, your favorite fried sauce noodles. Su Yuan said, feeling a pang of sympathy as he stepped forward to assist her in sitting down. Wei Shiyun's eyes sparkled. Thank you, husband. Huh. Su Yuan rubbed his head and replied, it's the least I could do. Wei Shiyun picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Seeing her enjoy the meal with such delight, Yun Yao teased Sister Shiyun. I can't eat anything lately. I just love the noodles made by my husband. Su Yuan's expression turned strange as he glanced at Yun Yao, saying, you two pregnant women. Why do you always enjoy teasing each other? Exactly. Wei Shiyun licked her lips, wiping away the grease. As if you don't enjoy eating too. Ugh. Yun Yao's face turned red with embarrassment, and she quickly continued eating her noodles. Just then a thunderous roar echoed from the distant sky, accompanied by a dazzling golden light. It emanated a terrifying aura. Is there fighting outside the city again? Wei Shiyun paused for a moment, a serious expression in her eyes. Perhaps. Su Yuan walked outside to take a look, his brows furrowing as he gazed towards the direction of the city. In recent days, he had frequently witnessed battles among Foundation establishment cultivators as if they were vying for treasures. The fighting was drawing ever closer to the town. Fortunately, these Foundation establishment cultivators were not demonic cultivators and would not cause destruction or casualties in the town. Otherwise, it would be quite dangerous. The battles among Foundation establishment cultivators were not something Qi refinement cultivators could withstand. That fellow Zhao Yu wouldn't happen to run into trouble, would he? I can only hope for the best. Su Yuan pondered in silence, worrying whether Zhao Yu would encounter danger after leaving Tianyan City, especially since he traveled with family at his mid-Qi refinement stage. It was indeed somewhat perilous. After all, the cultivators attracted by Misty Mountain were not just Foundation establishment cultivators, but many Qi refinement cultivators as well. Compared to the chaos within the city, the outside world posed the real danger. There were no guarantees whatsoever. He could only hope for the best and avoid encountering robbers. I'll go out for a bit. You all stay at home and rest well. Su Yuan called out before stepping out of the courtyard and heading towards the streets. He planned to gather information at a nearby tavern. If Zhao Yu truly encountered danger, he could help set up a burial and arrange a proper farewell for him. Of course, Su Yuan still hoped that this old friend could depart safely and find a small city to enjoy his twilight years. That would be enough. Su Dao friend. What a coincidence. Didn't you attend the matchmaking event at the Yuan? A procession of female cultivators dressed in red approached, playing various instruments and making a joyful noise. Especially since the carriage displayed a banner announcing the matchmaking event at Yuan. Su Yuan recalled what Li Fu had said last night about the grand matchmaking event organized by Yuan. It was surprising to see such a spectacle drawing so much attention in the streets. Su Dao friend, you are a premium client of Yuan. The matchmaker in a red dress greeted him enthusiastically. Anyone who was a client of Yuan's matchmaking service would recognize him to some extent. Especially Su Yuan, a mid-Qi refinement cultivator marrying a mid-stage fairy. This would indeed be a notable tale. Su Yuan looked at the approaching matchmaker with a speechless expression. He was well aware of the proud female cultivators within Yuan and had no interest whatsoever. Just as he was about to refuse, he saw the other party pull out an invitation. Su Dao friend, take a look, all premium fairies from within the city. Oh. Su Yuan opened it to find many beautiful women whose every smile and frown seemed to tug at the heartstrings as if they held some kind of magic. He couldn't tell if the images had been enhanced, but it was evident that the female cultivators attending the matchmaking event were indeed quite charming. There were beautiful mature women still retaining their grace and young maidens in their blooming youth. Countless beauties and fairies were on display. I could go take a look. After a moment, Su Yuan arrived outside the square. He saw Wu Nyang, whom he had met before beginning to introduce the fairies. The first was Fairy Baishue, who was somewhat plump with a yellowish complexion, now over 40 years old. Recently, her partner had sacrificed himself, falling victim to the evil cultivators of Tianyan City. She hoped to find a young cultivator, preferably one at the late stage of Qi refinement, to grow together. Instantly, there erupted a chorus of boos from below, and people began to mock her. Fairy Baishue. How young do you wish to find? Baishue isn't even white fairy, you should change your name. A yellow-faced woman is a good fit. Oomph. Baishue let out a cold huff, seemingly displeased. You are all so rude. You deserve to be single for life. Wu Nyang on the stage felt a bit awkward, scratching her head. Fairy Baishue is right. What are you all doing here? Are you looking for a partner to spend your life with? Fairy Baixu's requirements are quite normal, as long as they are young late stage. Wu Nyang could no longer continue and looked towards the crowd. Is there anyone interested in Fairy Baishue? Next, change. Hurry up. Bring out someone younger and more beautiful. Oomph. Baishue on stage wore an expression filled with anger. You deserve to be single. A bunch of poor loose cultivators thinking they can find partners. Next we have the fairy Qinyan. Look at her, isn't she beautiful? This figure, this aura, I ask you, do you like her? Like. As Baishue left, a young and beautiful woman in a pink dress with dimples showing a cheerful smile stepped onto the stage. I really like this fairy. No one should compete with me. Indeed. Her aura is extraordinary. She must be from a noble family, unlike ordinary casual cultivators. Are you sure you can handle her? As people discussed, Qin Yun on stage showed some impatience in her eyes. Are there any Foundation establishment cultivators? If not, I have to hurry. I'm going to Qingxing for the meeting. As Qin Yun spoke, the crowd fell silent, completely quiet, as no one made a sound. This was a powerful opening, and no one could resist it. Hee. Foundation establishment, huh? Wunyang sighed, helplessly wiping the sweat from her face with a bitter smile. Isn't this requirement a bit too high? Not high. Qin Yun raised her head, looking at the crowd below. Don't you have any foundation establishment cultivators? How can you protect me? Su Yuan was also speechless, tugging at the corner of his mouth, without saying a word. This was truly a bizarre situation. He shouldn't have come. It was simply a waste of time. He would have been better off drinking at a tavern, listening to people boast and chat. Hey, what a powerful aura. Suddenly, as Su Yuan pondered, his gaze turned to the distance, where several powerful auras approached, flying through the air. This was indeed a foundation establishment cultivator. He did not expect so many foundation establishment cultivators to arrive in Tianyan City, especially upon seeing a woman with white hair and a cold demeanor standing high in the sky. He was instantly stunned. This was actually Gu Yunxi. Even after 5 years apart, he could recognize her at a glance. She was so special, so eye-catching, it was hard not to know her. Wow. Foundation establishment cultivators. So many foundation establishment cultivators. Are they here for the matchmaking meeting? Seeing so many foundation establishment cultivators, Qin Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement, her hands clenched into small fists, her eyes shining. In this state, she looked like she wanted to leap into their arms, letting the foundation establishment cultivators pick her. In the high sky, Li Jinxing of the Taishu sect frowned, looking at the crowd gathering in the square, and the woman on stage. His expression darkened. Common mortals, yet they dared to dream of becoming my wife. Utterly ridiculous. Indeed. Standing beside Li Jinxing was a middle-aged man with a cold gaze. This demoness. Where could she have run off to? This demoness is seriously injured. She shouldn't leave Tianyan City. Let's keep searching. As the words fell, Gu Yunxi, standing nearby, had her white hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her aura was cold, her eyes devoid of emotion, standing there in the sky, without any movement. However, her gaze fell on Su Yuan, the familiar figure standing in the crowd, revealing a hint of disbelief as she stared for a long while. What's wrong? Have you found the demoness? Damn, while we fight among ourselves, we let the demoness seize the array inheritance. What a waste of effort. Gu Yunxi shook her head slightly. I just saw an acquaintance. Acquaintance? Li Jinxing looked puzzled, his gaze sweeping the matchmaking meeting. The highest cultivation level here is only Qi refining at the 8th level. Who could you possibly know? None. Gu Yunxi said no more. She withdrew her gaze, looking ahead, and vanished from sight. She did not expect to see Su Yuan again. Regarding this man, she still had some impression. In the Tianxian sect's examination, his comprehension, talent, and aptitude were all among the best. He even managed to emerge as the top student in the heart-refining path. One can imagine how strong his character must be. This was also the first time she had fallen behind others in cultivation, leaving a deep impression. But unfortunately, in the final test of spiritual roots, he turned out to have a mixed spiritual root, and it was of the lowest quality. He was completely unable to join the sect. Qi refining at the 7th level. And with substantial true essence. He should have broken through to the later stage for a long time. It seems he has his own opportunities. Leaving the sect also leads to a different life, walking a different path. Gu Yunxi took a deep breath, dispelling the clutter in her mind, no longer thinking about anything, and began to scan the entire town for traces of the demoness. Meanwhile, just after Gu Yunxi left, in the center of the square behind the Yuan pavilion matchmaking meeting, a petite girl dressed in a yellow dress, fresh and beautiful, appeared. Her gaze was fixed on the distance. Her heart secretly startled. This woman. She's really close on my tail. No wonder she's the new talent of the Tianxian sect. Bai Liuli looked at Gu Yunxi, leaving her gaze, then turned to Su Yuan, scrutinizing him closely. Just a moment ago, she could keenly sense that the other's gaze had landed on Su Yuan, as if they were familiar friends, her eyes revealing some emotion. She stared for a full 5 seconds. For Gu Yunxi to gaze at someone for 5 seconds, that was truly extraordinary. One must know that Gu Yunxi, as the first talent of the Tianxian sect, was not someone just anyone could catch her eye. Bai Liuli was curious about who this Qi refining cultivator was that he could hold her gaze for so long. Hey, where did you come from? Are you also here for the matchmaking meeting? You look very young. Aren't you still underage? You haven't even developed properly, and you're here for matchmaking. Bai Liuli turned her gaze towards the crowd backstage, her eyes flashing with cold light. If she weren't afraid of being discovered by Gu Yunxi, she would have gone on a killing spree. A bunch of old hags coming for matchmaking. Shameless. You. Bai Shui and Qin Yun were so angry that they trembled all over. They just stared at her, extending a finger in outrage, unable to say a word. Old hag, do you still want to hit someone? Bai Shui raised her hand to strike down, but she was blocked by Bai Liuli, who said disdainfully, daring to make a move. What confidence do you have? Bai Shui and Qin Yun were momentarily stunned, their eyes showing some fear. This little girl. Who are you really? Are you here to cause trouble? Matchmaking. Bai Liuli threw Bai Shui aside, crossing her arms. I am naturally here for matchmaking. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, only saying resentfully willful and unreasonable. I don't think you'll be able to get married. Is that so? Lioli said no more and directly walked onto the stage. Her gaze swept over the crowd, revealing a cunning look, and finally landed on Su Yuan, displaying a cute expression. Hello, everyone. My requirements are very simple. Just be handsome. As the words fell, the audience fell silent, enveloped in stillness. These scattered cultivators, advanced in age, frequently ventured out to battle, slaying beasts to exchange for spirit stones and absorbing broken pills for cultivation. Their bodies inevitably harbored some toxins. Hair loss, dark spots, and aging were all normal phenomena. Now to be handsome as well. Such demands were utterly absurd, unattainable by anyone. Little girl, what good is being handsome? Look at me, my body is muscular and robust, far better than a pretty boy. Soon a brawny man in the crowd stripped off his clothes, flexing his impressive chest and abundant hair, unleashing a roar. Sorry, I don't like gorillas. As the words echoed, laughter erupted from the crowd, with many beginning to tease. People like handsome men, not beasts. Your thick black fur must be a sign of regression. Hurry and put your clothes back on. Amidst the laughter, Lioli scanned the room as if searching for a handsome man, ultimately settling her gaze on Su Yuan. I quite like this young man. Would you like to hold my hand? Huh. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. He was still pondering why Gu Yunxi had gone to Tianyan City and what her intentions were. He never expected that the young girl on stage would take a liking to him. It was somewhat unbelievable. He was aware of his own standing. This type of girl clearly belonged to a distinguished family, young, beautiful, and lively, with high standards for a partner. How could she possibly fancy him? Yet reality compelled him to accept it. He cautiously inquired, really? Is it me? Yes. Lioli nodded vigorously. This? Su Yuan's heart leaped with joy. Naturally, he was very willing to receive the favor of a fairy, especially from such a young and beautiful woman. She must have just turned 18. It felt akin to a middle-aged man being confessed to by a young girl, stirring a sense of excitement within him, experiencing a second spring in life. However, he did not allow happiness to cloud his judgment. Are you sure? I do have a family. If you don't mind, we can give it a try. Lioli's eyes widened in disbelief. How many? Su Yuan maintained a calm expression as he began to count. Currently, there are only 3. And there's one who has pledged herself. Lioli was rendered speechless, gazing at Su Yuan, unable to respond for a long while. This fellow, you really are impressive. You are indeed a role model for us. Hearing Su Yuan's words, the surrounding cultivators began to praise. Is it true that being handsome allows one to marry so many fairies? I refuse to accept this. How can I lose to a pretty boy? Cough, cough. At this moment, the plumply Fu spoke strangely. He's no pretty boy. He's almost 40. The crowd looked at Su Yuan, disbelief evident on their faces. This guy really has great luck with women. Indeed, this is utterly ridiculous. A nearly 40-year-old scattered cultivator still attracting a young girl's affection. Just a moment ago, the pale-faced old woman wanted to find a young man, but now the tables have turned. How laughable. Su Yuan ignored the crowd's chatter. He turned his attention to Lioli, extending his hand in greeting with a warm smile. So how about it? Are you still willing to hold hands now? Lioli slightly nodded, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth as she readily agreed. She was becoming increasingly curious about Su Yuan, a scattered cultivator in the midst of qi refinement, possessing profound true essence, who had also caught Gu Yunxi's attention. Su Daoyu, congratulations on successfully holding hands again. At this moment, Wu Nyang recognized Su Yuan and expressed her admiration. This matchmaking event doesn't require spirit stones, right? Wu Nyang smiled and explained, no need. This is a matchmaking event sponsored by the city lord. Its main purpose is to help cultivators find partners and create a happy life without any need for spirit stones. That's great. Su Yuan said little more, quickly stepping onto the stage, naturally taking Lioli's hand. Shall we head home? Sure. Lioli's eyes gleamed, a smile spreading across her face. She did not resist following Su Yuan off the stage, heading towards the distant street. With the success of the matchmaking event, the scattered cultivators gathered in the square became increasingly lively, eagerly anticipating the fairies on stage, hoping to bring one home. Soon another female cultivator stepped onto the stage. I don't want a handsome one. Just be good to me. Instantly, the scattered cultivators became even more excited. Finally, a normal fairy has arrived. This is more like it. When looking for a partner, one should find someone who treats their wife well. What about me? I can be very gentle. The female cultivator on stage frowned slightly, shaking her head. There's no spark. I still need to find someone I like. On the street, Su Yuan held Lioli's hand as they strolled leisurely towards their residence. Su Daoyu, can you afford to support so many wives? It's manageable. Su Yuan replied calmly. As long as we are happy together, I don't mind being poor. Bai Liuli appeared speechless. It seems you really attract women. And there's one who has pledged herself. Who is she? Ugh. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Why do you ask that? I want to know. Bai Liuli inquired tentatively. Is she a disciple of your sect? Su Yuan pondered for a moment, shaking his head. I'm not sure. It could be, or it might not be. Can you be more precise? Bai Liuli asked impatiently. This pledged one of yours won't run away, will she? Falling for someone else. Su Yuan shook his head confidently. That shouldn't happen. We have already made our agreement. Bai Liuli did not press further, falling silent. Seeing this, Su Yuan grew curious, glancing at the girl before him, especially noting her figure, face, and chest, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. She was simply too impoverished, too petite, lacking any fullness. He even doubted whether she had escaped from her family. She couldn't possibly be an adult yet. If she had children, there wouldn't be enough milk. What are you looking at? Bai Liuli frowned, slightly questioning with curiosity. Ugh. Su Yuan felt a bit embarrassed, shrugging his shoulders. Nothing. Have you reached adulthood? Bai Liuli wore a dark expression, looking down at her figure and coldly huffing from her nose. Are you dissatisfied with me? That's not it. Su Yuan quickly waved his hands. Some women, after getting married, can develop. What? Bai Liuli frowned slightly, her expression somewhat unfriendly. What do you mean by that? Isn't that expressing dissatisfaction with me? Ahem. Su Yuan softly coughed, his gaze turning serious as he looked deeply at her. What I mean is, you are too thin. It pains my heart to see you like this. After we get married, I will cook delicious food for you. I will replenish your nutrition, and you will definitely become healthy and plump. Bai Liuli was taken aback, her gaze fixed on Su Yuan, studying him with a half-smile. You can cook. That's quite rare. Naturally, Su Yuan replied confidently. One meal, and you won't forget it. Soon, while they conversed, they returned to the residence and entered the courtyard. The conditions at home are a bit poor. Bai Xianzi, you won't mind, will you? Indeed. Bai Liuli surveyed the house, looking at the combined courtyard, her expression neutral. This is not just poor. It is extremely shabby. She found it hard to imagine how such a dilapidated courtyard could accommodate 3 wives and 1 woman who has dedicated herself. It truly is somewhat unbelievable. In a sense, this is also a remarkable person. Husband, you're back. Who is this? As soon as Su Yuan walked into the courtyard, Zhou Yi quickly came out of the house holding a child. Upon discovering Bai Liuli's figure, she instinctively froze. My surname is Bai Liuli proactively stated. Bai Xianzi. Zhou Yi smiled and nodded. Come in and have a seat. I will brew tea for you, the husband's favorite. All right. Bai Liuli's expression was strange as she turned to look at Su Yuan. You already have a child. Su Yuan slightly nodded. Just a month old. Do you like children? We can also have one. Bai Liuli fell silent and rolled her eyes. At that moment, Wei Shiyun and Yun Yao, hearing the commotion, came out with their bellies showing, their faces beaming with enthusiasm. Bai Xianzi, you are truly beautiful, especially your eyes, so bright and sparkling. Facing the two's enthusiasm, Bai Liuli found it overwhelming and had to change the subject. I'm tired and want to rest. All right. Su Yuan led Bai Liuli to the meditation room. This is my meditation room. Once you marry, it can be renovated into a bridal chamber. Bai Liuli walked into the room, observing her surroundings in silence, without speaking. Although my humble dwelling is simple, however, I treat my wife very well and respect her thoughts. I never force my wife to do anything. Is that so? Bai Liuli non-committally waved her hand. Close the door. I want to rest now. All right. Su Yuan said no more and directly exited the room. This is quite a remarkable person. In such a small courtyard, there are 3 wives and a child. Bai Liuli's lips curled slightly, feeling as if her worldview had been overturned. She was increasingly curious about Su Yuan. Did he possess some special abilities? What could attract the favor of women? How else could one explain marrying 3 wives? Bai Liuli could clearly sense that Wei Shiyun and Yun Yao had undergone significant transformations, their physiques far exceeding ordinary cultivators. If there were no guesses involved, they must have consumed marrow-cleansing pills and of a considerable grade. However, this puzzled Bai Liuli. How could such a mid-stage loose cultivator possess such pills? Could it be that Gu Yunxi is pursuing him? That shouldn't be possible. This fellow is lecherous, vulgar, and likes big breasts. He is no different from those scummy men. What makes him able to attract Gu Yunxi? Bai Liuli shook her head and decided not to think too much, sitting down to cultivate. As time passed, night fell and the sky gradually darkened. Su Yuan began preparing dinner, arranging fish meat and roasted chicken. He wanted to show off his skills in front of this Bai Xianzi. He understood that such a family disciple, having been pampered since childhood and seen the world, would definitely not be accustomed to a small courtyard. Once the novelty wore off, she would likely return to her family. Su Yuan didn't want to miss this opportunity. It is said that to keep someone, one must capture their stomach. Only by tying her closely can she bear him children. Smells so good. Just then Bai Liuli walked over, her eyes filled with astonishment. I didn't expect you really could cook. Naturally, Su Yuan replied softly, looking quite confident. This roasted fish is a very ancient skill, and my secret seasoning. It's absolutely delicious. Is that so? Bai Liuli, smelling the aroma, instinctively swallowed and felt a bit impatient. It will be ready soon. Don't drool. Bai Liuli felt a bit annoyed, wiping her mouth. Who is drooling? This fish looks unappetizing. How can a cultivator eat such mundane food? Ugh. Su Yuan wholeheartedly agreed. You are right. Here, take this pill of nourishment. Bai Liuli's lips twitched slightly as she turned and walked out of the kitchen, sitting down in a chair, calmly waiting. Seeing this, Su Yuan couldn't help but grin, bringing the roasted fish to the table. In an instant, the steam rose and the aroma wafted, making one's appetite increase greatly. Bai Xianzi, you must try my husband's roasted fish. It's simply a delicacy of the world. Bai Liuli said nothing more, just picked up a piece of fish and slowly placed it in her mouth, her eyes brightening. Oh, this flavor is quite good, isn't it? Zhou walked over with a look of admiration. My husband cooks so deliciously. Ahem. Bai Liuli said no more, letting out a light cough. It's only average. A bit spicy, ruining the fish's freshness. If it were changed to golden spirit fish, it would be much better. However, Su Daoyo, you probably can't afford it. The price isn't cheap. Is that so? Su Yuan slightly nodded, looking at Bai Liuli. If Bai Xianzi likes it, then I will go buy some tomorrow. Bai Liuli said no more, focusing on eating the fish, beginning to enjoy the deliciousness. Before long, an entire fish was consumed. This made Bai Liuli feel a bit embarrassed, especially when seeing the gazes of Su Yuan and the others. Her face flushed a bit. Actually, it's not that good. I was just a bit hungry. Goodbye. Bai Liuli stood up and directly walked out of the room, disappearing into the night. Husband, do you think Bai Xianzi will come again? Seeing Bai Liuli leave, Wei Shiyun and the others sent her to the door and began to ask. She probably will. Su Yuan was not very sure and shook his head. It's hard to say. The other party might just find it amusing. They probably think little of the Su family. Yun Yao stepped forward to comfort him. Husband, I think Bai Xianzi quite likes us. Especially the food cooked by the husband. So delicious. Exactly. Zhou approached with great certainty. Husband's cooking is so tasty. Bai Xianzi will definitely not run away. Su Yuan slightly shook his head, wrapping his arm around Zhou's waist. Whether Bai Xianzi can escape from me, I don't know. You can't escape tonight. I've been waiting for a long time. The next day, Su Yuan felt refreshed. Glancing at the weary Zhou, still lost in deep slumber, he gently covered her with a blanket. What's going on? Why is it so noisy early in the morning? Su Yuan pushed open the door and looked outside the courtyard, where many guards had gathered. Numerous cultivators were also present, engaging in intense discussions, creating a cacophony of voices. It's over. Tianyan City is doomed. Exactly. A plump cultivator watching the commotion exclaimed. A terrifying, evil cultivator has infiltrated the city. We should leave. Yes. Fear gleamed in the eyes of the crowd. This is the 100 Changes Demoness. She kills without blinking. Her methods are so cruel that even 3-year-old children are terrified. If we stay in the town any longer, I fear we won't see tomorrow's sun. Silence. At that moment, Guard Qin let out a cold snort, interrupting the crowd. Everyone, do not be afraid. We are already searching for the demoness. As long as the residents of the city spot any suspicious persons, they must report immediately to capture the demoness and prevent her from harming the world. Not afraid, a neighbor, a loose cultivator, retorted. Guard Qin, do you speak so lightly? This is a mid-foundation establishment demoness. How could one not be afraid? While the crowd was discussing, Su Yuan walked onto the street, standing by to observe. Seeing this, Guard Qin revealed a friendly smile and handed over a document. Daoist Su, have you discovered any suspicious persons recently? No. Su Yuan took the document, which depicted a woman, her features unclear. It was somewhat blurry and shrouded in mystery. However, the text marked on it was exceptionally clear. 100 Changes Demoness. Mid-foundation establishment cultivation. Naturally cruel, committing all sorts of evil deeds, adept at theft and robbery, a significant scourge of the Jin Kingdom. Hiss. This is a great evil cultivator. How did she end up in Tianyan City? Looking at the document, Su Yuan was taken aback, his eyes widening. He recalled the foundation establishment cultivators from yesterday, including Gu Yunxi and others who appeared in Tianyan City. They were likely searching for this demoness. Su Yuan was curious. Why would foundation establishment cultivators not explore caves to seek treasures, neglecting opportunities, and come to the town for no reason? Now everything seemed to make sense. Daoist Su, do not be afraid. This demoness has been severely injured. She has already been severely wounded by Li Jinxing of the Taishu sect, and Gu Yunxi, making it difficult for her to exert her strength. Moreover, both sects are willing to assist Tianyin City. We will eliminate the demoness. Guard Qin's face was serious. Thus we only need to search house by house. The demoness will undoubtedly be unable to escape. Falling in Tianyin City. Su Yuan remained silent, tugging at the corners of his mouth without speaking. He did not believe in the disciples of Taishu sect. They said they would assist. In reality, it still depended on the guards to search. The residents would exclude suspects, and only then would they come to hunt down the demoness. By that time, it would be too late. The one who would be injured would still be himself. Let's hope for the best. Su Yuan said no more and turned to walk into the house, his eyes showing a heavy concern. It was akin to having a time bomb planted in the city. No one knew when it would explode. Would it explode on him? I shouldn't be that unlucky. And I have the family's fortune to protect me. Su Yuan thought to himself. He could contend against late Qi refinement. Even facing Lin Xiao, who broke through to the peak of Qi refinement, he could still slay him using all his hidden cards. However, when facing a foundation establishment cultivator, he had no confidence at all. They were simply not on the same level. The gap was too great. Su Yuan shook his head with a sigh and entered a quiet room to begin his cultivation. If it were just an ordinary evil cultivator causing chaos in the town, he would have no worries and could remain calm, taking care of his wife, while making nutritious breakfasts waiting for the child to be born. But now he felt an immense pressure. A mid-foundation establishment cultivator was a formidable presence, no matter where one went. Not to mention this kind of demoness. Killing without blinking and destroying entire towns was her usual operation. If luck ran out, and he encountered her, it would be troublesome. I'm at the 8th level of Qi refinement. I cannot wait any longer. I must break through today. Su Yuan took a deep breath, pondered briefly, and directly took out the Earth Heart Spirit liquid, swallowing a bottle in one go. Under normal circumstances, he could break through within a month. A smooth transition would yield the best results. It would not damage his foundation. But now Su Yuan could not care less and forcibly broke through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Instantly, a powerful spiritual energy surged from within, seemingly forming a vortex that violently tore through his body, impacting his limbs and meridians. Su Yuan's body began to swell. He could hardly withstand such immense spiritual energy. Fortunately, he had taken the bone-cleansing pill, and his bones were sturdy enough to handle the massive spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would have been in some danger. Moreover, his spiritual root had transformed into a dual spiritual root. He absorbed spiritual energy more quickly. He operated his cultivation method, drawing this spiritual energy into his dantian. Gradually, he calmed down, sinking into a state of tranquility. Uncertain how much time passed, Su Yuan opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. A cold, scorching essence of true energy radiated, enveloping the entire quiet room. It exuded an overwhelming cultivation level, powerful and surging. I've succeeded. I've finally reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. Su Yuan took a deep breath, tightly clenching his fists. Over the past 4 months, he had continuously swallowed spirit-nourishing pills and absorbed Earth Heart Spirit liquid for cultivation. He had not paused for a moment and had finally broken through his cultivation level. 8th level of Qi refinement. How many loose cultivators see this as their endpoint? For me, this is merely the starting point. Su Yuan adjusted his breath to stabilize his cultivation, his eyes shining with brilliance. Late Qi refinement was far stronger than mid-Qi refinement. He now had a strong intuition. If he encountered Lin Xiao again, he could definitely defeat him easily. Even if Lin Xiao had defensive artifacts, he could break through them effortlessly. After all, he was now at the 8th level of Qi refinement and possessed a high-quality artifact, the blue steel sword. He could fully unleash the artifact's power. If I encounter the injured demoness, even if I cannot defeat her, I should still be able to protect myself. Su Yuan sensed the power within his body, the heat and ice energies, along with the minor achievement of lightning shadow technique combined with the diamond finger technique. Even if he could not win, he could still ensure his safety, especially since the diamond finger was empowered by martial intent. A single thrust was comparable to the might of a high-quality artifact. 3 days later, the ever-changing demoness entered the city. As the news spread, chaos ensued. Many cultivators had already begun packing their belongings to leave Tianyin City. They feared being caught in the aftermath of Foundation establishment. After all, many cultivators in the city were merely Qi refiners, unable to contend with such a wicked cultivator. A mid-Foundation establishment cultivator was an unreachable existence. Moreover, this demoness was skilled in concealment. No one had ever seen her true appearance. It was difficult to completely eliminate her. Even if one knew her identity, she could change her appearance and hide among the townsfolk. During this time, even Gu Yunxi from Taishu sect and Tianxin sect, both Foundation establishment cultivators, had failed to locate the demoness, which only heightened everyone's panic. They dared not remain in Tianyin City. It's over. This place has truly become a ghost town. In the courtyard, Su Yuan lay on a rocking chair watching the hurried passers-by, leaving Tianyin City, feeling somewhat emotional. The scattered cultivators in this residential area had already departed in droves. Many familiar faces had also left. It had turned into a ghost town. Tianyin City has set off a bomb. Anyone would be afraid. He felt that Zhao Yu's early departure was a wise choice. If it weren't for Wei Shiyun, he would have left over 8 months ago. It was not suitable for long-distance travel. Now it was indeed time to leave. This demoness has caused such unrest as she truly deserves to die. My Bai Xianzi won't be coming now. This blind date. It's probably going to be cancelled. After all, it's not easy to have a fairy take an interest in oneself. Su Yuan took a deep breath, shaking his head with a sigh. However, unexpectedly, he saw a surprising figure and instantly felt excited. Su Daoyu. It must be time to prepare for lunch, right? At the courtyard entrance, Bai Liuli had changed into a white outfit that wrapped around her graceful figure, making her appear even smaller, resembling a neighborly girl. Su Yuan nodded slightly, standing up and smiling. Are you here to mooch off lunch? Yes. Bai Liuli responded confidently. Great. Su Yuan smiled broadly, not saying much more. He turned and entered the kitchen, beginning to busy himself. At the same time, he felt a bit proud in his heart. The delicacies he prepared had already successfully captured the fairy's heart. Even if she wanted to leave, it would be impossible now. Su Yuan was already thinking of finding a suitable time to propose and complete this marriage. Bai Xianzi, let's help our husband prepare together. Zhou Yi came out holding Bai Liuli's hand, revealing a smile. Bai Xianzi, where do you live? With the chaos in the city and the demoness out and about, it would be better for you to stay, to avoid encountering danger. At that moment, Yun Yao stepped out, her eyes warm as she began to extend an invitation. Hearing Yun Yao's voice, Su Yuan, busy in the kitchen, secretly gave a thumbs up. This assist was truly brilliant. Indeed, this demoness is quite terrifying. Bai Xianzi, it would be dangerous if you encounter her. Zhou Yi also advised from the side. Oh, Bai Liuli raised her eyebrows slightly, saying playfully, how is this demoness terrifying? Don't you know? Yun Yao's expression turned serious as she pulled Bai Liuli. I heard that this demoness kills without blinking, loves to toy with cultivators, tortures, and kills ruthlessly, skinning and disemboweling. Especially cruel toward women, she even gouges out their eyes. Bai Liuli looked speechless, staring blankly at the two, nodding. So it really is quite terrifying. Yes. Yun Yao revealed a sly smile. Bai Xianzi, you should stay. Living together would provide some mutual protection. All right. Bai Liuli did not refuse, smiling as she agreed. Bai Xianzi, what do you think of me? Seeing Bai Liuli agreeing, Su Yuan felt a bit pleased and tentatively asked, not bad, although a bit poor. Being able to cook is a good point. Bai Liuli walked into the kitchen, playfully teasing, so, when are we getting married? Married? Bai Liuli's expression turned strange, so anxious. Do you know who I am, and you're already thinking of marriage? Su Yuan's expression was calm, his gaze sincere. I believe Bai Xianzi is not a bad person. After we marry, we can take our time to get to know each other. Let's talk about it later. Bai Liuli did not say much, her eyes revealing a hint of playfulness. Suddenly at that moment, Wei Shiyun approached the kitchen and exclaimed, Husband, a fairy has come. A fairy? Su Yuan asked curiously. Yes, I've never seen such a beautiful woman. Really, I would love to meet her. Su Yuan grinned, wiping his hands as he walked out of the kitchen, looking toward the beautiful woman outside. What caught his eye was a figure in white. White hair, cold as an iceberg. She stood at the courtyard entrance, gazing up at the sky, utterly indifferent. It was actually Gu Yunxi. Seeing this scene, Bai Liuli was also stunned, standing there in a daze without any movement, her eyes showing a hint of panic. She did not expect Gu Yunxi to arrive here. Could it be that she had been discovered? So beautiful. This truly is a fairy. Yun Yao and Zhou Yi stepped out, staring at Gu Yunxi's figure, their eyes wide in astonishment. Bai Xianzi, what's wrong with you? Your face looks so pale. Bai Liuli's heart trembled slightly, striving to maintain her composure. Nothing. This woman is just too beautiful. Yes. Zhou Yi laughed from the side. I never expected this. Husband actually knows such a fairy. Looking at Gu Yunxi, Su Yuan was also stunned, gazing at her for a long time without speaking. It was only after a moment that he reacted. He greeted her, long time no see. Should I call you Gu Qianbei now? Or still Gu Xianzi? Gu Yunxi was silent for a moment and calmly said, we participated in the sect assessment together, so we are considered fellow disciples. You can call me Gu Shiji or Gu Shimi. Either is fine. That might not be appropriate. Su Yuan shook his head, inviting Gu Yunxi into the courtyard, having her sit on a stone bench nearby, pouring her a cup of hot tea. As a foundation establishment cultivator, I wouldn't dare drink tea. Gu Yunxi slightly raised her head. Her gaze landed on Zhou Yi and the others standing at the kitchen door. Are these all your wives? I didn't expect you to have branched out. Huh. Su Yuan nodded with a smile. My cultivation isn't good. I can only marry and have children. To enjoy a peaceful life isn't that right. I'm not like you all with extraordinary talent suitable for cultivation. Gu Yunxi withdrew her gaze looking at Su Yuan with a hint of intrigue. You've already broken through to late qi refining, yet you still claim not to have a talent for cultivation. Huh? Su Yuan laughed out loud. Indeed, I can't hide from you foundation establishment cultivators. It was merely luck. Just luck. Is that so? Gu Yunxi said, no more merely talking to herself. Many disciples who took the assessment with us are still at the 6th layer of qi refining. You who were eliminated by the sect actually broke through to the 7th layer of qi refining. You could be considered a genius. Huh? Su Yuan shook his head with a sigh. What kind of genius? I might just be more diligent than others. I'm not like you. Su Yuan's eyes revealed some sentiment. Having the support of a sect means not needing to strive for cultivation, just enjoying abundant spiritual energy. I can only work hard to earn money to exchange for spirit stones for cultivation. Not a moment to waste. Gu Yunxi fell silent, remaining quiet for a long time. She gazed at Su Yuan as if seeing once again the spirited young man from the assessment days who ranked among the top due to his exceptional character. Although they had never spoken nor interacted, she could sense a resolute will. Cultivating immortality was meant to be like this. You are quite impressive. Even if one possesses talent but lacks effort, they are destined to achieve little. Gu Yunxi stood up, her gaze on Su Yuan, a hint of appreciation flashing in her eyes. Until we meet again. I hope you break through to foundation establishment. Su Yuan raised his head slightly and quickly asked, Fairy, are you leaving? Gu Yunxi replied softly. I came to Tianyuan City mainly to hunt the demoness and eliminate this scourge. Unfortunately, this demoness is too hard to find. Entering the city to hide is like a fish entering the sea, making her difficult to locate. I plan to set up a grand formation to seal the city gates. Oh, Su Yuan nodded, secretly cautiously inquiring. This shape-shifting demoness. Can she really change at will? Gu Yunxi's eyes slightly narrowed as she nodded at Su Yuan. Indeed. She can change endlessly. Su Yuan looked puzzled. Then how can you find her? By feeling. Gu Yunxi said confidently, as long as I see the demoness, I will certainly be able to detect her. Understood. Su Yuan nodded slightly. This is the powerful sensing ability of you foundation establishment cultivators, isn't it? Yes. Gu Yunxi said, no more taking out a bottle of pills and handing it over. It's been a long time. This is a welcome gift for your child. This. Su Yuan's eyes brightened as he smiled and accepted the pills. Just seeing you makes me very happy. You don't need to bring anything else. You a distinguished foundation establishment expert and a proud daughter of your sect. Even if you pretend not to see me a mere loose cultivator, I wouldn't blame you. Gu Yunxi shook her head slightly, saying no more, just a token of appreciation. I came this time mainly to remind you. Once this formation is set up, I won't be able to leave Tianyuan City. Oh, I must slay the demoness before I can open it. If you wish to leave, now is the time. Su Yuan turned to glance at Wei Shiyun and Yun Yao's bellies. One was 8 months pregnant and about to give birth at any moment. One was 7 months pregnant and could hardly move. She couldn't withstand any disturbances. If he were alone, leaving would be straightforward and there would be no pressure. However, now he had to consider his wife and child. If there were any movements that harmed the fetus, it would be too late to regret. Su Yuan pondered for a moment, shaking his head and abandoning the idea of leaving. He believed that with Gu Yunxi stationed in Tianyuan City, they would soon locate the demoness and resolve this potential crisis. There was no need to hurry and leave Tianyuan City. Understood. Gu Yunxi looked at Wei Shiyun and the others with their prominent bellies and said no more. She turned and left. Seeing this, Su Yuan quickly called out to retain her. It's time for a meal. How about having a meal before you go? Gu Yunxi's nose twitched as she caught the fragrance from the kitchen, pausing her steps. Fairy, I've already prepared the meal. You gave me such precious pills that wouldn't be right not to eat together. All right. Gu Yunxi turned around and agreed slightly. She had been hiding in Tianyuan City these days, searching for the traces of the demoness. Coincidentally, she had observed Su Yuan for a while and knew he was a good cook. This time she came mainly because she was drawn by the aroma of the food and unknowingly arrived outside the courtyard. Curious to taste what it was like. Here, prepare an extra set of bowls and chopsticks. Okay. Zhou Yi nodded, slightly smiling as she turned and entered the kitchen. Gu Fairy, why are you hunting the shape-shifting demoness? Su Yuan, filled with joy, led Gu Yunxi into the room, curiously asking, there's nothing to hide. Gu Yunxi said calmly, this demoness transformed into a disciple of the Taishu sect and ambushed Li Jinxing, stealing the inheritance of the formation path. In the end, we managed to injure her together, and she fled all the way to Tianyuan City. You should know the importance of the formation inheritance. For the sect, researching formations is incredibly useful. As the two entered the room, Lioli, who was hiding in the kitchen, finally stepped out, her brows slightly furrowed. This woman. Didn't she see through me? It shouldn't be. Did she mistake me for Su Yuan's wife? Hep. Lioli scoffed softly, looking at the figure in the room, secretly mocking the talent of the Tianshu sect. Isn't that impressive? Can't even tell when I'm standing right in front of you. Still want to capture me? Lioli narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms, and pondering, revealing a hint of a smile. She hadn't expected that Gu Yunxi would not discover her. It seemed her transformation secret technique had already reached a flawless level. In that case, she need not fear Gu Yunxi and could appear openly. Now is a good opportunity. Take advantage of her inattention to ambush and kill. No, that's too risky. Lioli pursed her lips, frowning in thought. She was currently heavily injured and could not exert more than 70% of her strength. Even if she used poison or attempted a sneak attack, striking first would likely not be enough to overcome the opponent. Faced with a fully capable genius with a mutated ice spiritual root, she had no power to resist. This was Gu Yunxi. A prodigy with exceptional talent and equally formidable cultivation, she was hard to match. Even at her peak with mid-foundation establishment cultivation, she would struggle against Gu Yunxi. Running away was the only option. Now was not a wise time to ambush her, it would only result in losing her life. Fairy Bai, help me serve the dishes. Just as Lioli was lost in thought, Zhou Yi came out of the kitchen carrying 2 plates of dishes, her eyes filled with some regret. The baby is crying. I need to go feed it. All right. Lioli's eyes slightly lifted, holding the 2 plates of delicacies, a smile appearing on her lips. You little wretch. I can't beat you, can't kill you, and can't disgust you. Lioli's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Aren't you going to seal the city gates? Aren't you going to fight to the death? Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. I want to see just how noble you, this immortal who doesn't partake in mundane affairs, really are. How truly exalted can you be? Let me add a little something to your meal. But if I don't end up poisoning myself, wouldn't that raise suspicion? Damn it. To take revenge on this wretched woman. Do I really have to sacrifice myself? Lioli clenched her powder fist, her breathing becoming heavy, feeling that Su Yuan was getting an undeserved advantage. But when she thought of how severely she was being hunted, a surge of anger welled up inside her. After a moment of deliberation, she took out the medicinal powder and added it to the dishes. Carrying it, she walked into the dining hall. Immortal maiden, and my husband's cooking is absolutely delicious, and please eat more. At the dining table, a variety of sumptuous dishes were laid out. Zhou Yi stood respectfully nearby, smiling as she introduced the meal. She dared not sit down. Just moments earlier, she had learned that this white-haired immortal maiden was Gu Yunxi of the Tianxian sect, a foundation establishment cultivator at the initial stage. A flicker of apprehension surfaced in her eyes. And indeed, Wei Shiyun's face bloomed with a proud smile. And these are my husband's secret seasonings. Please do try some in. Gu Yunxi felt distinctly ill at ease, especially seeing Zhou Yi and the others standing beside her like attendants, introducing each dish. It unsettled her deeply. After all, these were Su Yuan's wives, not ordinary women. And there is no need to fear. And please sit down and join the meal. No thank you. Wei Shiyun and the others hastily waved their hands, their expressions reverent. In immortal maiden, in you need not concern yourself with us. Indeed. Su Yuan glanced at Gu Yunxi, a faint smile curling at his lips. In let us begin eating. And a foundation establishment immortal is our honored guest. They dare not take seats at the table. Very well. Gu Yunxi said nothing further, picking up a morsel with her chopsticks and tasting it. Instantly, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Then almost imperceptibly, she nodded in quiet approval. And truly exquisite. I have never tasted such delicacy before. And then please eat heartily. A warm smile brightened Su Yuan's gaze as he beckoned Lioli in. Immortal maiden, join us. No need for formalities in this. Lioli hesitated, her smile strained. In immortal maiden, Gu is a foundation establishment cultivator. And I am merely at the chi refinement stage. I hardly seem fit to sit here. And it is quite all right. Su Yuan waved dismissively. In you are both my esteemed guests. How could I possibly ask you to stand by and watch? In very well. Lioli did not refuse. She seated herself naturally and began eating with unrestrained delight. Delicious. So delicious and truly delectable. I'm already growing inseparable from you. And Su Yuan's expression turned oddly perplexed as he glanced at Lioli beside him. Something felt distinctly off. Just last time when they'd eaten grilled fish, her attitude had been entirely different, stubborn, defiant, insisting repeatedly how tasteless it was. How swiftly she'd changed. Suddenly, Lioli wiped the sweat from her brow. Her delicate cheeks flushed crimson. In what on earth is happening? In this dish isn't even spicy. Why do I feel such unbearable heat surging through me? In is that so? Su Yuan's eyes lit with surprise. he sampled the dish himself. The flavor was perfectly balanced, no spiciness at all. Yet he too sensed an inexplicable mounting heat, a searing flame kindling deep within. And something is terribly wrong. This dish is tainted. And at that very moment, Gu Yunxi's expression contorted in alarm. As if sensing something ominous, she unleashed a torrent of formidable true energy attempting to purge toxins from her body. But almost instantly her whole body began trembling violently. Her brows knotted in agony, beads of sweat glistened upon her forehead. She nearly collapsed, never imagining the toxin would prove so insidious. The more she mobilized her true energy, the more ferociously the poison raged, like wildfire consuming her senses. In an instant it overran her mind. A sinister inner fire ignited, scorching her meridians, intensifying until her very flesh burned with unbearable heat. Her face flushed scarlet. In danger, and we've been poisoned. And Su Yuan spat out his mouth full, his expression stricken with shock. And surely not. I certainly didn't poison it. In. Gu Yunxi remained silent, eyes closed as she circulated her cultivation technique, releasing a chilling aura that barely suppressed the toxin. In. This was not your doing. This venom is undetectable, even to me. In Yao Ji, in where is Yao Ji? Su Yuan jolted upright, scanning the surroundings frantically. Huff! Cold sweat beaded Gu Yunxi's brow as her gaze swept over Zhou Yi and the others. Her limbs' heavy strength utterly drained in. They alone remain unpoisoned. Wait! Su Yuan urgently interjected, his face flushing with indignation. In, immortal maiden, in, pray do not speak rashly. These are my wives. How could any of them be Yao Ji? In. Gu Yunxi fell silent, bracing herself against the table with one hand, shaking her head dazedly. In, perhaps Yao Ji has assumed one of their forms. Impossible. Su Yuan declared sternly. In, how could I fail to recognize my own wives? In. Yao Ji, in, it must be Yao Ji. Gu Yunxi clenched her teeth, utterly certain. In, immortal maiden, these are my wives. An immortal maiden by my arranged match has also been poisoned. How could she possibly be Yao Ji? And could it be? And could I be Yao Ji? And no. Gu Yunxi's consciousness blurred, her body faltered, unable to sustain itself. In, I don't know. In, I must depart. But before the words left her lips, she slumped limply onto the table, utterly incapable of rising. My lord, are you all right? The next morning, upon seeing Su Yuan emerge from the room, Zhou Yi and Wei Shiyun approached, their eyes filled with concern. Su Yuan was speechless, for this was Gu Yunxi, a genius of the Tianxian sect, possessing a mutated ice spiritual root, a true foundation establishment powerhouse, a being that countless people could only dream of. Su Yuan felt a twinge of fear. If Gu Yunxi were to awaken, she might fall into madness and directly destroy the entire courtyard. Everyone would be buried with her. What on earth happened yesterday? How did she get poisoned? I don't know. Zhou Yi shook her head, looking somewhat bewildered. We didn't discover any trace of the demoness at all. Indeed. Yun Yao frowned and said, that demoness is truly terrifying. She plotted against Gu Xianzi without a sound. My lord, we should leave quickly. We can't stay in this city any longer. Su Yuan fell silent for a moment, glancing at Yun Yao's belly, and then at Wei Shiyun. You two are not in a condition to move. How can we leave? One is 8 months along, and the other 7. A long journey would be fraught with danger. What if something happens to the fetus? If the demoness truly has her sights set on us, escaping will be impossible. Indeed. Zhou Yi stood to the side, speaking seriously. It's best to focus on nurturing the baby for now. Wei Shiyun supported her belly as she slowly sat down on a chair. I don't think that demoness is that scary. At least she hasn't harmed us. She only plotted against Gu Xianzi. Su Yuan remained silent, deep in thought. He did not understand why the demoness dared to scheme against Gu Yunxi. Was she truly fearless of death? Or had she recovered her cultivation, emboldening her to provoke others? It was only unfortunate for Bai Xianzi, who had suffered the demoness' wrath and lost her purity. My lord, after all that has happened, why not give Bai Xianzi a title? Zhou Yi suggested after a moment of silence, looking at Su Yuan. Su Yuan felt a stirring in his heart. He too had entertained this thought. Having already shared intimacy, he could directly marry her. But he did not know if Bai Xianzi would be willing. With that thought, Su Yuan went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, cooking 2 extra bowls of noodles and adding earth heart liquid for enhanced flavor and nutrition, then brought it to the door. As a man, he could offer some care. That was the way to capture the heart of a celestial being. Bai Xianzi, it's time for breakfast. Let's replenish some nutrition. Su Yuan lightly knocked on the door, calling softly. Get lost. A voice of anger came from within. Stay far away from me. Su Yuan's face darkened, feeling somewhat displeased, his brow furrowing tightly. This was his own room. How dare she be so arrogant? Yet thinking about it, given what had happened, she must be feeling quite upset. and struggling to accept the reality. He decided to let it be. He didn't want to bicker with a woman over such matters. It was better to allow her some quiet. Gu Xinzi, I made breakfast for you. Su Yuan walked to the side, knocking on the door and calling for Gu Yunxi. Unfortunately, there was no response from inside. She did not come out at all. He couldn't help but sigh. He understood that Gu Yunxi was in a bad mood. In the early stages of Foundation establishment with a mutated ice spiritual root, and being a chosen one, she had unexpectedly fallen victim to the demoness schemes, losing her purity for no reason. If she were not emotionally stable and strong-willed, she might have directly destroyed the entire city in a fit of rage. Come in. I have something to say to you. Just as Su Yuan was about to leave, unexpectedly the door opened, revealing Gu Yunxi's figure. This made him a bit excited as he approached with the noodles. Xianzi, want some? Gu Yunxi looked at the noodles, her eyes devoid of expression, and directly shut the door. Listen to me. The demoness must be one of your wives. What? Su Yuan was taken aback, unable to believe it. Don't be surprised yet. The demoness is best at shapeshifting, especially at disguising herself. Your wife may have already perished, tragically falling into the hands of the demoness. Su Yuan's brows furrowed tightly as he stared at Gu Yunxi, still unable to believe it. I know you may not believe me, but after I eliminated all other possibilities, what remains is the truth. Su Yuan placed the noodles on the table, his expression serious, remaining silent. He could not believe that his wife had already perished. They had been together for so long. She was even pregnant. Something's amiss. Yaoji excels at shape-shifting, but can she conjure a pregnancy from thin air? Suddenly, Su Yuan recalled something and turned to Gu Yunxi, asking with an odd, puzzled expression. This? Surely it's impossible. Exactly. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Then it is utterly out of the question. My wife is pregnant, and the child stirs within her. How could she possibly be Yaoji? In that case, Gu Yunxi frowned slightly. It must be Zhou. Su Yuan's eyes flickered with quiet incredulity. He shook his head firmly. Even less plausible. Why? Gu Yunxi looked baffled. Zhou has just given birth, and is still nursing. She fell silent, stunned into wordlessness. A heavy silence settled over the room, prolonged, unbroken, suffused with unease. They gazed at each other, tension thickening the air, especially given what had transpired. Gu Yunxi could almost relive yesterday's absurd scene, her cheeks flushing faintly. In truth, she had regained consciousness long ago, yet unable to accept reality, she had kept her eyes closed, feigning unconsciousness to escape it. It was like an ostrich burying its head, believing that if one refused to see, reality would vanish. I have a method, one that can verify whether she is truly Yaoji. Gu Yunxi shifted her gaze away, dispelling lingering doubts, steadying her breath before speaking coldly. It is simple. I need only test her, and I shall discern the truth. But tell me, can you bear to see them injured? Absolutely not. Su Yuan rejected the idea without hesitation. 2 pregnant women, and 1 ordinary mortal. How could you possibly strike them? No. Gu Yunxi spoke with grave solemnity. One of them must be Yaoji. Su Yuan's gaze hardened with resolve. And if she is not? Gu Yunxi paused, silent for a long moment. Then I shall conceal myself in the shadows, and watch your wife closely. I trust my intuition. It does not deceive me. Su Yuan gave a slight solemn nod. And I trust my wife. Truthfully, this matter is quite straightforward. Wait 2 months, until the child is born, and all will be clear. Agreed. Gu Yunxi said nothing more. Glancing at the bowl of noodles on the table, she rolled it neatly into her sleeve and vanished from the room without a trace. By noon, the sun blazed high overhead, its scorching rays pouring down relentlessly. For the entire morning, Bai Lioli had remained indoors, motionless, unseen. Su Yuan grew increasingly anxious. Immortal Lady Bai, could she be contemplating suicide? Worried, he approached her chamber and gently tapped the door. Immortal Lady Bai, it's time to eat. I've prepared your favorite, grilled fish. Silence reigned inside, utter, absolute, unbroken. Alarmed, Su Yuan forced the door open and rushed inside, only to find Immortal Lady Bai lying motionless on the floor, unconscious, her face deathly pale, her frame frail and weakened. What happened? Immortal Lady, are you all right? Su Yuan lifted Bai Lioli into his arms, cradling her pallid cheek as he called out urgently. Coughed, cough. In the next instant, Bai Lioli stirred weakly, her eyes fluttering open. She gazed silently at Su Yuan, saying nothing. She had been cultivating to mend her bodily injuries, when suddenly a formidable aura swept across her meridians, nearly triggering a catastrophic spiritual backlash. She recognized it instantly, the probing intent of Gu Yunxi. Too fearful to move, she suffered severe internal recoil. I won't die. I'm hungry. A flicker of irritation crossed Bai Lioli's face as she glared at Su Yuan and wrenched herself free. She hadn't expected Gu Yunxi to be so tenacious, nor that she'd already been drawn so deeply into the web of suspicion. Even after being ensnared, her identity remained unexposed, thanks only to Gu Yunxi's restrained, non-malicious aura sweep, which had been mere reconnaissance. Otherwise, her true nature would have been revealed. Hungry. Wonderful. Let's go out for a meal. Time flowed on. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. After sealing Tianyuan City, Gu Yunxi vanished from sight. Yet Su Yuan knew she remained hidden in the shadows, watching every move of the demoness with unwavering vigilance. Like a silent guardian, her presence radiated absolute security. He prepared an extra portion of food each day and placed it quietly in the room. Though no word passed between them, their unspoken coordination was flawless. Silence spoke louder than words. Meanwhile, a momentous event unfolded at Mistvale Mountain. The Grand Array Master returned home, only to discover his residence had been burgled. Enraged, he erupted in fury. Without hesitation, he deployed a vast formation that enveloped the entire mountain range, trapping all Foundation establishment cultivators within. A fierce battle erupted, and in its wake Lin Bo, patriarch of the Lin family, perished. When news of the massacre reached Su Yuan, elation surged through him. He promptly added several premium dishes to the meal. Until then, he had feared Lin Bo might investigate the cause of Lin Zhao's death. Now he breathed easy at last. Total annihilation, undoubtedly the most welcome tidings imaginable. Simultaneously, Wei Shiyun entered labor, her cries piercing and agonizing, racked by unbearable pain. Su Yuan paced restlessly outside the courtyard, heart pounding with anxiety, until at last an infant's wail pierced the air and his tension dissolved into profound relief. At that very instant, a system chime resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your heir has been born. Reward granted: 1 talismanic treasure, 1 frost cold robe, 1 slab of Millennium Frost Iron. Current clan prestige 750. She's delivered. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed sharply as he strode swiftly into the chamber. Husband, it's a boy. Zhou Yi emerged from the room, cradling the newborn, her face alight with tender joy. Is that so? Su Yuan hurried forward, scooping the infant into his arms, eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Another son. How splendid. Suppressing his exultation, he carried the babe gently into the chamber and gazed upon Wei Shiyun with soft devotion. Shiyun, look at our child. Wei Shiyun, unable to conceal her radiant happiness, shimmered with maternal grace. How wonderful. A son, how perfect. Husband, what shall we name him? Hehat. Su Yuan held the infant close, a warm smile playing across his features. I've long settled on a name. If it were a daughter, I'd call her Su Linger. If a son, Su Tianyu. Su Tianyu. Wei Shiyun's gaze softened, brimming with tenderness. Yes, I'm certain our son will cherish this name. Hehat. Su Yuan laid the infant gently upon the bed, whispering with quiet affection, rest now. Exhaustion painted Wei Shiyun's cheeks, her eyes fluttered shut, and she slipped into deep slumber. Watching her sleep, Su Yuan stepped out, entered his meditation chamber, and only then turned toward the window, calling softly, Senior Sister Gu. You've witnessed it all, haven't you? My wife is no demoness. At his words, Gu Yunxi materialized silently, her expression inscrutable, her silence profound. These past days she had watched the courtyard without pause. Even Bai Liuli had observed it closely, yet neither detected the slightest flaw. Doubt began to stir within her. Had she misjudged everything? The demoness had long since departed. Senior Sister, Su Yuan paused, brow furrowed in thought. Could it be? We've overthought this. A demoness. She could never have infiltrated my home. She must have slipped poison into our food when we weren't looking, then fled Tianyuan City long ago. Gu Yunxi remained still for a breath, then slowly shook her head. Impossible. She lacked such power entirely. To approach me undetected while grievously wounded, to administer poison and vanish without trace. Were she truly capable of that, she'd have no need to flee at all. There remains only one possibility: the demoness has been hiding within your household. This very house. Su Yuan fell silent, his brows knotted in bewildered contemplation. Senior Sister, Zhou Yi and Wei Shiyun are beyond suspicion. As for Yunyao, she'll give birth in just 1 month. You can surely sense the life stirring within her womb. What else remains to doubt? Surely, you don't suspect me of being the demoness. No, Gu Yunxi replied, shaking her head, her face clouded with uncertainty. Then only Senior Sister Bai remains. She is the woman I brought home from the matchmaking assembly, and she too fell ill with the same poison. Could she truly be the demoness? Gu Yunxi stood motionless, her eyes deepening in confusion, silent for a long suspended moment. She had scrutinized Bai Liuli closely these past days, yet found no anomaly whatsoever, not in aura nor in bone structure. Nothing betrayed the guise of a shape-shifting demoness. Her form bore no trace of illusion. Perhaps I truly erred. The demoness has fled, and the Grand Array Master's return means the opportunity is lost. I shall return to my sect. So soon. Su Yuan asked, urgency edging his voice. Must you depart so hastily? Would you consider staying longer? Gu Yunqi paused, then gently declined, no need. The Mistvale Mountain affair has lasted long enough. Farewell. Without another word, she cast Su Yuan one lingering solemn glance. Then her figure shimmered, faded, and dissolved into nothingness. So this is the power of Foundation establishment cultivators. Even the perfected Thunder Shadow art could scarcely match such movement. Gazing at the empty chamber, Su Yuan sighed softly, then settled into meditation, calming his turbulent heart. Moments later, he opened his eyes, resolute, focused, and turned his attention to the system's rewards: a talismanic treasure, a frost-cold robe, and a slab of Millennium Frost Iron. Foremost among them was the talismanic treasure, a rare and precious artifact derived from talismans. Whereas ordinary talismans were singlus, spent upon activation, talismanic treasures endured. They could be employed repeatedly, their potency and value far surpassing those of common talismans. And this one is a flame talismanic treasure. Su Yuan carefully lifted the treasure into his palm, his expression turning grave. With this ace concealed, I dare face even Foundation establishment cultivators without trepidation. He could feel the searing flame energy pulsing within it, vastly superior to any chi refinement level power, nearly matching the might of Foundation establishment itself. Indeed, it contained the full force of a Foundation establishment cultivator's strike, an awe-inspiring, terrifying artifact. Its worth, truly incalculable. Even disciples of prestigious sects would struggle to afford such a treasure. A talismanic treasure, not disposable but reusable. Its energy reserves permit at least 6 activations. HSSSH. Su Yuan drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing his surging excitement, centering his pulse. 6 lifelines, 6 irreplaceable chances to survive. Against all chi refinement cultivators, he stood invincible. Even against Foundation establishment opponents, he could hold his ground for a crucial, decisive moment. And this frost-cold robe, a supreme-tier defensive artifact. Defensive artifacts command greater rarity and higher value than offensive ones. Its worth is extraordinary. Su Yuan inhaled deeply, then withdrew the robe, examining it with reverent care. It was a white underarmor etched with delicate snowflake motifs, smooth to the touch and humming with a gentle, soothing chill. One could easily imagine how comfortably it would drape upon the body. Yet Su Yuan had no intention of wearing it himself. He meant to gift it to Zhou, Wei Shiyun, and Yunyao, both cultivated to the 5th layer of chi refinement and wielded sword chi talismans. Against latest-stage chi refinement foes, they could prevail effortlessly. They required no defensive artifacts. Only Zhou, still immortal, needed armor for protection. As for Su Yuan himself, possessing such a priceless talismanic treasure, he no longer feared for his safety. 1,000-year cold iron. This is truly a rare treasure. It should suffice to refine the violet thunder bamboo. With this, I shall finally possess a genuine magical artifact. Su Yuan withdrew the 1,000-year cold iron and felt its biting chill. His eyes gleamed with sharp anticipation. He had previously been deliberating over suitable materials for forging an artifact. It had seemed too cumbersome. He'd even considered auctioning off the violet thunder bamboo instead. Now, however, it appeared that only a few supplementary materials and a trustworthy artifact forger were needed. Of course, first he must break through to the Foundation establishment realm and cultivate potent true energy. Otherwise, even if an artifact were forged, he would lack the power to activate it. Worse still, attempting to wield it prematurely might invite calamity. That can wait. For now, the utmost priority is uncovering the true identity of the demoness Yaoji. Su Yuan carefully stowed away the talisman artifact, and the 1,000-year cold iron, his brow furrowing deeply. Gu Yunqi's words echoed in his mind. The demoness Yaoji, grievously wounded, could not possibly have infiltrated undetected to administer poison. The most plausible explanation was that she had been hiding within the residence all along. By now, Wei Shiyun and Yunyao had both been confirmed, not shape-shifted forms of the demoness. Only Bai Liuli remained. The demoness Yaoji. Could it truly be the white immortal? A complex storm of emotions flickered across Su Yuan's gaze as he exhaled heavily. In truth, he had long refused to believe she was the demoness. Yet upon reflection, the timing of Yaoji's appearance aligned almost perfectly with the white immortal's arrival, nearly indistinguishable. If she truly were the demoness, Su Yuan could not help but admire her audacity, willing to step directly into the heart of the trap solely to defile Gu Yunqi's purity. Such ruthless cunning, and such chilling self-sacrifice. No wonder she bore the title shape-shifting demoness Yaoji, defying all conventions. It seems I must test her further. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yuan rose and strode out of his chamber. Gu Yunqi had departed Tianyan City en route to Tianxian sect. Without a Foundation establishment expert guarding her, she surely felt vulnerable. Confirming Bai Liuli's identity was now imperative. If she was the demoness, then matters would grow exceedingly perilous. So much so that Su Yuan's scalp prickled at the thought. Once Gu Yunxi departed, retribution would inevitably follow. White immortal, how fares your health these days? Su Yuan stood outside her door and called softly. For the past 2 months, Bai Liuli had remained secluded behind closed doors, like a newlywed bride retreating into quiet convalescence. She was seen only when meals were delivered. Su Yuan could do nothing about it. He himself had witnessed her grave injuries. The cultivation mishap had left her body increasingly frail, demanding absolute stillness and careful recuperation. What do you want? To chat? Or to propose? Her door opened, revealing Bai Liuli, her expression cool and distant. An awkward smile spread across Su Yuan's face as he replied. White immortal, I genuinely wish to make amends. Surely marriage is the proper course. A cold snort escaped Bai Liuli. You inflicted irreversible harm upon me. My spirit and body alike bear deep wounds. I will never marry you. Su Yuan's lips twitched faintly. So you intend to live rent-free under my roof? That hardly conforms to propriety, does it? Oh, Bai Liuli tilted her chin upward. Do you object? Eating your food, sleeping beneath your roof. That is your recompense to me. Haha. Su Yuan gave a dry chuckle, grasped the doorframe, and stepped inside. 2 months' compensation isn't enough. You? Bai Liuli instinctively retreated a step. What are you doing? Su Yuan's gaze burned with intensity as he held her in his unwavering stare. You wretch. Her brows knitted slightly as she raised her hand to strike, only for Su Yuan to seize her wrist. White immortal, I honor you. I respect you. I sustain you. Yet do not mistake me for a gullible fool, or your lifelong meal ticket. Must you feast while I'm denied even a sip of broth? Bai Liuli's eyes narrowed, a flash of killing intent glinting coldly as she fixed him with a frigid stare. In times past, any who dared treat her thus would already have had their hearts torn from their chests. Her palm remained tightly clasped in his, still warm with lingering heat, as she endured the indignity. She could sense Gu Yunxi's aura nearby, not yet departed, not even gone. Over these 2 months, she had attempted escape countless times, yet each time found herself thwarted. Wherever she turned, that presence lingered, watching unrelenting. Escape was impossible. With no choice, she remained, slowly restoring her strength. As the saying went, the most dangerous place was also the safest. Now 7/10 of her injuries had healed. She had regained foundation establishment strength. Within 1 more month, full recovery would be hers. Even if Gu Yunxi realized the truth, Bai Liuli would fear nothing. She could vanish without trace. That look in your eyes. Do you wish to be beaten? You? Her fury flared, nearly overwhelming her control, her cultivation on the verge of exposure. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? She struggled fiercely, still craving a beating, then suppressed that glare immediately. Su Yuan tightened his grip, holding her fast, his expression turning stern. You seek death. Su Yuan drew a slow, deliberate breath, still eager for another thrashing. Bai Liuli stared back, eyes blazing, but silent. Seeing her mute defiance, Su Yuan's lips curved into a sly smile as he lifted her chin with a fingertip. You've eaten my food, drunk my tea. How can marriage be avoided? We wed tomorrow. What say you? Bai Liuli gazed at him, cold and unmoved. We'll see how aloof you remain later. You better not regret this. Bai Liuli's eyes were tightly shut, her breath gradually becoming heavier, her body slightly trembling. It was unclear whether it was due to anger or a reaction from her body. Her chest heaved as she gasped for breath. Nevertheless, her words remained assertive. What am I afraid of? It's just a return to an old place. Su Yuan toyed with something, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, showing no fear. Bai Liuli remained silent, suppressing her inner fury, unwilling to reveal any flaws. Aren't you angry? Could it be that I've truly misunderstood? Bai Xinzi is not the demoness. Looking at Bai Liuli, his eyes brimmed with anger, yet there was no resistance. Only harsh words were spoken. This left Su Yuan at a loss. He didn't know how to conclude this encounter. Originally, he had only come to test the waters and collect some interest. He believed that if she were indeed the demoness, she would not be able to resist revealing her aura. However, he did not expect her to be so composed, remaining still even in such a state. This put Su Yuan in a difficult position. You seek death. Suddenly, Bai Liuli's eyes widened, locking onto Su Yuan, a powerful aura radiating from her. Yet at that crucial moment, she still managed to hold back. She tightly shut her eyes, suppressing the flames of anger within her. She knew that Gu Yunxi was lurking in the shadows, and she had to endure and not act recklessly, otherwise it would spell danger. After hiding for 2 months, she had recovered 70% of her injuries. She couldn't afford to stumble here. After some time, Bai Liuli forcefully expelled Su Yuan. Bai Xinzi, tomorrow the wedding will be held. I will treat you well. For a lifetime. Su Yuan shouted loudly at the door. "With me here, I won't let anyone harm you." Bai Liuli remained silent, maintaining her quietude. She had no interest in such a chi-refining cultivator. A mere casual cultivator older in age. No background, no spirit stones, no talent. Just a complete waste. However, the current feeling was somewhat subtle. Even anger was absent from her face eerily calm and devoid of any expression. "Bai Xinzi, does not speaking mean you agree?" Bai Liuli fell silent, directly closing her eyes, showing no intention of responding. Seeing this, Su Yuan felt awkward and dared not say more, returning to the quiet room. "You did well." Just then Gu Yong's figure appeared, standing beside Su Yuan like a ghostly shadow. This startled Su Yuan. He shivered all over. "Didn't you leave? How could you still have such a hobby?" Gu Yong's face was calm, showing no concern. "I told you I was leaving, but that was just for the demoness to hear. Intentionally leaving a flaw. I remained hidden, monitoring the movements of the demoness." "So what now? Is Bai Xinzi the demoness?" "I don't know." Gu Yunxi turned, standing by the window, her white hair blowing. "I have observed many times. I saw no flaws at all." "Oh." Su Yuan's eyes widened. "You watched repeatedly." Gu Yunxi raised an eyebrow. "Do cultivators care about such things? Besides, I have seen it before." "This isn't about having seen or not," Su Yuan replied, awkwardly exhaling. "It just feels unsettling." Gu Yunxi did not answer, pondering for a moment and murmuring, "No flaws. In fact, that is the biggest flaw. I suspect that this Bai Xinzi should be the true form of the demoness. She has not transformed into anyone else, only revealing her true form, which is why I couldn't discern it." Furthermore, Gu Yunxi turned, revealing a wise glint. "The demoness is at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Her spiritual power is far greater than mine. She should have realized I haven't left. Hence she dares not act rashly and can only endure." Su Yuan remained silent, simply gazing at Gu Yunxi, pondering for a long time without speaking. He realized that she was sometimes quite clever, analyzing the situation so thoroughly. Like this, excluding all suspicions, what remains is the truth. No flaws mean the biggest flaw. Very insightful. Yet he didn't know why sometimes he found her somewhat adorably naive. Perhaps it was influenced by the sect. Su Yuan didn't think much of it and instinctively asked, "Do you have a plan?" A smile curved at the corner of Gu Yong's mouth. "Doesn't she like to use poison?" At dusk, Su Yuan prepared a lavish meal: chicken, duck, fish, and meat, all meticulously arranged and delivered to Bai Liuli's chamber as compensation. Especially at the thought of Gu Yunxi's scheme, his body involuntarily shuddered, a flicker of dread crossing his features. He could not fathom why he kept encountering such seasoned predicaments. Was it fate? The first time had been with Yin Yao, the second with the demoness, and now, the third. Was Gu Yunxi a prodigy of the sect itself? What in the nine heavens? Has this woman truly unblocked her Ren and Du meridians? I sense things growing increasingly extreme. Or has she simply grown too bored within the sect, and thus unleashed her true nature? What immortal cultivator would ever hatch such a preposterous scheme? Su Yuan took a deep breath, banishing the chaotic thoughts from his mind, and strode directly into the chamber. His gaze fell upon Bai Liuli, and a warm, practiced smile spread across his face. "Immortal Lady Bai, I've prepared a sumptuous feast for you, and I sincerely apologize. I was utterly delirious at the time. Get out." Her brows furrowed. Without another word, Bai Liuli shoved Su Yuan forcefully out the door. Su Yuan stood speechless outside the threshold, waiting in silent stillness. Inwardly, he began counting 1, 2, 3, up to 20, before a furious roar erupted from within the room. "Wretch! What in heaven's name did you put in that food?" Su Yuan instinctively recoiled, paused a moment, then pushed the door open and stepped inside. His expression pure, guileless innocence. "Immortal Lady Bai, what's wrong?" "I swear, I did absolutely nothing." Bai Liuli said nothing in reply. Instead, she sat cross-legged upon the floor, suppressing the toxin surging through her body. Yet soon she realized it was merely ordinary fire poison, mild, non-lethal, and easily contained. After all, as a foundation establishment mid-stage cultivator, her true energy was profoundly abundant. She had traversed the southern and northern realms, witnessed countless wonders, and though her combat prowess might not rank among the absolute elite, her knowledge, stealth techniques, hunting acumen, and thievery skills far surpassed those of ordinary cultivators. Distinguishing such a toxin posed no difficulty. Accursed! Did that wretch deliberately poison me? Suppressing the toxin, Bai Liuli's breathing grew heavy. Accursed indeed. A warm plume of breath escaped her nostrils. Clarity dawned swiftly. It was Gu Yunxi's test. A foundation establishment cultivator could effortlessly resist the toxin, retaining full lucidity. But a mere chi refinement cultivator would be utterly defenseless, compelled to seek a male partner to dispel its effects. "Vile wench, this isn't over between us." Bai Liuli clenched her delicate fists, fury blazing in her eyes. Regret now gnawed at her. She bitterly wished she hadn't poisoned Gu Yunxi in the first place. Ruining another's purity had felt exhilarating, shattering her psychological composure utterly. Yet now trapped within Tianyan City by Liuli remained under Gu Yunqi's watchful eye. And to compound matters this devious trial, how utterly unbecoming of a Tianxian sect immortal. Accursed, this grudge, I shall remember it well. The following morning at dawn's gentle light, Su Yuan stood within his chamber and called softly immortal Lady Gu. How did it go? Did you detect any anomalies this time? As the words left his lips, Gu Yunqi materialized, holding a spirit recording stone, and slowly shook her head. Nothing. A faint twitch tugged at Su Yuan's lips. Perhaps we should abandon this altogether. Harassing immortal lady by seems rather unseemly. Gu Yunqi's eyes narrowed in mild confusion. Surely this poses no strain for you. Why hesitate? Su Yuan's expression turned solemn. In truth, I am a man of unwavering integrity. Her brow arched, slightly genuine puzzlement coloring her tone. A man of integrity. Then why have you taken so many wives? Su Yuan fell silent, speechless, unable to formulate an answer. It was simply the nature of man, no justification required. And yet he treated each wife with profound care and unwavering respect. Still tormenting immortal lady by truly crossed a line. Were it the demoness instead, well, that would be a different matter entirely. A sacrifice for the sake of the righteous path. But if not, if this was merely cruelty disguised as strategy, it would inflict deep psychological wounds, perhaps even shatter her Tao heart. You may not know, yet the demoness excels in concealment, leaving virtually no trace. A single attempt reveals nothing conclusive. Gu Yunqi's expression hardened. She studied the spirit recording stone intently. Moreover, capturing her yields 10,000 contribution points. This time, I will apprehend her. Very well, Su Yuan murmured inwardly, offering a silent lament. The demoness, should she cross paths with Gu Yunqi, was doomed. Inescapable, inevitable. I'll share some spirit stones with you afterward. Agreed. A spark lit Su Yuan's eyes, his last vestige of moral restraint evaporating instantly. His gaze lingered on the spirit recording stone in Gu Yunqi's hand. Might I take a look? Husband, a letter has arrived. 3 days later, Zhou Yi came holding the child carrying a letter. Oh, Su Yuan took the letter and opened it to read unexpectedly. It's actually from Brother Zhao Yu. We've arrived at Baiqi City. Really? A smile appeared on Zhou Yi's face. Uncle, Zhao has reached Baiqi City. Su Yuan nodded slightly and handed the letter to Zhou Yi. The content of the letter was simple, mainly expressing gratitude and describing the situation in Baiqi City, where cultivators were relatively few and most were ordinary martial artists. The qi refining period is very promising. By the way, he inquired whether they would come to set up a stall in Baiqi City to share the wealth together. Husband, are we going to Baiqi City? No. Su Yuan shook his head. His gaze turned to the distance, looking towards the far-off horizon. It was as if he could see a prosperous city. Qingxian City. This is a town governed by the Tianxian sect. The city is divided into outer and inner cities, making it very secure. Most importantly, it has a spirit gathering array that envelopes the entire Qingxian City, providing ample spiritual energy. There's no need to rely on spirit stones for cultivation. Even breaking through to the foundation establishment stage is sufficient. The city has an auction house, chain merchants, and is bustling with various factions. There's even transportation via spirit boats. Convenient to go anywhere. Here, please help me write a reply. Just say that we'll visit him when we have time. Zhou Yi nodded, slightly smiling in agreement. Upon seeing this, Su Yuan lay down to rest for a moment, circulating his true essence to clear his meridians, and his fatigue vanished completely before he entered the quiet room. Gu Xianzi, have you discovered anything? No. Gu Yunqi, standing tall, slowly spoke. I feel it's still not enough. Su Yuan pulled at the corners of his mouth, looking speechless. He suddenly felt that Gu Yunqi was doing this on purpose. Perhaps she had already discovered the identity of the demoness and just wanted to play with her like a cat toying with a mouse, satisfying her own twisted psychology. Sigh. Su Yuan sighed softly. This woman's desire for revenge is truly strong. Destroying one's innocence only to seek frenzied revenge is simply terrifying. The most pitiful is by Liuli, who doesn't dare to resist and can only silently endure. Su Yuan couldn't help but admire this woman's patience. It's simply outrageous. But thinking about it, Bai Liuli hasn't suffered any substantial harm. It's just a bit humiliating. However, I have discovered the trace of a master of arrays. Oh. Su Yuan was somewhat puzzled. The master of arrays has come to Tianyan City. Gu Yunqi habitually examined the recording stone. It seems he is hunting foundation establishment cultivators. Li Jinxing from the Taishu sect, the 100-Flower Valley, and Bai family's cultivators have all fled from Misty Mountain. It's perplexing why they ended up in Tianyan City. Su Yuan felt somewhat suspicious. This master of arrays is indeed a ruthless person. He dares to offend so many factions. The Taishu sect and the 100-Flower Valley both have golden core powerhouses. They are not ordinary factions. Like the ancestor Lin Bo of the Lin family. Killing them is just killing them. No one dares to take revenge. But these sect disciples are not so easy to bully, right? Gu Yong's brows furrowed slightly, her expression serious. You are not without reason. However, stealing from the master of Array's cave must come at some cost. Su Yuan looked worriedly at Gu Yunshi. Then what about you? I will certainly run away as well. Gu Yunshi pondered for a moment before saying slowly, the master of Array's is still at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and his strength should not be underestimated. Are we really leaving this time? Yes. Gu Yunshi said, no more. Tomorrow, I will take action regardless of whether she is a demoness or not. It cannot be delayed any longer. The next day, Su Yuan ended a whole night of cultivation. He made chicken soup early and prepared some delicacies, especially since he knew Gu Yunshi was about to take action against Baoyuli. This might be the last meal. It should be a good one. Thinking this, he felt a bit lost. After all, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. Even without feelings, time spent together can stir emotions. Let alone having spent so much time together being open and honest, knowing each other well. Wife, are you feeling better? Su Yuan entered Wei Xian's room with the chicken soup, wanting to nourish her body. Having made such good chicken soup, it must be given to his wife first. After a few days of recovery, Wei Xian's complexion had visibly improved, looking much younger and no longer as fatigued as during her pregnancy, especially with a hint of milk fragrance emanating from her body. It made one even more infatuated. Husband, what did you put in this soup? It smells so good. Drinking it fills me with strength. Hee. Su Yuan said nothing more, only smiling. This is a secret recipe. You can only drink it after giving birth. Oh. Wei Shiyun blinked and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. So you're saying, I want to drink chicken soup, but do I have to get pregnant again? Wife. Su Yuan leaned closer, reaching out to touch her cheek. I was just joking. I don't want you to suffer. Your hardships are all seen by me. Husband. Wei Shiyun held Su Yuan's hand and slowly shook her head. It's not hard. I still want to give my husband many children. Good. Su Yuan rubbed his head. Let's rest first. Wei Shiyun, holding the child, naturally lifted her garment, lying on the bed to breastfeed husband. Do you think our child has a spirit root? There should be one. Su Yuan shook his head, revealing a smile. Don't think too much. Whether or not they have spirit roots, they are still our children. Wei Shiyun lay resting with her child, slightly closing her eyes. Seeing this, Su Yuan took the bowl and walked out of the room, preparing another serving of chicken soup, and went to check on Yun Yao's condition. If nothing unexpected happens, she should be giving birth in about a month. Recently, she has been very tired, rarely moving around, always sleeping in. Even when asleep, she would be awakened by kicks from the child in her belly, truly suffering greatly. Especially with her appetite declining, she seldom eats. Seeing this, Su Yuan felt a pang of heartache. Yao, drink some soup. This is a special broth carefully prepared by your husband. Su Yuan entered the chamber and gazed tenderly at Yun Yao, who lay fast asleep, gently calling her name. Husband. Weariness shadowed Yun Yao's face as she managed a faint smile. You are so kind to me, husband. Foolish girl, Su Yuan murmured, cradling the steaming chicken soup in his hands, gently blowing across its surface before guiding a spoonful to her lips. If not I, then who else would cherish you? Yao, rest now. And nurture our child in peace. Yun Yao exhaled a soft plume of warm breath and murmured her quiet assent. Seeing this, Su Yuan gently helped her settle beneath the covers, then withdrew from the room. He refilled a bowl with the nourishing broth and made his way to Bai Liuli's chamber, softly calling out, Immortal Lady Bai. I've brought you soup. Silence reigned within, no reply, no stir. Su Yuan pushed lightly at the door, it did not yield. Get out. I will never again consume anything you offer. A helpless sigh escaped Su Yuan's lips as he shook his head. This time truly he had added nothing to the broth. His sole intent had been to replenish her strength. Offer a nourishing meal enriched with rare spirit herbs, potent restoratives. Yet there was little he could do. Once bitten, twice shy, Bai Liuli refused to emerge, and he had no choice but to turn and depart. Just then, the door swung open. Bai Liuli stood, revealed her cheeks, flushed crimson. What's wrong, Immortal Lady Bai? You know full well. As the two stepped inside the chamber, Gu Yunshi appeared, bamboo tube in hand, extinguishing the lingering mist of seductive smoke. The efficacy of this lover's smoke appears even stronger than the harmony-inducing powder. Truly effective. Gu Yunshi cast a glance toward the chamber, launched a recording stone into the air, and secured it atop the rafters, then vanished without trace, reappearing moments later within Tianyun City at the prefectural residence. Immortal Lady Gu. Upon seeing Gu Yunshi, Prefect Fei bowed deeply, reverence etched upon his countenance. Gu Yunshi offered no reply. Instead, she turned toward Li Jinxing and several other Foundation establishment cultivators. All grievously wounded, their faces pallid with exhaustion. What happened? How could so many of you be injured? Not heavy silence fell. Li Jinxing of the Tai Su sect swallowed a pill, his voice edged with fury and utterly despicable. That heretical array master sought nothing less than our total annihilation. A bi-family cultivator beside him scowled. A demonic cultivator indeed. He intended to forge us all into demonic puppets. We barely escaped with our lives. Exactly. A venerable Taoist elder seated nearby spoke up. Was it truly worth such relentless pursuit for merely taking a few treasures? The array activated instantly, enveloping the entire Mistvale Mountains, seeking to eradicate us utterly. Had Senior Brotherly not employed his secret technique to shatter the formation, we would all have perished. Taking a slow, steadying breath, Li Jinxing addressed Gu Yunxian. This opportunity may well be a trap, a deliberate snare designed to hunt down Foundation establishment cultivators to enslave their souls and seize their essences. A true demonic cultivator. Gu Yunxi remained silent, her expression inscrutable. She too had sensed the dissonance, the subtle, unsettling irregularities. Had this truly been an ordinary legacy site, a place where a Foundation establishment cultivator had peacefully passed, it would not have borne such reinforced, deliberately strengthened seals. Even dismantling the formation would demand considerable time that inevitably drew more and more Foundation establishment cultivators deep into the Mistvale Mountains, herself among them. None could resist the allure of a master array artist's inheritance. And so, when the great formation awoke, it ensnared countless Foundation establishment and Qi refinement cultivators alike. Many perished within the Mistvale Mountains. Unfortunately, she had pursued the Demonis instead, and thus narrowly evaded the catastrophe. Her fortune indeed ran deep. Immortal Lady Gu, I have already contacted my sect, but no message escapes. Li Jinxing's face tightened, his fists clenched tightly. If my suspicion holds, that demonic cultivator has lain hidden here for years, erecting a barrier array to sever all communication. We may well be doomed. Let me try. Gu Yunxi's brow furrowed faintly. She drew forth a sect token, infused it with true energy, and watched as it flared with light, yet emitted no signal whatsoever. It's over. Even Immortal Lady Gu cannot send word out. We are trapped, ensnared by that demonic cultivator. At this revelation, terror seized every face, trembling overwhelmed them all. That demonic cultivator is a latest-stage Foundation establishment expert, and a master of formation arts, commanding immense arrays, having lain in wait for so long. Escape, it seems, is truly impossible. Immortal Lady. Prefect face paled, even his voice trembled. Esteemed seniors, is there any way to break the formation? A bi-family Foundation establishment cultivator sneered. We reached Tianyuan City at all. That alone is fortune enough. What hope remains of breaking such a formation? Prefect, how exactly did you govern this city? How could you fail to detect such a demonic cultivator's long concealment? Had you reported it earlier to the Gene Kingdom, reinforcements might already have suppressed him. Enough. The seated elder sighed wearily. The Gene Kingdom is embroiled in crisis. Its forces stretched thin. War rages along its borders with both the Wei and Qin kingdoms. How could it possibly spare attention for Tianyuan City, a remote frontier town? Blame lies with our own greed. Who sensed something amiss, yet still chose to breach the formation, only to fall into peril. Regret now consumes us. Gu Yunxi said nothing. She simply gazed coldly upon the assembly, then turned her eyes toward the distant mountain range, and fell into profound silence. Suddenly, a thunderous roar split the heavens, deafening and violent, shaking the very earth. Neighs wide with shock, the group rushed from the hall and stared upward. There, suspended high above, loomed a colossal formation, utterly sealing Tianyuan City within its suffocating embrace. Inside the house, Bai Lu lay coldly on the bed, her face filled with a sense of despair as she stared at the ceiling, quietly resting. She knew that Gu Yunxi had come to humiliate her. However, she had no way out. She had not yet recovered from her injuries. Unable to fight back or escape, she could only endure. In her heart, she calculated that it would take her half a month to fully heal. By then, even if she had to face Gu Yunxi, she would fight back with all her might. The humiliation, the shame, it was truly unbearable. Time and again she had been poisoned and subjected to such deceitful tricks. She was merely a victim this time. That woman, however, was indulging in relentless revenge with no end in sight. Bai Xianzi, I truly came to bring you soup. Who knows? Suddenly at that moment, while Bai Liuli was lost in her thoughts, a booming sound echoed from the sky, like a thunderclap reverberating through the heavens. What is happening? Su Yuan was startled, and quickly dressed, stepping out to observe. He saw a massive formation in the sky enveloped in a faint red light, as if a basin had been turned upside down. It trapped the entire Tianyuan city within. A formation? Hiss. What kind of formation is this? Such an eerie aura. Su Yuan's face turned pale as he furrowed his brows, deeply sensing something ominous. This is the soul-devouring annihilation formation. Bai Liuli stepped out, gazing at the sky with a slightly darkened expression. Damn it, now we really can't escape. Su Yuan turned to look at Bai Liuli. The annihilation formation. Yes. Bai Liuli raised her chin slightly. It's an extremely cruel formation. It can devour the spiritual power of cultivators. In the end, they will perish. So fierce. Su Yuan found it hard to believe. Why would it appear in Tianyuan City? Bai Liuli remained silent, staring at the sky with her brows tightly knitted. She had long known that the fortune in Misty Mountain was not easy to obtain. It felt like a trap to lure cultivators into a hunt. Bai Liuli, as a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, was no longer a novice. She had encountered many opportunities and traps, aware of the cruelty of the cultivation world. No one would offer opportunities for no reason. Cultivation was inherently selfish. Only a small number of people would leave behind legacies after their death, willing to pass it on to future generations. Most cultivators would bury their legacies with them. Just like this formation cave in Misty Mountain, it was obviously suspicious. Every sealed treasure had reinforced defensive formations, clearly not wanting anyone to take them. Thus, she had risked exposing her identity to seize a legacy and leave. She never expected to be trapped in Tianyuan City. It's all that bitch Gu Yong's fault. If it weren't for her relentless pursuit, I wouldn't have fallen into this situation. Bai Liuli snorted coldly, her fist clenched tightly as she exhaled a breath of hot air. Su Yuan was taken aback, secretly gripping his talisman, and turned to Bai Liuli. Bai Xianzi, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Stop pretending. Bai Liuli's eyes were cold. You cooperated with Gu Yunxi in doing such things, and you still don't know my identity. What identity? Su Yuan's heart raced as he shook his head. Even if he knew the other's identity, he could not admit it. He would never admit it, not even if he died. Suit yourself. Bai Liuli said no more, giving Su Yuan a deep glance before turning her gaze to the distance. In front of them stood a graceful figure in white, tall, and with an icy demeanor. It was Gu Yunxi. The two locked eyes, remaining silent for a long time. Gu Xianzi, can the formation be broken? Seeing the atmosphere tense with hostility, Su Yuan hurriedly asked. Gu Yunxi remained silent, coldly staring at Bai Liuli. After retrieving the recording stone from the room, she turned to Su Yuan. We can try. Let's see if we can break the formation. Hep. At that moment, Bai Liuli let out a cold laugh, somewhat mocking. You still want to break the formation? Do you have that kind of strength? Gu Yunxi said nothing, her eyes becoming solemn. She understood the terrifying aspects of such formations. It devoured spiritual energy. Even with foundation establishment cultivation, it was difficult to exert full power. As long as one approached the formation, their spiritual power would be consumed. Moreover, setting up such a massive formation would certainly require a long time for preparation. Breaking through the soul-devouring formation would not be easy. However, no matter what, they had to give it a try. They would not sit idly by. In an instant, Gu Yong's body exuded a terrifying aura, a chilling wind howling towards them like a blade. It was bone-chillingly cold. She flew toward the sky, a snow-white long sword in her hand, stabbing upward. Boom, boom. A series of booming sounds erupted, shaking the heavens. Oh, has this woman become even stronger? Looking at Gu Yunxi in the sky, who was unleashing terrifying coldness and condensing sword energy, a trace of seriousness flashed in Bai Liuli's eyes. She sensed that the other's strength had indeed increased, nearing a breakthrough in mid-foundation establishment. No wonder she was a prodigy in cultivation. With an anomalous ice spiritual root, her cultivation speed was astonishing. Moreover, with the support of her sect, her strength was top-notch. Perhaps there was a real chance to break the formation. Gu Xianzi. It's Gu Xianzi who's making a move. Everyone, don't hold back, reveal your trump cards. As Gu Yunxi took action to break the formation, Li Jinxing from Tai Su sect looked at the foundation establishment cultivators and shouted loudly. Good. I shall also feel the thrill once again. Demonic path, take this spear. With those words, the white-haired elder soared into the sky, wielding a black long spear and thrusting it into the heavens. The explosive wave of energy sounded with a thunderous roar, emitting a dazzling black light, as if it had stained the sky. Immediately after, Li Jinxing and the Bai family cultivators unleashed their trump cards in a joint effort to break the formation, unleashing a terrifying might that instilled fear in the hearts of many. Hiss! What immense power! Looking up at the sky, a formidable force erupted, striking the formation, especially the strength of Gu Yunxi. Even in the early stages of foundation establishment, the might displayed surpasses that of the mid-foundation establishment stage. Even Li Jinxing from the Taishu sect, is far inferior. Terrifyingly strong. So many Foundation establishment cultivators. They should be able to break the formation. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile creeping onto his lips as the tension in his heart gradually relaxed. He believed that with so many Foundation establishment powerhouses joining forces, they could surely break the formation and resolve this crisis. Don't get too happy too soon. This formation master is not an easy character. Bai Liuli, standing aside, remained calm and expressionless, merely gazing coldly at the sky. This demon dares to seal off Tianyan City. Then he must have enough confidence to trap these fish. Su Yuan fell silent, observing quietly. Sure enough, as time passed, the formation in the sky showed no signs of change, only a slight tremor, not even a crack appeared. In contrast, Gu Yunxi and the others appeared somewhat fatigued. Their stamina depleted, their true essence entirely consumed, all absorbed by the formation. They no longer had the strength to continue breaking it. At this moment, a hunchbacked old man in a gray robe appeared above the formation, his beard looking down at the crowd with a sinister smile. Don't waste your efforts. My formation is not so easily broken. Seeing the newcomer, Li Zengxing's eyes reddened, filled with anger. Demon, what do you want to do? Are you going to slaughter the entire town? The old man let out a strange laugh. Do you still care about the lives of the townsfolk? After his words, everyone fell silent, not replying directly. After a moment, a cultivator from the Bai family shouted angrily, Damn demon! Do you dare to oppose the two major sects? Exactly. A pale-faced Foundation establishment elder chimed in. Why don't you open the formation? Taishu sect, Tianxian sect, can you bear the wrath? The hunchbacked old man said nothing, merely sneered at the crowd. Everything has its cause and effect. You stole my cave abode, causing significant damage, and even the inheritance of my formation techniques, the very foundation of my cultivation, was taken by you. I set up this great formation to trap you. It's only reasonable. May I ask, Taishu sect and Tianxian sect, what reason do you have to come after me? The hunchbacked old man straightened his body somewhat as he spoke. If you want to blame anyone, blame your own greed, wanting to seize the old man's inheritance. The sky fell silent, no one uttered a word, but their eyes brimmed with anger, staring fiercely at the old man in the sky, as if they wanted to devour him. They simply had no way to refute. Faced with the temptation of inheritance, especially the inheritance of formation techniques, even knowing this was a loose cultivator's cave abode, they did not hesitate at all. They could only break the formation. Who would have thought it was actually a trap? They escaped the Misty Mountains, but could not get out of Tianyan City, directly trapped within the formation. It's over. This is it. Looking up at the sky, a group of Foundation establishment cultivators had not broken the formation. Even Gu Yunxi was powerless. They fell into silence. Su Yuan's face was filled with worry. If they were trapped in the city, absorbing spiritual energy until death, that would be too tragic. He could already feel the spiritual power within his body seemingly transforming into a wisp of smoke flowing into the formation. His body gradually grew weak. Of course, his physique was robust, and his true essence was thick, so the feeling was not very intense. But as time passed, the spiritual power would eventually be depleted, and then he would truly be in danger. There would be no chance to resist anymore. Bai Fairy, do you have any ideas? Su Yuan pondered for a moment, turned to Bai Liuli, and asked seriously. He noticed that she seemed relatively calm. Even when faced with such a crisis, with the demon sealing off the entire Tianyan city and setting up the devouring spirit formation to absorb spiritual energy, she showed no signs of panic. Perhaps she had a way to break the formation. A hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. This demoness was at least in the mid-foundation establishment stage. Perhaps she really had a method to crack it. No. Bai Liuli shook her head, her expression unpredictable. Just wait to die. Su Yuan tugged at the corners of his mouth. Bai Fairy, are you serious? Of course. Bai Liuli snorted coldly. If I were you, I would go buy some supplies and stock up. Next, the town might descend into chaos, and you won't be able to buy supplies. This? Su Yuan looked dumbfounded. What's the use of stocking up when we can't escape? Aren't you good at cooking? Bai Liuli crossed her arms and smiled. Eat well, drink well, be ready to hit the road. Su Yuan looked at Bai Liuli, their gazes meeting, and they remained silent for a long time. After a moment, Su Yuan stepped out of the courtyard to buy supplies. Soon he bought some food and a luxurious carriage, directly returning to his place. Gu Yunxi was already standing in the courtyard confronting Bai Liuli. Both of their eyes flickered with hostility. However, neither made a move. Gu Fairy, are you alright? Seeing Gu Yunxi's pale complexion, Su Yuan placed the carriage in the courtyard and stepped forward to inquire. It's nothing. This formation is too solid. Gu Yunxi's expression was serious as she fell silent. Upon seeing this, Bai Liuli let out a cold snort, her eyes filled with mockery. I thought you were strong. Just so-so. Gu Yunxi said nothing, drawing out a snow-white long sword radiating a chill. I can't break the formation. It's fine, there will be other opportunities. But today you must die for me. Is that so? Bai Luli's face remained calm, still appearing indifferent. How much strength do you have left now? With the devouring spirit formations absorption plus invoking secret techniques, do you still have the strength to attack me yet? Gu Yong's eyes turned cold. Killing you is sufficient. Is that so? Bai Luli's lips curled into a smile, so eager to kill me. But hold on, do you feel it? Is something off with your body? Suddenly Gu Yong's eyes narrowed slightly, her delicate face growing paler, her breathing somewhat labored as she exhaled a breath of hot air again. When did you poison me? Guess. Bai Luli's face revealed a joyful smile. For the past 2 months, I've been looking for an opportunity. The shadow stone you placed on the beam. I coated it with love poison. Gu Yong's brows tightened, her body trembling slightly, a flash of hatred crossing her features. She admitted it. She had indeed been somewhat careless this time. Upon noticing the traces of Li Jinxing and others, she went straight to the city lord's mansion. Moreover, with the demons setting up the formation, she did not carefully investigate the toxins on the shadow stone. Especially after invoking her true essence, it entered her body, and she could not resist it at all. Huh. Gu Yunchi, you have today too. Finally caught my chance, huh? Bai Lioli laughed heartily, her whole being extraordinarily excited as she turned to Su Yuan. What are you waiting for? Quick, take her into the room. In the room, Gu Yong's face was pale, poisoned, and unable to muster any strength. To make matters worse, the city was covered by the spirit-eating array, constantly absorbing spiritual energy. Even trying to remove the poison was impossible. Gugu Fairy. I. Su Yuan rubbed his head, unsure of what to say. This is none of your business. It's me. Gu Yong's eyes flickered, so careless. Gu Yunchi took a deep breath, looking up at the ceiling with a face full of despair. Fairy, are you okay? Su Yuan got up, looking at Gu Yunchi, his face extremely pale and somewhat worried. This time it seems we will fall into the hands of the demoness. Ugh. Su Yuan frowned slightly. Then what do we do now? Gu Yunchi fell silent, staring with open eyes without speaking. How about you set aside your grudge with the demoness? Find a way to break the array. Gu Yong's eyes narrowed slightly, showing some unwillingness, but remained silent. At that moment, Bai Lioli pushed open the door and entered the room, her gaze fixed on the two on the bed, unable to suppress her laughter, unable to hide her joy. She did not expect that the roles of hunter and prey had been reversed. The one lying in bed had become Gu Yunchi. She was simply ecstatic. Gu Yunchi, you have today. Heaven is helping me. Huh? Bai Lioli laughed maniacally. A flurry of excitement. In fact, she had only applied the love poison on the recording stone to see if it would have any effect, never expecting it to cause poisoning. After all, this poison was merely applied to the surface. It had not been ingested. The effect was poor. But who would have thought that the demon would seal the city and create such a commotion? In her carelessness, Gu Yunchi failed to notice the love poison and directly attempted to break the array, consuming a large amount of true essence. In the end, the poison invaded her body, and she could no longer withstand it. Everything seemed destined. Gu Yunchi was meant to face this calamity. This is truly delightful. Bai Lioli approached, her eyes surveying Gu Yunchi, revealing a teasing expression. What do you think would happen if this were to spread and be sold at an auction? It should fetch over 100,000 spirit stones, right? Gu Yunchi took a deep breath, her gaze cold as she looked at her, a hint of panic flashing across her. But soon she concealed it. You dare to auction it off? I would auction yours too. Bai Lioli was unfazed. Then let's see. Let's see who cares more. Su Yuan looked speechless, getting up to look at the two. Have you considered my feelings? What are you afraid of? Bai Lioli crossed her arms. I'm not scared. Are you scared? So cowardly. Su Yuan stopped talking, standing up. I suggest you two set your grudges aside for now. Let's find a way to break the array and leave Tianyan City, okay? Bai Lioli smiled. Want to reconcile? Don't even think about it. What about these past 2 months? Su Yuan took a deep breath, speaking in a low voice. Give me some face. My. Bai Lioli squinted her eyes, her expression growing more hostile. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Still want face? What about the chicken soup you made for me? You better not make me angry. Otherwise the consequences will be severe. Su Yuan dared not say more, standing to the side in silence. What do you want to do? The spirit-eating array devours the spiritual energy in the city, and we cannot replenish it. We can't last a month. Even if we have spirit stones, absorbing the spiritual energy within can only last up to 3 months. Besides, how many spirit stones do you have? Gu Yunchi took a deep breath, looking at Bai Lioli with a cold voice. You should know. This demon wants to bind us, to capture us alive. Do you really want to fall into the demon's hands? Do you know what the outcome will be? Humph. Bai Lioli snorted coldly. I don't care. As long as I can torment you, making you suffer in ways worse than death, experiencing the taste of love poison. I will be very happy or I will be very excited. At worst we will perish together. Su Yuan felt speechless tugging at the corners of his mouth without speaking. He finally understood why she was called the demoness. She was too insane. Gu Yunxi also fell silent. For a long time she was at a loss for words. In fact, suddenly at that moment Bai Liuli took out the recording stone, a smile playing on her lips. It isn't impossible to reconcile. But you have to agree to one condition. What condition? Su Yuan asked. Bai Liuli surveyed the two, her eyes glinting. You will cooperate with me to leave a segment of footage. Whatever I tell you to do, you must do it without resisting me. This way we can temporarily reconcile. To weather the crisis together. Gu Yunxi frowned slightly, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. What exactly do we need to do? Su Yuan didn't mind since he already had the recording stone. He didn't care about doing more. Next, I will direct. Days later, as time passed, the town fell into utter chaos. The cultivators were in a panic, looting valuables, committing murder for treasures, a sight all too common. Especially at such times, the formation sealed off the town, drawing in the spiritual energy of the cultivators. As time went on, the spiritual energy grew increasingly sparse. Only by seizing more spirit stones could they hope to survive. Otherwise, they would be left vulnerable, reduced to mere mortals, even weaker than warriors. This led to widespread carnage. Many mortals and warriors perished in the town, losing their lives. The surviving scattered cultivators began to fight amongst themselves, engaging in brutal skirmishes, and each day brought new deaths. Even knowing that fighting would not solve the problem, there was no other choice. As long as they could survive a little longer, that was enough. Of course, more cultivators gathered at the edge of the formation, attempting to break it together. Unfortunately, even those at the foundation establishment stage could not break through. Let alone those at the chi refinement stage, they remained utterly motionless. I never expected this. How could Tianyuan City end up like this? A hell on earth. Looking at the chaotic town, Su Yuan wore a serious expression, a hint of emotion flickering in his eyes. During this time, many cultivators had come to the courtyard attempting to seize valuables, all of whom Su Yuan had slain. Now there was no need to hide his strength. With his cultivation at the 8th level of chi refinement, he swept through all obstacles. Gradually, no one dared to seek death, and they all distanced themselves from the courtyard. Su Yuan also began to consume spiritual liquid, absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, maintaining his peak state. In this environment, he was constantly compressing his nerves, faintly on the verge of a breakthrough, nearing the 9th level of chi refinement. I never expected. Your strength is quite impressive. Entering the Tao through martial arts. Did you practice martial arts before? Just as Su Yuan pondered. Bai Liuli stepped out, gazing at the corpses outside the courtyard, and at Su Yuan's fingers, which exuded a sharp aura. She smiled and teased. I practiced a little. Just a minor path. Bai Liuli's eyes showed disdain. Martial arts are merely mortals' pursuit of ultimate power. In the end, they are just mortals. Su Yuan listened silently, offering no explanation. His martial intent and divine abilities were merely rewards from the system, highly effective against ordinary scattered cultivators. A single finger strike could topple a group. Unyielding. If he were to face a peak chi refinement expert, a strong individual from a clan, he would naturally have to use magical tools to fight. Activating the power of magical tools, he could directly annihilate foes. Fairybot, have you thought of a way to break the formation? What are the chances? About 30%. Bai Liuli shook her head. It might not even be that. Gu Yunxi went to find Li Jinxing to discuss preparing for a desperate fight. If we still can't break the formation, then we should eat something good. Prepare for the worst. Su Yuan fell silent, furrowing his brow in thought as he took out a bottle of Holy Spirit pills. This bottle of pills can temporarily boost cultivation. It can save your life at a critical moment. Oh, Bai Liuli was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect you to have such pills. It seems you were able to cultivate to the 8th level of chi refinement, possessing a robust, true essence. You have many secrets. It's a pity that after all this time of deep communication, you have not revealed them, hiding them quite well. Aren't you the same? Su Yuan smirked. Who can know? The famous, shape-shifting demoness. You ended up getting close to me, hiding in my home. Bai Liuli said nothing more, looking at him with a half-smile. I'm truly curious. What secrets do you possess? Let's get married. Su Yuan's gaze was sincere. If we marry, I will tell you. I promised I would treat you well and protect you, and that won't change. Marry. Bai Liuli took a deep breath, silently observing Su Yuan, then turned to look into the distance. You wish to attain beauty. A mere chi refinement cultivator hoping to marry a foundation establishment expert. Ridiculous. Seeing this, Su Yuan was not angered, merely gazing at Bai Liuli's figure with curiosity in his eyes. I want to ask, are you really capable of changing forms? Can you transform into whatever you wish? Why, Bai Luli's eyes narrowed slightly, her posture straightening. What is it that you are dissatisfied with? That's not it. Su Yuan's lips curled into a smile. I just want to experience. What? Bai Luli's gaze turned sharp, her eyes filled with a hint of anger, as if she could kill. Nothing. Su Yuan waved his hand, choosing not to elaborate. At that moment, Zhou Yi rushed over, her eyes filled with urgency. Husband, Sister Yun Yao is about to give birth. So soon. Su Yuan hurriedly entered the room, looking at Yun Yao drenched in sweat, concern evident in his eyes. It can't be a premature birth. Husband. Husband. Looking at Su Yuan, Yun Yao reached out her hand and softly called out. Did you not absorb the spiritual liquid I gave you? Su Yuan quickly walked forward, tightly clenching his fists, his eyes serious as he asked. I drank it. Suddenly my stomach hurts. Yun Yao trembled all over, cold sweat beading on her forehead, appearing weak. Seeing this, Su Yuan's worry deepened. Could it be that she absorbed too much spiritual energy? Can the child not bear it? Just then Wei Shiyun walked into the room. You should step out for a moment. Sister Yun Yao is about to give birth. All right. Su Yuan did not think much, patting Yun Yao's shoulder with a comforting look, and walked directly out of the room. Standing outside the room, pacing back and forth, anxiety surged within him. Can you calm down a bit? Bai Lioli lay on the rocking chair, watching Su Yuan pace, her brow slightly furrowed. Can I calm down? Su Yuan took a deep breath, looking up at the sky covered by a scarlet formation, his gaze growing increasingly serious. He guessed. It must be the influence of the formation absorbing the spiritual energy from Tianyun City, causing the fetus to be premature. Even though he had given Yun Yao spirit stones and fed her earth core's spiritual liquid for nourishment, there was still some effect. You can't rush it. Bai Lioli rolled her eyes, shaking her head as she listened to the cries from the room. Giving birth. It's so painful. Even refinement cultivators cannot escape the pain of childbirth. Su Yuan replied softly, somewhat distracted, staring blankly at the room. Moments later, the sound of a baby's cry resonated from the room. Only then did he relax, exhaling heavily, a smile of excitement appearing on his lips. At the same time, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host on the birth of a child. Rewards: Flying Star Sword Formation, X1 Sword Box, X1 Tier, 3 Monster Core, X1, Current Family Prestige, 1230. Wow. The third child, so much prestige. Su Yuan's face lit up with joy as he quickly entered the room, looking at Yun Yao on the bed. Also, there was a child in Zhou Yi's arms. Let me see. Is it a boy or a girl? A smile appeared on Zhou Yi's face. It's a girl. Su Yuan was stunned for a moment. A girl. What's wrong? Yun Yao seemed a bit anxious. Does husband not like girls? Of course I do. Su Yuan held the baby, unable to put her down. Now I can be considered to have both a son and a daughter. A boy and a girl. Yes. Wei Shiyun wiped the sweat from her face, tidying up various delivery tools. Husband, you haven't named your daughter yet. A name? Su Yuan nodded with a smile. Water Spirit, Water Spirit. How about we call her Su Linger? Anyway, I already thought of it last time, naming the girl Su Linger. Wei Shiyun and Zhou Yi both nodded. Linger. The name suits the girl very well. Yun Yao also nodded in satisfaction, radiating maternal glow. Linger. She must be enchanting. Su Yuan sat down by the bed. She will definitely be as beautiful as her mother. Zhou Yi and Wei Shiyun exchanged glances, smiles in their eyes, and did not disturb the two, quietly exiting the room. Yaoer, you should rest for a while. You must be exhausted. Yun Yao nodded slightly, looking a bit tired. I will feed her first. Look, Linger is already crying. All right. Su Yuan held Su Linger and gently placed her in Yun Yao's arms, lying on her chest to suckle. Seeing this, Su Yuan calmed down as well, adjusting his breathing, walking to a nearby quiet room to claim the system rewards. They were the Flying Star Sword Formation Sword Box and a Tier 3 Monster Core. Su Yuan was quite familiar with the sword formation, an offensive and defensive technique favored by sword cultivators. Setting up a sword formation could defend against enemies and provide powerful offense. Even facing cultivators one rank higher, it could still kill them. It was extremely powerful. What a pity. Only one sword formation. If only I could cultivate the sword technique. Su Yuan pondered for a moment, examining the manual closely. Only after reading the entire manual did he close his eyes, entering a state of comprehension, grasping the subtleties of the sword formation. In his mind, scenes of several flying swords forming a sword formation to trap Lin Shao appeared. The flying swords shot out like meteors, moving at an incredible speed. They could not withstand the power of the sword formation and could only be killed by it. Falling on the spot. Flying Star Sword Formation. Indeed, it is extremely profound. Su Yuan opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing, a smile on his lips. Just now he had deduced in his mind, discovering that this sword formation was very exquisite. Whether for attack or defense, it was exceptionally powerful. Especially the speed of setting up the sword formation was also quite fast. It could form a sword formation to confront enemies in an instant. This completely overturned Su Yuan's imagination. He had thought that sword formations required a long time to set up and needed to accumulate energy for the formation. However, this flying star sword formation did not require that. It only needed 6 flying swords to form the formation, which was extremely powerful. Perfect. And there's also a sword box. Su Yuan's smile grew even more radiant. If he had only been rewarded with the sword formation without the flying swords to set up the formation, he would have found it troublesome. He would need to go out to buy some. But now he had a ready-made set. It was a complete set of flying swords. Inside the sword box were 6 flying swords. Each one reached the level of a superior magic weapon, each exuding a sharp aura. They were crystal clear like meteors shimmering with flowing colors. A complete sword box. And 6 superior magic weapons. Su Yuan's eyes widened in shock, unable to regain his composure for a long time. This has surpassed the level of the top-tier magic weapon. It can even rival a treasured artifact. Su Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement as he took out a long sword to examine. Among them were 3 long swords and 3 short swords arranged like letters connected together. Just holding it in his hand, he could feel the sharpness within. This single sword had already reached the level of a blue steel sword. With this sword formation, even when facing Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, it has the strength to fight. At least I won't have to flee in embarrassment. However, Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled the power exuded by Foundation Establishment cultivators last time they broke the formation. Among them, Gu Yunqi and Li Jinxing were the strongest. The Bai family cultivators as well as the old, weak, sick, and disabled were much weaker. If facing a Foundation Establishment loose cultivator, an old man who was half in the grave, he should still be able to contend. There is also this 3rd-grade demon core. This is a valuable item equivalent to a Foundation Establishment stage demon beast. It can be used to replace the energy core of the puppet. Su Yuan did not think much, taking out the 3rd-grade demon core and examining it carefully. It was the size of a chicken egg, emanating waves of thunderous might. It can be inferred that it should belong to a thunder attribute demon beast equivalent to a mid-Foundation Establishment stage demon beast, otherwise it wouldn't possess such a large core. Su Yuan had previously seen a Foundation Establishment early-stage demon core at the Merchant Guild, but it was much smaller. It's just replacing the demon core by itself. I wonder if it will affect the puppet's performance. Su Yuan held the demon core and took out the energy device from the puppet, studying it carefully. This energy device was primarily compatible with 2nd-grade demon cores. If I replace it with a 3rd-grade demon core, it is likely to fail to unleash the puppet's true power. After all, this puppet's grade is only at the late stage of chi refinement. If I forcibly install the 3rd-grade demon core, problems may arise. However, Su Yuan did not care of facing the crisis in Tianyan City. It was imperative to enhance the puppet's combat power to protect his wife and child, which was the most important thing. As long as it can unleash the might of the peak chi refinement stage, I would be satisfied. After we reach Qingxian City, I will slowly study the path of puppetry and upgrade it to a Foundation Establishment puppet. Su Yuan's eyes lit up with brilliance. After replacing it with the good demon core, he quickly retreated to the side to observe the puppet's movements. He was genuinely afraid that the puppet would not withstand the energy of the demon core if it exploded directly. Fortunately, the materials of this puppet were relatively sturdy and could withstand this force without any rejection. Not bad. Theoretically, it is feasible. Su Yuan observed for a moment, directly storing the puppet away, and stepped out of the room. In the courtyard stood the figure of Gu Yunqi, her white hair and dress flowing, resembling a fairy with a graceful posture. Bai Liuli beside her was more casual, still lying in the rocking chair, without any image. Congratulations. Congratulations on having a precious child. Gu Yunqi turned her head. Is the child all right? Su Yuan's face was calm as he watched the two approach. Have you discussed it? Are we preparing to join forces again to break the formation? Gu Yunqi crossed her arms behind her back, glancing at Bai Liuli. This time, we have a demoness to assist us. It should be possible. If we can't break the formation, then there will truly be no hope. We will all be buried in Tianyan City. Well, Su Yuan took a deep breath and looked at the two. Since that's the case, why don't we hold a wedding? After all, we have already become intimate and are preparing to venture into the underworld. We should at least have some recognition. Hee. Bai Liuli showed a smile, seeming to find it very amusing. What you say has some merit. Let Gu Yunqi marry you. I will take the pictures. Gu Yunqi frowned slightly, looking coldly at Bai Liuli. Demoness, I advise you not to mention taking pictures again. Bai Liuli said no more, lying on the rocking chair to rest her eyes, unwilling to waste her spiritual energy. Seeing this, Gu Yunqi said nothing more and calmly looked at Su Yuan. Let's just get married. I am focused on cultivation and have never thought of finding a partner. Then, Su Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, his face a bit awkward. That is truly a pity. Sigh. Su Yuan sighed. He had been thinking about marrying the two to receive system rewards. One was at the early foundation establishment stage, and the other at the mid-foundation establishment stage, so the rewards would surely be significant. But unfortunately, he couldn't marry either of them. The main reason was still his own low cultivation. As for making the two pregnant, Su Yuan had also considered it. As long as they were pregnant and had children, marriage would be a small matter. However, as a foundation establishment stage practitioner, he had already transcended the mortal realm, escaping the category of ordinary people. As long as any impurities entered the body, they could be directly expelled. Only if the other party was willing could they conceive. Moreover, pregnancy at the foundation establishment stage was still quite difficult. This is why Su Yuan directly fed them and chose not to continue striving to make the fairies pregnant. He simply had no opportunity. Gu Fairy, how confident are you? Su Yuan thought briefly, dispelling the distracting thoughts in his mind, and looked at Gu Yunxi to ask. It's hard to say. It could be 30% or 70%. The main thing is to find a formation eye that would make things much easier. I see. Su Yuan nodded, slightly pondering for a moment, took out the Earth Heart Spirit liquid, and handed it to her. This is all I can do. Gu Yunxi was stunned for a moment, accepting the Earth Heart Spirit liquid, her eyes filled with surprise. You actually have this kind of spirit liquid? If I'm not mistaken, this should be spirit liquid condensed from deep underground, a place where spiritual veins gather, and it's extremely precious. It is very useful for replenishing spiritual energy in the body. Indeed. Su Yuan raised his head slightly. It's crucial for replenishing spiritual energy at critical moments. Whether we can break the formation depends on you, Gu Fairy. Gu Yunxi did not refuse storing the spirit liquid and looking towards the sky, her eyes twinkling with brilliance. 3 days later, we will break the formation at the south gate. As long as you create a gap, you can take the chance to leave. Su Yuan listened quietly, slowly nodding, exhaling deeply. Time passed. Soon it was 3 days later. Su Yuan packed his belongings, taking his wife and child, and sat in the carriage. He securely closed the courtyard gate, gazing at the courtyard he had lived in for so many years. He felt a bit reluctant. He remembered when he first arrived in Tianyan City, he was just a novice stepping into the world of cultivation. Even renting a room took a long time. It was Zhao Yu who recommended this courtyard, which was relatively cheap. He had lived here for many years without changing places. Husband, we will come back. Zhou Yi and Wei Shiyun, holding the child in their arms, softly called out from within the carriage. Come back. Forget it. We are about to embark on a new journey. Su Yuan said no more, driving the carriage towards the city gate. At this moment, many people had gathered on the street, all gazing at the crimson formation in the sky and the figures of foundation establishment practitioners starting to discuss, why hasn't the formation been broken yet? I cannot hold on much longer. Yes, many elders in the crowd had pale faces. This cursed formation is really going to trap us and drain our spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, can we still be called cultivators? Su Yuan parked the carriage at a distance away from the crowd, looking up at the sky, searching for Gu Yunxi and Bai Liuli. He silently prayed that they could break the formation and leave safely. Otherwise, it would truly be dangerous. It's moving. Gu Fairy is moving. Such a powerful aura. No wonder she is Gu Fairy, a prodigy of the sect. At this moment, high in the sky, Gu Yunxi took the lead, emanating a chilling aura that enveloped the entire town, howling with a cold wind. Following her were Li Jinxing and others, all unleashing their hidden cards, bombarding the formation. Bai Liuli also showcased the might of the mid-foundation establishment stage. A pitch-black palm imprint seemingly containing demonic might struck the formation, creating a deafening roar. Even Gu Yunxi could not shake the formation. Yet there was a slight tremor. Good. Who is this fairy? Middle stage of foundation establishment, such formidable cultivation. It seems we have found the eye of the formation and are attacking its position. We might have hope to escape. Looking at the foundation establishment cultivator breaking the formation in the sky, everyone felt a surge of excitement, breaking into laughter. They could even see the formation shattering. Fleeing from Tianyan City. Everyone, don't celebrate too early. An old man in a Taoist robe stepped forward, stroking his beard as he gazed at the formation in the sky, his expression serious. If we truly found the eye of the formation, why hasn't this demon appeared? Is it still hiding in the shadows, observing us break the formation? I suspect this eye of the formation is fake, merely a decoy to confuse everyone. As his words fell, the crowd stirred, looking uneasy. What should we do now? Are we truly destined to perish here? Alas, the old Taoist sighed softly. We can only rely on Gu Xianzi now. This demon's formation is indeed powerful. It must be a calamity. While everyone discussed, Su Yuan looked up at the sky, silently observing. He sensed something was amiss. Even such a powerful attack could shake the formation. Yet there were still no signs of it breaking. Not even a single crack or sign of shattering, which made people anxious. This is not good. This level of strength is likely insufficient to break it. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, a grave look settling in them as he exhaled deeply. If such an attack could break the formation, this demon would have appeared long ago. He wouldn't let Gu Yunxi and the others break the formation. Indeed, at that moment, a hunched old man appeared in the sky, mocking laughter echoing throughout the town. Don't waste your effort. The devouring spirit formation can trap even latest-stage foundation establishment cultivators, devouring spiritual energy to death, let alone you early and mid-stage ones. As his words fell, the faces of Li Jinxing and the others turned grim, glaring at the old man above. Demon, you shall not have a good death. The Taisu sect and Tianxian sect will not let you go. Haha. The hunched old man let out a strange laugh, straightening his back, hands clenched tightly, unable to conceal his delight. Did you say death? This old Taoist is about to become an immortal. You all shall become my nourishment. Formation, arise. At that moment, the hunched old man let out a sinister laugh, producing a dark circular disc which shone with a red light that surged above the formation. Instantly, the devouring spirit formation became even brighter. Within the formation, red mist billowed wildly, absorbing spiritual energy. All of it flowed into the hunched old man's body. Gradually, he visibly grew younger, his formerly withered cheeks regaining flesh, and his figure slowly becoming taller, rejuvenated. Not good. This demon can't wait any longer. Beginning to absorb spiritual energy, the formation is operating faster. We are doomed. The crowd wore expressions of terror, their bodies trembling, a sense of despair rising within them, especially as they felt the speed of spiritual energy draining from their bodies quickening. Their hearts sank deeper into despair. Everyone, are we not going to fight for our lives? Today determines life or death. Li Jinxing's voice was heavy as he took out a pill and swallowed it, an immense spiritual energy radiating from him, a hint of blood light appearing, shaking the hearts of all. Attack. Good. We will fight to the death. Everyone's eyes turned fierce as they took out pills and swallowed them, replenishing the spiritual energy in their bodies, striking towards the formation. Boom. The powerful attack shook the heavens and the earth. The entire Tianyuan city trembled, causing a wave of quakes. Nearby buildings were also affected. They began to collapse. It seems I must lend a hand. Watching the people in the sky and the cultivators in the town break the formation, Su Yuan's expression grew serious. Without a moment's hesitation, he took out a puppet and placed it in the cart, protecting the safety of his wives. Then he vanished into the streets, donning a pitch-black robe and shouldering his sword case as he soared into the sky, activating the talisman he had hidden in his hand. In an instant, a powerful pulling force absorbed the spiritual energy within his body. The talisman radiated a scorching aura. In that moment, a majestic fire dragon surged forth, crashing into the formation, producing a thunderous roar that shook the entire sky. The might of the fire dragon stirred up a scorching gale, howling fiercely. Wow, such strength. Is there still a master? Looking at the fiery dragon in the sky, the explosion caused by its impact on the formation released waves of heat. The crowd was both terrified and exhilarated, unable to hold back their shouts. Good. The power of this strike is already close to mid-stage foundation establishment. If we can land a few more hits, this can definitely break through. Indeed, the old man in the Taoist robe said. This hidden senior must also be a foundation establishment cultivator. Breaking the formation now has a greater chance of success. Compared to the shock of the chi refining cultivators, the foundation establishment cultivators in the sky looked somewhat horrified. They could clearly feel it. This could only be the cultivation of latest-stage chi refining. Such an attack relies entirely on a talisman. Seeing this scene, Li Jinxing from Taisu sect and the Bai family cultivators became unsettled. They looked at Su Yuan as if seeing a treasure, wanting to seize the talisman. At that moment, a cold snort echoed, intimidating everyone. Have you all forgotten your current situation? What other trump cards do you have? Hurry up and use them. Are you still waiting for the younger generation to help? Hearing Gu Yunxi's voice, everyone stopped thinking further, withdrew their gazes, and unleashed their respective trump cards, striking at every corner of the formation. Gu Xinzi is right. We should join forces to break the formation. Young brother. Li Jinxing looked at Su Yuan. Later you will strike at us, targeting the spiritual energy entrance of the formation. Su Yuan took a deep breath, saying nothing more. He felt somewhat light-headed, nearly collapsing, a wave of weakness washing over him. This time, activating the talisman nearly drained all his spiritual energy. He would have become a mere husk. No need for the devouring spirit formation to consume spiritual energy. He would perish from exhaustion. However, Su Yuan had a solution, directly spending 50 points of reputation to buy a bottle of Earth Heart liquid from the market, swallowing it directly. Instantly, spiritual energy filled his body, empowering him, and he activated the talisman to strike again. Boom! A terrifying fire dragon appeared. Its might was astonishing, intensely scorching as it surged toward the formation. At the same time, Gu Yunqi wielded a long sword, her white hair billowing, summoning a chilling wind. The piercing cold seemed to condense into white snowflakes, drifting down. At this moment, the entire Tianyuan city was enveloped in flames while the frost and fire clashed, enveloping a mass of mist. At that moment, Gu Yunqi opened her eyes, wielding her long sword, slicing forward. As the fire dragon collided, it struck the formation. Boom! The entire grand formation roared, producing violent tremors and a series of cracking sounds. How despicable! You dare to ruin the old Taoist chants. You all must die. As the cracking sounds echoed, the formation showed signs of breaking, and the hunched old man became furious, his face contorting in rage, especially looking at Su Yuan, filled with a murderous intent. If it weren't for the artifact attacking, he would definitely be unable to break the formation. At the same time, he felt a sense of dread. Possessing such an artifact surely meant that this person was no ordinary individual. Definitely a trial disciple from a prominent family. Good. The formation is broken. Everyone follow me to slay the demon. Seeing the formation collapse, Li Jinxing laughed heartily and began to rally everyone. Li Daoist friend, my wife at home is pregnant. I will take my leave first. Goddess Gu, I am too old to exert any strength, so I will not fight with you all. As the words fell, the Foundation Establishment cultivators of the Bai family and the scattered Foundation Establishment cultivators directly fled into the distance without any hesitation. Can you escape? Just then the hunched old man let out a roar, summoning a demonic banner in his hand, which resembled a vast net sweeping down upon them. This demon. Despicable, do they really want to fight to the death? The Bai family cultivators and the scattered Foundation Establishment cultivators began to resist the demonic banner, if it weren't for the immense cost of breaking the formation. We will capture you now, do not seek your own demise. Watching this scene, the hunched old man laughed maniacally, becoming even more deranged. Do you think you can escape like this? Friends, you have disrupted my chance. Enter the demonic banner. As the words fell, the demonic banner in the sky grew larger, completely shrouding the sky, and Tianyuan city fell into darkness as if it were twilight. The black mist obscured the light, growing increasingly dim. You demon. I remember now, this must be the Blackwood Taoist. Years ago he was hunted by the sect, and I thought he had perished. I did not expect he was still alive. And he has cultivated such formidable formation skills. You truly deserve to die. Just as the crowd was filled with terror, desperately resisting the demonic banner, Gu Yunxi's figure stepped forward. Her eyes were calm, coldly gazing at the sky, holding a snow-white long sword, her gaze fierce, emanating a chilling aura hum. Do you think this demonic banner can trap us? Gu Yunxi stepped forward, each step crystallizing into ice, resembling glistening snowflakes falling from the sky. She took out the earth core spirit liquid and directly swallowed it, exuding an intense coldness. A gust of cold wind blew through the high sky. Bone-chillingly cold. Gu Yunxi was accumulating her sword intent. Her aura continuously surged, and the sky grew increasingly frigid. In an instant, Gu Yunxi swung her long sword, a piercing chill slicing through the air, directly striking the demonic banner, producing a series of cracking sounds as it froze in place. Its surface was covered with a thick layer of ice. You female cultivator. Upon seeing this, the Blackwood Taoist's eyes filled with terror, disbelief washing over him as he desperately urged his true essence, frantically operating the demonic banner. Unfortunately, as a wave of cold surged forth, the entire demonic banner shattered with a thunderous boom, unleashing an unprecedented power. Boom! The aftermath of the demonic banner's explosion impacted the skies above Tianyuan city, stirring up a storm of dust. Even Gu Yunxi was affected, her figure swiftly shaken back, landing right in front of Su Yuan, gasping for breath. In a state of disarray. Goddess, are you alright? Su Yuan approached, concern evident in his eyes. He could tell that Gu Yunxi's aura was extremely chaotic. Her face was pale, devoid of color, clearly the result of overexertion from unleashing a powerful move. Leave. Gu Yunxi did not respond, whispering faintly, her figure soaring into the sky, charging towards the demon. Su Yuan watched as the demonic banner shattered the sky, once again revealing light. He did not linger any longer, disappearing from the spot and blending into the crowd. Driving the cart, he followed the crowd, fleeing, preparing to leave Tianyuan city. He had seen the longing in the eyes of Li Jinxing and the others. If he continued to stay and help, he feared being caught by everyone, making it difficult to leave. And there was the hunched demon's resentful gaze, which was exceedingly chilling. He did not want to provoke such a terrifying Foundation Establishment demon cultivator. He could only slip away first. So strong. Is this the true power of Gu Yunxi? Cold and stunning, with a chilling aura, a single sword could freeze the demonic banner. Indeed, the gap is truly vast. Su Yuan's heart could not calm for a long time. He drove the cart out of the town, quickly fleeing with the crowd. Yet he still recalled that stunning sword strike. With a single cut, she froze the entire demonic banner. It was truly terrifying, leaving one in awe. Even though she had absorbed the Earth Core spirit liquid to unleash extraordinary power, it was still overwhelmingly strong. This strike had undoubtedly surpassed the midstage of Foundation establishment. The mutated ice spirit root was indeed monstrous. It was no wonder the demoness could only flee, unable to fight back. Husband, where are we going? Wei Shiyun, holding the child, gazed at the chaos outside the city. Some summoned magic tools while others rode fine horses rushing towards the outskirts. This scene resembled a grand escape, magnificent beyond belief. Qingxian City. Husband, are Bai Xianzi and Gu Xianzi safe? Rest assured. Su Yuan slowly shook his head. They will be fine. Oh. Wei Shiyun said no more, gently patting the child to soothe him to sleep. On Yun Yao's face was exhaustion, cradling her daughter to feed her, her eyes filled with worry. This demon is too terrifying. Not only has he cultivated formation skills, but he is also a demon cultivator. I hope Bai Xianzi and Gu Xianzi can be safe. Indeed. Su Yuan exhaled deeply. One does not fear masters of formation, but fears demon cultivators mastering formations, bringing calamity to the world. As the demonic banner shattered, the cultivators of Tianyun City surged forth. The face of the hunched old Taoist grew increasingly dark, especially upon seeing Gu Yunxi, who could shatter the demonic banner with a single sword. His heart was filled with shock. However, he also felt a sense of resentment in his heart, his eyes filled with hatred as he unleashed several large formations, quickly enveloping the area. The old Taoist has plotted for so long. I did not expect to attract you, this female cultivator. Despicable, despicable, you all must die. Old man. Suddenly at that moment, Bai Luli's figure appeared, tightly gripping a pitch-black long spear, exuding a terrifying aura. Guess who will die? You? The Blackwood Taoist looked at Bai Luli along with the overwhelming aura surrounding her, his eyes gradually widening. You lunatic. You actually burned your soul. Bai Luli said no more, launching the long spear towards him, as if tearing through space, crashing into the formation. In an instant, the two formations shattered with a thunderous crash, stirring up a massive storm. Dust filled the air, enveloping the entire sky. When the dust settled, the demon had long escaped, leaving no trace behind. Gu Yunxi searched around, but could find no sign of him. Even Bai Luli's figure had already departed. Half a day later, Su Yuan drove the carriage, having already left Tianyun City, and arrived at a quiet mountain range. This is the outer edge of Misty Mountain. Many cultivators explored opportunities, hunted demon beasts, and trained here. Unfortunately, it has now become very quiet, losing its former liveliness. The demonic path has set up formations here, burying many cultivators. Among them, many in the Foundation establishment stage fell, becoming nutrients for the demonic path. Misty Mountain, it really is desolate. Wei Shiyun poked her head out, looking at the once bustling training ground, her eyes filled with sentiment. Indeed. Su Yuan shook his head and continued forward. After arriving at Misty Mountain, the number of cultivators escaping together had greatly decreased, all fleeing in the opposite direction, unwilling to approach Misty Mountain. Especially after the appearance of the demonic path. Many people felt it was inauspicious and chose to take a detour to other cities. However, to reach Qingxian City, one must take this route, passing through the Misty Mountain range. Otherwise, they would have to detour to another dangerous area, which would be even more perilous. Fellow Taoist, are you heading to Qingxian City? On the road, several scattered cultivators approached, sizing up Su Yuan. What is it? Su Yuan's expression was calm, devoid of any ripples, as he turned to look at the others. On this journey of escape, no one had engaged in conversation. Everyone was too busy fleeing for their lives. Only after reaching Misty Mountain, completely away from Tianyun City, did a few scattered cultivators come over to strike up a conversation and probe for information. In response, Su Yuan merely replied, coldly, showing no kindness. If you are headed to Qingxian City, we can look out for each other on the way. I see your carriage is quite luxurious, and this horse is a chasing wind steed bred by the Bai family, right? Su Yuan listened silently without any expression. Fellow Taoist, would you allow us to rest in your carriage? The journey is long, and we have no flying artifacts. We are truly exhausted. It's inconvenient. Su Yuan waved his hand and accelerated away. Seeing this, the few scattered cultivators traveling with him showed annoyance on their faces and quickly pursued, fellow Taoist. This is too much. We just want to hitch a ride. Isn't this on your way? Su Yuan's expression turned somewhat strange. Just because it's on the way means I must take you. How ridiculous. The burly man beside him frowned, his voice deep. What did you say? We are all fleeing from Tianyun City. You have a carriage, so you should allow us to ride together and quickly reach Qingxian City. This way we can look out for each other. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, remaining silent. He glanced back and noticed that no scattered cultivators were following, which elicited a faint smile. Indeed, you all can travel together for mutual support on the road. As the words fell, Su Yuan's finger shot forth a cold gleam, and two golden sword fingers struck out, piercing through their chests. You! Damn it, how dare you! The two clutched their chests, not expecting the man before them to act so decisively. Before they could even retaliate, they were pierced by the opponent's sword fingers, and a thick aura strangled them, causing them to collapse to the ground, unable to withstand it. Their eyes widened as they watched the carriage fade away, their life force extinguished. Fellow Taoist, we won't ride anymore. Seeing this scene, Su Yuan had swiftly killed the two burly men, and the scattered cultivators traveling with him were filled with fear, dazed for a moment before fleeing backward. How can you not ride? I said let's travel together. Su Yuan's face remained cold, devoid of any expression, as his figure moved quickly. In an instant, the three fell to the ground, lifeless, completely devoid of breath. Su Yuan finished rummaging through their storage bags. Only then did he return to the carriage and continue driving forward. He had long been prepared for such a situation, leaving no mercy. After all, this carriage is not cheap, equipped with a chasing wind steed. The horses bred from demon beasts possess extremely high endurance and speed. It is quite valuable. This is also the most common means of travel in the cultivation world. Most cultivating families breed horses for sale, earning a source of income. There are also high-end flying demon beasts like the fire phoenix. However, these demon beasts have low endurance and can only carry 2 people at most, otherwise they cannot fly. As for purchasing flying artifacts, Su Yuan had considered it, but upon reflection it still seemed too ostentatious. A chi refining cultivator traveling with 3 beautiful women would attract unwanted attention from evil cultivators and wealthy second-generation heirs, inevitably leading to a fierce battle. After all, flying high in the sky is the easiest way to be discovered. It is much safer to travel discreetly, even if it takes longer. Whoa! At that moment, Su Yuan reined in the reins, looking ahead at a figure with some surprise in his eyes. Dressed in white with white hair, standing on the road, her dress fluttering in the wind, her hair dancing, looking like a fairy stepping out of a painting. It left onlookers mesmerized. Aren't you going to wait for me? Gu Yunqi looked up, a smile gracing her lips, her tone gentle. I knew the fairy would be fine. Su Yuan took a deep breath, driving the carriage into the forest and stopping beside a tree before walking forward. Fairy, are you unhurt? Gu Yunqi shook her head slightly. I'm fine. That's good. Did you eliminate the demonic path? Not yet. Gu Yunxi's lips curled into a smile, her eyes gesturing to the nearby forest as she stepped inside. Shall we walk together? Okay. Su Yuan took a deep breath and quickly followed, gazing at her tall figure and flawless skin, momentarily captivated, reminiscent of the times they had soared together. Such memories were nostalgic. Do you know? I feel a bit reluctant. Suddenly, Gu Yunqi turned around, her expression fixed on Su Yuan, her hand gently holding his. I miss you so much. Su Yuan trembled all over. Fairy, am I not the same? After this parting, I don't know when we will meet again. Indeed. Gu Yunqi approached him, leaning against his shoulder. These past 2 months have been the happiest moments of my life. I miss you so much. After a while, Gu Yunqi floated away, leaving no words behind, disappearing without a trace. Only Su Yuan was left staring blankly, reminiscing about the recent intimacy. This woman, is she trying to ruin Gu Fairy's image in my heart? Su Yuan pondered in silence. He had long sensed that something was amiss. Even if she could perfectly imitate and transform into another person, it would be difficult to replicate the details. The carriage rumbled along. The ground shook as Su Yuan slowed his pace, moving steadily forward. Wei Shiyun and the others holding their children looked out at the scenery, teasing each other and feeling quite cheerful. Along the way, they encountered no dangers. It was relatively calm. Su Yuan checked the map to review the route. There were still several hundred miles to Qingxian City. As long as they crossed a desolate mountain, they would reach the vicinity of Qingxian City, which was not very far. However, this desolate mountain was somewhat dangerous. It hid many evil cultivators and various demon beasts, making it difficult to pass through. Su Yuan had previously gone to Tianxian sect for an assessment and had passed by this place once. At that time, he was with a large group escorted by sect cultivators, so he did not encounter any danger. Qingxian City. I wonder if Brother Qin is still there. Su Yuan pondered to himself. Back then, they participated in the assessment together and met a few friends. Some passed the assessment and became disciples of the sect, while others failed and returned. Some even joined cultivation families as sons-in-law. Only Su Yuan and Qin Feng did not join any cultivation families. They both desired a free life and returned to Qingxian City. To his surprise, Qin Feng turned out to be a rich second-generation heir. His family was in business and had connections with the local factions, so they had no shortage of cultivation resources. Su Yuan spent 2 months recuperating in Qingxian City. He truly could not fit in. The gap was too large. He also did not want to keep relying on Qin Feng's help. Thus he arrived at Tianyuan City, becoming a loose cultivator and starting a hard life. Husband, there's movement ahead. While Su Yuan was lost in thought, reminiscing about the interesting events in Qingxian City, Wei Shiyun leaned out, and her eyes became serious. Indeed, they heard a rumbling sound coming from the road ahead. The ground trembled as if a demon beast was charging, raising thick clouds of dust. Su Yuan quickly moved to the side to avoid it. Soon he saw a graceful woman in a light purple dress riding a majestic lion, accompanied by a group of cultivators coming toward them. They moved at an incredible speed. With each sway, her chest created waves dazzling to behold. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared at the end of the road. However, the woman quickly turned back, riding her imposing lion and looking down at Su Yuan with a scrutinizing gaze. Her eyes held a hint of disdain. What are you staring at? Su Yuan was speechless, his lips twitching. He thought to himself how domineering this woman was. She wore revealing clothing, exposing large areas of snow-white skin, all while riding the lion and scolding him for looking. Yet he dared not say much and could only smile. I wasn't looking. Not looking. The woman in purple coldly lifted her head. Did you think I wouldn't know? Your eyes are about to fall out. Su Yuan cursed inwardly, remaining silent and continuing to drive the carriage forward. He could tell that such a woman was definitely a concubine of some cultivator. She relied on the strong to assert her power. Otherwise, how could she bully an honest person? She insisted on making way for him, while also coming over to mock him, which was truly infuriating. If it weren't for the group of cultivators she brought with her, he would have wanted to make her aware of the world's harshness. He would have stripped her of her clothes and left her to die in the wilderness. Humph, don't let me see you. Let's go. Upon seeing Su Yuan leave, the woman puffed out her chest and rode away on the lion. She's gone. That kid is such a coward. As the woman departed, the cultivators following her jeered, does he dare not be scared? This is Madame Ma. She's the concubine of Elder Qi. Who would dare to provoke her? Enough. A burly man ahead gestured seriously to the others. We still have matters to attend to. Let's hurry. Moments later, the group quickly left, disappearing at the end of the road. Su Yuan looked back and pondered, is this the beast tamer family? Flame lions and many demon beast mounts. Su Yuan knew that the beast tamer family was situated near Qingxian City, making them a formidable force. The family head had latest foundation establishment cultivation. It was said that they had some connections with the beast tamer sect, which allowed them to stand firm. Su Yuan thought that if he wanted to establish a cultivation family, he could leverage Gu Yunxi as a connection to seek Tianxian sect as a backing. Without a background, it would be difficult to survive. The next day, he could be targeted by evil cultivators who would plunder wealth and ravage families. However, Su Yuan was not anxious. He only wanted to go to Qingxian City to settle down, marry a wife, expand his family, and conveniently look for foundation establishment opportunities. He was nearing the 9th level of Qi refinement. At this cultivation speed, he would likely reach the peak of Qi refinement in about a year. By then, he needed to prepare foundation establishment pills and various spiritual items to increase the chances of success. It was best to find them all. After all, foundation establishment affects a cultivator's foundation, and if he fails, it would be extremely difficult to try again. He must succeed on the first attempt. After establishing his foundation and gaining powerful strength, he would then consider establishing a cultivation family. That would be the most prudent approach. Husband, you said when we get to Qingxian City, should we buy a big courtyard? Yes. Su Yuan urged the carriage, starting to speed up. That would be wonderful. I'm already looking forward to it. Zhou Yi, holding Changyun, had a sparkle in her eyes. It would be best to have 2 guest rooms. A garden villa. Zhou Jia. Wei Shiyun shook her head. You underestimate my husband too much. This time we head to Qingxian City, we definitely won't stay in a small house. Otherwise, what will we do when Changyun grows up? There will be no place to stay. Days later, Su Yuan had arrived at the desolate mountain. It was barren and desolate, with no signs of life and no forest in sight. Exposed rocks and gravel scattered on the road made the carriage shake unsteadily. Su Yuan drove the carriage slowly forward, but his gaze was always on both sides and the large rocks, preventing any ambush from evil cultivators and avoiding danger. At the same time, he had already strapped on his sword sheath and held a talisman in his hand. If anyone dared to come out and rob him, he would activate the sword array. In an instant, he would strike to kill, intimidating everyone and leaving no opportunity for mercy. Su Yuan knew these evil cultivators well. As long as they were intimidated, no one would dare to act directly, saving him a lot of trouble. Taoist friend, your carriage is quite nice. It must be worth some spirit stones. Can you lend some money to spend? At that moment, 3 loose cultivators emerged from behind the distant rocks, exuding a sinister aura, their cultivation profound and their steps steady. Not anymore. That won't do. Su Yuan's face was cold, his gaze glinting with frost as he activated the flying star sword formation, directly annihilating them. You? The 3 of them were terrified, hurriedly activating their artifacts to defend. They hadn't expected Su Yuan to be so forceful who, despite kneeling and begging for mercy, it was all in vain. They still aimed to eradicate completely. In an instant, the three unleashed powerful auras, each summoning their trump cards to resist. Unfortunately, facing 6 top-grade artifacts combined into the Flying Star Sword formation was like being struck by a beam of light. They simply couldn't withstand it. In the blink of an eye, they were pierced by the sword, energy blood gushing forth as they fell to the ground utterly lifeless. Too weak. How can someone in the late stage of chi refinement dare to rob? Su Yuan retracted the sword formation, the 6 long swords returning to their sword box. His gaze turned towards the distant barren mountains where many robbers still lurked, letting out a cold snort. He then continued his journey in the carriage, leaving the desolate mountains. After Su Yuan departed, someone finally emerged, gazing at the retreating carriage in astonishment. Who is this person? Such terrifying cultivation. This must be a sword cultivator. To strike with a sword formation right away is truly shocking. The crowd wiped the sweat from their brows, still unable to recover from Su Yuan activating the sword formation and slaying 3 people. This must be a cultivator from a prominent family. Damn it. Why are the cultivators from prominent families so low-key, traveling in a carriage at such a leisurely pace? Shouldn't they be riding spirit boats with strong protectors? This is obviously a ploy to appear weak. Is it meant to mock us? A one-eyed thin man sighed. Robbery is becoming increasingly difficult. With escorting gangs, cultivation families, and disciples from sects, we dare not rob. Now even lone cultivators are so strong. It's simply outrageous. The crowd fell silent. The entire desolate mountain fell into silence, no movement whatsoever. Su Yuan drove his carriage through the desolate mountains, arriving at a lush forest filled with vitality and fresh air, in stark contrast to the barren area he had just left. He couldn't understand why there was such a stark difference between the two regions. One side was desolate and barren, while the other was teeming with life and overgrown vegetation. However, he had heard a rumor. Hundreds of years ago, the desolate mountain area was also vibrant just like this forest, but it suffered from the aftermath of a battle between golden core cultivators. That was what turned it into a wasteland. Su Yuan was skeptical about this, and no matter how powerful a golden core cultivator was, they couldn't possibly alter the terrain. Such a miraculous place had appeared. He treated it as just a story. Husband, let's find a place to rest for a while. Linger has already thrown up. Yuan walked out holding the child, looking a bit embarrassed. All right. Su Yuan entered the forest, stopped the carriage, took his wife by the hand, and sat down on the grass to rest. After a long journey, his wife and child were feeling exhausted, especially Zhou Yi, who was already worn out. As for Chang Yun, he was still fine, sleeping soundly. Tian Yu and Linger were in a worse situation. They were completely drained. If it weren't for the milk, they would have been crying loudly all the way, having to be comforted by Yun Yao. Husband, is it safe here? Wei Shiyun held the child, scanning the forest with vigilance. It should be fine. Even if there are robbers, I can handle them. Su Yuan held Su Linger, his eyes scanning the surroundings, appearing very calm. He currently possessed the Flying Star Sword formation, a peak chi refinement puppet, and protective talismans, so he was not afraid of robbers at all. As long as he didn't encounter Foundation establishment cultivators, he wouldn't face any danger. Moreover, he was already being cautious, driving the carriage at a slow pace, steering clear of the rascally offspring of powerful families and the experienced disciples of sects. It was even more unlikely to encounter Foundation establishment cultivators. Then we can rest a bit longer. I haven't had a good sleep during this period. Really? Su Yuan patted Linger's back, looking at Wei Shiyun teasingly. How about we sleep here for a night? It's almost night already. Wei Shiyun and Zhou Yi both looked a bit surprised. This isn't that a bit inappropriate? In the wilderness. Zhou Yi and the others fell silent, a hint of shyness appearing on their cheeks. Husband, he'll follow your lead. Yun Yao's eyes were filled with affection as she remained silent, appearing very obedient. Then all right. Zhou Yi and Wei Shiyun also said no more. Seeing this, Su Yuan smiled silently, leading the carriage into the forest, picking up some dry branches to start a campfire. He took out a blanket and spread it on the ground for his wife and child to rest. Husband, the stars are so bright tonight. Wei Shiyun lay on the blanket, looking up at the night sky and resting for a moment. She had lost track of how long it had been since she last gazed at the stars. Enjoying a moment of peace, she was accompanied by her husband and child. She was almost forgetting about avenging her parents. With a family and a child, she felt a bond that made her reluctant to seek adventure. Yet the seeds of hatred in her heart were difficult to extinguish, still taking root and sprouting. Forgetting hatred was not so easy. Indeed, Su Yuan took a deep breath, lying beside his wife, looking up at the starry sky, but the starry sky cannot compare to Shiyun's brilliance. Wei Shiyun smiled faintly, directly leaping into Su Yuan's embrace, her eyes filled with intimacy. Husband, Then look at me. Hmm. The two's gazes met the firelight dancing in their eyes. Husband, I miss you. Yun Yao holding Linger leaned against Su Yuan, her eyes brimming with tenderness. So do I. Yaoer. Su Yuan's hand embraced her. Yun Yao lay shyly, tightly closing her eyes. 3 days later, Su Yuan arrived at Shilong Town. This is a town on the outskirts of Qingxian City. Most of the residents here are loose cultivators lacking the strength to reside in Qingxian City. They can only live in this town. However, even as a small town, the spiritual energy here is abundant, more prosperous than Tianyuan City, with various tall buildings, trading guilds, and cultivators gathering. One can even see foundation establishment cultivators flying in the air, entering the town without any pretense. We're almost there. It's only 100 miles to Qingxian City. Let's rest for a while. Su Yuan drove the carriage and stopped at a luxurious inn, checking in with his wife. The journey had been exhausting with wind and rain, and the bumpy ride was indeed very tiring. Camping in the wild has its own charm, but it can't compare to the comfort of lying in bed. Moreover, Zhou Yi was also feeling overwhelmed and needed to rest for a moment in the inn. After all, she was merely a mortal and not as resilient as Wei Shiyun and the others who could endure long periods of travel. Damn it. The price of foundation establishment pills has gone up again. 30,000 spirit stones, and I still can't buy it. How infuriating. Indeed. The inn became lively with discussions. Even at the auction house, they're fetching a high price of 50,000. Who has that kind of financial power? Sigh. I make talismans every day and sell low-grade ones, just barely making ends meet. When will I be able to afford a foundation establishment pill? Oomph. A bald, burly man snorted. It's all the beast-taming sect's fault. It seems they are speculating on foundation establishment pills. It's their fault for driving up the prices. Previously, you could buy a low-grade foundation establishment pill for 10,000 spirit stones, but now you can't even see one. It's truly maddening. Actually, you can't blame the beast-taming sect. The main issue is that their spiritual mine was raided. Both the pills and spiritual herbs have gone up in price. Su Yuan entered the inn, checked in with his wife, and overheard the conversation about the rising prices of foundation establishment pills. This is certainly not good news. The foundation establishment pill is the most precious pill for peak chi refinement cultivators, crucial for their success in foundation establishment. However, he was not overly worried about it. If the price was truly too high, he could directly use his prestige points to purchase it in the marketplace. That would be more economical. Let's rest for 2 days. Su Yuan took his wife and daughter into the room to rest. He then went to the first floor hall to inquire about news. He had just heard about the beast-taming sect and news regarding the foundation establishment pills. It would be best if it were about Qingxian City, whether there were any dangers or not. If there was any crisis, they wouldn't have to go there and could change their route. They could head to other towns. Have you heard? The Blackwater gang has robbed Zhang family's business. The Zhang family has the backing of the beast-taming sect. They are not just any family. Yes. The crowd sighed. Even Madame Ma has returned to her family to settle accounts with the Blackwater gang. There should be a big battle. Looks like there's a good show to watch. Huh. Soon someone retorted, the Blackwater gang isn't weak either. Their leader is in the mid-foundation establishment stage. They've been rooted in Qingxian City for years with the Tianxian sect as their background. They are not afraid of the Zhang family. However, the 7th elder of the beast-taming sect possesses latest-stage cultivation. I wonder if they will intervene in the conflict between the two families. You're thinking too much. A middle-aged cultivator joked, you probably don't know. Madame Ma seems to have a special relationship with the head of the Zhang family. With the 7th elder's green aura overhead, do you think she would still intervene in the conflict between the two families? As the words fell, they quickly attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked at the middle-aged man. Can a family really do that? Taoist friend, please elaborate on this mystery. Su Yuan had just sat down and ordered a pot of hot tea when he unexpectedly heard such explosive news. In his mind, he recalled the beautiful woman he encountered on the road earlier, riding a blazing lion, a torrent of a woman, quite domineering, but the memory was vivid. She seemed to be Madame Ma from the beast-taming family. Are you looking for death? Dare to discuss Madame Ma. If we are found out, our lives are in danger. Madame Ma is ruthless. Indeed. Soon people began to leave the inn in a hurry. Is this news we should be hearing? Let's go. There were many words, but many cultivators remained unwilling to leave. What are you afraid of? The middle-aged man seemed unconcerned. Madame Ma has already left Shilong Town. The Zhang family can't control anything. As time passed, Su Yuan had 3 pots of good tea, listening intently. He realized that the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Weiqian, had long had an affair with this Madame Ma. However, it was all to connect with the beast-taming sect. He personally delivered it to the 7th elder. The head of the Zhang family could be considered ruthless, willing to give up a beauty for the future of his family. Interesting. the head of the Zhang family and the seventh elder of the beast-taming sect. I wonder if they will fight. Su Yuan sipped his tea, pondering the intriguing possibilities. In the world of cultivation, such gossip is not uncommon, and even more outrageous things occur. Su Yuan merely found it amusing. His main goal was to gather intelligence on Qingxin City. It seems that the town is relatively safe aside from the Blackwater gang, posing some danger. There is no other information as calm as a dead pond. It is understandable. A behemoth like the Tianxian sect would deter anyone from provoking the towns they manage. After all, it is one of the top sects in the Jin Kingdom. What are you all talking about? Who is spreading rumors? Suddenly a woman entered the inn dressed in a long purple gown with a seductive figure that swayed as she walked. She was indeed a stunning beauty. However, when people saw her, they all turned their heads, not daring to look directly. This was none other than Madame Ma, the subject of their discussions. Instantly, the atmosphere in the inn froze, falling silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. They'll say it once more. Who is spreading rumors about me? Madame Ma's beautiful eyes scanned the crowd, brimming with anger. However, upon noticing Su Yuan, her expression froze for a moment, revealing a playful smile. I said it before. If we meet again, you are doomed. Su Yuan remained silent, showing no expression. Oomph. Madame Ma let out a cold snort. Take him to a room. After Madame Ma finished speaking, a Zhang family disciple stepped forward and fixed his gaze upon Su Yuan. Come with us, now. Why, oi? Su Yuan's expression remained calm as he surveyed the group. What is this sudden demand to take me away? Is the Zhang family truly so overbearing? Madame Ma swayed her hips as she approached, her eyes glinting with amusement. I suspect you belong to the Blackwater gang and have deliberately spread rumors throughout the town. How do you find that justification? Su Yuan inwardly cursed, only curling the corner of his mouth in silence. I suggest you choose wisely and never oppose the Zhang family. Zhang disciples closed in, their gazes cold and unyielding, leaving no room for escape. Frowning faintly, Su Yuan glanced at the voluptuous Madame Ma and the surrounding clan disciples. Unwilling to provoke unnecessary trouble, he acquiesced and followed them upstairs. As the group departed, the hall erupted once more into clamorous chatter. It's over. That young man is as good as dead. You haven't heard yet, have you? Madame Ma is notoriously licentious. She cultivates the harmony bliss art. Even if she doesn't drain him completely, he'll surely shed a layer of skin. Really? Someone exclaimed, instantly animated. If it's true, I'd gladly suffer in his stead. As the crowd buzzed with fervent speculation, Su Yuan entered the chamber, whereupon the Zhang disciples withdrew and sealed the door behind them. Only Madame Ma remained. Their eyes met in prolonged silence. Neither spoke nor moved. You possess remarkable courage, she murmured, drawing near with a slow, deliberate sway of her figure. Daring even to stare at me. Do you think I won't pluck out your eyes? Su Yuan's face betrayed no ripple of emotion as he gazed steadily at the elegant matron. Madam, he said softly, you are mistaken. What I behold is not merely a voluptuous form, but a woman whose eyes shimmer with quiet sorrow and profound melancholy. From your gaze alone, I sense exhaustion. Madame Ma froze, staring at him in genuine astonishment, utterly unprepared for such words. She had not anticipated such an observation. Pausing, she considered it, and found to her surprise a grain of truth within it. The Zhang family and the Blackwater gang had descended into open conflict. Their enmity deepened with each passing day. She herself had been recalled from the beast-taming sect to aid her clan, and indeed these past days had left her thoroughly wearied. Yet swiftly regaining her composure, she arched a delicate brow, her eyes gleaming with playful intrigue. You sly little fox. Still, you're right. I am burdened with sorrow. My husband, the seventh elder, has taken dozens of wives. Tell me, how could I possibly feel joy? Su Yuan remained unruffled. You refer to Elder Qi. Is he not at the latest Foundation establishment realm? Is Foundation establishment insufficient? She gave a sharp, mirthless laugh, arms crossed beneath her chest. Don't pretend ignorance with me. Su Yuan ventured cautiously. What precisely do you require of me? Madame Ma nodded slowly. Refuse me. Su Yuan swallowed hard, speechless. He had never imagined encountering such a situation. 5 years ago, when he'd been cast out of his sect, he might well have welcomed the advances of a woman of such mature allure offering such an unusual proposition. But now he was a devoted husband and father to 3 children. How could he possibly consent? Moreover, this voluptuous woman stood as both concubine to a senior elder of the beast-taming sect, an entangled rumor claimed with the clan patriarch himself. Entanglement with her would invite grave peril. This is inappropriate. I refuse to become a third party. Madame Ma's brows knitted slightly, as if struck by a sudden recollection, her expression darkening with irritation. Rest assured, these are all baseless slanders, fabricated by the Blackwater gang. Clenching her delicate fist, her eyes hardened with icy resolve, radiating the overwhelming aura of a peak chi condensation cultivator. Oppressive energy flooded the chamber. Su Yuan felt it keenly. The sheer magnitude of her cultivation and spiritual power was terrifying. She had clearly reached the threshold of foundation establishment, a realm vastly surpassing Lin Xiao, who had forcibly ascended to the apex of chi condensation. Slanders. Even so, it remains unacceptable. You are Madame Ma, the wife of a beast-taming sect elder. And I. Su Yuan shook his head, paused in quiet reflection, and declined outright. Do you believe yourself insufficiently beautiful? Or is your figure lacking? Or, she stepped forward, straightened her posture, and swayed gently. Shall I name a price? No matter. Spirit stones, spirit herbs. You may name your terms. Su Yuan's mouth fell agape. He stood utterly frozen, speechless. He had journeyed to Qingxian City intending to wed and establish a lineage. Yet before even entering its gates, he faced this bewildering predicament. Was he now being offered patronage? The absurdity left him momentarily stunned. No reply. Are you truly afraid of that old man, the seventh elder? There is no cause for concern, Madame Ma replied with a chilling smile. He remains sequestered in perpetual seclusion, never to discover our affair. Su Yuan fell silent, mind racing, weighing his response. To refuse outright would incur the wrath of the beast-taming clan. The Zhang family was formidable, masters of beast-taming arts with foundation establishment cultivators anchoring their strength. And Madame Ma herself, a peak chi condensation cultivator. Defeating her would be no trivial matter, inevitably exposing his own hidden capabilities. Moreover, he did not find her proposal wholly repugnant. In this immortal cultivation world, where strength reigned supreme, desire knew no gender. Those coveted were seized without hesitation. Female cultivators at times proved even more ruthless and cunning than their male counterparts. Su Yuan had heard tales of Harmony Bliss sect nuns, imprisoning men to harvest yang essence until they wasted to skeletal husks, their lives extinguished in utter depletion. By comparison, Madame Ma displayed remarkable restraint. She offered spirit stones cultivation resources, truly difficult to decline. How timid you are. After all I've said. You remain unmoved, Oi. That defies expectation. Madame Ma observed him closely, her gaze sharpening with sudden intensity. She was a soul cultivator, her art rare and specialized, focused on refining spiritual consciousness and mastering soul-based attacks. From the moment she first laid eyes on Su Yuan, she sensed the extraordinary resilience of his body and the dense, profound reservoir of qi coursing through him, far exceeding that of a latest-stage qi condensation cultivator. Indeed, his cultivation surpassed even peak qi condensation. Had she not been pursuing Blackwater Gang cultivators, she would have already taken him back for thorough scrutiny. Now that opportunity had presented itself, she would not let it slip. Refusal is not an option. Those words must never leave your lips. Su Yuan drew a deep breath and stepped forward, hand outstretched with firm resolve. Madame Ma, I accept. Spirit stones, spirit herbs, and cultivation manuals, all of them. Half a day later, Madame Ma dropped a storage bag. This is all yours. Madame Ma took out an identity token. Find me anytime. Su Yuan casually accepted it. Sure. Madame Ma's eyes were filled with tenderness as she approached Su Yuan, gently stroking his fair cheek. If it weren't for other important matters. I still have to deal with those bastards from the Blackwater Gang. I won't leave so easily, letting you escape my grasp. Oh really? Su Yuan didn't say much. Then you should hurry. Madame Ma smiled sweetly. Do you want to join the Beastmaster sect? I have my ways. Su Yuan was startled and quickly shook his head. Forget it. I prefer to be free. Giggling, Madame Ma laughed, her body swaying gracefully. She said nothing more and turned to leave the room, disappearing down the hallway. Seeing this, Su Yuan withdrew his gaze, gently clenched his hand, feeling a bit pensive. I wonder if I'll get myself into trouble. But if I stay hidden in Qingxian City and don't go out, I should be fine. This woman. Su Yuan took a deep breath, adjusted his clothes, and stored the storage bag before walking out. Husband, where have you been? As soon as Su Yuan returned to the room, Wei Shiyun walked over, her eyes somewhat peculiar as she sniffed the air, a fragrance. So familiar. Husband, you didn't go to seek out flowers and willows, did you? Su Yuan felt a bit embarrassed and didn't elaborate. I went out to earn some money. These spirit stones and cultivation resources are for you. Oh. Wei Shiyun took the storage bag, examining its contents, her eyes gleaming. Thousands of spirit stones and various spirit herbs and spirit medicines. Husband, what have you been doing? Such a windfall. Yin Yao also stepped forward, covering her mouth in astonishment. You didn't rob someone, did you? Su Yuan felt a bit guilty. He had indeed robbed someone. By the way, I also have this Qing steel sword and the soul-settling bell, which I no longer need. Let me give them to you. Su Yuan changed the subject directly, taking out the Qing steel sword and the soul-settling bell for the two of them to choose. He now possessed talismans and a complete set of sword boxes, all of which were high-grade magical tools. He no longer needed to use the Qing steel sword. As for the soul-settling bell, it could be kept for a surprise to intimidate others. However, thinking about it, it was better to leave it for his wife to protect herself. That would be more secure and put him more at ease. Husband, why don't you keep it? This is a high-grade magical tool. No need. Su Yuan shook his head. Do you still not trust your husband's strength? All right then. Wei Yuan and the others said no more, a hint of joy on their faces as they accepted the high-grade magical tools and began to examine them closely. In the end, after some discussion between the two of them, they determined the ownership. Wei Yuan chose the Qing steel sword as she was quite skilled in swordsmanship. Yin Yao decided on the soul-settling bell as her true essence was more robust and better suited for it. After resting for 3 days, Su Yuan continued on with his wife and daughter, leaving Shilong Town and heading towards Qingxian City. If it were in the past, he would have been quite satisfied with Shilong Town, which gathered spiritual energy from the heavens and earth and was relatively stable on the outskirts of Qingxian City. At least it was better than Tianyan City. Here, branching out and enjoying a long life was a good choice. But now, with the wealth Su Yuan possessed and the magical treasures he controlled, he no longer found this town appealing. Only a large city like Qingxian City piqued his interest. As the saying goes, people strive for higher ground while water flows downwards. Beyond safety and stability, the most crucial elements were the spiritual veins and the gathering formations that concentrated spiritual energy. These could not be substituted by an ordinary town. For loose cultivators without a dojo to cultivate in such places were the best. Husband, look, we have arrived at Qingxian City. After some time on the road, Yun Yao opened the window to gaze at the scenery outside and the town ahead, shrouded in a mist. She knew this was the mist generated by the gathering of spiritual veins absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the town, making it hard to see clearly. Only a vague outline could be seen. Indeed, that ahead is Qingxian City. Su Yuan raised his eyes, a smile appearing on his lips as he exhaled. So magnificent. Even from this far away we can see it. Wei Yuan stepped out of the carriage, marveling at the sight ahead. Indeed. I just hope we don't tire the horses out before reaching the city. Su Yuan shook his head. As they got closer to Qingxian City, he could see various spiritual beasts flying high in the sky, exuding a powerful aura. It seemed that no one was riding horses to Qingxian City. Along the way, they rarely encountered fellow cultivators. Most were flying high in the sky, piloting spirit boats. Only Madame Ma and her companions. Of course, Su Yuan could understand, as they were from a beast-master family, and their cultivated spiritual beasts were the most suitable for travel. Oh, there's some commotion ahead. At that moment, Su Yuan looked forward to see 2 groups of people battling each other. In the forest, 2 powerful cultivators were locked in a fierce battle, with rocks exploding and vegetation flying, creating a whirlwind and a wave. The terrifying force startled the horses, causing them to whinny loudly. Is that Madame Ma? What's going on? Why are we encountering this again? Su Yuan calmed the horses and looked toward the forest to see Madame Ma controlling a fiery lion. Countless black arrows like ghostly spirits were shot towards a young man in a black robe, emitting a whistling sound. In an instant, the young man was sent flying, sustaining severe injuries. Oomph! Capture them all. Does the Blackwater gang still dare to oppose the Zhang family? Madame Ma commanded the Zhang family disciples to capture the members of the Blackwater gang. Then she looked into the distance and spotted Su Yuan driving the carriage, riding the fiery lion, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. What a coincidence. Fellow cultivator, shall we chat in the small forest? Su Yuan felt awkward, glancing at Yun Yao beside him, clearing his throat softly. It truly is a coincidence. However, I'm in a hurry and don't have time for old chats. Oh really? Madame Ma smiled warmly, looking at Wei Yuan and the others, saying no more, another day. That works. Su Yuan took a deep breath and drove the carriage away. Just then his gaze fell upon a familiar figure among the members of the Blackwater gang. He stopped immediately. Qin Feng. Su Yuan gazed at the young man, who was severely injured and surrounded by Zhang family members, his eyes filled with doubt. He tentatively called out, for he would never forget this person. Qin Feng. Reminiscing about the past when he was eliminated by the sect, still a low-grade 3 spirit root, it was clear that his path in cultivation was destined to be short. Even if he could cultivate, it would be fraught with difficulties. However, Qin Feng showed no disdain, treating him sincerely as a friend, even offering many precious resources for his cultivation. This kindness was always remembered. Su, brother, is it you? From the crowd, a man covered in blood and looking rather disheveled looked up at Su Yuan, asking with uncertainty. It's me. Su Yuan sighed, his eyes filled with emotion. The former Qin Feng had thick eyebrows and large ears with a square face that exuded a sense of righteousness. He had appeared quite handsome, but now he had fallen to such a state looking so pitiful. Madame Ma, could you spare me a favor? Madame Ma looked puzzled, a hint of amusement in her voice. You want to help the Blackwater gang? No. Su Yuan shook his head. I do not wish to involve myself in your conflict. It's just that this young man has been kind to me. I hope you can look the other way. Madame Ma's face was calm, devoid of expression. Only a cold laugh escaped her lips. Humph. What makes you think you have any favor to ask? A friend for a day. Madame Ma's expression turned cold as she slowly shook her head. What sort of favor is that? You overestimate yourself. Is that so? Su Yuan sighed. Then there's nothing to be done. I don't want to suppress you with force. Madame Ma's pretty face turned cold, her expression darkening. She admitted that she had a certain fondness for Su Yuan, especially for such a handsome and strong man with whom to share a night. This meant she could defy her own orders. If it were during leisure, orders and guidance could still be followed. However, in family battles with both sides like water and fire, how could she listen to the opposing side? It was said nicely that they shared an intimate relationship. But frankly speaking, he was simply a kept male cultivator. He was hardly taken seriously. A three-legged frog is hard to find, but two-legged men are plentiful. Good. You are indeed bold. I want to see what strength you truly possess. Do you still want to suppress me? Madame Ma laughed in anger, her chest heaving as if ready to burst. The next moment her tone turned grim, a cold glimmer flashing in her eyes as black light emerged from her fingers, forming dozens of sharp arrows. It seems I still do not know my own standing. Su Yuan's face was indifferent as he took out the binding spirit talisman and shot it directly out. In an instant, Madame Ma's expression changed dramatically, disbelief in her eyes as she looked at the approaching binding spirit talisman, a sense of inexplicable fear causing her to retreat rapidly. Impossible. You actually have a binding spirit talisman. Where did you buy it? Hep. Su Yuan snorted coldly, saying nothing more as the talisman struck the lion, instantly trapping it. It let out a roar that shook the heavens, unable to escape. No need to tell you. Madame Ma fell silent, left speechless for a long time. She never expected that Su Yuan would possess such a talisman. It was simply unbelievable. To know the beast control sect relied on driving spirit beasts to fight, having a natural advantage over solo combat, especially when controlling powerful spirit beasts, they were nearly invincible. However, they also had a weakness, which was the binding spirit talisman. It was unknown which cultivator invented this talisman. It seemed to be specifically targeted at the beast control sect. Otherwise, they could have long ago swept through the Jin kingdom, becoming the largest sect. Interesting. Do you think relying on talismans can deal with me? Naive. As her words fell, Madame Ma made a gesture, unleashing a powerful aura as she activated her soul control technique, conjuring dozens of pitch-black arrows that flew directly toward him. Her strike was incredibly swift, with no hesitation whatsoever. Seeing this, Su Yuan maintained his calm, employing the Thunder Shadow technique to swiftly evade the arrows. At the same time, he pointed out, sending 5 sword fingers with divine might toward Madame Ma, carrying terrifying power. Even Madame Ma was somewhat astonished by this force. Using the soul control technique, she formed a black barrier to defend against it. However, unexpectedly, the 5 sword fingers shattered, instantly breaking through the black barrier and striking her chest. The force knocked her back completely. You? Madame Ma was somewhat shocked, disbelief in her eyes. She never imagined that Su Yuan could be this powerful, merely relying on the might of his sword fingers to unleash such strength. Was this still the male cultivator who had been easily toyed with before? It was as if he had become a different person. She could not comprehend it at all. You seek death. Damn, you infuriate me. Madame Ma took a deep breath, her eyes filled with rage as she flew toward him. In her palm, an invisible black blade slashed down with immense force. Boom. The impact exploded the ground, the jungle howling endlessly. Yet even with such overwhelming might, Su Yuan remained completely unscathed. Every step left behind an afterimage as he swiftly moved, launching the flying star sword array directly at Madame Ma. With a whoosh, the sound echoed. It was as if a stream of light passed by the sword, shadows flickering as Madame Ma was sent flying back, unable to withstand the might of the sword array. Well done. You actually dared to hurt me. Madame Ma fixed her gaze on Su Yuan, a surge of anger and a complex sense of grievance filling her heart. She never expected him to truly dare to take action and to strike so fiercely. She had always held back, not using her full strength, only wanting to teach him a lesson, never intending to harm him. But unexpectedly, Su Yuan struck without mercy. If it weren't for her defensive inner armor, this attack would have wounded her severely. I'm sorry. I owe you a favor. Su Yuan took a deep breath, looking at the furious Madame Ma as he directly put away his sword box. Good. 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 Madame Ma trembled all over, shaking off the dust from her body, laughing heartily. You better remember what you said. Qin brother, are you alright? I'm fine. Qin Feng wiped the blood from his face, his eyes filled with excitement. Su brother, I never expected to see you again. So many years, not a word. I thought you. Thought what? Su Yuan waved his hand. No more talk. Let's leave first. Su. Senior brother Su. Watching the Zhang family members depart, Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed with overwhelming emotion. He had no idea how to express his gratitude to Su Yuan. Once Su Yuan had merely taken him in for 2 months, yet today that kindness had saved his life and the lives of the entire Blackwater gang. It was an unrepayable debt. Senior brother Su, I don't know how to thank you. Su Yuan placed a firm hand on his shoulder, his gaze turning solemn. Between us, must such words even be spoken? Qin Feng opened his mouth, wiped away the hot tears at the corners of his eyes, and turned toward the Blackwater gang members. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and thank Senior brother Su. If not for Senior brother Su, we would have perished today. We'd surely have been tortured to death by that deranged woman. Thank you, Senior brother Su. The Blackwater gang members approached, respectfully bowing deeply with profound awe. They had witnessed Su Yuan's extraordinary power, how he had stood against Madame Ma, peak Qi condensation cultivator. And not only stood, he had driven her back. It seemed almost unbelievable. They suspected some measure of restraint, as if he had held back his true strength, yet they could not pinpoint it, and so offered their sincere gratitude. Senior brother Su, join us at the Blackwater gang. With your strength, you're more than qualified to serve as a home master. Indeed, the Blackwater gang is exceptionally powerful. Our gang leader Shengwan Mingyue has reached the mid-foundational establishment realm. Her mastery is peerless. Su Yuan waved his hand lightly, saying nothing further, only offering a gentle smile. He had aided Qin Feng not to join the Blackwater gang, but solely to repay a debt of gratitude. That was Su Yuan's nature, clear-cut in matters of gratitude and vengeance. Those who helped him would receive tenfold recompense. He never failed a friend. Gratitude was repaid without delay, grudges were settled without hesitation. Enough. Everyone returned to the gang headquarters now. Depart quickly. Seeing Su Yuan's discomfort, Qin Feng stepped forward immediately to ease the tension and disperse the crowd. Once all had left, Su Yuan gazed curiously at Qin Feng and asked, how did you end up joining the Blackwater gang? And what of your business? This? Qin Feng's expression darkened. He shook his head and sighed heavily. It's a long story. Then tell it slowly, Su Yuan said, patting his shoulder with a warm smile. I'm heading to Qingxian City myself, planning to rely on you. No rush, we'll talk along the way. Excellent. Qin Feng smiled broadly, brushed dust from his clothes, and glanced toward the carriage and Zhou Yi's group. Who are these? They're all my wives. Qin Feng quickly offered greetings. Elder sister-in-law, hello. Wei Shiyun and the others cradled their children, gazing at this rugged, broad-browed young man, and responded with tender smiles. Brother Qin, your husband speaks of you often. Really? Qin Feng grinned, slinging an arm around Su Yuan's shoulders. You have no idea. Back then we went together for the Tianxian sects entrance trials. We took a wrong path, and it was senior brother Su who guided us back, or we'd have missed the trial entirely. Though in the end neither of us passed. Enough. Enough. Qin Feng waved his hand, dismissively glancing at Su Yuan with faint embarrassment. Haha. Su Yuan, however, remained utterly unperturbed, long since having let go of such regrets. If anyone bore cause for sorrow, it was Qin Feng. Qin Feng possessed a dual spiritual root of mid-grade quality, a solidly mid-tier aptitude. Yet he failed the trial of heart cultivation, the final hurdle. His resolve on the path of heart forging had faltered. In the end, he was rejected. At the time, Su Yuan had advised him to join the beast-taming sect instead, a sect far less stringent in its selection, focusing only on spiritual root quality and innate affinity for beast-taming. Entering the beast-taming sect as an outer sect disciple would have been effortless for Qin Feng, yet he declined. He simply disliked taming beasts. Who would have imagined he'd end up joining the Blackwater gang? Truly astonishing. Qingxian City lies nestled within the Qingyun mountain range. It sprawls across a boundless plain rich in spiritual energy and thriving with prosperity, a veritable haven for cultivators. From afar, verdant peaks pierce white clouds as if the city floats among the heavens, hence its name, Qingxian City. Moreover, as a city governed by the Tianxian sect, the character Xian was added to its title. Countless cultivators, freelance talisman artists, artifact smiths, puppeteers, merchants, and more flocked here to live and practice. It had become in essence a sacred land of cultivation. Su Yuan entered the city alongside Qin Feng, and along the way learned of Qin Feng's tumultuous, dramatically shifting fortunes. After Qin Feng's father died of illness, the family fortune crumbled, shattering his spirit. He abandoned commerce, liquidated his inheritance to join the Blackwater gang, secured a position as a steward, earned the gang leader's favor, and thus barely stepped onto the cultivation path. He now carried influence, enough to command respect even within the gang. Senior Brother Su, you may not know why I was willing to sacrifice my entire fortune to join the Blackwater gang. Guess, what's my current cultivation realm? Upon entering the city, Qin Feng personally drove the carriage to his ancestral residence wearing an air of quiet pride. Likely late qi condensation. You fought Madame Ma. You must be formidable. Wrong. Qin Feng leapt down from the carriage and extended his hand invitingly. Peak qi condensation. I've reached the 10th and final layer. Su Yuan stared momentarily stunned, turning slowly to study Qin Feng, speechless for a long moment. Peak qi condensation, the ultimate culmination of the qi condensation realm. He was now ready to begin foundation establishment, on equal footing with Madame Ma. It was utterly astonishing. How had he cultivated so swiftly? Elder sisters-in-law, you've endured a long, arduous journey. Please rest immediately. Without further ado, Qin Feng instructed the maidservants to escort Wei Shiyun and the others into the inner courtyard. Only then did he turn to Su Yuan with a mysterious glint in his eye, leading him aside into the garden courtyard. The Blackwater Gang. Why is it called the Blackwater Gang? Because it refines a unique substance, Blackwater. When consumed, it doubles one's cultivation speed, an elixir of unparalleled potency. That's precisely why I spent my entire fortune just to gain entry and secure the rank of steward. Only stewards and above receive this elixir. Su Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, placed a hand on Qin Feng's shoulder, and gently probed his arms, tendons, and bones. He shook his head slowly. That shouldn't be possible. Your cultivation level has risen, but your true energy, your sinews and bones, they feel hollow. Qin Feng flushed with mild embarrassment and straightened his posture. Yes, the Blackwater does carry side effects. It weakens the body, but it poses no obstacle to foundation establishment. The Blackwater Gang already boasts numerous foundational establishment cultivators, though their strength pales beside that of major sects. Su Yuan fell silent, uncertain how to respond. This was pure artificial elevation, forced upward by external substances. It offered no genuine benefit to one's cultivation path, and certainly harbored hidden drawbacks. Yet achieving foundation establishment this way remained in truth a rare and viable path. After all, countless freelance cultivators spend their entire lives stranded at late qi condensation, never advancing to foundation establishment. Brother Su, I know what you were worried about. Qin Feng shook his head, gazing at the courtyard and the distant sky, his face growing resolute. I was foolish in the past. Even if I'm eliminated by the Tianxian sect, it doesn't matter. I don't care about cultivation at all. But ever since the old man passed away and the family fortune was divided up and I was powerless in the face of disaster, I have come to understand the importance of strength. Even if taking medicine has side effects and my foundation is weak, as long as I can establish my foundation, it is worth it. If not, how long will it take for me to have the qualifications to build my foundation? Su Yuan listened silently, not saying much, and fell into silence. He knew that everyone has their own choices. As an adult, he didn't have much to say, only shaking his head and sighing. Drink less. Qin Feng's eyes were peculiar. This black water is scarce even if I want to drink more. This is brewed by our gang leader. There's only one pot each month. Let's not talk about that. Qin Feng smirked, revealing a hint of pride. Do you know? Since I became a steward, those who participated in the assessment with us have all come to ingratiate themselves with me. For example, Zhou Wenxing from the Qian family, who came to be married in, and Li Wei, who joined a small sect, came to Qingxian City to buy supplies or to ask for help. They all want to find our Blackwater Gang. Hee. Su Yuan nodded slightly. Well, you're doing quite well. Peak Qi refinement, still a gang steward, your future is limitless. Speaking of this, Qin Feng suppressed his joy, turned to look at Su Yuan, his face increasingly excited. My current cultivation is not enough to be seen. But Brother Su, with your latest stage, Qi refinement cultivation, you can contest with Madame Ma. It's truly astonishing. I always knew Brother Su was extraordinary and destined to achieve great things. If Zhou Wenxing and the others knew, they would surely be taken aback. Hee. Su Yuan waved his hand, not saying much. Help me find a residence. It's best to be in the inner city. Don't worry about the price as long as the yard is big enough. Brother Su, Qin Feng said anxiously. Why are you still looking for a house? Isn't it good to stay here with me? This yard is the only property left by the old man. A living together would be safer. If you think it's inconvenient, I can go stay at the gang and leave this place for you and your sister-in-law. Su Yuan patted his shoulder. No need. I plan to stay long-term. Oh. Qin Feng said nothing more, nodding vigorously to indicate, and then led Su Yuan into the backyard where they temporarily rested. Husband, since we just arrived in Qingxian City and offended the Zhang family, will it be troublesome? In the room, Wei Shiyun and Zhou Yi, holding children, gathered around, their eyes filled with concern. Don't worry. Su Yuan walked forward and embraced his wife, a smile in his eyes. If it were someone else, I might have some concerns. After all, they are a local overlord. But this Madame Ma, I can still handle. There won't be any trouble. Is that so? Yuan Yao smiled brightly. I said the scent on my husband is somewhat similar to that of Madame Ma. There must have been something going on a long time ago. Hee. Su Yuan held Su Linger in his arms. We helped the Blackwater gang. This counts as a favor, and it will benefit us. Moreover, Su Yuan teased Linger, his eyes flashing with tenderness. I can't just watch Qin Feng get into trouble. 5 years ago, I was eliminated by the sect, but I could still treat him sincerely and take him in for 2 months. From this, one can see that he is a friend worth deepening the relationship with. I can't just watch him die. But well, Su Yuan chuckled softly, not saying much, brought his wife to rest, and entered the room. He knew. People can change. Moreover, cultivators have even more complex thoughts. Thus, Su Yuan did not reveal too much of his strength, nor did he take out high-grade magical artifacts. He only activated the talismans and used the Thunder Shadow technique in battle. After all, human hearts cannot withstand trials. He still had to keep something in reserve. If Qin Feng truly had ill intentions, he was confident he could confront him and not fall into desperate circumstances. Of course, he did not want to think of people as so bad. The next day, Qin Feng brought good news. He found a residence, spacious and quiet garden, and very affordable. This residence was precisely an asset of the Blackwater gang. Thus, it could be sold cheaply. The only drawback was that it did not meet Su Yuan's requirements. It belonged to the outer city, and its safety was considerably lower. Brother Su, currently inner-city residences. Indeed hard to buy. Qin Feng came to the backyard, found Su Yuan, and explained, looking a bit awkward. Many residences are controlled by major powers, and we cannot afford to buy them. Even if they are for sale, they are at heavenly tier. Hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Of course, if one possesses foundation establishment cultivation, understands the art of talismans, and has alchemy skills, all major forces would throw out olive branches inviting them to live in the inner city. Prices would then be much cheaper. However, residences in the inner city are certainly not as large as those in the outer city. After all, every inch of land is precious. Su Yuan fell silent, not speaking, and began to think quietly. He originally wanted to live in the inner city. Firstly, the security would be guaranteed. Secondly, the spiritual energy is more abundant and cultivation would be faster. But he did not expect the prices to be so outrageous. A small courtyard would require hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Who besides foundation establishment cultivators could afford this? Even Qingxian City shouldn't be this inflated. Su Yuan felt speechless. He did not expect that after scavenging so many storage bags, he still could not afford a house in the inner city. He felt it was outrageous and had underestimated the housing prices in Qingxian City. Brother Su, I think it's best not to waste spirit stones buying a house in the inner city. It's not cost-effective. Qin Feng looked at Su Yuan and began to suggest softly. Our Blackwater gang's assets. I can still make the decisions, and I can offer a lot of discounts on spirit stones. And since you've helped us so much, when the gang leader returns to Qingxian City, he will definitely thank you personally. By then, this residence would essentially be a free gift. What do you think? Oh, Su Yuan crossed his arms, looking at Qin Feng with a teasing smile. Such good fortune. Qin Feng smiled broadly. Absolutely. Our gang leader is a kind-hearted beauty. Is that so? Su Yuan nodded slightly, not thinking too much, and directly said, Shall we go check out the residence? All right. North Avenue, a tranquil residential district. Far removed from the bustling city center, rows of elegant townhouses lined both sides of the street, exuding quiet opulence. Beyond the gate lay a broad, smooth flagstone path. Su Yuan walked slowly, deeply satisfied. This place truly was exceptional. Crisp air, abundant spiritual energy, and serene seclusion, evoking the refined tranquility of a private villa. Profound stillness enveloped the surroundings. Husband, what a splendid environment. Zhou Yi cradled their child as she followed closely behind Su Yuan, her eyes alight with delight. Even Wei Shiyun and Yuan Yao wore expressions of quiet approval, their lips curved in gentle smiles. This neighborhood was markedly more peaceful than the residential districts of Tianyan City. The road gleamed immaculate. Before the manor's entrance stood stone lions and uniformed gatekeepers, guards standing vigilant, suggesting not merely wealth but the stature of a distinguished affluent household. Residing here would elevate their status. Brother Su, sisters-in-law, this is the residence, right here. Brother Qin Feng led Su Yuan and the others to the manor and began his introduction. This grand estate features not only a spirit-gathering array, but also a rare defensive formation. Whether for cultivation or security, it offers absolute assurance. And the price is remarkably reasonable, just 30,000 spirit stones to purchase outright. As a sect steward, I can offer you an exclusive discount. Only 10,000 spirit stones, and it's yours. So inexpensive. Su Yuan turned toward Qin Feng, eyes narrowing with quiet suspicion. You haven't secretly covered the difference yourself, have you? Not at all. Qin Feng scratched his head. That's the genuine price. Very well, Su Yuan replied without further comment, gazing upward at the manor with evident satisfaction. Ascending the stone steps, he pushed open the vermilion-lacquered gates and entered the inner courtyard. Before him unfolded a vast, artfully composed garden, mountains and waters harmoniously arranged, rich in symbolic resonance. Passing through the outer garden led directly to the main hall, spacious and lavishly adorned. 10,000 spirit stones. Worth every grain. Su Yuan exhaled slowly, his gaze radiant with approval. After all, even in Tianyan City, a residence of comparable scale demanded over 1,000 spirit stones, and lacked spiritual energy, a spirit-gathering array, or any defensive formation situated instead in a remote, undeveloped quarter. Thus, Su Yuan deemed the acquisition exceptionally advantageous. Husband, let us buy this one. From the very first glance, I fell in love with this estate. Indeed. Yun Yao smiled warmly and strolled into the garden. It truly is magnificent. Hey, Su Yuan surveyed the surroundings silently, saying nothing more. Since his wives cherished it, so he hesitated not. He purchased it outright. Brother Su, I knew you'd choose it. This is the finest residence I've hand-selected, truly the best, and yet the most affordable. In time, your wives and children will find life here extraordinarily convenient. Here is the spirit contract. And these are the tokens for the spirit gathering array and the defensive formation, yours now entirely. Su Yuan accepted the contract, scanned it briefly, confirmed its integrity, then pressed a drop of blood onto the seal, binding the covenant instantly. Such spirit contracts were standard practice. A single drop of blood sufficed to claim ownership, activate usage rights, and serve as official identification. This direct acquisition conferred distinct advantages. No bureaucratic entanglements during municipal inspections, no administrative complications. Brother Su, I must take my leave now. Urgent matters await me at the Blackwater Gang. Su Yuan nodded faintly. He was well aware of the tensions between the Zhang family and the Blackwater Gang. Moreover, with Madame Ma having already confronted gang members, Qin Feng undoubtedly had pressing affairs to resolve. There was no need for formal farewells. Yet curiosity stirred within Su Yuan, prompting a quiet question. Brother Qin, what exactly transpired between you and the Zhang family? Was it truly grave enough to warrant open conflict? Qin Feng sighed, a faint bitterness shadowing his gaze. It's hardly anything extraordinary. At first, we simply seized part of their trade, purchasing an entire consignment of spirit beasts. Then disputes escalated steadily again and again, until it reached this point. Is that so? Su Yuan frowned, his tone edged with skepticism. Just that simple, eh? Qin Feng shook his head. On the surface, yes, it is that simple. But beneath there may lie secrets unknown to most. I am but a minor steward, a mid-tier figure within the gang, so I know little beyond what is common knowledge. My guess, it likely involves the gang lord himself. His expression turned solemn. Glancing discreetly toward Zhou Yi and the others in the distance, he lowered his voice. Lord Shangwan's patron, the true disciple of the Tianxian sect, a foundation establishment cultivator at the peak of his realm, mere steps away from forming a golden core. Rumors say he is currently vying for succession as sect master. That may well be the root of it. Of course, the finer details elude me. Brother Su, please keep this strictly confidential. Understood. Su Yuan waved dismissively. Today I heard nothing. Go attend to your duties. Qin Feng clapped Su Yuan heartily on the shoulder, his eyes sparkling with unrestrained excitement. Were it not for urgent gang business, I'd compete with the sisters-in-law for your company. We'd drink until dawn. Agreed. Su Yuan grinned, playfully thumping Qin Feng's chest before giving him a firm, affectionate shove outward. Qin Feng stared blankly for a moment, then offered a courteous bow to Zhou Yi and the others before hastening out the gate and vanishing down the street. Husband, shall we hire maidservants to maintain the estate? As Qin Feng departed, Zhou Yi and the others gathered swiftly around Su Yuan, cradling their children, faces bright with joy. Husband, I noticed other residences employ guards at their gates. Given the size of our estate, shouldn't we retain some as well? Su Yuan gave a wry, silent smile, then gently drew his wife close and guided them toward the rear courtyard. Maidservants, certainly, we'll hire them. As for guards, let us forego that. Our manor is safeguarded by a defensive formation. Security is assured. Besides, too many outsiders would complicate matters unnecessarily. Zhou Yi and the others said nothing more. We follow your lead, husband. A sly glint flickered in Su Yuan's eyes. He withdrew a puppet, draped it in a voluminous black robe, and carefully concealed the character Zhou embroidered upon its chest, then broke into a quiet, knowing smile. Isn't this a perfectly free guard? Indeed. 3 days later, Su Yuan engaged several maidservants to clean, prune the gardens, and perform light renovations. He replaced the gate plaque with one bearing the Su family crest, then formally moved in with his wives and daughter. No fanfare, no celebration, only the four of them seated together at the dining table, sharing a simple, heartfelt meal. That humble gathering marked their official settlement. Simultaneously, a chime resonated within Su Yuan's mind. Ding. Congratulations, cultivator. Your ancestral clan has been established. Reward granted: Stellar Array 1 Divine with Spirit Elixir 10, Soul Refining Pill 10. Current clan prestige 5520. Time flows by. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. Qingxian City remains exceptionally calm, devoid of any disturbances. It is as still as a stagnant pool. All struggles and trials take place outside the city, leaving the town quiet, especially the large manor, which makes Su Yuan feel somewhat unaccustomed. After all, having just arrived in a strange city, there are no gossipers, no familiar faces calling out, and he is yet to fully integrate. Apart from Qin Feng occasionally coming by for a chat, he hasn't interacted with anyone else. Su Yuan enjoys this leisurely life, gradually growing fond of it. Every day, he plays with his wife and children, fishing in the garden, which is his daily practice. He has spent the most relaxed and joyful month. His cultivation has also progressed significantly. Humph! I am about to break through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Establishing a family and gaining so many contribution points has made my cultivation much smoother. Indeed, it seems that I am blessed with great fortune from the heavens. In the quiet room, Su Yuan exited his meditation, a trace of a smile appearing on his face. During this period, Wei Shiyun and Yun Yao have both broken through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Their power has advanced further. If it weren't for the pregnancy, they might have already broken through to the 6th level of Qi refinement. No need to rush. Natural breakthroughs come when the time is right. Su Yuan stepped out of the room, breathing in the fresh air as he walked out of the manor. During this time, he often strolled around to familiarize himself with the layout of the town and the prices of goods, all of which he has memorized. Such as the Flying Pavilion, Qinghong Chamber of Commerce, and the auction house. These are the major powers in the area. The Flying Pavilion mainly serves as a transportation hub for the town, connecting to several nearby large cities. It is very convenient. There are also various training grounds that can be reached directly. The Qinghong Chamber of Commerce is the largest in the outer city, akin to a shopping mall. They provide talismans, alchemy, and artifact refinement for cultivators. They even offer quiet rooms for meditation and arrays for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. It is quite extravagant. However, what piques Su Yuan's interest the most is the auction house in the city, which he has visited several times, marveling at its grandeur. Many foundational stage powers compete in bidding, leaving Su Yuan astonished. Their financial strength is overwhelming, especially when he saw a foundation establishment pill auctioned for 50,000 spirit stones. With that amount, he could buy 5 luxurious houses. This completely dispelled any thoughts of competing in the bidding. He could only try his luck in the black market, where cultivators set up stalls. Qingxian City is different from Tianyan City. Setting up stalls is strictly prohibited within the city. Only major shops can sell goods. Su Yuan still managed to find Qin Feng to inquire. Only then did he learn the location of the black market. It's quite lively. I didn't expect the black market to be even busier than the visiting market. Su Yuan arrived at the underground black market, where 2 rows of scattered cultivators were fully occupied, selling a variety of goods. Even spirit beast formations and magical artifacts are available for sale. This opened Su Yuan's eyes. If it were Tianyan City, the scattered cultivators would not have such good items. From this, one can see these cultivators are not ordinary. They are likely not professional stall owners, but rather individuals who have taken spoils from illicit dealings, selling valuable items that are not convenient to show. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a black market. Fellow cultivator, would you like to see something good? Upon seeing Su Yuan approach, a middle-aged cultivator at a stall greeted him with a wooden box in hand, smiling. No need. Just take a look. The middle-aged cultivator was quite mysterious, from the 10,000 Poison Peak. I personally traveled on a spirit vessel to the 100U region to capture this poisonous bee. This is an extremely rare poisonous insect. Take it back and nurture it carefully. Then, commanding a legion of poisonous bees, they will be invincible. Even those at the foundation establishment stage would have to avoid its sharpness. Su Yuan remained calm, showing no expression, merely glancing at the wooden box before shaking his head directly. I have no interest in these insects. No problem. The middle-aged cultivator chuckled and took out a cloth bag. How about a demon corpse? This is a demon corpse I soaked in the blood demon pool. It's even a voluptuous beauty. Would you like to take a look? Su Yuan felt speechless in his heart, not even looking at the cloth bag, and quickly fled. He did not expect the black market to be filled with such demonic items. These must be a group of demonic cultivators. However, he soon saw normal cultivators selling some pills, including foundation establishment pills, attracting many onlookers. Produced by the Tianxian sects Alchemy Peak. Quality is assured everyone can purchase with confidence. Su Yuan squeezed into the crowd and observed a cultivator fully cloaked in a black robe obscuring his face. Even his aura could not be detected. It is easy to imagine that this person must possess a treasure that conceals their spirit. They do not want to reveal their true identity. Alchemy Peak. This foundation establishment pill must be a defective product. Otherwise, how could it have leaked out? As the crowd discussed, the black-robed cultivator remained silent, not saying a word. Upon seeing this, Su Yuan glanced at the pills in front of him, pondered for a moment, and then left. He did not need such pills. Even at the lowest grade, they wouldn't suffice. Taking them would not only fail to help with foundation establishment, but could also jeopardize his life, leading to a demonic deviation. Oh, there are actually puppets for sale. Su Yuan continued forward. His gaze fell on a stall where the cultivator was selling Zhou family puppets, and a flicker of interest crossed his eyes as he stopped to watch. Fellow cultivator, do you wish to purchase? Zhou family puppets, quality assured. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth twitched somewhat suspiciously, asking, is the Zhou family from Qingqing Mountain? Yes, the vendor affirmed. Can the Zhou family's puppets be sold? Yes. Su Yuan's eyes were peculiar as he observed closely, but did not ask further and directly left. He could naturally tell that he owned an authentic Zhou family puppet. The ones being sold were fakes. They merely had the character Zhou engraved on them. The material and details of the puppets were far inferior. They were clearly substandard products. Zhou Manyun. I wonder how that woman is doing. A foundation establishment cultivator. Su Yuan took a deep breath, feeling some pressure. Perhaps he should not provoke this family's female cultivator. Even if he wanted to marry a foundation establishment cultivator, it would likely be quite difficult. I should go check out the handholding pavilion. Su Yuan exited the black market and headed towards the handholding pavilion. This is a building dedicated to matchmaking, similar to the Yuan Pavilion in Tianjin City. However, this handholding pavilion is even more luxurious and grand, and it is a chain store. Many towns have branches of the handholding pavilion. Many cultivators come to the handholding pavilion to seek relationships and partners. Su Yuan has not forgotten his purpose. Aside from establishing a cultivation family and preparing foundation establishment materials, he is also continuing to search for a wife. He now owns a luxurious house and resides in Qingxin City. With his latest qi refinement cultivation, he should be able to easily find a partner. As long as he does not encounter a seductress who intentionally plays with him, finding a partner should be quite easy. Su Yuan thought to himself, especially since he does not consider himself unattractive. Otherwise, he would not have attracted the attention of Madame Ma, this promiscuous woman. Just thinking of Madame Ma left Su Yuan feeling somewhat speechless. He had planned carefully, ensuring that his wives traveled discreetly, all sitting in the carriage to avoid encounters with strong cultivators, preventing any scenes of abduction of wives and daughters. He aimed to eliminate all unknown risks in the cradle. Who would have thought that despite all his calculations, he overlooked the fact that there are also many seductive women in the cultivation world. His appearance with his handsome looks could also attract female cultivators. Fortunately, Madame Ma still possesses a certain charm, otherwise he would rather die than yield. Fellow cultivator, do you already have someone special in mind? As Su Yuan stepped across the threshold, a stunningly beautiful young woman with an alluring figure swiftly approached him. What do you mean? Isn't this the hand-in-hand pavilion? Su Yuan blinked in mild surprise, taking a step back to glance at the signboard. Indeed, it read, hand-in-hand pavilion. He had assumed he'd entered a pleasure quarter, somewhere one could immediately seek companionship with female cultivators. Fellow cultivator, a misunderstanding. We host 10 distinguished female cultivators here, permanently stationed. So I assumed you'd come by reputation. Su Yuan's face darkened, his lips twitched involuntarily. He sensed something deeply amiss. Female cultivators, permanently stationed at the hand-in-hand pavilion. If they'd remained unwed for so long, surely they were not easy to win over. He resolved to leave, find another place. Fellow cultivator, please take a look. These are our finest female cultivators from the hand-in-hand pavilion. Noticing Su Yuan's grave expression and clear signs of wanting to depart, the receptionist hurriedly produced an illustrated album and began introducing its contents. Please take a look. By Weiwei, Qi Refinement Stage 7 Junior Talisman Artist. Exquisitely beautiful with a lithe serpentine grace. Truly a peerless beauty. Su Yuan glanced, briefly replying coolly. Such beauty and talent as a talisman artist. Her requirements must be exceptionally high. Not at all. The woman waved her hands emphatically. All that matters is affinity. Affinity. Su Yuan drew a slow breath, suppressing a wry smile. Do you even believe that yourself? The receptionist's expression stiffened with embarrassment. She gestured Su Yuan into a private chamber, forcing a strained smile. Fellow cultivator, you'll never know if there's affinity until you meet. And should no handclasp be made, we charge no spirit stones. Think of it merely as enjoying fine company and pleasant conversation. Very well. With no further words, Su Yuan followed her inside. Having come this far, he reasoned he might as well meet these cultivators, assess their conditions, see whether any might become his wife. If he chanced upon a woman like Wei Shiyun, he truly would have struck gold. Soon Bai Weiwei entered the chamber, her waist swaying with elegant rhythm, a silken scarf held delicately before her face as she greeted him. Master Su, I presume. Truly a man of exceptional bearing. So handsome. Humph. Su Yuan responded politely. Immortal lady bite. You prefer not to reveal your face? Not at all. Bai Weiwei slid the scarf aside just enough to expose half her sallow face, then offered him a coquettish smile. This is to create a delightful surprise. Indeed. Su Yuan recoiled in alarm, stumbling backward, his voice trembling. Immortal lady Bai remains as striking as ever. Though, might you perhaps be a bit older than expected? Naughty. Bai Weiwei covered her face again, gripping the scarf near her mouth. I'm only 20. Su Yuan rubbed his temples, then ventured cautiously. At what age did you begin cultivation? Well, Bai Weiwei flushed slightly, gently touching the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. I embarked upon the Tao at 20. Su Yuan took a deep breath, steadying his composure. Madam, please, let's not do this. Your age simply doesn't add up. Naughty. Bai Weiwei cleared her throat. We cultivators, do we still reckon time by mortal years? Su Yuan fell silent, gazing at her wordlessly, offering no reply. Young master, I entered the cultivation world. So my age must be measured by Taoist standards. Thus I'm scarcely 20. Su Yuan sighed deeply, and said nothing more. Well then, what do you think? I quite fancy you, so I'll waive the betrothal gifts. Just hand over all spirit stones you earn after marriage. By the way, what skills do you possess? Have you purchased property in Qingxian City? Su Yuan sighed again, and opened the door. Let's call it off. I'm actually a smuggled-in cultivator. We're incompatible. Oomph. Bai Weiwei's brows furrowed, deepening the creases on her face, her expression turning distinctly displeased. No wonder you remain unmarried. Su Yuan exhaled sharply, suppressing his rising ire, and prepared to leave. How could the hand-in-hand pavilion be even less reliable than the affinity pavilion? At least the latter didn't feature such unconventional matrons. Wait, fellow cultivator, are you here for matchmaking too? Just as Su Yuan exited the chamber, a tall, graceful woman stood outside, clad in a flowing white gown, her gaze gentle and serene. Her long, shapely legs especially captivated attention. Her waist seemed to flow directly into endless smooth limbs. Yes, Su Yuan asked curiously, are you as well? Mum. She stepped forward, her cheeks faintly flushed. My name is Minghua. It's my first time attending matchmaking here. I feel rather shy. Oh. Su Yuan cleared his throat softly and invited her in. So am I, my first time too. That's all right. We can simply talk. Agreed. Minghua entered the chamber and offered a slight, graceful bow. May I ask, Master Su, your cultivation level, age, and family background? Certainly. Su Yuan nodded and gestured for her to sit. I am 36. Qi refinement stage 8. I own a residence in Qingxian City and am married to 3 wives. Oh. Minghua looked intrigued. Master Su, does your family engage in commerce? Or do you possess a specialized craft? To afford a mansion in Qingxian City. And 3 wives. Su Yuan paused thoughtfully before replying slowly. I used to be a merchant. I earned a modest fortune in spirit stones, and now intend to settle permanently in the city. As for crafts, I dabble in puppetry arts and dual cultivation techniques, both of which accelerate cultivation. Oh. Minghua lifted her chin slightly, her expression hovering between amusement and reserve. She said nothing more. After a quiet moment, she smiled gently. Master Su, even if you struck sudden wealth, urban living will deplete it soon enough. Mastering a sustainable craft, earning steady spirit stones, is the true path forward. Goodbye. Su Yuan's lips twitched. Gee, goodbye. Watching her stride away, those long, elegant legs carrying her into the distance, he released a slow, weary breath. He hadn't expected such a polite but firm rejection. Clearly, this woman possessed remarkable clarity, utterly unmoved by his looks or charm. Skills, huh? How pragmatic. Su Yuan sat motionless for a moment, then rose and left the hand-in-hand pavilion without looking back. This encounter had unsettled him. His mood sank. He'd assumed that having reached the late Qi refinement stage and owning a grand mansion in the city, and armed with his good looks, finding a mid-stage cultivator as a consort would be effortless. Yet he'd been declined after only a few exchanges. To create talismans and refine pills. Su Yuan pondered to himself. He currently possessed 5,000 points of prestige. Acquiring a legacy of pill refining or talisman crafting is quite easy. However, with shortcuts available, who would still wish to delve into the art of talismans? Rewards can be obtained simply by marrying and having children. But without knowledge of cultivation techniques, and without any family support, it truly is exceedingly difficult to marry a cultivator. The larger the city, the more challenging it becomes. The expectations and knowledge of these women far exceed that of ordinary individuals. It seems I still need to learn a skill. This fairy Mingyue, I truly like her. Her face, her figure, her legs, I cannot let her slip away. Su Yuan took a deep breath, returning home to prepare for skill acquisition. He certainly did not want to let fairy Mingyue escape. She had the intention of matchmaking. Thus, he needed to seize the opportunity and strive to improve himself. To meet her requirements, Su Yuan did not wish to marry someone like Bai Weiwei. She was already middle-aged. To put it bluntly, there was no guarantee of her fertility. After all, they were all of considerable age. To refine pills, or to create talismans. Su Yuan opened his virtual panel, gazing at the introductory talisman crafting and the classic pill refining, deep in thought. Generally speaking, alchemists are the most lucrative profession. Any cultivator, whether in the chi refinement stage or the nascent soul stage, cannot do without pills. Even a low-tier alchemist who can only refine basic pills like the nourishing chi pill or the bypass pill is respected by many. This highlights the nobility of alchemists. Of course, it is not easy to refine pills. One needs a fire spiritual root, talent in alchemy, and strong mental power. These are the three fundamental requirements. None can be lacking. Without a fire spiritual root, refining pills becomes exceedingly difficult, requiring several times the effort. It is essential to rely on spiritual fire for refining. The investment cost is also greater. Fortunately, Su Yuan possesses a fire spiritual root and a dual firewood spiritual root, which greatly aids in pill refining. However, talisman crafting is easier to get into. Since childhood, I have been good at drawing, and carving talismans is also simpler. Moreover, my true essence is profound, which further aids in talisman crafting, making success easier. Su Yuan contemplated for a moment, reflecting on both the alchemy and talisman crafting legacies. In the end, he still chose talisman crafting. Firstly, the investment cost for talisman crafting is low, and it is quick to produce. Secondly, it is much easier to get started with talisman crafting, allowing one to easily obtain the identity of a talisman master. Thirdly, being an alchemist is too tedious, requiring various spiritual herbs and medicines which necessitates searching, too troublesome. Talisman crafting is different. One only needs to purchase a set of talisman crafting tools. Talisman paper, cinnabar, talisman brush, and spiritual ink are all that is needed to begin crafting. Introductory talisman crafting. Beginner's path of talisman crafting. I can craft fireball talismans, communication talismans, frost talismans, spiritual wind talismans. That's enough. As long as I comprehend the art of talisman crafting, I can then go to the matchmaking pavilion. I cannot let fairy Mingyue be taken away. A smile appeared on Su Yuan's face as he purchased the introductory talisman crafting and a set of talisman crafting tools, immediately starting to carve. In a quiet room, silence reigned. Su Yuan's forehead was beaded with sweat as he slowly traced with the talisman brush. He seemed to have lost track of time, with only the talisman before him and the carving route in his eyes. The talisman brush glowed and brilliance appeared on the talisman paper, emanating fluctuations of spiritual energy. This was a sign that the talisman was nearing completion. The spiritual talisman contained divine might. However, in the next moment, black smoke erupted from the talisman paper, turning into a scrap of paper, and the carving path dissipated. Seeing this scene, a faint pull at the corners of Su Yuan's mouth betrayed his unnatural expression. Failed again. What exactly went wrong this time? Still, is it that my control over true essence is hard to balance? Su Yuan took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and continued to lay out the talisman paper, carefully carving. He did not expect that talisman crafting was not as simple as imagined. It requires exceptionally strong mental power and precise control over true essence. If one is not careful, the carving path will be destroyed, turning into a scrap of paper. Fortunately, the system had rewarded him with a bottle of spirit soul pill, last time perfect for replenishing his mental soul power. Thus, he felt no pressure regarding mental power. Coupled with his strong true essence, he did not need to rest and focused intently on carving. Sisters, is Su brother still in seclusion? In the courtyard, Qin Feng, accompanied by a rare spiritual chicken, smiled as he inquired about Zhou Yi and the others. It had already been 3 days without seeing Su Yuan emerge from his seclusion, causing some worry. He even feared that something troublesome had occurred. Imagining issues arising during cultivation, with meridians reversing true essence, exploding, leading to death from blood loss. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Even the chicken in his hands no longer tasted good. Don't worry. My husband is not in any danger. Wei Shiyun, holding a child, played by the poolside, her face filled with confidence. Seeing this, Qin Feng stopped saying more, directly handing the spiritual chicken to Zhou Yi, sighing. It's hard to find a chance to drink with Su brother. What a pity. A wasted trip. Zhou Yi took the spiritual chicken. Once my husband comes out of seclusion, I will have a maid come to the Qin residence to find you. All right. Qin Feng slowly shook his head. However, I have been very busy lately. The leader returned to the gang to reorganize the Blackwater gang. We have reached a temporary truce with the Zhang family. However, what awaits us will be severe punishment. Sigh. Qin Feng sighed again, his eyes filled with a hint of fear, as if recalling something, and he fiercely tapped his head, almost forgot. I originally intended to inform Su brother. Last time when we participated in the assessment together, a young girl happened to come to the town. She is also Su brother's little fan. We could all gather. Before Qin Feng could finish, he noticed that Wei Shiyun and the others had an atmosphere that felt off. He awkwardly explained, Su brother mentioned to me last time. He still wishes to marry a wife, so I thought to introduce. Forget it. Qin Feng said, no more, turning to leave, escaping right out the door. Little fan. Watching Qin Feng leave, Wei Shiyun and Yun Yao exchanged glances, revealing a playful and somewhat peculiar expression, saying, that Qin Feng. So annoying. Always coming over to drink or finding women for my husband. Yun Yao shook her head while holding the child. This is truly. What a good brother. Ahem. Zhou Yi softly coughed, looking at the two seriously. You should know that my husband wants to expand his family and establish a cultivation family. When my husband comes out, just inform him. I did it. I finally did it. Suddenly at that moment, while Wei Shiyun and the others were discussing, Su Yuan pushed open the door, exhaling a breath of warm air, and walked over holding a talisman. Wife, what do you think this is? A talisman? Yun Yao was the first to speak. Hee. Su Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes filled with excitement. This is a talisman I made. A fireball talisman. Oh. Wei Shiyun's eyes widened in shock, somewhat incredulous. Husband, have you been refining talismans these days? And you succeeded. Su Yuan was in high spirits. Let's get started. I can consider myself a talisman master now. Husband. Zhou Yi stepped forward, her eyes gentle. You're amazing. Of course. Su Yuan embraced Zhou Yi, affectionately ruffling her hair as they walked towards the courtyard. I have some matters to attend to. Don't wait for me to come back for dinner. Seeing Su Yuan leave in a hurry, Wei Shiyun and the others exchanged glances, somewhat belatedly realizing. Is husband leaving just like that? Are you talking about the little fan meeting? Forget it. Maybe it's not meant to be. Qianshu Pavilion. Crowds came and went, bustling with activity. Many cultivators dressed splendidly entered the Qianshu Pavilion for matchmaking. Su Yuan walked quickly, tidying his clothes a bit before stepping into the pavilion and finding a welcoming female cultivator directly inquiring. I'm looking for Fairy Mingwe. The welcoming female cultivator looked at Su Yuan, her eyes somewhat puzzled. Who? We don't have a Fairy Mingwe at Qianshu Pavilion. That shouldn't be. Su Yuan pointed to a private room in front. Last time I was here for a matchmaking with Bai Weiwei, and there was a woman who came in afterward. I'm not sure about that. Perhaps she was just here for matchmaking and didn't collaborate with us. Su Yuan frowned slightly, watching the bustling crowd, and fell silent. Until he left the Qianshu Pavilion, he still felt a bit regretful. At that time, he didn't leave any contact information. Sometimes missing out means missing a lifetime. In such a large Qingxian city, finding a female cultivator is truly not easy. Su Yuan was somewhat worried that after finding her, she would already be someone's wife. However, just as Su Yuan was pondering, a woman blocked his path. Dressed in a flowing gown that accentuated her graceful figure, wearing a veil that obscured her face. But one could still see her ample figure. Madame Ma. Su Yuan looked at her figure, and enchanting eyes tentatively calling out. Follow me. Madame Ma didn't respond, a smile curling at the corners of her lips as she walked ahead. Seeing this, Su Yuan pondered for a moment and directly followed. The two entered a restaurant into a luxurious guest room. Madame Ma then turned around. Little guy, how do you think I should punish you? Was that too harsh? My chest still hurts now. Su Yuan forced a smile, stepping forward. Just rub it a bit. Huh. Madame Ma sat in the chair, playfully kicking her jade feet with a mischievous smile. You wish. All right then. Su Yuan spread his hands. Then I won't rub it. Anyway, you have defensive armor, I can't hurt you. Madame Ma leaned on the table with one hand. It seems I have no weight in your heart at all. Am I not worth even a stinky man's protection? Do you not understand? Su Yuan sat beside her, pouring a cup of tea, his eyes revealing a smile. He has done me a favor. If I don't repay the favor, what will I become? Is that so? Madame Ma's lips curled playfully, her jade foot resting on Su Yuan's leg with a teasing smile. He has done you a favor. Then what about this time I helped you? How much favor is that? Su Yuan fell silent, not speaking, only staring at her jade foot in contemplation. If I hadn't suppressed this matter, if the Zhang family finds out, what trouble do you think it would cause? Haha. Su Yuan smiled, pressing down on her smooth white jade foot, gently exploring. Trouble? I think Madame Ma would find it just as troublesome. If my identity were to be exposed, Madame Ma, I think Elder 7 of the Beast Control sect wouldn't let you off. Even the Zhang family wouldn't be able to protect you. The words fell. The room fell silent. Madame Ma stared at Su Yuan, remaining silent, their gazes locking as if sparks were flickering. Very good. You are indeed very bold. Not only bold, but also very powerful. I admire you. Thank you. Su Yuan's palm moved along her thigh. I also greatly admire Madame Ma. Daring to love and hate, daring to think and act not an ordinary woman. Hee hee. Madame Ma laughed, her chest shaking, lifting her leg and moving it continuously. You are correct. Help me rub my shoulders. I've been a bit tired dealing with the Blackwater gang these days. Madame Ma closed her eyes, allowing Su Yuan to embrace her heart growing more expectant. She had originally been very angry. The other party had actually rescued the Blackwater gang and behaved so forcefully, completely disregarding the fleeting romance between them. She had been holding back her anger, wanting to take this opportunity to threaten and pressure him to give him a good lesson. She wanted him to understand her authority. The Zhang family is not to be trifled with and will not suffer such a big loss. But upon seeing Su Yuan, she completely lost her temper. She could no longer remember the last time someone dared to speak to her like this, showing such a strong attitude. As the wife of Elder 7 of the Beast Control sect, even in the Beast Control sect, she could enjoy very high treatment, and disciples would treat her with utmost respect, not even daring to look at her for long, let alone in Qingxian City, where these ordinary loose cultivators are concerned. Even Foundation establishment cultivators would greet her, calling her Madame Ma. Su Yuan, how significant do you think my favor is? You haven't answered me. Madame Ma was enjoying the massage with her eyes closed, softly inquiring. Su Yuan was silent for a moment. Very great. I still owe you a favor. Looks like I can only do my best to repay you. Giggling, Madame Ma opened her eyes. From today on, you belong to me alone. Can you do that? Su Yuan shook his head. That's probably not possible. I still have a wife. Huh. Madame Ma exhaled warmly. Then let me marry you. Oh. Su Yuan stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Madam, you can't make such jokes. Look at you being so cowardly. Madame Ma's beautiful eyes widened, her tone growing increasingly disdainful. Even if you want to marry me, I still wouldn't be willing. What good is a good body? It can only satisfy temporary needs. Do you have the strength to marry me?